Chapter 101 Zhu Zuking, I'm too young. Boom. Boom. Every time they took a step, the ground was buzzing and shaking. It was as if a wild beast was rushing towards them. Su Ming also noticed the four people, but ignored them. Having just absorbed the energy of the 10,000-year-old Tyrannosaurus Rex bloodline, Su Ming needed to consolidate his physical fitness, so he ran past the four people with a blank expression. Teacher Su is still so unkind. Staring at the deep footprints on the ground for a while, Dai Mubai and the other two closed their mouths in horror and continued to run, because Ning Rongrong had already rushed out. But after running so many laps, their speed was obviously much slower. Different after a while, Xiao Wu surpassed the three. In order to chase Su Ming, she ignored the three big men, and she just returned a look to Ning Rongrong. Then, it was Tang San. Noticing Oscar's uncomfortable expression, Tang San stopped. Compared with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's habits, he now has a better relationship with Oscar. The teacher's arrangement must not only be training, but also to promote teamwork. Because he has noticed that the amount of stones in the basket is different. Tang San said to Oscar, Xiao Ao, the weight you carry has exceeded your physical capacity. Give me half, otherwise it will be difficult for you to run down such a long distance. Oscar's face was embarrassed, but he was grateful in his heart. Xiao San, I think it's better to forget it. This is the order from the master, Hearing this, Tang San had to say his guess. Hearing about teamwork, the three of them suddenly became clear. Dai Mubai took the lead in opening Xiao Ao's basket. Xiao Ao, I will bear your weight. With my physical strength, I should be able to hold on with another 20 pounds. Boss Dai, you. Okay, stop dawdling, I don't want to be held back by you. Seeing Dai Mubai offering to help, Tang San smiled, in that case, I'll go first. After saying that, Tang San also rushed out. Zhu Zuking glanced at the three people expressionlessly, and also ran past them. Ma Hongjun said unbalancedly, Boss Dai, why doesn't Zuking carry any weight? Dai Mubai sighed, look at the road under your feet yourself. What's so strange about the road? Ma Hongjun and Oscar lowered their heads. This. The two's pupils were shocked, and their hearts were full of energy. 4 footprints on the road led to the distance. The deepest one was 3 centimeters, and 2 were nearly 1 centimeter. There was also a shallow one, but it was obvious enough when it fell on the ground. There was no doubt that this shallowest footprint was left by Zhu Zuking. Zuking, it seems that you have gained a lot. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly, do you think she didn't bear any weight when she stepped on such footprints? Hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Oscar suddenly felt a huge pressure on them. It is understandable that Tang San and Xiao Wu carried more weight. Even Zhu Zuking carried more weight than them. Could it be that the body tempering exercise really improved so much? Dai Mubai patted the two of them with both hands, smiled and comforted them. Don't think too much, Tang San and Xiao Wu looked relaxed, but you can see Zhu Qing's face, she is a little tired, obviously she can't handle the weight. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid she can't run for 8 or 9 rounds at most. 8 or 9 times. Ma Hongjun and Oscar's mouths twitched suddenly. The two looked at each other and hurriedly chased after them. A grown man can't be outdone by a girl. Watching Oscar and the others go away, the smile on Dai Mubai's face disappeared immediately. He looked at the ground with a serious look, and anxiety arose spontaneously. He was pretending to be relaxed just now for Ma Hongjun and the others to see. As a power-type soul master, he knew very well that Zhu Zuking had made a huge improvement. After all, you found a way first, but this road not only depends on the starting point, but also on who goes further. Lifting the basket weighing more than 100 kilograms, Dai Mubai's eyes were cold, and he stepped out resolutely. The Shrek 7 Devils. Oh no, the 7 monsters in the original book, plus the teacher Su Ming. A total of 8 people ran freely in the wilderness of Soto City and Shrek Academy. The rising sun was not hot, but it made people feel extremely scorching when it shone on the bodies of several people. In the sky, 2 figures looked at the scene below, and they couldn't help but smile with relief on their faces. Damn, this class is really going to produce a monster. Maybe in another 10 years, we won't be opponents. I thought Mubai was already a pervert, but I didn't expect Tang San and Xiao Wu to be more like monsters. If you don't know, you would think they are both power-type soul masters. Zhao Wuji had a stiff face, cursing, looking a bit unreasonable. But there was a warm smile in the depths of his eyes, and it was obvious that he was just talking. Xiao Xian did not refute. Xiao Wu and Tang San were not clear about the wait at the beginning, but it did not mean that they were not clear at the moment. They had already run back and forth 5 times, and now it seemed that they could still hold on. Being able to run back and forth with heavy weights, the power contained in their small bodies was absolutely terrifying. As for Su Ming, he was not a human, and did not need them to watch him. Su Ming's armor was heavier, but his speed was still very fast, and it was twice as fast as Tang San and Xiao Wu. Now, he was even catching up with Dai Mubai and others who had run 5 times back and forth. Boom! Looking at Su Ming who ran past her, the wind and waves he raised seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ning Rongrong finally couldn't bear it and fell to the ground with a bang. Swish! Su Ming's eyes changed slightly, and he stopped suddenly like a train brake. Looking at Ning Rongrong lying on the ground with her wet long hair covering her face. Su Ming turned back. You are so stubborn, are you dead or not? You are dead. Even if I die, I will definitely drag you to hell. Ning Rongrong trademark's cold eyes moved. If she was not too tired to move, she would have wanted to punch Su. This guy trademark's stinky face made her disgusted. Seeing that Ning Rongrong trademark's eyes could still move, Su Ming squatted down. What is this guy going to do? Asshole, I don't trademark T need you to care. Let me go. Swish. Ning Rongrong felt that she was being hugged. That man was really Su Ming. Leaning on Su Ming trademark's shoulder, Ning Rongrong did not feel happy at all, but was gnashing with hatred. Strongly holding her breath, Ning Rongrong uttered, You trademark D better let me go, otherwise. Bang! Before she finished speaking, she felt the heavy weight falling down. Ning Rongrong was horrified and quickly grabbed Su Ming's arm. She didn't fall to the ground, but was hugged again. Asshole! Ning Rongrong was angry and glared at Su Ming. He did it on purpose. This guy must have done it on purpose. Glancing at Ning Rongrong's hand, Su Ming said, You say no, but your body is more honest than anything else. Should I let go or not? Swish! As if it was hot, Ning Rongrong instantly loosened her hand and retracted it. Infuriating. Why is this guy so infuriating? You'd better not go to Tiandu City, otherwise I'll kill you. Glancing at someone coldly, Su Ming kindly reminded, If you don't want to be thrown on cow dung, you'd better not glare at me. Cow dung? Ning Rongrong's face froze, and she subconsciously glanced at the roadside. It seems that there are quite a lot. Ning Rongrong felt a chill in her heart. If he... No. Just kill me. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes in despair and gave up struggling. Anyway, I am powerless now, you can do whatever you want. But one day, I will avenge this grudge. Xiao Wu. Someone is imitating me. Seeing Zhu Zuqing running back, Su Ming handed Ning Rongrong to her. Send her back to the dormitory, I still need to practice. Zhu Zuqing hugged Ning Rongrong, looked at the direction Su Ming left, and moved her lips slightly. Thank you. You have no other words except thank you? Su Ming's steps paused, and he waved his hand speechlessly, Thank me, thanks Xiao Wu. Zhu Zuqing hesitated, I mean, that day in the woods. Su Ming glanced over unexpectedly, and he was discovered. It was indeed him. Zhu Zuqing trembled inwardly and lowered her head in embarrassment, her long eyelashes waving in the wind. Thank you is too cheap. You should find a way to improve your strength. That will be helpful to me. After saying that, Su Ming left on his own. There was a 1v7 team match in the evening, and he could also practice god killing. Looking at Su Ming's back as he left, Zhu Zuqing hummed inwardly. She had already mustered up the courage to say thank you. As Xiao Wu said, you can't listen carefully to what this guy is saying. After sending Ning Rongrong back to the dormitory, Zhu Zuqing continued to run. Because Su Ming said, until you fall down from exhaustion, these were his original words. But obviously, she was still the only one who listened carefully. Tang San knew in his heart that after the energy was integrated into the body, it needed soul power to reinforce it. So, sweating profusely, he returned to the academy square and sat cross-legged, circulating soul power to practice. And Xiao Wu knew someone better. The old man always spoke harshly, and if he listened to everything, it would really ruin him. After all, he went back without falling down. On the way, Xiao Wu helped Zhu Zuking, who was lying on the ground, up. Zuking, why are you so stubborn to listen to my brother? I told you on the first day that you don't have to care too much about what my brother says. Just listen to what he says with 80% discount. When I was practicing before, he always did this to me, causing me a lot of suffering. Carrying Zhu Zuking on her back, Xiao Wu was sweating profusely, complaining about her brother Su Ming while walking. It was like she finally found a trash can to store her words, and she couldn't help but vent. Alas! Zuking is still too honest and doesn't know how to adapt. Girls with big breasts really don't have good brains. Not like me. Zhu Zuking, whose pretty face twitched and whose whole body was weak, finally couldn't help but spit out a sentence, practice, is he also so frivolous? The voice was weak, as if she was mumbling to herself. Not frivolous? Xiao Wu shook her head quickly, no, he is not frivolous but too serious. Because he is afraid that we will be lazy, he will predict it in advance. Zhu Zuking. Sure enough, I am too young. Zhu Zuking laughed helplessly, wanting to cry but without tears. After a while, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuking returned to the square. There, several figures were lying on the ground. They were panting weakly, exhausted. Zhao Wuji fell down with a bang, his eyes full of contempt. You little bastards, you are really disappointing. You are so tired after running such a short distance. From now on, one by one, don't bend down in front of me, you are not worthy of me to look at you. Little bastard? You are here to criticize someone else, right? Xiao Wu's face turned purple and green. You'd better not go to the Xingda Great Forest, or I'll show you how powerful the bastard is. Being humiliated like this, Daimyo Bai and the others were also furious. But at this moment, they couldn't stand up at all, so they could only clench their fists to protest. Swish! At this moment, Tang San slowly stood up. With an unyielding will lingering in his eyes, he snorted, Teacher Zhao, I also want to fight with you. I know I can't beat you, but if I can hold on for an incense stick, you can take back what you said, how about it? Tang San, actually challenged Teacher Zhao too? Daimyo Bai and the others raised their heads, staring at the figure that stood up in astonishment. You! Zhao Wuji was also extremely shocked. Damn, he was challenged again? Damn it! When did Soul Master like to challenge Soul Saint so much? But thinking of Tang San's current state, Zhao Wuji couldn't help laughing, raised his head arrogantly, and said. Tang San, with your current physical condition, you still want to hold an incense stick in my hand. Hehe, even if you are full of energy, do you think you can do it? You can be confident when you are young, but you can't be too self-righteous and arrogant. What I hate most is people who love to talk nonsense. Zhao Wuji's harsh reprimand was not directed at Tang San, but at everyone. This was the lesson he learned when he was young. As a teacher, he didn't want Tang San and the others to follow in his footsteps. Hearing this, Tang San didn't waste any words. He took out an Oscar sausage and chewed it, staring at Zhao Wuji. Since you think it's arrogance, let me show you whether I am arrogant or not. Feeling that his physical strength and soul power have recovered a lot, Tang San tyrannically tore off his clothes. He has been thinking about this battle for a long time. He couldn't ask for more to be able to fight with a soul saint. It just happened to be to try out my enhanced strength, even if I lose, so what? Clang, the crisp sound of metal collision spread out. Main trunk, limbs, not a single piece is missing. Tang San took off all his weights. One piece of weight after another, like a bolt from the blue, exploded in the ears of Daimyo Bai and others. Weights? How is this possible? He actually still has weights on him. Daimyo Bai and others looked at Tang San in fear, their scalps were numb. That basket of metal was heavy enough, who would have thought, who would have dared to think, that Tang San had other weights on him? Could it be that he is still wearing such heavy clothes to fight me? Daimyo Bai swallowed his saliva, and felt a chill running up his spine. Pervert, is this still a human being? Zhao Wuji's face trembled, and he almost cursed in his heart. Listening to the sound of the landing, it was probably about 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms of daily weight? My god, compared to them, I was not a waste when I was young? Yu Xiaogang hurried over, he took a deep look at the weight, and then set his eyes on Tang San. He felt cold all over and felt that Tang San was particularly strange at this moment. Is this really the disciple I trained? Questions floated in his mind. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help himself for a long time, and finally turned into a long sigh of both crying and laughing. Chapter 102 The first page of the family tree, Your Father. Soto City, the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. In the antique and luxurious room, the old man with white beard and long eyebrows was looking at the documents, holding a teapot in his other hand. So, the information provided by that guy is all false. Pa, Mirongqi threw the documents on the table, his face was intimidating without anger. Below him, there was a figure covered in black clothes. Male, thin. He bowed slightly, respectfully, and did not dare to look directly into Mirongqi's eyes. Old Qi, your subordinates have found out that there is indeed no village called Snow Village in the far north. When the man mentioned the far north, his eyes were filled with bitterness and hatred. Who knows what he has been through in the past half-month? The far north is really not a place for humans to stay. Mirongqi did not draw a conclusion easily, and asked again. The far north is vast, and some villages are relatively hidden. Could there be omissions? Absolutely impossible. The man shouted immediately. Thinking that his words were a bit presumptuous, he lowered his head again and saluted respectfully. Old Qi, we have explored along the periphery of the far north, and there is absolutely no omission. We have also looked at the surrounding cities, and there has never been any record of Snow Village. Could it be that the Snow Village could be inside the far north? Mirongqi pinched his brows with his fingers. The villages in the far north have long disappeared. Even within 100 miles of the edge, there are rarely any villages. You deliberately filled such a remote place to trouble me, right? Mirongqi was so angry. If I hadn't sent someone to check on the first day, I'm afraid he would have fooled me. This brat. Mirongqi smiled and waved his hand. Okay, don't worry about it. The fighting spirit field has been uneasy recently. Be more careful. Yes, Elder Qi. The man in black raised his head slightly and asked carefully. Elder Qi, then we don't expose him and let him continue fighting spirits. The tea is good. Mirongqi moved his nose and then smiled slightly. Since he wants to fight spirits, let him continue. Opening the door for business, some people participate in fighting spirits, some people watch fighting spirits, no matter what, we will make money. Swish. The man bowed respectfully and retreated with understanding. Kill. Soul Sect. Northland * Snow Village. Martial Soul, Knife. Looking at the registration information, Mirongqi was not angry. He stretched his body, and a flyer appeared in his hand. Glancing at it, he also showed a playful smile on his face. The fighting soul field is better to be lively. The night has not yet fallen, and the afterglow of the sunset remains in the sky. The princes and nobles in Soto City came to the main fighting soul field in advance. Their faces were extremely serious, and there was a feeling of impending storm. Today is destined to be a special day. And they may witness history. I heard that someone wants to play 1v7 today, one person against a team. Oh, you need to tell me, the flyers are all over the city, I spent 10 days' salary to take a look, I hope I won't disappoint you. I heard that the guy has won 15 consecutive games in 1v2 fighting spirits, tut tut tut, I wish I had that ability. That's 1v7, there are at least 2 or 3 soul masters in the team, I think he's in trouble. I think he will win, after all, he hasn't used his martial spirit, which means his trump card has not been exposed. The fighting spirit field seems to have become a hedgehog. There are long queues at the entrances in all directions. The internal fighting spirit field is decorated with lights and golden splendor. The service staff is twice as many as usual, entertaining in an orderly manner, not daring to neglect. Because today is definitely a different day for the fighting spirit field. Since the establishment of the fighting spirit field, no one has ever proposed 1v7 fighting spirits. This move is unprecedented. Due to Su Ming's special request, the fighting arena also relaxed the rules. After all, it is not appropriate for Su Ming to always kick his teammates out, so he is allowed to participate in 1v2 and 1v7. As for the points of 2v2 are still counted on Ximenju. As for the team battle points, as long as Su Ming needs, he can specially designate the other 6 people. That's right. Even if he doesn't play, as long as Su Ming recognizes him as a teammate, he can also get victory points. After all, if Su Ming can win in 1v7, he can pull 6 pigs to 7v7, and the result is also predetermined. There is no need to worry about these points. As the biggest beneficiary, Ximenju has been living an extremely comfortable life recently. Profits are made, and gold coins are earned every day. Fame is gained, 2v2 wins for 15 consecutive times, and the bronze fighting spirit badge is steadily obtained, so who else is there? Therefore, he has not worn a mask when he comes to the fighting arena recently, for fear that others will not recognize him on the street. Under the stage of the main fighting arena. Snap, the burly man with a leopard head and round eyes swung the whip in his hand like a snake, with enough force to split mountains and rocks. His face was ferocious, as if he wanted to eat people. Damn it, you are all crying. Cheer up and laugh, do you understand? Humph, if anyone dares to mess up today, I will let her have 10 or 8 babies to make up for the loss of our Ximen family. It's not easy for the Ximen family to encounter such a good thing. How long can the green smoke on the ancestral tomb float? Do you hear it? I heard it, master. The maids trembled slightly, and their gentle voices were faintly afraid. They dared not respond. They were wearing the same miniskirts and holding ribbons in their hands. They looked like cheerleaders. Dad, there's no need to do this, right? Ximenju shoulder attacked his father Ximenhao, and pulled all the maids over, but several concubines also came over. This is too much of a show. As soon as these words came out, Ximenju's third concubine immediately refused to do it. She was dignified and beautiful, holding Ximenju's hand and said earnestly, Daju, this is a great event that will bring honor to the family, look how happy your father is. Don't talk about this little show, as long as our family is not looked down upon, we will not be stingy with the money we should spend. The second concubine, who was weak and supported her waist, was not willing to be outdone. Ximenju was the only child in the family, so she naturally loved him more, and her voice was extremely gentle. She pulled Ximenju and said, Yes, Daju, the Soul Master world also pays attention to human relations and worldly affairs. The more our family values you, the more people will value you. Look at you, you can get the bronze fighting spirit badge. If you win in half a month, you can get the silver fighting spirit badge. Your friend's winning is like drinking water. As long as he continues to challenge, you may be able to get the gold fighting spirit badge. Golden fighting spirit badge, few people in the whole Soto city have it. Hearing this, Ximenhao smiled even more, and his mouth was a little hard to close. Not bad, I still feel comfortable when the second and third brothers say this. As long as our Ximen family is noble in front of others, no one will look down on us behind our backs. No matter how the gold fighting spirit badge came from, as long as you have it, our family will be proud of it. If anyone is jealous of you, you can say to him, saying that you have a gold fighting spirit badge, do you have it? You don't even have a hair. Do you understand? Ximenju nodded, not quite understanding, with his mouth wide open, and blurted out he must be hairless, which made Ximenhao shout okay in a domineering manner. The two concubines covered their mouths with shy smiles. They were born as ladies from wealthy families and were used to Ximenhao's appearance. Ximenhao waved his hand, and several women immediately retreated. He held Ximenju's hand with a sincere heart and reminded him in a low voice. Son, you must seize this opportunity. In our Ximen family, let alone the gold fighting soul badge, even the silver fighting soul badge has been won. Dad puts all his hopes on you. If you get the gold fighting soul badge, I can rewrite the genealogy of our entire Ximen family in front of several elders and put you on the second page. What do you think? Ximenju frowned, why is it only second? I want to be first. Stinky boy, you are not a human being, are you? Ximenhao gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to do anything. He just gently slapped Ximenju, I'm ranked first, what's wrong, you little bastard, do you have any objections? No, I have no objection. Ximenju shook his head repeatedly, his legs were bent and trembling. That's more like it. Ximenhao nodded with satisfaction, his mouth corners raised into a hook, very happy. After patting Ximenju's shoulder, Ximenhao continued to arrange rehearsals. The dedicated look made Ximenju scratch his head, wondering if his father would be so concerned about his marriage. The gate of Soto City. A team of 8 people. Full of youth, they slowly walked out of the archway of dozens of meters. The weird thing is, knowing that they were here to participate in the soul fighting, Yu Xiaogang and Flanders did not come to give them some guidance. Su Ming, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing. The 4 of them have already made soul fighting a daily routine. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun came these 2 days. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, they did not come. Oscar's eyes turned and he said seriously. In addition to 1v1, soul fighting also has 2v2. There are 8 of us, so we can form 4 teams. What do you think? While speaking, Oscar's eyes were fixed on someone. Fatty. Got it. Dai Mubai and Fatty smiled at each other, and each of them grabbed Oscar's shoulders with one hand and lifted him into the air. Wrong, I was wrong. Oscar immediately begged for mercy, and Dai Mubai and the others put him down. Knowing Oscar was lazy, Dai Mubai crossed his arms and said unhappily, Little Ao, you are a real man, how can you win the soul fight without doing anything? Who can help you if you really meet your mortal enemy in the future? Ma Hongjun also pressed Oscar's shoulder. Boss Dai is right, you should give up this idea, Teacher So will not participate in the soul fight. I think, among the 7 of us, you can focus on 1v1 alone, and you will definitely create a world for the auxiliary soul master. Go away. Oscar slapped Ma Hongjun's hand unhappily. I'm not stupid, there's nothing wrong with the auxiliary soul master fighting alone. However, he was quite surprised that Su Ming did not participate in the soul fighting. He looked at Su Ming curiously and asked. Teacher Su, why don't you participate in the soul fighting? With your strength, if you go to the soul master group, you will be able to kill easily. Who can beat you? After this, except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, the remaining 5 people looked surprised and curious. Su Ming's face did not show any ripples. It's too boring to go to the soul master group to bully the weak, so I didn't participate in the soul master level soul fighting. 5 people. Do you think this is human talk? Xiao Wu and Tang San rubbed their eyebrows and glanced at the night sky. Yes, you did not lie. You did not participate in the soul master group, but you participated in the soul sect group. And both 1v1 and 1v2 have 15 consecutive wins. Tonight, we have to participate in the 1v7 team battle. Xiao Wu knew killing from the beginning. As for Tang San, he recognized the mental immunity mask. Adding to his understanding of Su Ming, he was very sure. There is absolutely no second person in the entire Soto city who can win more than 10 consecutive victories in a 1v2. Haha, do you think I don't trademark T recognize you just because you changed your vest? You go to participate in the fighting spirit, I have something else to do. Seeing that they had entered Soto city, Su Ming waved his hand and then went in another direction. What is going on? He didn't trademark T even bring Xiao Wu with him? Zhu Zuqing leaned towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, what is your brother doing? What? Xiao Wu looked disgusted and said angrily, what else can he do? He met a beautiful woman in the city recently. I heard that her figure is better than yours, my brother is fascinated by him. Zhu Zuqing was speechless, her pretty face flushed, and she did not continue to ask. Ma Hongjun and others showed an ambiguous smile that all men understand. Dai Mubai felt it was a pity. If he had known that Su Ming was such a person, he should have insisted on the last welcome party. Teacher Su must have never tasted the taste of 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. Only Tang San had no choice but to hold his forehead and smile bitterly, secretly thinking that Xiao Wu, you are really not afraid of being beaten to death by your brother, you dare to say such things. The 7 people continued to go to the fighting spirit field. On the way, several people also formed their own small teams. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing formed a team. Tang San and Oscar formed a team. Their purpose was very clear. Su Ming was fighting 2 people alone, so they naturally could not fall behind. A soul master and a great soul master fighting against 2 soul masters could put pressure on them. Seeing that there were only 3 people left, if Dai Mubai teamed up with Ma Hongjun, only Ning Rongrong would be left, and the latter would not be able to participate in the soul fight. Everyone saw the changes in Ning Rongrong. Although she was indeed arrogant before, in the past half a month, she has used her efforts to change everyone's views on her. She has grown into an independent soul master without relying on the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Considering that the future struggle for the throne might take over the power of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Dai Mubai finally chose to team up with Ning Rongrong, leaving Ma Hongjun alone. Ma Hongjun did not dare to have any objection to this. Not to mention that Ning Rongrong would not team up with him. Besides, he is not Su Ming, who can make Ning Rongrong grasped it. Several people came to the fighting soul arena, and Oscar was immediately shocked by the gorgeous lights. Looking at the busy traffic and the surging crowd in front of him, Oscar was confused. He hadn't been here for half a month, how could it become like this? Ning Rongrong didn't know it was her first time here, and Oscar was probably confused too. Dai Mubai stepped forward, his eyes flashing with admiration, and explained. You don't know, there is a ruthless person in the Fighting Soul arena recently, he has won all 1v1 and 1v2. Today I am challenging 1v7, otherwise I wouldn't call all of you. Ma Hongjun's face trembled, not knowing whether it was excitement or fear. That's right, that guy is too scary, he even dares to participate in 1v7. Damn it, if he still wins, then he can really be called the Invincible Soul Sect, and I guess even the Soul King can't beat him. 1v7? Oscar and Ning Rongrong's scalps tingled. Impossible. Impossible. How could such a terrifying person exist on the mainland? Chapter 103. 4 people surrounded, 3 people attacked. Boom, the sound of mountains and seas exploded outside the fighting arena. 1 versus 7. 1 versus 7. The shouts turned into a rope, stopping the steps of Tang San and others. They looked intently. At the main gate of the fighting arena, a man in black walked slowly. The people around him were extremely enthusiastic, but kept their distance. So that the 4 meters around the black man was his exclusive restricted area. The black clothes blended into the night. The black eyes gathered the sunlight. The white mask did not blend with the night, shrouded in the style of changing the world. Step by step, revealing indescribable solemnity and casualness. Killing one person in 10 steps is confidence. Not leaving a trace in 1,000 miles is free and easy. The two are almost perfectly integrated into one. Too handsome. If I were a girl, I would like such a man too. Holding his cheeks, Oscar's peach blossom eyes were full of love. No wonder there are so many beauties around him. Which woman doesn't like such a charming man? Okay, Xiao Ao. He never showed his face, so he might be ugly. But that guy is really powerful. He suppressed 2 soul masters by himself and beat them so hard that they couldn't fight back. He was just like a monster. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, he felt a chill coming towards him. He subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him. Am I wrong? Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the others, Dai Mubai smiled helplessly and didn't care about it. Little did he know that these words had been recorded in the notebook by Xiao Wu, who was calm and composed. Zhu Qing's revenge has not been avenged yet. It's not that I won't avenge, but I haven't got the evidence yet. A mischievous look flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, and she led Zhu Zuqing to the inner part of the fighting spirit arena. Several people followed. Let's talk about Su Ming. At this moment, he had been arranged by Mirong Qi to rest in a private room. Today's main fighting spirit arena only has this one game. The time has been set, and it is set at 8 o'clock in the evening. With a playful look in his eyes, Mirong Qi pretended to admire. You are a unique genius. You have such strength at such a young age, which is really enviable. Like father, like son. I guess your parents are also famous soul masters, right? Hehe, I have a friend who is also from the far north. We met in the afternoon. I can take you to meet him some other day. Yes. Same conciseness. Su Ming continued to carve wood carvings, and sawdust fell on the luxurious carpet like stains. Mirong Qi was speechless. I've said this much, you're still pretending, right? You. Well, Mirong Qi got back to the topic and reminded. Among the people who came to watch the game, there are martial artists. The Cardinal of the main hall of the Soul Palace, and the Lord of Soto City who represents the royal family. If you win, it will definitely be of great benefit to you in the future. Shua, a document fell in front of Su Ming. This is the list and information of the opponents you will fight against drawn by lot. You can take a look first and make preparations. As soon as the voice fell, Su Ming's palm gathered energy and pressed it on the list. Boom, all the confetti rushed up and fell. You. Retracting his gaze, Su Ming continued to draw the knife. What I want is a 1v7 that can be responded to immediately. Senior, don't waste your thoughts on this. I will win this first game. I will win. These 3 simple words are more useful than any explanation, and Mirong Qi swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. That, don't you think about it, in fact, my granddaughter is also pretty. Mirong Qi raised his eyebrows and eyes, but his eyes were always focused on Su Ming. Women will only affect the speed of my cultivation. Su Ming's mouth corners slightly raised, and he seemed to be interested again. If your granddaughter has a unique physique, is as beautiful as a fairy, and can practice yin and yang to help improve her cultivation, then I can consider it. Mirongqi's face darkened instantly. What do you think of my granddaughter? If it weren't for the good benefits you brought to the fighting spirit field, I want to slap you into the wall now, hum. With a wave of his sleeves, Mirongqi left here with a frosty face and murderous aura. Su Ming smiled slightly, indifferent, and continued to carve the wood carving. Mirongqi and the spirit hall had been trying to win him over long ago. If he agreed to the former, he might as well agree to the spirit hall. As for Xiaowu's hatred against the spirit hall, it didn't matter. She was receiving subsidies from the spirit hall and couldn't have any other thoughts about her behavior. Of course, it was only relatively speaking. Su Ming didn't plan to join any force, otherwise there would always be some things that couldn't be explained. If you don't fear thieves stealing, you fear thieves thinking about it. Never think that people are too kind. Swish, swish, swish. Palm-length wooden swords were formed under Su Ming's carving and were quietly placed on the table. More and more wooden swords were carved, and time was passing. In the blink of an eye, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Dear audience, distinguished guests, I am honored to spend this night with you. I believe that tonight will leave everyone with an unforgettable scene. No soul master in the entire continent has ever challenged the soul fighting field with a 1v7 soul fighting. How difficult this is, even if I don't say it, I believe everyone knows it. Perhaps, tonight, we will witness history. Next, please welcome the challenged this time, the Kundu team. The host stood on the fighting stage with a surging heart, delivering the opening speech of the fighting. Looking in the direction pointed by the host's finger, a group of 7 people were walking under the spotlight. There were 5 men and 2 women, and the leader was a man about 25 years old, with a handsome appearance and a majestic demeanor. The white clothes fluttered, the body was straight, as if measured by a ruler, like a long sword piercing the sky. On both sides of him, there were 2 iron-armed men. The 2 looked very similar, with square faces, hard, and arm muscles bulging like gourds. The grey iron color looked more like it was cast with steel. On the far left, there was a slender couple, and there was nothing special about them. On the right, following the 2 iron tower men was a young woman, who looked the youngest. She seems to be less than 20 years old. She wore a green dress, like a blooming green lotus, her big eyes kept looking at the audience, playful and confident. She didn't seem to care about the result of the soul fight, but seemed to be here for fun. Of course, the audience paid the most attention to the cold man at the end, because his white hair was too conspicuous. The host simply introduced the names. The captain was Jianfeng Jianshui, and no one remembered the others. As for the martial soul and cultivation, the host kept it a secret, smiled slightly, and didn't continue. Standing on the stage, Feng Jianshui swept his eyes over the other 6 people and reminded them coldly. Today's soul fight, I have only one last word for you: put away your pride, don't think that we are taking advantage of the opponent by fighting one with 7 of us. You know the strength of that guy. Facing 2 soul lords, he didn't even use his martial soul. His strength is at least at the high level of Soul King. Among the 7 of us, only Bai Yu, Ting Ting, and I are soul masters. If we really fight, we may not have much advantage. Ting Ting, you will directly assist me and Gulong Guhu later. Let's try to take him down directly to avoid more trouble. Okay. The youngest green-clad woman spoke softly and melodiously, as if a lark was singing. The others nodded as well. Even though it was 7 against 1, they did not relax at all. Because 1v2 15 consecutive wins, Su Ming had conquered all doubts with his strength. Even if it was 1v3, it was not difficult for that guy to win. Otherwise, he would not have considered 1v7 as the next challenge. As the few were explaining the final tactics, the lights had already moved away from them. The spotlight shone directly at the exit of the Soul Master Passage, and a figure slowly emerged from the water. Black clothes attacked people, white faces reflected colors. Shua, Su Ming had just taken a step, and his figure had already come to the fighting soul stage like a ghost. The right foot that had not yet fallen was also firmly on the fighting soul stage. This move made the whole audience. The audience was shocked. The faces of the 2 lovers changed instantly, and they no longer had the slightest intention to continue the conversation. It's a loss for the spirit hall that this guy is not selected for the golden generation. In the VIP room, the distinguished old man in red raised his mouth slightly, and his interest became stronger. So fast? Tang San and Xiaowu in the spectator seats were a little uneasy. This was the first time they saw Su Ming burst out with such a terrifying speed. Without any movement, the figure seemed to move in an instant. Even when fighting against Zhao Wuji, he was not exposed. How much else does this guy have hidden? Tang San sighed in his heart. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun doubted their lives and had stern faces. They had only seen a 1v2 fighting spirit of Shi, and the latter was obviously not a sensitive attack spirit master. At this moment, the speed he burst out was more like a sensitive attack spirit master than a sensitive attack spirit master. The one who was most touched was probably Zhu Zuqing, who was a sensitive attack type. This speed was almost the same as the speed of her first soul skill. And this was just a simple step taken by the other party. Step. Knowing that Su Ming was coming up, the soul fighting had already begun. Feng Jiangxiu took 2 steps forward to show respect. Feng Jiangxiu, captain of the Kundo team, Martial Soul Feng Jian, 46 level strong attack type soul fighting section. Are you a disciple of the Feng Jian sect? Yes. Okay. Su Ming responded again. Knowing that the soul fighting had begun, Feng Jiangxiu gave the team members a look. Boom, in an instant, 7 beams of light shot up into the sky. A crystal clear ice blue sword appeared in Feng Jiangxiu's hand, which was quite exquisite. White airflow flowed on the sword body, bringing gusts of wind. The sword did not move, and the wind whistled, which was extraordinary. Ancient Dragon and Ancient Tiger had dark brown hair on their bodies, their chests and arms swelled up, and they half bent so that their arms had fallen to their knees. Their martial spirits should be long-armed gorillas, which can attack and defend. The couple had white and black wings on their backs, which were bird martial spirits, both of which were agile attack type. The petite girl standing in the middle, with the colorful halo rippling, a colorful dandelion emerged behind her. The slender rhizome, which was about 2 meters long, had 4 colors of needles and hair, like an umbrella blocking the girl's head. The only one who didn't move was the white-haired man at the back. From his position, he should be a control type. This lineup was almost a perfect match. Swish, silver light streaked across the sky and then gathered at the tip of the knife. Su Ming held the killing blade, his eyes instantly eagle-like and wolf-like. As long as he won this game, he would have a 1,000-year soul bone. Of course, it was also his first time to fight 7 people alone. With no intention of a duel, Feng Jiangxiu and Gulong and Guhu rushed towards Su Ming in a diagonal line. Shua, Feng Jiangxiu stepped on the wind sword and flew in the air. It stands to reason that he was the fastest, but at this moment, Gulong, the long-armed gorilla spirit, rushed to the front, and he was in the middle. Chi! A high-pitched bird call sounded. The white knife-billed hummingbird and the black golden-necked eagle took off at the same time. 5 figures attacked from the sky and the ground in an instant. The gorgeous spirit rings shone. It was like a big net formed, rushing towards Su Ming. This scene made everyone excited. They didn't expect that the opening scene would be so exciting. The third spirit skill, Meteorite Drop. A shadow fell from the sky, and Gulong jumped into the air, his arms suddenly doubled in size, and his strong fists became as big as a head. At the same time, the golden dandelion fluff was also pouring into his body, and his fist was shining with a golden copper color, like a huge gilded hammerhead, smashing towards Su Ming's crown. I didn't expect that 5 people would attack at the beginning, and Su Ming was also a little surprised. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt that his feet were trapped in a swamp. I saw that Su Ming's feet had been entangled by ice blue vines without knowing when. And at the back, the third soul ring of the man in white was also madly rhythmic. Control System Station Soul Master, the 1,000-year soul skill is really brain entangled. Su Ming frowned, he could break the ice vines, but at this moment, the ancient dragon's mountain-splitting and rock-splitting attack had arrived first, and he couldn't avoid it at all. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would face it head-on. Su Ming's eyes were shining, his body suddenly leaned back, his body was like a long bow ready to be fired, and then he concentrated his strength and punched out suddenly. Bang! Aware of Su Ming's intention, the ancient dragon did not dodge at all, but instead greeted him like a prey. The long-armed gorilla is known for its strength. His third soul skill only increases strength, which can increase arm strength by 120%. Adding Ting Ting's 20% increase, his fist has increased by 140% at this moment. There is no doubt that the power of this punch is enough to reach 7,000 kilograms. Such a terrifying power would make even the first-class beast martial soul master feel nervous. This is his strongest punch. Sacrificing speed and defense, the strongest punch that can be achieved. Gulong didn't believe that Su Ming could get through it. But the result made him unbelievable. Boom! The opponent's fist power was extremely brutal, like the roar of a vicious bear, and even shocked him back 3 meters, and his arms were numb. Cough, cough, Su Ming, who had a dull pain in his chest, couldn't help coughing. Swish, he immediately rolled forward, swung his long sword horizontally, and looked back at the moon with a move, and the vines under his feet were cut off by the killing sword. Also from 1,000-year soul beast, Aone is the soul ring skill, and the other is the weapon enhancement of the 1,000-year soul beast. Although the killing knife has not been enhanced by the soul ring, it should not be able to cut the ice vine. But cutting not only considers the weapon, but also the strength. When the weapon will not collapse, strength becomes the only decisive factor. And what Su Ming lacks the least is strength. Swish! Su Ming just jumped out from the spot, and feather blades broke through the air instantly. The black and translucent feathers were like sharp blades, and the violent storm cut, and even cut small pits on the solid fighting soul platform. It was the second soul skill launched by the Black Golden Eagle Martial Soul Man in the sky. Su Ming just landed and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The mental power spread out, and through the mental image, he instantly noticed the situation around him. I saw the 2 brothers Feng Jiangxiu, Gulong, and Gu Hu standing in an equilateral triangle. Almost at the same time, the second soul skills of the 2 brothers lit up at the same time. They punched the ground with both fists, and the terrifying energy sent out mountain ridges and blasted to both sides. Strangely, they were not aiming at Su Ming, but at the space on both sides of his body. At the same time, the female soul master of the knife-billed hummingbird and the male soul master of the black golden-necked eagle also launched their third soul skills in the air at the same time. The long beak of the hummingbird, after the snow-white energy gathered, burst out a hot and terrifying energy tangent. The male soul master of the golden-necked eagle intertwined his hands, and the black wings were blue in the breeze, and the clear feathers were stained with a layer of gold. Suddenly, it was like an autumn wind at night, as if countless golden dead leaves fell. The feathers floated in the space behind Su Ming, and the golden feathers connected one by one, gathering into an unbreakable cage. Looking closely, the cage seemed to be surging with restless energy, like a series of landmines, and the slightest movement would make people's flesh and blood fly. This is the third soul skill of the man's golden-necked eagle martial soul, the feather formation. This kind of soul skill is generally used by him to block the enemy. Once touched, it explodes and can instantly burst out terrifying energy. But now the man has no hesitation and directly uses it to block Su Ming's retreat. Yes. Block Su Ming's retreat. In front of Su Ming, a white feather blade fell, and through the lingering energy light waves, 3 figures could be vaguely seen. 3 soul masters. A straight line. At least 2 soul rings lit up on their bodies. The 3 people had cold faces, and the ruthlessness of killing with one blow was on everyone's face. As if they had a telepathic connection, the 7 people's attacks were launched at the same time. What a big deal! Su Ming's eyes were bright, and the killing knife in his hand flashed a silver light that was as bright as frost and snow. Since you want to fight hard, let's try it. I didn't expect that the opponent would not fight a protracted war in a 7-on-1 situation, but would rather kill the enemy in one battle. Use the strongest attack soul skills of the 4 soul masters to block the surroundings. The 3 soul masters jointly launched the strongest attack. That's right, after seeing Su Ming's terrifying speed, Feng Jiangxiu immediately changed his strategy. In the 1v2 battle, Su Ming has exposed his terrifying defense. At present, at least the strongest soul master's 1,000-year soul skill attack can cause damage to him. And everything they did was to buy the best time for their 3 strongest soul masters. If you want to break through, you must withstand the strongest attack of one soul master. And hesitation will reveal a time gap. The gap is a flaw. The third soul skill, the mixed primordial chi, changes into 1,000 changes. The 4th soul skill, the golden autumn rain, scattered all over the sky. Wow, the dandelion behind Ye Ting Ting exploded. The fluff thinner than cow hair covered the entire fighting soul field, colorful and stunning. In an instant, the attacks of the 4 soul masters became fierce at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ye Ting Ting looked at Su Ming with a pale face, a faint smile on her lips, as if she was saying to Su Ming, "Big brother, don't blame me, it's all because you are too powerful." At the same time, 2 rays of light overflowed from the dandelion rhizome and sank into the bodies of the Icevine martial soul Bai Yu and the wind sword martial soul Feng Jiangxiu. My god, one person amplified 6 people. Oscar was stunned. With such a large-scale amplification, this girl would be popular wherever she went. You have to eat your own sausages, but this girl's soul skill amplified instantly, which is not comparable at all. Don't look at the amplification of so many people, but the amplification effect of her 4th soul skill is not great. It should only increase the soul power of each person by 10%, and she can't hold on for long. The most critical thing is his 3rd soul skill. If I guess correctly, that is to increase the attack power. Just as Tang San and the others were looking in the direction, she was the one who spoke, Ning Rong Rong. As the strongest auxiliary martial soul, no one knows amplification better than her. Hearing this, Tang San and the others nodded in agreement, because the situation on the field had already proved this point. Before the amplification began, Feng Jiangxiu and Bai Yu had already activated their spirit skills, as if they were deliberately timing the amplification, not daring to waste a single second. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless ice vines stretched out, like an octopus firmly binding Su Ming's hands and feet. Ha! Feng Jiangxiu gathered his hands in front of his chest, and his spirit wind sword kept spinning. The wind sword, which was originally the size of his arm, now turned into the size of a human. He slapped his hands out, and the huge wind sword ignited like a bullet, rushing towards the feather blade light curtain with unstoppable force. Go! Behind the wind sword, there was a cluster of huge ice spikes that were no smaller than it, rustling through the air and hitting it. The ice spikes were like a dragon, revealing a smooth body. It made people think of the indestructible ice hanging above their heads, chilling them to the bone. In the cold winter, no one was not afraid of this ghost thing that suddenly appeared. That Bai Yu was not a pure control-type soul master. The 4th soul skill was actually offensive. Facing the amplified 4th soul skills of the 2 soul ancestor, even the Soul King would flee in panic. If he was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured. Wow, it seemed that something passed by and sank into the golden feather formation behind Su Ming. Boom boom boom, the 2 explosions immediately turned into a series of explosions, which were about to overturn the entire fighting soul stage. The energy dust dispersed, and Su Shuang rolled his right hand back under the cover of his sight. The silver-colored killing knife turned into a pitch-black color, with golden filaments in the middle, spinning around Su Ming like a dragon. The vines that imprisoned Su Ming's hands were cut off and returned to Su Ming's hands. Swish! The bright silver color broke through the air, and the lightning-like knife tore apart the spreading golden smoke. The silver moon, like a life-claiming sickle, went towards Feng Jiangxiu and the other 2. Boom! The silver moon collided with the wind sword and the ice ridge, and a suffocating roar exploded in the fighting soul arena. Swish! 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 Ice cubes flew everywhere, and the wind rolled up the clouds. The terrifying energy collision shook the entire fighting soul arena, and even the Soul King would fall into it. Swish! Swish! 2 soul emperors appeared and quickly covered the energy with a protective shield. Feeling the exploding energy attack, the 2 soul emperors were secretly shocked. This was not a battle between soul lords, but a battle between soul kings. Wow! Everyone stood up in high spirits. One person blocked 2 4th soul skills? And it was a soul skill blessed by an auxiliary soul master. Ha ha ha, I said that she would definitely win. The 4th soul skills of the 3 soul masters were all used. What else can they use to win? Oh my god, this can't beat him. It's over, it's over. If I had known that she would win, I wouldn't have fought. The 4th soul skill was useless. Damn Kundu team, give me back my money. In the VIP room, Cardinal Lopez also stood up. His eyes were like a prairie fire, extremely hot. But the next second, his eyebrows that were raised excitedly fell again, and he sighed helplessly. After all, he lost. In the stands, Ximen Hao and his son waved the ribbons proudly, and were so excited that they couldn't control their bodies. We won. If we keep fighting like this, we will really win. My god, 1 against 7, 1 against 7. No, I have to work harder when I get home. Hehe, if I have a daughter, I'll give her to. Before Ximen Hao's beautiful fantasy unfolded, the sound of vomiting blood rang out on the fighting stage. Swish! 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 Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces changed wildly. Especially the latter, whose face was as cold as ice, clenched her fists and almost wanted to kill someone. This! Everyone was stunned, their eyes were as big as old cows. The smiles on Ximenhao and his son's faces froze and stiffened. The hairs on their bodies stood up, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Su Ming's black clothes on his chest suddenly burst into blood, as if he was hit by a bullet, and a hole was blown open, dripping blood. There was still a pool of blood on the ground. Judging from the blood stains on Su Ming's chin, it should be vomited by him. She is actually injured? Boom. The sky was clear, and suddenly there was a muffled thunder. Some people were frightened, while others were ecstatic. Has the legend of Shi's invincibility finally been broken? Damn it, 7 against 1, do you still have any shame? Swearing and throwing down the ribbon, Ximenhao's old face was full of sullenness. He absolutely would not accept such a result. Sure enough, 1 against 7 is still too much. Dai Mubai sighed helplessly, and he looked at Tang San and the others with a strange look in his thoughtful eyes, and asked. Did you see him use his soul skills just now? Ma Hongjun and the other 4 shook their heads mechanically. Shi's attack just now was not a soul skill. If it was a martial soul skill, she might not lose. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, they were still immersed in Su Ming's failure, unable to extricate themselves for a long time, and did not hear Dai Mubai's words at all. We won. We won? Seeing Su Ming holding his chest and looking painful, the couple soul masters fell from the sky and stood beside the 2 brothers Gulong and Guhu. The 4 looked at each other, their tense faces relaxed a lot, and their eyes showed the joy of victory. Captain! The 4 Gulongs looked at Feng Jiangxiu excitedly, as if they wanted to share the joy of victory together. What's going on? What's wrong with the captain? The 4 people's eyes were shocked, and suddenly they felt something was wrong. Shua Black Wings passed by, and the eagle martial spirit man quickly came in front of Feng Jiangxiu. Captain, Captain! Noticing that Feng Jiangxiu's pupils were dilated and the spirit in her eyes disappeared, the man's heart sank and he patted Feng Jiangxiu on the shoulder. Puff! The palm that was originally light, but fell on Feng Jiangxiu, it was like a mountain pressing down on her head. Feng Jiangxiu spit out blood and her body fell backwards uncontrollably. Captain! The man hurriedly supported Feng Jiangxiu. But this palm seemed to trigger a chain of landmines. Puff! 2 streams of blood spurted out again. Bai Yu, who was at the back, stood in front of Ye Tingting without knowing when. Forward. They all vomited blood, fell backwards as if they lost consciousness, and fell heavily on the ground of the fighting soul arena. 3 soul masters fell down instantly. Wow! When this scene appeared, everyone's eyes exploded. Even Lopez and Miranki's faces changed. Boom! The glass of the VIP room exploded instantly, and the 2 could not suppress the breath on their bodies at all. What happened? Why did the 3 soul masters fall down? Lopez and Miranki stood at the edge of the VIP room, staring at Su Ming with frightened eyes. Even if they were soul saints, they could not understand what had just happened. A soul master actually used a skill that even they could not see through? Thinking of this, the 2 people's clenched palms could not help but sweat, and they were still frightened. After the silence, the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. No, what happened? Why did those 3 people suddenly vomit blood and fall down? Fuck, these twists and turns one after another, I'm scared to death. As expected of Shi, it's worth it to exchange this little injury for the fall of 3 soul masters. But, I don't understand it either. Can anyone explain it to me? Ha ha ha, fortunately I didn't throw away my bet ticket, I can go out and have fun again today. Full of doubts. Unbelievable. Inexplicable. Sadness and pain. All kinds of life constantly appear on everyone's faces. The atmosphere of the fighting soul field instantly reached its climax. Tens of thousands of people shouted fiercely, and the huge airwave made the whole fighting soul field tremble. Because the result has become very clear. She still has the strength to fight. But the main force of Kundu team has been defeated. There are only 4 soul masters left, do you still want to get the upper hand on Shi? Bang bang. Fingers pointed at the acupuncture points on the chest. Su Ming raised his gloomy face. It was the first time he was injured so badly in the half-month since he came to the soul fighting arena. And the other side was just a team of 3 soul masters. If there were 7 soul masters, even if he used his martial soul, the chance of winning would be very small. Auxiliary and enhanced attack soul masters could compete with soul kings. Not to mention that there were 5 soul masters of 3 types, agility attack, control, and strong attack. Indeed, Su Ming's physique, speed, and attack power were not weak. But one person against 7 people, the opponent can completely use soul skills to kill you. As long as you are trapped for a few seconds, the soul skills of several people can cover you within a 5-meter radius. Indiscriminate bombing, you won't have a chance to dodge at all. You guys, do you still want to fight? A chilling snort sounded in the soul fighting arena. Gulong and Guhu trembled, and their eyes showed a sense of retreat. The same is true for the couple. Su Ming's attack just now was so strange that the 4 of them didn't notice it at all. Even the captain Feng Jiangxiu and the others couldn't bear it. Now they were seriously injured. There was no point in fighting anymore. Forget it, let's send the captain and the others to heal first. As the disappointed voice sounded on the fighting arena, the other 3 lost their fighting spirit instantly. Fight? This guy's physique, it's hard for the soul master to seriously injure him. On the contrary, it would be humiliating and delay the treatment time of teammates. After thinking about it, they jumped off the platform with Feng Jiangxiu and the other 2 on their backs. Oh my god! Kundo team, they admit defeat. The host didn't care about his demeanor and raised his arms and shouted with the microphone. At this moment, he didn't look like a host, but more like an audience, a fanatical fan. Boom, as if a barrel of explosives was ignited, the entire fighting arena instantly fell into a carnival. Kill! 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 The mountains and the sea roared, and the shouts were hoarse. Tonight, they witnessed a great history. So that when they recall Su Ming's great life in the future, no one will be more surprised. Some things have already shown signs and are destined for the future. Because they have been on the road of amazement for a long time. Chapter 104 Pope? Titled Douluo? 1. But how did they win? Such questions flashed through the minds of countless people. Whether it was the Cardinal Lopez of the Spirit Hall, Murong Qi of the Fighting Spirit Arena, or Lu Ruofeng, the mayor of Soto City. They didn't understand what happened in the final explosion. But what they can be sure of is she really won 1v7. Ha ha ha, it's true that heroes come from young people. Friend, Shi can achieve what he has today, and he will definitely be the best among the strong men on the continent in the future. I have prepared some light wine in my house, I wonder if you can. Before Lu Ruofeng finished speaking, Murong Qi's unhappy voice had covered it. I say, Lord Lu, this is also a grand event of my soul fighting arena. It's not right for you to snatch people in front of us like this. Murong Qi stared at the figure coming out of the VIP room, and he was very aggressive. Lu Ruofeng laughed and didn't want to conflict with the Murong family, so he chose to keep silent. The Murong family is a family with soul fighters, and their strength should not be underestimated. However, Lopez, the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall, will not tolerate him. Without even looking at the 2 of them, he had already fallen from a high place, and came to Su Ming with a domineering look. A red-clad man, clothes bright and eye-catching. White eyebrows and white hair, a visual sense of white hair and youthful face. The leisurely strolling posture, as if the fighting spirit field has become his backyard. There is no flamboyant appearance, but as soon as Lopez appears, he is the focus of everyone in the field. In the entire fighting spirit field, everyone will revolve around him. Looking at the young man in front of him, Lopez's eyes are burning. It seems that he sees the glory of the Spirit Hall rising slowly. He said sincerely, I have never seen such a monstrous person in my life who can defeat 7 people with his own strength. I sincerely invite you to join the Spirit Hall. A small place like Soto City is not where you should stay. If you join the Spirit Hall, I will immediately recommend you to go to the Spirit Hall to practice. With your talent, you will definitely be valued by the titled Douluo elders, and it is a 9 out of 10 chance that you will be accepted as a disciple. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Hiss, he is actually valued by the Spirit Hall and is being brought to the Spirit Hall headquarters for training. No, you didn't listen to what the bishop said. The Spirit Hall headquarters is also divided into different levels. If he goes there, he will definitely be a core disciple. Doesn't that mean that she can not only meet the titled Douluo, but also the rumored Pope? My god! Damn, with Shi's talent and strength, I can't envy him enough. It's unreasonable for the Spirit Hall not to win over such a person. All the audience and fighting spirit masters looked at Su Ming with envy. The Spirit Hall is the holy place that all spirit masters dream of. A step to the sky, a promising future. Lopez didn't say this carefully, but chose to say it openly. The purpose is to brand she with the Spirit Hall label. No one dares to snatch the Spirit Hall's people. Sure enough, as Lopez said this, Mirongqi and Lu Ruofeng were both silent. Martial Soul Hall, the 3 words are like a mountain. What's more, it also involves titled Douluo. They can no longer bear the benefits of this. Even the forces behind them can't bear the anger of titled Douluo. Clenching his fists, Mirongqi was very reluctant. If he could win over she to the Mirong family, in the future. Not to mention titled Douluo. At least Soul Douluo, the Mirong family can fully cultivate. In this way, the Mirong family with 3 Soul Douluo can also have a certain voice in the Soul Master world and rank among the lower 4 sects. Old man Mirong, your Mirong family is not worthy. Feeling Mirongqi emotional fluctuations, Lopez glanced at him lightly, his face full of disdain. Last time it was a black cardinal, this time it's a red cardinal. After a while, it's probably the platinum cardinal and the titled Douluo who will come. Su Ming looked up indifferently and said, I appreciate your kindness, senior. I just want to complete the challenge in the fighting arena and see if I can win 100 consecutive victories. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Now I just want to concentrate on completing this task. I have no intention of joining any force for the time being. Rejected, rejected. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect she to be able to resist such a huge temptation. That's the Holy Land of Soul Masters. The Pope. The titled Douluo. You just refused it indifferently like this? In the stands, Xiao Wu slowly loosened her hand holding the railing, and breathed a sigh of relief. The white eyebrows raised, and Lopez's wrinkled old face flashed with displeasure. Don't you think about it. For you, this is an important moment to change your destiny. I advise you to think about it again. Su Ming shook his head without hesitation. Without 100 consecutive victories, I don't have the heart to think about these things. As for what will happen in the future, I think there will be a result by then. After all, I will be in Soto City for the next 2 months and have no intention of traveling far. Hearing this, Lopez's ugly face eased slightly. It seems that she is not simply refusing, but just wants to complete the challenge of 100 consecutive victories. The challenge of 100 consecutive victories is not so easy to complete. You are young and energetic, and it is also a good thing to hit a wall. Well, I will wait for you for 2 months. The martial soul and soul skills are useless, just in time to continue to see the real strength. Thinking, Lopez took out a box from his sleeve. This is a healing pill that can help you recover quickly. If you want to join the Spirit Hall, you can come to the main hall to find me at any time. After giving the box to Su Ming, Lopez turned around and left. Geniuses have their own pride, which deserves tolerance. However, if this tolerance turns away from the Spirit Hall, it is heresy. In the Soul Master channel, Lopez's gentle eyes flashed a coldness. If you are not used by the Spirit Hall, you are the enemy. I hope you are a smart person. Pills? Su Ming did not open the box and threw it into the space ring. Even if it was a healing pill, he didn't want to eat it randomly. The Spirit Hall is full of people of all kinds, and everyone's thoughts are too hard to guess. Shua, like a fleeting shadow, Su Ming quickly rushed out of the fighting spirit field, and today's battle was over. Looking at she running away like this, Mirongqi's face did not change at all, he had already gotten used to it. Even if we send someone to follow, we'll be thrown away by him. Mirongqi does not want to offend the other party because of this. As she left, everyone shook their heads with regret. They should celebrate at this time. Why did he suddenly run away? Especially the female fans, their eyes were full of resentment, wishing to catch she back. Ximenhao and his son also missed. They originally wanted to treat them to dinner, but now. Tonight, a wonderful fighting spirit, leaving no regrets. Tonight, it is also the most regrettable. Because the man who made history did not leave any words. The coldness when coming, set off the unrestrained when leaving. It's like a gust of wind passing by, leaving only the lingering fragrance, each savoring. Let's go, next, it's our turn. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Tang San turned his head and looked at everyone. Dai Mubai and others' eyes were particularly bright, shining like jewels, immersed in the fighting spirit just now. It's amazing. Winning against 7 alone. Facing such a spirit master, one can't help but feel desperate. Several people were eager to fight, and couldn't wait to go to the fighting arena to participate in the fighting. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing won the battle very quickly. Even in the 1v1 victory, Xiao Wu killed the opponent with one skill. She didn't wait for Tang San and the others at all, she had already dragged Zhu Zuqing back. And, she used Qing Gong to hurry on the way, and didn't stop for a second in Soto City. You look anxious. Following Xiao Wu's steps, Zhu Zuqing was full of curiosity. I don't know what happened to make Xiao Wu so nervous that she didn't even wait for Tang San and the others. I want to go back to practice. Xiao Wu smiled easily, and her Qing Gong didn't slow down, but became faster. At the same time, the smile on her face quickly disappeared. Zhu Zuqing frowned, she obviously felt that Xiao Wu was worried. Seeing that Xiao Wu was so fast that she was about to fall behind, Zhu Zuqing had to possess her spirit and use the spirit to keep up. After a while, the two returned to Shrek Academy. Brother! Seeing that Su Ming's room was lit, Xiao Wu pushed the door open and rushed in. Su Ming was actually in the academy? Zhu Zuqing thought it was strange, but she still followed Xiao Wu in rashly. Why are you running back when you are not fighting in the fighting arena? As soon as she stepped in, Su Ming's cold voice rang in her ears. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking like he was practicing, with soul power fluctuating around him, and his eyes had just opened. Xiao Wu looked at Su Ming's chest, and seemed to understand something from Su Ming's eyes, and her heart finally fell. That, the fighting is over, I and Zhu Qing have won, and I came back when I felt fine. Su Ming nodded, but his heart was like a mirror. With Xiao Wu's personality, she would not come back so early even if she won, probably because she saw that she was injured. However, she had expected this injury, and asked Xiao Xian for a few recovery beans in advance, just in case. Su Ming said earnestly. From today on, you and Zhu Qing should not go to Soto City. You continue to practice soul power and mental power, and it is best to practice mental power, so that others can't react to your 8-section throw. As for Zhu Qing, you can't fall behind in physical training and soul power training. You are only level 28 soul power, you are a bit far behind Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Wu knew what Su Ming meant by the first sentence, and nodded without thinking. As for Zhu Qing, her heart couldn't help but ripple, and she was a little overjoyed. This was the first time he gave her a positive guidance. Zhu Qing looked around with bright eyes, and nodded solemnly. No need to thank me. I just want a reward. Su Ming thought about it and said. I have opened up all your meridians for you. Your cultivation speed will be improved qualitatively. You can ask Xiao Wu how she cultivates her soul power. Try to break through to level 30 within 2 months. Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes lit up. Xiao Wu had already revealed some tips on cultivating soul power to her. But Su Ming didn't say anything. Xiao Wu didn't dare to spread such a treasure. She was itching to do it. Zhu Zuqing was about to thank him, but she thought that this seemed to be the 4th time she had to say thank you. Thank you did become a little cheap, so she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. But Xiao Wu didn't want to do it. Oh, it's not fair. It's not fair. Brother, you are biased. Why are you so good to Zuqing? I've been your sister for so long, and you're willing to give it to me. You've only known Zuqing for half a month, and you've given it to her. Humph, am I your sister, or is she? Xiao Wu clung to Su Ming, twisting his arm while pouting her lips in anger. She opened her big, puffy eyes, as if she couldn't get up if you didn't compensate her. This scene made Zhu Zuqing extremely embarrassed. She wanted to leave, so she had to look at her feet shyly, wondering what he meant. She and he were not related, so there was really no need for him to be so good to her. Not to mention, that was the cultivation method that Xiao Wu had finally obtained. Could it be? Zhu Zuqing seemed to have thought of something, and glanced at Su Ming shyly with her beautiful eyes, her heart pounding. Did he say that his legs were long on purpose? Or is she trying to attract my attention? The blush on her neck quickly spread to her entire face, like flowers blooming in spring. Zhu Zuqing's hands and feet at a loss, she didn't know how to deal with it, because she really couldn't figure out the purpose of Su Ming helping her like this. Noticing Zhu Zuqing's flushed face, Su Ming frowned and reminded her. Don't think too much, I don't have any intentions towards you in this regard. If you believe in love at first sight, it's better to believe in lust at first sight, the latter is much more reliable. A basin of cold water poured from head to toe, making people calm down instantly. Looking at Su Ming's calm eyes, Zhu Zuoqing knew that she was overthinking. But thinking that her thoughts were seen through just now, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This is too embarrassing. However, what is this guy trying to do? Zhu Zuoqing couldn't figure it out. But Xiao Wu seemed to realize something and stammered. Brother, you can't really. Bang. Before Xiao Wu finished speaking, she was slapped in the face. Being pushed down on the bed like a garbage and being despised, Xiao Wu's face turned black and she couldn't get up. This time, the mental damage was too great. Without mental compensation, she couldn't get up even if she was beaten to death. Hehe, this quilt is so comfortable. Brother knows how to enjoy it. The resentful atmosphere was almost spreading throughout the room. Su Ming's eyes were squinting, indifferent. You are so shameless at this age. Humph. Xiao Wu's face froze, rubbing her eyes and glancing at the roof. Just now, the wind was strong and I didn't hear anything. Repeat, I didn't hear anything. Okay, when your mental power is improved, I will teach you a faster way to practice. Su Ming said helplessly. Really? Cooked, and it's boiled rabbit. You. Xiao Wu bit her lower lip and got up from the bed immediately in anger. Zuoqing, let's go, ignore this guy. Holding Zhu Zuoqing's arm, Xiao Wu dragged the former away. Watching the two leave through the window, Su Ming continued to close his eyes and feel the coexistence of mental power and soul power. Zhu Zuoqing is indeed very beautiful. But since he started practicing, few beauties can disturb his heart. Strength is the foundation of everything. Love without strength can only be like a moth flying into a flame, asking for trouble. He is not so far as to fall in love with everyone he sees. Chapter 105 The painting style suddenly changed, practicing swordsmanship. Kill, single challenge 7-person team wins. Under the deliberate rendering and manipulation of the fighting spirit field, the news spread in all directions at the speed of wind. Incredible. More like a dream. Hearing this news, they were all stunned and shocked. Especially the middle and high-level soul masters, they knew very well how powerful the 7-person fighting spirit team was. If he can win in 1v1, it is enough to prove his strength. If he can win in 1v2, he is already a genius. If he can win in 1v3, it means he has the ability to fight against soul kings above his level. 1v7? Hehe. This is more like a miracle than a miracle. It even makes people wonder if there is some unknown inside story. For example, 7 people suppress their strength? Or is it that the fighting spirit field has been drugged? It is possible that the 7 people were bribed to play a fake match? For all seemingly impossible things, people have the right to question and the desire to explore the truth. And the truth was born at this moment. 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. Meeting Hall. Behind the rosewood carved chair, there is a huge green warm jade. A man in white sits on it, and his long hair falls straight on the jade behind him. From the front, the man's temperament makes people feel a kind of indifference of lightly describing the meaning. He had a handsome face, elegant and gentle, and his white robe was like flying snow, spotless. He was neither fat nor thin, with a soft and restrained look, and there was no sign of any harm. But in front of him, a Soul Emperor-level strongman knelt respectfully. Is this news really from Soto City? Looking at the silk book in his hand, Ning Fengzi raised his eyebrows slightly, and his white fingers rhythmically tapped the armrests of the chair, making a light sound. Replying to the sect master, I have already found out that the news is absolutely true. There is no inside story. That man defeated the 3 soul sects head-on. In front of Ning Fengzi, the man in tight clothes knelt respectfully, not even daring to look up and look directly at him. Ning Fengzi responded with a without showing any emotion. The man understood and backed away until the distance was far away, then turned around, and did not even look at Ning Fengzi disrespectfully with his eyes. As the man left, Ning Fengzi glanced at the silk book again. She. Haha, the name is really, but it is worthy of this arrogance. The deep cold eyes flashed with light, and Ning Fengzi's mouth corners slightly raised, as if there was an expectation of seeing the prey. Fengzi, I will accompany you for a trip. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded in the hall. On the side of the hall, an old man with white hair and beard walked slowly. The old man was wearing a snow-white robe, with a refined and powerful figure, white hair, and a childlike face, which was completely different from his age. If an old man from the outside world saw him, I am afraid he would have to discuss the secret of longevity. The old man looked at Ning Fengzi from a distance, and his eyes were sharp. The whole person was like a long sword waiting to be unsheathed, exuding a domineering aura of supremacy. Uncle Jian! Sect Master Ning called out and stood up quickly. Chen Xin snorted coldly, such a big thing has happened. Soto City is no longer safe. I am worried about leaving Rongrong there. Ning Fengzi was speechless and could not refute. I thought that Shrek Academy had Flanders and Zhaowuji, so there was no need to worry about Rongrong's safety. Now that such a monster has appeared in Soto City, I am afraid that it has attracted the attention of many forces. Ning Fengzi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Originally, I wanted to let her go out for training, but I didn't expect that she would be brought back after only a month. I don't know how long it will take for her to grow up in the sect. Uncle Jian, Rongrong is back this time, don't spoil her like before, you are almost spoiling that girl. You mean, we have misled Rongrong? Uncle Jian, I'm not this. Chen Xin interrupted domineeringly. Fengji, Old Bone Dragon and I are not dead yet, and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect still has you. It's not the moment of survival to save the collapsing building. Rongrong is only 12 years old, there is no need to embarrass her like this, and let her experience alone so early. Can you really bear it? As a father, who really has the heart to do it? Ning Fengzi sighed inwardly, and a trace of worry appeared in his calm eyes. Alas, I'm afraid that time will not wait for me. Recently, I always dreamed that there was a huge storm rolling, as if the sect would face severe tests in the near future. It's always good for Rongrong to have a little more strength to prevent trouble before it happens. Hearing this, Chen Xin's face also became solemn. Fengji, you mean? Ning Fengji smiled and stopped Chen Xin from saying anything. The magnificent hall suddenly became silent. A cool breath came through the window. The 2 people's robes moved without wind. On the ancient road, the autumn wind gradually rose, and the setting sun cast its afterglow. The luxurious carriage was escorted by several old men in red clothes, moving slowly. And on the roof, there was a man and a woman sitting, as if they were admiring the sunset in the sky. Brother, do you think that person is really that powerful? The voice was like a lark, and the woman's voice was sweet and charming. The long black hair fell to her waist, and the woman was wearing a light yellow tights, with a nearly perfect figure. Although the woman's face was not stunning, she was warm and fair, and her eyes were as charming as lightning, as if to make men fall in love with her. The man in silver clothes and hair like steel needles heard the words and said in a hoarse voice, "Since it is the news sent back from the main hall, I don't think they dare to lie to His Holiness the Pope. The whole continent is very large, and there are always some old monsters who have not come out. It is not surprising that they have some strength and can show off their power in Soto City." The man seemed to be praising, but after listening carefully, he felt something was wrong. The woman smiled proudly. Soto City is just a kingdom city. Even if the Soul Master has strength, how strong can he be? With the strength of the 2 of us, we can jointly perform the martial soul fusion technique, and 1 against 7 is not a problem at all. It seems that the teacher still wants us to go for training this time. The man did not speak, but his silence indicated his agreement. The 2 were none other than Xiaoyu and Hulina, who had set out from Wuhan City. The Wuhan Hall had a special information transmission channel, and the Pope's Hall received the news from the main halls of various places earlier than any other forces. The Wuhan Hall could not remain indifferent to a genius who could beat 7 people alone. So, Pope Bibi Dong ordered the 2 to go to Soto City to investigate the situation and see if it was really as Lopez reported. The 2 did not know whether the information they received was incomplete or they were too conceited, and seemed to have misinterpreted Bibi Dong's meaning, thinking it was just a scene. Training. Yes, their martial soul fusion skills are indeed extremely powerful. Even if they are both soul masters, the strength they burst out can crush several soul masters. But they seem to have missed that she is just one person and young. He does not have the blessing of martial soul fusion skills, but fights alone. Pope Bibi Dong knows more about what a 1v7 victory means. So he secretly sent a titled Douluo to come with him. However, Xiaoyu and Hulina did not know about this and thought they were here for training. Little did they know that Bibi Dong sent them here to test the sword. Testing the 2 swords is also testing the sword of the murderer. If the test is good, the Spirit Hall can harvest 2 sharp blades at the same time. If the test is bad, the Spirit Hall can also harvest a sharper sword. No matter which Spirit Hall, it will not lose. Shrek Academy. The sky is clear and the air is fresh, suitable for outing. Su Ming stood behind the wooden house, waving the hatchet in his hand, and the grass and trees in front of him were like frost, all withered. It can be seen with the naked eye that as the grass and trees drooped, the forest automatically formed a road mark. Since Su Ming won 1v7, Do Soul became simpler. No soul sect dared to challenge Su Ming in 1v1 soul fighting. Even in 1v2 soul fighting, many combinations were afraid before the battle. So, once they knew they were matched with Su Ming, they could only consider themselves unlucky and choose to surrender. Given this situation, many people came to watch soul killing. I bought a ticket to see the other party surrender. The audience's unwilling refund voice also reached the top of the soul fighting field. Murongchi had to make adjustments again and put all of Su Ming's soul fighting on the weekend. In other words, if there were people who were unwilling to surrender, those who want to fight with she, all come on Sunday night. Rotary battles are fine, you can fight if you can win, including 1v2. However, after the Shiyi Hammer 7 incident, there are very few such fools, most of them choose to surrender. Only those who come here to see Su Ming's strength will challenge him. The disadvantage is that due to the change to the ring system, Su Ming will get the Gold Fighting Spirit badge in a month. The advantage is that the number of consecutive wins in a month will increase. If you are lucky, you can win multiple people in a row on Sunday night, plus the number of surrenders from Monday to Saturday, there will be at least a dozen consecutive wins a week. A new month has begun, and only 23 days have passed. Su Ming has now achieved 62 1v1 fighting spirit victories, 52 1v2 victories. 1v7 cannot be a ring system, so it is less, only 7 victories, and in each game, Su Ming won with injury. There was even a match where they encountered a team of 5 soul sects, and Su Ming was severely injured before he won the victory with difficulty. Swish! Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing God killing once, proficiency +1. Swish! Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing God killing once, proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing God killing practice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Holy Spirit sword technique. Finally completed. Su Ming's face showed a strange look again after the joy that had just risen. Sword technique? Or Holy Spirit sword technique? Of course Su Ming knew what Holy Spirit sword technique was, it was the unique skill of Fenjiun Sword Saint. Especially Sword 23, when this move was used, everything in the sword energy barrier condensed and could be slaughtered by it. When I saw Fenjiun at the beginning, I thought it was a bug level move. But the problem is that I am practicing swordsmanship. There are thousands of ways to practice swordsmanship, and a slight mistake can lead to 1,000 miles of difference. Besides, although both the knife and the sword can be used in chopping and lifting, there is a world of difference between knife and sword. Knowing knife skills can make you use sword skills. But you can never reach the strongest in sword skills. However, Su Ming is really unwilling to give up the Holy Spirit sword skill. After all, the practice is perfect, and the sword energy barrier is equivalent to the domain of the Soul Master, which is similar to the domain of the two yin and yang static domain. And it is launched instantly and cannot be interrupted at all. And the other moves of the Holy Spirit sword skill are also extremely powerful martial arts, with very strong attack power. Su Ming looked at his left hand, the left hand using one style sword finger. The right hand is not easy to practice, and it is easy to mess up the moves, but the left hand may not be impossible. Distract the control and practice both hands, it should be no problem. Thinking of a solution, Su Ming's face still did not show any relaxation. It is easy to make moves. The most worrying thing is that the perception of the sword and the perception of the knife will be confused, and it will be difficult to solve this problem at that time. Damn! Su Ming rubbed his head sarcastically, feeling really stupid. The swordsmanship he practiced has not yet risen to the level of true swordsmanship perception. The Golden Crow swordsmanship has been mastered, and it is not very useful now. The Hunyuan sword slash is a skill, and it does not involve the swordsmanship deeply. So, I can first treat the martial soul and soul skills as fixed means, unlike Chen Xin who only pursues the power of extreme gold and regards the martial soul as a pure skill effect. The swordsmanship can be slowly comprehended now. Besides, the swordsmanship and the swordsmanship may not be unable to coexist, just like the soul core. After understanding this, Su Ming no longer had much rejection of practicing the Holy Spirit swordsmanship. My mind was immersed in the system space, and Su Ming began to browse the practice scene of the first style of the Holy Spirit swordsmanship. In his mind, a snow-white figure was waving a long sword. Shua turned back and swung the sword, the ice phoenix looked back, frost fell and snow fell. A bright sword light appeared in the clear sky, cutting a crack in the earth. So powerful! Su Ming was shocked. The first move of the Holy Spirit sword technique alone could rival the attack power of Flying Moon. Fortunately, the first 18 moves were the Sword of Love, otherwise it would be the Ruthless Sword from the beginning, and he would never fall into the Ruthless realm to practice. Without hesitation, Su Ming pointed with his left hand, and according to the method of the Holy Spirit sword technique, he slashed with his left hand. Swish! A black light flashed, and a 10 cm deep gap was cut in the tree in front of him. Yes, this is Jian Yi. There is no fancy tricks, it is purely a sharp sword attack, which requires the use of internal skills. It's just that the power of this move just now is far less than that of Sword Finger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Holy Spirit sword technique Jian Yi once, proficiency +1. Swish! Su Ming pointed again, and the soul power in his body surged even more, following the position of the tree just now. Boom! In an instant, the tree was cut off, and a bang blew up dust all over the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Holy Spirit sword technique sword 1 once, proficiency +1. Not disdaining that the current power of sword 1 is not as good as Sword Finger, knowing that he has not practiced it well, Su Ming once again stepped into the first round of hard practice. However, the grass and trees behind the house suffered. They were originally sluggish, and now they were all ruthlessly cut off. Old Shao, it's time to send something. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ming roared to the sky. A chubby figure ran over quickly. Su Ming hurriedly said, "It's not the mental power that restores the sugar beans, this time it's the soul power that restores the sugar beans." God, you finally opened your eyes. Xiao Xian cried with joy, this was only his first soul skill. Call my wife, empty and wonderful candy. The candies fell into the small jar in front of Su Ming like flowing water. Xiao Xian said proudly, eat a few hundred first, if it's not enough, I'll send you a few thousand later. After speaking, he straightened his back and strode away. Man, I don't mind these 1,800. Chapter 106 Ning Rongrong's Surrender. Whether it is swordsmanship or swordsmanship, the internal force pursues strength and purity. The soul power in Su Ming's body, after being compressed and soaked in the ultimate gold, is excellent for practicing swordsmanship and swordsmanship. If the soul power has other attributes, such as water and wood attributes, it is estimated that the second soul power cyclone will be opened up to practice this fierce and sharp Holy Spirit sword skill. Holy Spirit sword skill was created by Sword Saint Dugujian and his lover Miyamoto Shuling. A perfect life breeds a perfect swordsmanship. Dugujian originally took 7 lives of forgetting love and was ruthless all his life. In order to experience a perfect life, he took half-heart to restore his emotions and met the love of his life in Japan, Miyamoto Shuling. Therefore, this Holy Spirit swordsmanship was actually created by the two of them. From Sword 1 to Sword 18, although the swordsmanship is extremely fast and sharp, it still belongs to the swordsmanship of affection. However, the effect of half-heart is short-lived, and Dugujian finally recovered his ruthlessness and created Sword 19 to Sword 22 by himself. 4 styles are ruthless and cruel, designed to take people's lives. Wu Ming once studied Sword 21 and realized Supreme Sword Dao, Invisible Dao, Ruthless Dao, Nameless Dao, and Selfless Dao. And Selfless Dao is to use the 21 sword moves of Sword 21 at the same time at an incredible speed. Don't think that the Holy Spirit swordsmanship is not very good, but that is in the TV series. In the comics, Sword of the Holy Spirit is definitely the top sword in the world, even without the blessing of Sword 23. Swish! A touch of sword energy burst out from Su Ming's fingertips, and the black energy mixed with gold flew like stars. Bang! A boulder with a diameter of 1 meter exploded, cut in half by a sword like tofu, and a flurry of rocks flew into the air. Is it so difficult to practice Sword 2 alone? Su Ming frowned and continued to study the inner strength of the Holy Spirit sword. The first move Sword I took him 3 days without sleep, and he finally practiced it to perfection. But this Sword 2, he used it according to the inner strength, but the system did not sound a proficiency sound. That's right, Su Ming did not practice Sword I to perfection, and he had already started practicing Sword 2. The system has never rigidly required to practice layer by layer, but before, So Ming was used to practicing to perfection before practicing the next layer. After all, at the beginning of practice, you need to be down to earth. It is different now. With his accumulated experience, he has seen that Sword 1 is the most basic move, and he can use the following moves to push its proficiency to perfection. For example, Sword 2 is a hand that bursts out 2 terrifying sword energies in different directions. Sword 3 is the most cunning move, using 3 sharp auras to attack the enemy at different speeds and directions. 1 gives birth to 2, and 2 gives birth to 3. There is an obvious progressive relationship. After learning Sword 3, basically Sword 1 and Sword 2 are also learned. The Holy Spirit Sword technique emphasizes controlling the aura with the mind, controlling the sword with the aura, and controlling the strength with the finger. Is this intention the understanding of the sword, or the mental power, or the thought? After pondering for a moment, So Ming used the sword finger with his left hand again. The brilliant black light condensed at the fingertips, and before it was released, So Ming took it back in discouragement. It still doesn't work. So Ming could feel that the sword strength of his finger was still only 1 shot. The next move he practiced was the Sword 1 move, not the Sword 2. Swish! So Ming raised his eyebrows, and the sword finger of his left hand condensed into a black crystal long sword. The sharp sword tip stopped less than 3 centimeters in front of the white swan's neck. So Ming said coldly, "Don't you know that this is where I practice, and others are not allowed to peek?" It was too troublesome to run to the forest to practice every time, and he needed Xiao Xin's sugar beans, so Ming opened a door behind the wooden house, and surrounded it with a circle of animal skins that could block mental power to block the line of sight, and no one else was allowed to come here. Even Tang San had to ask in front of the door first. He had never used the sword method, so it could be used as a means of surprise. So Ming naturally knew what to hide. Just as the combination of God-killing and Flying Moon killed 3 soul sects in seconds, only by taking them by surprise could they win with 1 move. Ning Rongrong glanced at the tip of the sword, and her cold eyes showed no fear. "I have something to talk to you about. I'll knock on the door next time." So Ming took back the sword. "If you have something to say, please speak quickly. Don't waste my time." He also saw the changes in Ning Rongrong last month. However, the two of them didn't interact much, and she never said a word to him. "It's just you. If it were someone else, they would probably have been cut into 8 pieces by Grandpa Jian." Ning Rongrong pursed her pink lips. "I know Zhu Qing's cultivation speed has become so fast because of you. I want to know what the principle is. And the method of strengthening the body. You can ask for anything. I can't do it, but the 7 treasure glazed tile sect can." Ning Rongrong glanced to the side, as if she didn't want to make any eye contact with So Ming. She didn't want to come at all, but Oscar was already level 30 now. She has gone to hunt soul beasts. Now, she is the only one with the lowest soul power, only level 26, even Ma Hongjun is level 28. Auxiliary soul masters are slow to cultivate, and if this continues, he will definitely be the one with the lowest cultivation. Zhu Zuqing was originally level 27, only 1 level higher than herself, but now she is almost level 29. With a huge psychological gap, Ning Rongrong finally couldn't help it and came to find the person she was least willing to find. "I wonder if distraction control can be used to practice Sword 2. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's reluctant expression, after thinking, So Ming took out the medicinal materials part of the pill recipe. "Take a look at this. You are throwing garbage." Ning Rongrong awkwardly caught the parchment. "Medicinal materials? What does this guy want medicinal materials for? These things are no problem, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect can definitely get them." Ning Rongrong agreed without hesitation because the conditions were too simple. "I want 50 copies. Okay." The voice was clean and concise, without any dragging. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect is indeed rich. So Ming did not hesitate and said directly, "You also need to add the distraction control method of your 7 treasures glazed tile sect. This is the last condition, right?" Seeing So Ming nod, Ning Rongrong's heart finally fell to the ground. "Okay, I agree to all the conditions, and I will have someone send the herbs as soon as possible." As if she was afraid that So Ming would go back on his word, she immediately took out a silk book from her only jade pendant. In the same way, she threw it between So Ming's legs. "This is the distraction control method of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. How many levels you can cultivate depends on your ability. Ning Rongrong's cold face softened a lot. She thought she would be rejected, but the result was far beyond her expectations. She thought Su Ming agreed so easily. As for the things above, she didn't care. Su Ming read it carefully and made sure there was no problem. He put it into the space ring to complete the deal. It would be best if I could see you tomorrow morning before the sun rises. I won't wait for you if you miss the time. Ning Rongrong curled her lips. You don't need to tell me, I know it naturally. Su Ming reminded again, remember to prepare the corresponding materials. You have seen the process, and you must know what is needed. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong was a little embarrassed. The big tripod is fine. You should know that I don't have soul beast blood at all now. Even if I go to Soto City to buy it, the blood is not ordinary blood of soul beasts, and it is impossible to buy it so easily. There is one thing Ning Rongrong didn't say, that is, she can't afford the price of soul beast blood now. She has only dozens of gold coins on her body now, and the blood of thousand-year soul beasts is mostly heart blood, which is not cheap. Forget it, I can lend it to you first. Su Ming waved his hand, indicating that Ning Rongrong could leave. I will pay you back tenfold in the future. After taking a deep look at Su Ming, Ning Rongrong left without any attachment. Not taking it seriously, Su Ming began to try to practice the method of distraction control. Girls' dormitory. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were lying on the same bed. They had woken up but did not get up early. Zhu Qing, where did Rongrong go? She is not here so early. As she spoke, a teasing look appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Zhu Zuqing smiled slightly. Anyway, you definitely won't go for a run, otherwise you wouldn't have escaped our notice. I think you're probably going to see your brother, otherwise you wouldn't be sneaking around for fear of being discovered. Really? Xiao Wu's evil hand came to Zhu Zuqing's ticklish spot and threatened. Zhu Qing, tell me the truth, do you have any thoughts about my brother? What thoughts can I have? Zhu Zuqing pulled Xiao Wu's hand away coldly. I think you're the one who has bad intentions towards your brother. You're so fierce in front of others, but you turn into a good girl when you meet your brother. Tell me, is there any secret behind this? Zhu Zuqing smiled, looking like a completely different person than she was in front of others. The conversation made Xiao Wu lose confidence. She let go of her hand and said stubbornly. No way, I just treat him as my brother, how could I have other ideas? I think it's you. I suspect you are using cultivation to get close to my brother. Okay, I treat you as a sister, but you want to be my sister-in-law. That's too abominable. Without waiting for Zhu Zuqing to explain, Xiao Wu tickled Zhu Zuqing's side in a teasing way to prove someone's sin. The two laughed and played, and their sweet moans spread happily in the dormitory, enjoying and being comfortable. Clang! The sound stopped abruptly. Ning Rongrong walked in with an unnatural look on her face, then took off her coat and prepared to change into her daily running clothes. On the bed, two moles stuck their heads out of the quilt and looked at Ning Rongrong with strange eyes. That's right. Rongrong was happy. The two looked at each other, and became more certain of their inner guesses. The two of them laughed tacitly. Ahem, Rongrong, when are you going to buy the big tripod? Xiao Wu's beautiful voice became completely different, steady and deep, sounding like a male teacher speaking. Today. Ning Rongrong replied subconsciously. As soon as she said a word, her heart trembled violently. I've been fooled. Okay, you all know. You're waiting to see me laugh, right? With a blush on her face, she didn't bother to put on her coat, and ran away from the dormitory by the collar. She didn't dare to look at Xiao Wu and the others the whole time. Ahem, I have a big tripod here, free. No money. They. Hawking sound came out of the wooden house. Yeah. After the silence, the door cracked open a crack. Ning Rongrong stuck her head in and saw the two people staring at her, her face as red as the sunset. Well, I forgot to bring my things. Seeing this, Xiao Wu suddenly felt a kind of loneliness of seeking defeat alone surged into her heart. Why? Why do you have to force me to do it? I think that's how my brother controlled me back then. Now, I have tried it many times and it works. Shrek Academy, Conference Room. The atmosphere is calm and gloomy, with an unusual taste. All the teachers of the academy gathered here, as if foreshadowing something big to happen. Flanders sat in the main seat, his eagle eyes swept over, and he was intimidating without anger. Okay, today I called everyone together to ask you, how should the teaching of our academy continue? How? How to do it, you ask us? Liu Kaiban put his hand on his head. Dean, the teaching of the college is arranged by you, we are not responsible for these, right? Xiao Xin also began to shirk his responsibility. I am just a kitchen staff, this is not my business. Zhao Wuji raised his hand. Well, I am not responsible for these. Okay, you don't need to say anything. Flanders' face was dark. You don't need to open your mouth, knowing that you don't understand the teaching arrangement, just waiting to passively arrange teaching training. Zhao Wuji smiled awkwardly and took his hand back awkwardly. Right hand position. Yu Xiaogong's face was cold. He stood up slowly and incited. You are all teachers of Shrek Academy. Do you really want to let a 12-year-old kid lord it over you? The academy was created by all of you. Everyone has the responsibility and obligation to run Shrek better. But now the students of the academy are all following Su Ming's personal rhythm. If this continues, how can Dai Mubai and others still have us teachers in their eyes? Can you bear to let your years of hard work be taken away by an outsider who just came in? Bang! The table sank with a rumble. The anger made Yu Xiaogang lose his usual calmness and rationality. His sharp eyes burned everyone's conscience. Everyone was shocked. But it was only for a moment. Liu Kaiban glanced at Yu Xiaogang calmly, and seemed not to be bewitched by this. He said rationally. Dean, our Shrek Academy is an academy for training monsters. Since Teacher Su Ming's method is better, why can't we adopt his method? I believe in Teacher Su Ming's ability. Everyone can see it. I think it is an honor for Dai Mubai and others to have such a teacher to lead them. Hearing this, the other teachers nodded silently. Since Su Ming came, the students' enthusiasm for cultivation has been high. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, the three of them are obviously too hard-working, and now they wear weights every day. Zhu Zuqing has made great progress, and Ning Rongrong has also changed her temperament. Tang San and Xiao Wu, although the former is Yu Xiaogong's disciple, anyone with a discerning eye can see that his physique is trained by Su Ming. As for Xiao Wu, her cultivation speed is astonishingly fast. At the age of 12, she has reached the 34th level of Soul Master. It is said that she is practicing spiritual power hard, which is very suitable for her path. It can be said that because of Su Ming's arrival, every student of Shrek Academy is full of vitality. If they continue to practice like this, within 1 or 2 years, their strength will make a qualitative leap. Students are running for higher places, and they are so happy as teachers that they don't have time to be sad and angry about their hard work being robbed. If we really want to be sad and angry, we won't come to Shrek Academy to retire. Yu Xiao's words just now made them feel cold. Chapter 107 Was they kicked out by Shrek Academy? Hard work? They are all half buried in the ground. They have enjoyed the glory they should have enjoyed. Coming to the academy as a teacher, I just feel that I have the activeness of my youth when facing genius students, and I don't expect much return. Liu Kaiban's words undoubtedly expressed their thoughts. Although Zhao Wuji usually doesn't have a good face for students, he is kind-hearted in his bones and hopes that students can make a name for themselves in the mainland. If you want to talk about hard work, it can be born from Shrek Academy. That is the value of their hard work. Did I come to Shrek Academy to pursue my vanity? Zhao Wuji's eyes also turned cold, and he said. Flender, the academy has always been a master of achievement. I think there is nothing wrong with Su Ming training students. If the master has any opinions, you can propose a better way. I don't care about hard work. If anyone wants to step on students to make a name for himself, I will not let him go first. Zhao Wuji stared at Flender fiercely. Although he didn't look at Yu Xiaogang, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Wuji was going for Yu Xiaogang. Swish! Yu Xiaogong's face turned pale and his shoulders shook uncontrollably. Okay. Flender stood up in anger, and the pressure from the Soul Saint made everyone feel depressed. Although Flanders wanted to help Yu Xiaogang, everyone's eyes were full of doubt and indifference. Obviously, what he said just now angered everyone. He sighed and said. The college is still the college, and there will be no other factors involved. Xiaogang is just worried about the college. If the college wants to develop steadily, it can't relying on one person alone. Hunting soul beasts, training, daily affairs, and training plans all require everyone's efforts. Su Ming cannot complete them all by himself. So, we need to draw up a detailed plan. This is also the reason for calling everyone here. That's true, but everyone present is a skilled person who has been in the Soul Master world for decades. How could they not know what this meeting means? Xiao Xin stretched his body and suddenly realized. Dean, you said it earlier. It turns out that you are arranging the affairs of the academy. Everyone wait a moment. I'll go find Teacher Sud to discuss it. He is still practicing. Xiao Xin smiled slightly, as if he was mocking something. He folded his hands behind his head and left here leisurely like a street urchin. In the future, he will rely on Su Ming to improve his soul power, so he naturally chooses to stand on Su Ming's side. Flanders and Yu Xiaogang looked even worse. They didn't want Su Ming to come here at all, but they couldn't slap themselves in the face. I'll go see what's going on over there with Su Ming, too. Zhao Wuji opened his mouth, kicked the stool away with his back foot, and walked away. He was not a fool, and he could see that this meeting was aimed at Su Ming. What Zhao Wuji hated most was people whispering behind people's backs. If you have the ability to fight head-on, you are a real man. Although I am the vice president, I will not get involved in power struggles. Speak with ability, there is no point in arguing. If you, Yu Xiaogang, can have the teaching ability of Su Ming, I will listen to you. Theory? What the academy needs is reality, not for you to experiment with your own theories. At least for now, it doesn't matter whether the academy has you or not. Looking at Yu Xiaogang through the crack of the door with tiger eyes, Zhao Wuji slammed the door shut. The sound lasted for a long time, as if he was expressing his dissatisfaction to someone. Liu Kaiban slowly stood up, crossed his right hand across his abdomen, and left gracefully. Seeing this, Flanders' face was gloomy. Xiaogang, when did you become so impatient? My original intention of establishing Shrek Academy was just to have a support for the rest of my life, and I didn't expect much return. What you said just now is really chilling. The academy is an academy, and it must consider the overall interests. We teachers should support things that are beneficial to students. Yu Xiaogang's face was frosty. Flanders, if the academy doesn't need me, I can leave at any time and will never delay you. Swish. Flender immediately stopped Yu Xiaogang and said angrily. What are you talking about? We have been brothers for so many years, and what's mine is yours. What do you mean by not delaying me? Who do you think I am, Flender? Looking at Yu Xiaogang in front of him, Flender suddenly felt a little strange and alienated. Yu Xiaogang in the past was not like this. Swish. Yu Xiaogang looked at him deeply, and then pulled his hand out. His eyes were no longer as gentle as before, and there was a kind of indifference that kept people away from him. I came to Shrek Academy because Tang San is here. I firmly believe that only my theory can cultivate true geniuses and allow the Soul Master world to develop steadily. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Now it seems that I have come to the wrong place. If you don't share the same path, you can't make plans together. After saying that, Yu Xiaogang also left here. Flanders' heart ached, and after a slight daze, he couldn't help laughing. The smile was too bitter, containing the helplessness and regret of vicissitudes of life. The corners of his eyes, tears as evidence. Xiaogang, you are not the same as you used to be. After struggling for a while, Flanders' painful eyes became sharp, and he made a decision. Little did he know that his next move would make him regret for the rest of his life. Soon, a piece of news spread in Shrek Academy. The courtyard exploded. In the dean's office, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin hurried over. After a while, a fierce argument suddenly sounded. The sound was so loud, like the sky was furious, and even the student dormitory could hear it. Finally, the two sides broke up in disagreement. Hearing everything, Xiao Wu was angry and furious. She didn't expect Flanders to go back on his word. It was too shameless. She hurried to Su Ming's practice place. Brother. Su Ming waved his hand, don't say it, I've heard it all. He slowly stood up, his face was not much angry, but his eyes were cold and painful. Since this place can't accommodate us, let's find another place. Gathered together, it's a ball of fire, scattered, it's full of stars. Stars look small, but only they know how much energy they contain. It's nothing more than changing a piece of heaven and earth to shine and heat, isn't it? Alas, Xiao Wu was furious, and said angrily, how can you be so calm and not angry? If we want to leave, we should leave by ourselves. Now we are driven away by others, what's the matter? Su Ming chuckled, am I not angry now? Xiao Wu subconsciously stared at Su Ming. His face was calm, except that his eyes were a little cold. It seemed that he was no different from usual. No, you are also angry. Is it really angry to go to Flanders with a knife to argue? Su Ming rubbed his fingers. I think I am very angry now. At least now, I feel so. Shua, his eyes slightly condensed, and suddenly a cold light pierced his bones. Destroying something that cannot be obtained is also a kind of pleasure. Chapter 108 Digging a Grave for Shrek Academy. Flanders' office. Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian had just left, and a group of people surrounded the place again. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking. Everyone's face was surprisingly bad. Dean, why do you want to dismiss Teacher Su? Tang San asked coldly. The other people also looked at Flender, they needed an explanation. Su Ming had no problems since he came to Shrek Academy. On the contrary, with his encouragement and help, everyone's enthusiasm and help for cultivation have increased a lot. Oscar was originally lazy, but now he is also working hard to cultivate, and broke through to level 30, and was taken by Li Yuzong to hunt soul beasts. Such a teacher was actually dismissed by Shrek Academy. Is this academy stupid? The first time he was surrounded by students, Flanders looked extremely unhappy. He took a deep breath and reminded in a deep voice, this is the decision made by the college, I hope you can understand. Su Ming is not suitable for the college's teaching arrangements, so after discussion, the college decided to dismiss him. In the future, the college will also adjust everyone's teaching according to the situation. The college's decision? Inappropriate? Is it the college's decision? Or is it your decision, Dean? Teacher Zhao and others don't seem to agree. Logically, the college shouldn't approve this. Zhu Zuking leaned against the wall, only cold words rang out, but no one looked over. And these words also hit the fragile part of Flanders' heart, and he had an impulse to get angry out of shame. Dai Mubai quickly advised, Dean, you have seen the ability of Teacher Su. It is too unacceptable to dismiss him with just such an excuse. At least, you should let everyone know the real reason. Everyone nodded. They would not leave without a reasonable explanation. Invisibly, they not only regarded Su Ming as a teacher, but also as a strong rival of the younger generation, a goal to catch up with. Su Ming was an outstanding person in terms of talent and hard work. Such a person helped them so much, but was suddenly dismissed by the academy. To put it bluntly, this is no different from killing the donkey after it has done its job. What are you doing? What are you doing? Flender roared and stood up, his face twisted, and he said angrily. You are all students of Shrek Academy, you must obey the arrangements of the academy. The purpose of the academy is to cultivate monsters. As long as you believe in the academy will succeed. As for other things, it is not your concern. Dean. Tang San wanted to speak, but the upset Flender stopped him immediately. The decision of the academy will not change. Without Su Ming, Shrek Academy will still succeed. What you need to do most is to believe in the decision of the academy. Now, get out. Boom. The terrifying soul power exploded in the office, shaking the ground. Tang San, Dai Mubai and others turned pale, looking at Flender, whose face was ferocious and unchanged. They had to slam the door and leave. Damn it, what's wrong with the academy? I can't understand why they fired Teacher Su. Bang, Dai Mubai punched the stone indignantly, and the angry punch made the stone crack. Crazy. Everyone is crazy. Tang San frowned, puzzled. At this time, Ning Rongrong came out and smiled elegantly. It's actually very simple to understand why the academy is like this. As long as you understand, who will guide us in our cultivation after Teacher Su Ming is gone. Boom. Everyone suddenly had an idea in their minds. Yes, Teacher Su left, who would benefit the most, that is to say. Swish. Everyone looked at Tang San without thinking. What was waiting for them was Tang San's back as he left quickly. Tang San quickly came to Yu Xiaogong's residence, his fists clattering. Teacher, is it really you? With a chill in his heart, Tang San pushed the door open and walked in. After a while, the sound of quarreling came out. Xiao San, you are my disciple, and now you are also turning your elbow outward, right? Teacher, that's not what I mean. I just want to know what's going on. You don't need to ask any more. The decision of the academy will not be changed. Either Su Ming leaves, or I leave. You make your own decision. Do you still remember what you said when you became my disciple? Once a teacher, you are a father for life. Xiao San, as my disciple, I will definitely teach you everything I know. As long as you follow my theory, I am confident that I can train you into a titled Douluo. As for other things, you are still young, don't worry about it for the time being. Don't worry, I will never hurt you. Squeak, door. Tang San walked out disheartened and sat alone on the steps in front of the house, his eyes gradually becoming empty and confused. Ma Hongjun wanted to come over, but was pulled back by Dai Mubai, who shook his head at him. Ma Hongjun sighed. He could best understand Tang San's current situation. Mood. Flender is his teacher. Yu Xiaogang is Tang San's teacher. And the two have been friends for many years. The specific situation seems to have become extremely clear. Teacher, how can you be so confused? Ma Hongjun stared at Flender's office, heartbroken. Shrek Academy has been established for decades. Although there are not many disciples who graduated from the academy, they are all outstanding. Su Ming's existence is undoubtedly a huge help. For the sake of past friendship, you actually pushed him away for Yu Xiaogang. Is this still like the head of an academy? It feels more like a hot-headed reckless man. Even if I am a fat man, I understand the truth. Why are you so stupid today? The square, the depressed and dull atmosphere spread. It was as if the smoke was filled and choked my heart. The throat was blocked and I couldn't spit it out. At this time, a chuckle sounded. Hey, everyone is here. Su Ming walked slowly with Xiao Wu with a smile on his face. There was no anger, no heartache. On the contrary, he was gentler than before, making people approachable. Swish! Everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. Dai Mubai and the others looked embarrassed, and swallowed their words when they came to their lips. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Su Ming's eyes, and even Tang San looked up and lowered his head. With a clang, the window of Flanders' office closed. Yu Xiaogang glanced through the window. With a cold and indifferent expression, he pulled back into the house. At this moment, Su Ming seemed to have become a villain who was spurned and rejected by everyone. They were reluctant to even look at him or listen to him for a few more words. The most difficult to understand is indeed the human heart. Su Ming sneered in his heart. His voice was full of soul power, and it spread across Shrek Academy. A college that jokes about the future of its students is doomed to have its future buried. And I will dig a big grave for Shrek College. Shrek, haha, nothing more than that. Chapter 109 Shrek College, Falling Apart. The wind roared past, as if roaring at the dark clouds. In the office, Flanders' face was livid, and he said nothing. At this moment, he didn't know how to face Su Ming. Or, how to face the old cloaked man in front of him. The water in the cup seemed to solidify. Outside, Su Ming looked around at everyone. He said loudly, I plan to rebuild a college. The road ahead is open, those who are willing can follow. If you don't want to, I won't blame you. When Shrek disappears into the dust in the future, I hope you won't blame me for not remembering our friendship. Su Ming left coldly after saying this. His pace slowed down significantly. Revenge on a person is not about killing him. It's about trampling all his hopes underfoot. The human heart is unpredictable. The human heart is also fragile and can't stand being trampled. Hearing this, not only Dai Mubai, but also several teachers in the dark were frightened. They didn't expect Su Ming to say this. But on second thought, they felt that Su Ming's move was understandable. It's better to create another college by yourself than to live under someone else's roof. If you don't want me here, I'll find another place to stay. With Su Ming's character, it's impossible for him to endure this humiliation. See you later. Will they be opponents, or enemies? Everyone, including Tang San, now understood that the situation had come to this point, and sighed helplessly in their hearts. But who could make such a huge decision to leave with him? Dai Mubai shook his head, because he and Su Ming were not very familiar with each other. Ma Hongjun was full of sorrow, he was Flanders's disciple. So was Tang San. Just as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father, he could not abandon Yu Xiaogang and leave. Swish! A figure immediately rushed out. It was as if a thunder exploded in everyone's heart. Sure enough, she would choose to leave. Dai Mubai and the other two looked at Zhu Zuqing, who took this step first. Some admired. Also envious. Swish, Xiaowu hugged Zhu Zuqing's waist, smiling happily. Zhu Qing, our sisterly love is worth it. Hehe, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. What's the point of staying in this crappy academy? We can still learn a lot by following my brother. Zhu Zuqing smiled slightly and looked at Su Ming, who also looked at her. The two nodded at the same time with a dim gaze, without much words. As Su Ming said, if you are willing to leave together, he will definitely give you a bright future. At the same time, a mocking voice also sounded. A school that trains monsters. Haha, I thought Shrek School was so great. Short-sighted and self-willed, such a school will not end well sooner or later, and I don't want to play with you anymore. Ning Rongrong stepped in front of Su Ming and said with bulging eyes. I don't want to go with you, but you owe me something and haven't paid it back yet. You can't take advantage of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Before Su Ming could speak, Ning Rongrong had already come to Xiaowu and the others. You all left, I'm worried about keeping the school. How many of them? Everyone is lustful. I am an auxiliary spirit master and I don't want to be taken advantage of by them. That's right. I'm not leaving because of Su Ming. I have to leave, don't get me wrong. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing were trying to hold back their laughter. The two of them worked together, one holding Ning Rongrong's hand, and the other tickling her. Silver bell-like laughter rang out in the square. The playful atmosphere of the three people seemed to dispel the original solemn and oppressive atmosphere. At this time, Xiao Xin came out with a big bag on his back. Looking at Su Ming, he was still cursing. I really believe you. If I had known it would be like this, I would have rather not agreed to you. I'm staying well in Shrek Academy. I'm ready to retire here, but now I have to run out and mess around. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Boom. Xiao Xin's choice was like a bolt from the blue. Even Flanders couldn't sit still. He resisted Tang Hao's pressure, pushed open the window, and said angrily. Old Xiao, what are you doing? We agreed that you would stay in the academy. Now, you actually go back on your word. Flanders' mentality exploded, his heart was like a volcano erupting, and his face was ferocious. Xiao Xin turned his head. Flanders, I can't do anything about this. Who made me be deceived by this kid? I can't leave now even if I don't want to. Said, Xiao Xin sincerely added, don't worry, when I am 80 years old, I will definitely come to complete our agreement. Puff. Flanders spurted out a mouthful of old blood. But what made him even more stunned was that Zhao Wuji also came out carrying something. Flanders, don't blame me. Academy is an academy. You are too involved in personal feelings. You are no longer the same as before. I will follow whoever is willing to give students a better future. It's as simple as that. Besides, I don't want to be kicked out for no reason one day. Zhao Wuji laughed at himself. He had been in Shrek Academy for so long, how could he be willing to leave? He had given Flanders a chance and made it very clear. But if he didn't listen, there was nothing he could do. Shrek Academy no longer had its original purpose. This incident was too disappointing. Okay, okay. You all go far away. Without you, at most I can recruit a few more teachers. I don't believe that no one will be willing to come to Shrek Academy. Flanders roared like a madman. He hurriedly closed the window, as if this could isolate everything from the outside world. Zhao Wuji sighed helplessly, looked at Su Ming, and said with a smile. Dean, I'm afraid you will have to take care of me in the future. Why does it feel weird? Do you think of me as a nursing home? No, Mr. Zhao Wuji, the Vice Dean, should cooperate and win-win, and make it bigger and stronger. Su Ming smiled and replied. He was looking forward to a strong soul saint joining. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up, and then dimmed immediately. As a teacher, he must maintain the demeanor of a teacher. Zhao Wuji nodded with a stiff face, I hope it's as you said, otherwise I will lose a lot this time. Su Ming is gone. Xiao Wu is gone. Xiao Xin is gone. Zhao Wuji is gone. The entire Shrek Academy was instantly torn in half. The best people, the best teachers, they are all gone. Tang San, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. The three sat next to each other, their eyes were empty and absent-minded, and suddenly they felt a creepy chill. What happened today? In the office, Flanders slumped on the ground. Like a demon, his face was ferocious for a while, and then he was grinning. Looking at the distraught Flanders, Tang Hao slowly loosened his clenched fists, and suddenly felt that he was a little pitiful, just like himself. Flanders, this will be the most wrong decision in your life. Yes, you are wrong. And I am wrong too. Looking at the direction where Tang San was sitting in a daze, Tang Hao closed his eyes in regret. Xiao San, you can't take this step after all. Chapter 110 The First Academy on the Continent. Ancient Road. The autumn wind gradually rose, blowing the clothes trembling. Su Ming, you want to create an academy, is it true or just talking? It was Zhao Wuji who spoke. After wandering for so many years, his eyes showed a yearning for someone to rely on, as if he had realized that the academy was his final destination. It's just that Shrek Academy is really disappointing. Perhaps, since Flanders ignored the future of the academy, Shrek Academy has been in name only. How can Shrek be suppressed without an academy? They now have 4 students, and there are also 4 on my side. But as long as I am here, Shrek Academy will never have a chance to succeed. Ding! Congratulations, the host changes his mindset and activates the academy template. Ding! The master-disciple template is automatically summarized as the academy template. For every promotion within the scope of all students in the host academy, the host can get 1% of the benefit. 1%? If 10,000 people are recruited, each one will be promoted by 1 level. Tisk tisk, won't he just take off on a rocket? With a slight curl in his mouth, Su Ming, who was whimsical, knew that he was daydreaming again. There are not many soul masters in the entire continent, and there are still 10,000 students. Besides, if 10,000 soul masters are promoted by 1 level, it is 1%, which is 100 soul lord's first level soul power. Assuming that the soul lord is 1, and the soul power is increased by 10% at each level, and doubled at a higher level, then the 41st level soul sect is about 6.5, and the 51st level soul king is about 35. Roughly speaking, 10,000 soul lords can upgrade Su Ming, who has no cultivation, to a 59th level soul king. To be more precise, every 10,000 soul lords upgrade 1 level, which only allows Su Ming to upgrade at this moment. Well, with the compression of soul power, it can only be upgraded to the soul king level at most. 10,000 soul lords? It takes half a year for each person to upgrade 1 level? In the academy sector, it seems that Su Ming has taken a big advantage, but in fact it is not much. For an academy to achieve great development, it is not a matter of 1 day or 1 night. What is most needed is a banner that can be raised. But killing cannot be exposed. And Su Ming's unique cultivation methods cannot be spread on a large scale before there is absolute self-protection power. Under the current conditions, at most 10 students can be recruited. The best choice is to go the elite route first and then the civilian route. 10 students are enough to keep Su Ming busy, and he can't focus on this, and he has to let other teachers do it. So, this template is actually very useful in the later stage. It's best to wait until you break through to Soul Douluo and Title Douluo. Brother, Teacher Zhao is talking to you. Xiao Wu pushed Su Ming. Zhao Wuji followed them, and he couldn't let him down. Sorry, I was thinking about something just now. Su Ming came back to his senses and stopped. In an instant, everyone stopped and looked at Su Ming. Because from the moment he left the academy, Su Ming became their backbone. Feeling the heavy pressure, Su Ming said in a deep voice. Since you are following me, I will definitely give you a satisfactory result. The college will be established. But it is impossible to establish the college with nothing. We need an opportunity that can let everyone see us. Only by standing at the forefront of the storm will more soul masters notice us. Teaching staff, funds, recruiting new students, and college environment all require great efforts. And then, it depends on how hard we work to build the first academy on the continent. Boom! The heaven and earth roared in empathy. The first academy on the continent? Xiao Xin and Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank suddenly. The two looked at the ambition in Su Ming's eyes in amazement. They didn't expect the latter to be so bold. Even Ning Rongrong and the other two covered their mouths at this moment. For the first time, they felt Su Ming's hot heartbeat buried under the ice. A soul master, with less than 10 people, trying to build a first-class school? If it were anyone else, they would definitely think he was crazy. But Su Ming, with his ability, it might not be impossible. Crazy, crazy, Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, his eyes full of energy, and shouted. I know such an opportunity. As long as we win the Soul Master competition, we will definitely get the support of a lot of nobles. As long as the conditions are right, I believe they should accept the existence of such an academy. In other words, they have no reason to reject an academy that can train talents for them. Xiao Xian's face flushed. Wuji is right, what we need now is reputation. In the Soul Master world, as long as you have strength and reputation, it is the best pass for the nobles. Xiao Xian looked at Ning Rongrong and asked confidently. Rongrong, if such an academy comes out, won't your 7 treasures glazed sect be tempted? Xiao Xian is worthy of being a businessman, and his words immediately touched Ning Rongrong's heart. Not tempted? I can't even think of any reason to refuse. Seeing everyone looking at her, Ning Rongrong smiled bitterly. Just the method that can speed up cultivation, no auxiliary spirit master can resist such temptation. With the 2 things of body forging and spirit power, if this academy is really released, it will definitely attract everyone to rush to it. One martial spirit is enough to derive a sect, not to mention the method suitable for all spirit masters to cultivate. After a slight pause, Ning Rongrong looked at Su Ming sincerely. At this moment, her eyes were extremely serious and earnest. Su Ming, put aside personal grudges for the time being. If you want to build such an academy, it is the most appropriate choice to find our 7 treasures glazed sect. As long as you agree to cooperate with the 7 treasures glazed sect, I believe my father will be happy to support you in creating such an academy. Even all your worries are no longer a problem. Looking at Su Ming, Ning Rongrong was extremely nervous at this moment, because she knew how much benefit such a cooperation would bring to the 7 treasures glazed sect. For the 7 treasures glazed sect, financial resources are always secondary. What they need most is 1. A powerful soul master, a soul master who is powerful enough to protect himself and assist the soul master. 2. A high-level auxiliary soul master, an auxiliary soul master who can assist the soul Douluo and the titled Douluo in a battle. And Su Ming's training method is too consistent with the needs of their 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian were shocked, and their eyes could not suppress their excitement. With Ning Rongrong's words, everything is too easy. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect is naturally a good partner. Su Ming said, your words cannot represent the entire 7 treasure glazed tile sect, you can talk to your father about the details after you meet him. As for how to cooperate, you just need to tell him that what I want is the first school on the continent. He is a smart man. If he can't accept this condition, then there is no need to talk about it. Okay. Ning Rongrong's face sank, and she nodded in understanding. It seemed that it was impossible to bring Su Ming to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Alas, I don't know if my father will accept such an equal request. Father, please don't do stupid things. It's okay to kill such a person. If he can't be killed, he will become the nightmare of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Chapter 111 The Academy belongs to everyone. Additional update for Li Sixia. Leave Shrek Academy. There is no place to stay for the time being. Su Ming brought everyone to a hotel in Soto City. There are currently 6 people. Building an academy in Soto City with great fanfare? No. No matter the efficiency or the actual benefits, it is far less than in Tiandu City. What Su Ming needs most at present is not a well-equipped academy building environment. What he needs is a real soul master team. A soul master team that can expand the territory and make the academy famous. Shrek Academy can flourish because it is the champion academy of the Soul Master competition, which is why it has everything later. Now even with the addition of self, still need another 3 people. Shua shua shua. In the hotel. Su Ming wrote quickly, conceiving the prototype of the academy. What he considered was not external issues such as funds, but the entire training system. Like Shrek Academy, the training method is too monotonous, which is actually not conducive to the growth of students. What the academy needs most is a training environment and fierce competition. These 2 are the foundation of the academy's long-term prosperity. Of course, how to obtain the qualification to participate in the Soul Master competition is also a problem that Su Ming needs to consider. Bang bang bang. Come in. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Ka. The door was pushed open, and the Iron Tower body rushed in. Su Ming, you are still busy. Zhao Wuji walked over with a silly smile. Coming close and sitting down honestly, Zhao Wuji took out a purple card stiffly. As the future vice president of the academy, I can't let you take on everything. I have saved some money over the years. It shouldn't be a problem to buy a piece of land in Soto City. Swish. The card was pushed along the table and landed in front of Su Ming. Along with it, there was also a pair of innocent and simple eyes. They are all upright men, and money is just a thing outside of their body. It has been a long time since he felt such a hearty passion. This time, he decided to go crazy. Oh? Su Ming smiled as he looked at the purple card. It is said that Shrek Academy is poor, but it seems that it is only poor in appearance. You teachers, it seems that you are living a comfortable life. A living person can be suffocated to death by urine, so you have to save some money for emergencies. Don't think of me, these are already 90% of my wealth. Take the money and put it away quickly, out of sight, out of mind, lest I regret it later. Zhao Wuji shook his head in disappointment. He was first instigated by Flanders, and this time by Su Ming, and he even bet everything. Swish! The card slid across the table and fell back into Zhao Wuji's palm. Su Ming, what are you doing? Zhao Wuji's arms were stiff, and he was panicking. I appreciate your kindness, but you can take back the money. If you really don't have money, I won't let you go. As he said that, Su Ming showed a friendly smile, staring at Zhao Wuji like a wolf, and said, don't think of me as a good person. If I really don't have money, I can do anything. Knowing that Su Ming was comforting himself in this way, Zhao Wuji smiled helplessly and didn't bother to be fussy. Okay, if you need money, tell me anytime, and I'll save it for you first. Zhao Wuji stood up. His eyes stayed on the paper in front of Su Ming for a few seconds, and then he was ready to leave. But when he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Su Ming, I'm waiting to see the style of the first college on the continent. Zhao Wuji turned his head and smiled slightly, his eyes full of longing for the future. Zhao Wuji didn't look good, but at this moment, he deserved the words handsome and elegant. Su Ming shook his head, it's better to touch it at close range than to see it, isn't it? Swish, Zhao Wuji's smile became even stronger. It seemed that all the shackles were untied, and the figure that left was so chic and natural. Looking at Zhao Wuji's leaving figure, Su Ming let out a long breath. The greater the responsibility, the greater the pressure. I won't let you down. After a while, Xiao Xian, who was away on business, came back happily. The smile on his face was very strong, even cheap. The fat on his face rolled up with excitement, as if he had stolen something from someone else's house. It's done. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, his eyes slightly surprised. Who do you think I am? Xiao Xian sat down with a big belly, laughing. After all, I have been in Soto City for so long, there is no reason why I can't do it. I have seen the place, it's a small manor, it's no problem to clean it up simply, at least it's much better than the place in Shrek Academy. That guy is a nobleman who lost a lot of money in gambling and needs cash urgently, promised to sell it to us for 2,000 gold coins. At this point, Xiao Xian did not hide his excitement and pride. I have already hired a few people to clean up, and we can move in tomorrow. How is it a surprise? As he said, he slapped the house deed and the land deed in front of Su Ming. Buy it? Su Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect Xiao Xian to be so efficient. Hua, fingers flipping. For a moment, Su Ming frowned. He looked up and stared at someone, sighing helplessly in his heart. The sharp eyes made Xiao Xian look unnatural, and his eyes flickered and moved to the side. Putting down the land deed, Su Ming sighed and changed the subject. Zhao Wuji just brought a purple card over, I confiscated it. He said that if you need money, you can ask him for it at any time. What? You are such a good Zhao Wuji. You used to get me for free, you must be rich. But this time, you finally did something human. There was an inexplicable warmth in my heart, but Xiao Xian did not show it. He pretended to be surprised and said, it's impossible, Zhao Wuji, that stingy guy, can he have a purple card? I see that he can't even get 100 gold coins on him. In a room, a rough man kept sneezing and cursing. Seeing that Xiao Xian was still pretending, Su Ming glared at him. He was not a 3-year-old child, so it was easy to fool him. Swish, a gold card appeared in Su Ming's hand. Hiss. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up, damn, I'm losing a lot. Here are 10,000 gold coins. You will be responsible for the finances in the future. When there are more people, we will make further arrangements. 5,000 gold coins are for you, and the remaining 5,000 gold coins are used as the temporary start-up capital of the academy. Xiao Xin looked unnatural, and said stubbornly, "Why did you give me 5,000? Before he finished speaking, Su Ming glanced over with a domineering look. After a pause, Xiao Xin shook his head and laughed. "You are forcing me to embezzle. It's more than 5,000. I'll take my share back and leave the rest to the college." Xiao Xin solemnly took the gold card, and the fat on his face seemed to solidify. The small eyes that were originally squinting also opened a lot, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Leaning back on the chair like a spring breeze, Su Ming rarely joked, "If you open your eyes a little wider, I guess more women will like you." Puff. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xin's defense was instantly broken. "Small eyes? I call this cute. Maybe you understand? Get out. Don't you see that this is already the biggest?" Furious, Xiao Xin rolled his eyes at Su Ming and turned away. He had to go to Zhaowuji to settle the previous prostitution fees. Blink of an eye, one more person was left. The great rock moves, it is indeed not as light as a feather. Swish. The tip of the pen swishes across, erasing something. Chapter 112. The First Academy, only strive for the first place. At night. In order to go through thick and thin together in the future, Su Ming treated everyone to a big meal at the hotel. Knowing that Xiao Xin had already chosen the location of the academy, everyone was extremely happy. Especially Xiao Wu, who didn't know where she learned to flatter, and made Xiao Xin a little flattered. No, it's all Su Ming's money, I just ran errands." Xiao Xin was lying on the back of the chair happily, and the wine made his face red. Even his waving gesture was messy, and he looked really drunk. Zhao Wuji's originally bronze skin was now covered with 2 red spots, and the smile on his mouth couldn't be closed. "It has been many years since I felt such an atmosphere. Only with motivation and hard work can you live a wonderful life. Old Xiao is like this, he can't drink, and he gets drunk as soon as he drinks, he doesn't look like a real man at all." Zhao Wuji hated Xiao Xin's stealing behavior very much, and then reminded him. "Su Ming, although we haven't officially recruited disciples, but since the position has been decided temporarily, we have to make a loud sign. What do you think is the best name for our academy?" Su Ming was thinking, Xiao Wu was yelling I'll do it, and couldn't wait to stand up. Her face was full of excitement, like a general who was about to make great achievements. "If you ask me, our college should be called." "Okay, sit down." Without waiting for Xiao Wu to say a word, Su Ming pushed her back to her seat. "Oh, brother, can you listen first? You haven't listened yet, how do you know that I can't name it well?" "No need to listen, because I know your level of naming." "You." "Humph." Xiao Wu snorted indignantly and continued to chew the pumpkin. The cooked pumpkin was too hard. "I'll chew you to death." Seeing Xiao Wu being defeated, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong blushed and laughed. They were bullied by Xiao Wu in the dormitory. The college pays more attention to physical training, and teacher Zhao's martial soul is the powerful King Kong bear. The word King Kong is a good name. I think we should call it King Kong College. It was Zhu Zuqing who spoke up. No one expected that she, who was usually taciturn, would be the first to express her opinion. King Kong? Just as everyone was thinking about it, a mumbling voice sounded. King Kong? If you don't know, you might think it's a gorilla. Xiao Wu worked hard, as if she had just it wasn't her who was talking. Zhu Zuqing smiled awkwardly and said nothing. This was reasonable. She had indeed not considered it properly. Zhao Wuji felt regretful, but he also knew that King Kong was indeed a little lacking in flavor. But he was a rough man and couldn't think of any good name. Ning Rongrong thought, then let's call it the famous Sword Academy, Su Ming's name, plus the swordsmanship of Wuhan. Famous sword? You and I wanted to rename my brother's axe. My brother would say it's better to call it Resurrection Armor. Ning Rongrong. Then how about Wushuan Academy? Wushuan? It makes the academy look like all the singles. Xiao Wu, you must have eaten fire powder today, right? Under the table, Ning Rongrong kicked Xiao Wu unhappily. Forget it. You can choose it yourself. I won't make myself look bad. Everyone looked at Su Ming vaguely. With a slightly bright look in his eyes, Su Ming said, I've thought of the name, and there's no need to add any distinctive features. Since we're going to run the number 1 academy, let's just call it the number 1 academy. If it's number 1, this name will naturally belong to it. Even if it's not, it will inspire us and those who come after us to work hard to accomplish such an important task. Just treat it as a kind of inheritance. The academy has only one purpose, to be the best in the world. Number 1 academy? Everyone's faces instantly became interesting. Even Xiao Xin, who was drunk, opened his eyes. Tisk tisk, number 1 academy, it's better to be called. Okay. Without giving Xiao Wu, the troublemaker girl, a chance to speak, Zhao Wuji agreed, this name is good. Although the academy is not called that now, one day, we will make it worthy of the name. Xiao Wu's face darkened. Will I die if I tell you about the name I chose? Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Wu with a glimpse of joy, raised her glass and saluted gracefully, sure enough, you are the only one who can come up with this name. Just thinking about the pressure I will face in the future is enough to give me a headache. But it is inevitable that it is very interesting to build such an academy with my own hands. The first academy. This is more exciting than inheriting the 7 treasures glazed sect. With a refreshing smile, Ning Rongrong raised her swan neck and drank it all. I thought she was a big drinker, but I didn't expect she was also a small drinker. As soon as she drank it, she kept coughing in her mouth, and her ladle-like appearance was instantly broken. She said shyly that the bad wine was hard to drink, which made everyone laugh. In this way, the name of the academy was determined. At that time, they had few soldiers and generals, and they would never have thought that they would create such a terrifying behemoth. White jade pillars supporting the sky, purple gold beams across the sea. Tens of thousands of years later, all soul masters are proud to study in the first academy. Under the night, Su Ming walked alone on the street. Oh no! Wearing a black robe with gold patterns and a white mask on his face, he was not Su Ming at the moment, but she. On the street, many people recognized this outfit and cast envious and admiring glances at him. As he walked, there was one more person besides Su Ming. The grey cloak was covered with dust and the clothes were tattered. It was in sharp contrast with Su Ming's neat and clean clothes. I never thought that things would get to this point. Even I didn't expect that Flanders would be desperate. Do you think this temperament should be admired or despised? Tang Hao's voice became hoarser and merged with the long night. No matter how strong the strength is, it can't beat the temperament of people. Just like Tang San. Knowing that it is not good to stay in Shrek, he still does it. It is very similar to himself at the beginning, willful, and finally ended up with a wounded ending. Ask me? You should know it better than anyone else. Su Ming's face was surprisingly calm, and he slowly said. Everyone has their own values in their hearts. As long as they think what they pay is worth it, it is worth it. But the worth of a moment is not eternal. So in addition to temperament, people also have reason. Temperament tells them that they are right now, and reason will slowly correct their previous mistakes, just like when they grow up, they always feel like a fool in the past. Hearing this, Tang Hao remained silent. The topic was a bit heavy. Su Ming did not blame Tang Hao for breaking his promise. On the contrary, if it were not so, he would not have gathered so many people. Compared to practicing alone in Shrek, creating an academy made him feel more motivated and inexplicably comfortable. Su Ming asked, Senior, you shouldn't ask me to discuss human nature, right? Hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes jumped slightly, as if he had just walked out of a lost state. Do you really want to create an academy? The tone was a bit strange. The name is the first academy. Su Ming's answer was also concise. Tang Hao's mouth twitched. So soon? You didn't have this idea before, did you? Chapter 113 Tang Hao joins the game worship? The night scene with intertwined stars seems to be incompatible with the two. One, in tyranny, walks towards loneliness. The other, in sharpness, derives from coldness. At the beginning, it was actually me who asked Yu Xiaogang to accept Xiao San as his apprentice. Hehe, then I can only say you deserve it. How can you talk to your senior like this? Senior, are you discussing the problem from the perspective of a father? Or are you bullying me from the perspective of a strong man? Forget it, I can't argue with you. It's not that I can't argue with you, you are in the wrong. Su Ming rolled his eyes at Tang Hao, feeling speechless. No wonder they separated Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, but they got together again. It stands to reason that Yu Xiaogang should not have accepted Tang San as his apprentice in the hidden weapon incident. It feels like you are the one behind the scenes fanning the flames. I am happy now. Tang San is a stubborn guy. Tisk tisk, he probably can't escape Yu Xiaogang's control in this life. Originally, Tang San has changed, and his temperament is not like in the original book. Su Ming is much friendlier to him now than when they first met. It's a pity that the next time they meet, they will be direct opponents. Maybe, this is not a bad thing. Life is unpredictable, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. You are being sarcastic, right? I would like to hear how this is good for Xiao San. Tang Hao looked at someone with a cold face and unfriendly eyes. Isn't it good for Tang San now? Su Ming laughed angrily. Look, I'm leaving now. From now on, Shrek Academy will focus all its energy on Tang San. Besides, Shrek Academy will face extremely powerful competitors in the future. The pressure from opponents can definitely motivate a person's growth more than friends. Isn't this good for Tang San? Oppression from opponents. Tang Hao's eyes lit up slightly, and he felt that there was some truth in it. But the next second, his face darkened immediately. You treat me like a 3-year-old child. Bang! Tang Hao's slap fell from the sky, and the terrifying force made Su Ming's body sink so much that he couldn't even lift his legs. Su Ming smiled with a fake smile. Senior, we were talking nicely, why are you touching me? Humph! Tang Hao was a little angry. You are so thick-skinned that you don't even blush or feel nervous. I want to ask you, what can Shrek Academy use to compete with you in the future? Opponent? I think you are the one who unilaterally crushes Shrek. Tang Hao became more and more angry, his eyes red, because no matter how you look at it, this is like digging a trap. The stimulation of the opponent? Hehe, if the opponent's strength is stable and cannot be improved in a short time, it is naturally correct. But you? Su Ming. With your training speed, you let Xiao San take you as an opponent? His blue-silver emperor bloodline has not awakened. The clear sky hammer has no soul ring attached. Survive from failure after failure? Or cultivate fighting spirit from success after success? No matter how you look at it, the latter is more suitable for Xiao San's growth. Long-term failure and blow can easily wipe out a person's fighting spirit. Now Xiao San has no chance of winning against you, how can he carry Shrek Academy forward? Su Ming touched his nose, a little embarrassed, he really hadn't thought about this. Well, maybe Tang San can create a miracle. Hehe. Your tone of hehe is really perfect. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Well, let me break up Shrek Academy first, and then Tang San will definitely turn back. I can accept him as a student in the first academy, so wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? As cold as ice, Tang Hao said expressionlessly, so, I have to thank you. When I meet you in the future, it's better to call you Dean Su. Su Ming said, if you have a better way, just ignore what I said. Or what? Seeing Su Ming looking at his shoulder, Tang Hao frowned and let go of his hand, asking. Su Ming deliberately lowered his voice and said. You also know that Tang San's biggest obstacle at present is Yu Xiaogang. In order to succeed, he will never give up Tang San, nor will he give up you, his big backer. Although Su Ming was not as tall as Tang Hao, he still patted his shoulder in return and said heavily. Listen to me, you can kill Yu Xiaogang without anyone knowing. Don't worry, you know this, I know it, the heavens and the earth know it, but Tang San will never know it. Senior, you don't want Tang San to be constrained by Yu Xiaogang forever, right? Hiss. Kill Yu Xiaogang? Such a feasible idea flashed through Tang Hao's mind and disappeared immediately. Yu Xiaogang is Xiao San's master after all. How could I do such a thing after teaching him? Tang Hao was furious. Knowing that Tang Hao would not do it, Su Ming shrugged helplessly and said. You see, you don't want to kill Yu Xiaogang. As a disciple, Tang San can't leave Yu Xiaogang either. This is already a dead cycle. In that case, let me defeat Shrek, alienate Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, and let Tang San wake up on his own. Hey! Tang Hao's anger just stagnated, and he began to wonder if it was feasible. If Tang Hao came from the future, he would probably Saya or Pua here. It seems that this guy really intends to destroy Shrek Academy. To make Shrek unable to turn over. Feeling someone's obsession, Tang Hao did not continue the topic. What do you think if I go to the first academy as a worshipper? Seemingly very interested in the first academy, Tang Hao spoke with some ease in his tone. Title Douluo? Tang Hao, be a worshipper? This is definitely a temptation that no force can refuse. But Su Ming did not agree immediately, and sighed, being a father to this extent, I envy Tang San. If he knew that you did all these and didn't leave, I guess he would laugh in his dreams. Tang Hao's old face turned red, and he didn't know how to change his words for a moment. When you do something wrong, you have to find a way to make up for it and find a way out. No matter in the future or later. No need to talk nonsense, just say whether you agree or not. If I don't agree, I should be beaten, right? I'm not a combative person in my life, but I'm still interested in beating you. It is said that beating the young will make the old come, don't you think this is quite appropriate here? Tang Hao's cold eyes flashed with mischief, thinking that the offering to beat the dean should become a good story in the future. Su Ming. Do you think you are talking human words? The two chatted. Unknowingly, Su Ming had come to the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. Su Ming did not go in immediately. Can you still hold on? The words were meaningful and double-edged. This time the storm is not small, the titled Douluo will definitely come, and Su Ming also knows that Tang Hao's health is not optimistic and cannot use all his strength. Of course, there is another thing he didn't say, that is, I can't hold on, I have no other way, I can only expose myself and drag you down. After a slight silence, Tang Hao also returned a meaningful smile, if you die, I will collect your body for you and protect your sister's life. As for the first academy, I will also look after you and will not let people use it as a toilet. Su Ming. Who did you learn this from? Chapter 114, 100,000 Year Soul Beast, Decomposed? With Tang Hao as the academy's priest, Su Ming had no reason not to agree. However, the academy will not intervene in the fight between Haoshan sect and Spirit Hall. The academy is a restricted area. They only protect their own little piece of land and ignore everything else. In the first academy, whether they are disciples of Haoshan sect or Spirit Hall, they have only one identity, students. You can fight as you please after you leave the first academy. But if you bully the first academy, I have the strength, and I will never show mercy. Don't cause trouble. Not afraid of trouble. Independence from the world, overlooking all living things. This is the overall plan that Su Ming has set for the academy in the future. Even if Tang Hao is a worshipper, Su Ming will not let the academy become a vassal or vanguard of the Haoshan sect. After saying goodbye to Tang Hao, Su Ming walked into the Fighting Spirit Arena and continued his daily winning streak. Just as he arrived at the Soul Master Passage, a young woman came towards him. The woman was beautiful, wearing a short skirt and translucent gauze. Her shoulders and lower abdomen were exposed, and she twisted her waist and swayed. As the distance got closer, a tempting and wonderful fragrance came to her nose. It was as if a white jade hand was plucking the heartstrings. Master Shi, please go over first. The woman smiled sexy with her red lips, and her chest was pulled very low. Especially when she bowed, the short silk was unconsciously pulled open and generous displayed, without reservation to Su Ming. Well. Su Ming responded indifferently, and then walked towards the third floor. The woman's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she led the way with a smile on her face. The two of them came to the third floor without any obstacles. They tried their best along the way, but what they received was a cold and indifferent look, and the woman's heart sank to the bottom. Master Shi, let me do it. Knowing that this was the last chance, the woman mustered up her courage, smiled at Su Ming, and suddenly pressed her jade hand on the latter's hand. Shua. As if she was electrocuted, she withdrew her hand with full of expectation, her face was as pale as water, she looked at Su Ming with fear, and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Glancing at the woman, Su Ming did not embarrass her. Bang! The door was closed. What caught my eye was a white forging robe. White hair and white beard. Clean and tidy, snow white without a speck of dust. It was hard to accept that the man in front of him was a 60-year-old man, but he looked like a patient with mysophobia. Murong Qi was sitting in front of the coffee table, sipping tea, and shook his head helplessly. Such a beauty throws herself into your arms, why refuse it? If you think she looks good, you can take her back to be a servant girl. The first thing trained in the fighting spirit field is obedience, you won't suffer. Obey? Wouldn't it be better to monitor instead? Shua. Su Ming took the teapot with a cold face and poured some on his hands. Boom. The teacup in his hand was thrown on the coffee table, and Mirongqi's enjoyment disappeared in an instant. He was busy protecting the teapot. You bastard, stop, stop. Stop now. Oh. This is my treasured Chout Yen Yuju, worth tens of thousands of gold coins per pound. What a waste. Seeing that only half of the pot was left, Mirongqi blew his beard and glared, feeling painful. There is dirt on my hands, it's much more comfortable this way. After shaking off the hot tea in his hand, Su Ming said straight to the point. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? This is too much vigilance. I won't eat you. Mirongqi took a deep breath, looked at Su Ming seriously, and said. At the end of the month, you can get the Gold Fighting Soul Badge. There is no soul sect with the Gold Fighting Soul Badge in the entire Soto city. If you want to continue to challenge the 100 game winning streak, you can only challenge higher level ones. I want to ask, are you really going to challenge a higher level? Swish. Mirongqi pushed the tray in front of Su Ming, and inside was a Gold Fighting Soul Badge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Gold Fighting Soul Badge. Ding! Reward the host with a piece of 10,000 year soul bone. Reward, separate? Taking the Gold Fighting Soul Badge, Su Ming did not investigate further, thinking that a piece of 10,000 year soul bone was finally complete. While Mirongqi was still waiting for his answer, Su Ming said firmly. Continue the fighting soul, and stop when you fail. If I still don't lose in the battle with the Soul King, I will jump to the Soul Emperor's challenge again. What a complete lunatic. The old man's eyes moved, and Mirongqi couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He was fearless and fearless, which was terrifying. Mirongqi didn't stop him. Like Lopez, he also wanted to see where Su Ming's limit was. Tonight's 1v1 soul fight, there was no suspense, Su Ming still won. Even if it was 1v2 against two Soul Kings, it was just a little more effort, and it was not as difficult to win as the last 1v7. First, the two Soul Kings are too weak. Second, it is because Su Ming's physical fitness has been improved again. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 34. Martial Soul, Slaying God, Black Quality, 42502/50,000. Special Physique, Berserker Body, Primary. Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Light Kung Fu, Perfect, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Perfect, Mixed Element Sword Slash, 3rd Level Minor Success, Gathering Spirit Technique, Great Success. Items owned, Advanced Free Fragment * 961, 10,000 Year Soul Bone * 1, Decomposable, 1000 Year Soul Bone * 1, Decomposable, 8 Petal Fairy Orchid, Decomposable, Spirit Immunity Mask, Dragon Essence, Nourishing Spirit Pill Recipe. Strength, 775, Normal. Defense, 742, Normal. Spirit, 782, Normal. Speed, 543, Normal. 1v7 cannot beat the Soul King team, Su Ming has already settled. There is an auxiliary Soul Master to assist the Soul King, the Soul King's combat power is catching up with the Soul Emperor, not to mention the other 5. Even if the Soul Emperor comes, he has to kowtow and admit defeat. 1v7 winning streak reward 1000 Year Soul Bone, 200 free attribute points. Su Ming has already distributed the 200 free attribute points to strength, defense, and mental strength. The goal is very clear, that is to concentrate on getting 100 consecutive wins in 1v2 fighting spirits this month. System, decompose all the 10,000 Year Soul Bones and 1000 Year Soul Bones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9,700 fragments, a total of 10,661 fragments. Ka! The bedroom door was pushed open. Xiaowu walked in with her hands behind her back, smiling. Brother, what do you want to talk to me about? Stand first. Su Ming tilted his head, Xiaowu stuck out her tongue, had to let go of her hand, and stood in front of Su Ming. Su Ming pointed his right hand at Xiaowu's forehead. Brother, what are you doing? Xiaowu was startled, letting the bright red air flow from Su Ming's fingertips flow through her body. The airflow had a refreshing comfort, as if it could suppress all the restlessness in her heart and make her calm down. A few minutes later, Su Ming slowly put his hand down, with a stern face, looking a little painful. I just injected some special energy into you. So Ming closed the distance and explained in a voice that only two people could hear. Are you serious? Xiao Wu's pupils shrank suddenly, and surprise instantly surged into her heart. Really? So Ming was weak, 10,000 high-level fragments, it would be a lie if he didn't feel sorry. Hehe, I know you are the best, brother. The most worrying thing has been solved. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes are like crescents, and she happily presses So Ming's shoulders. Don't be too happy too soon. It can only last for 5 years. I understand, I understand. Brother, you will find a way after 5 years, right? So Ming. Otherwise. Let's ask the system how many fragments can be obtained by decomposing a 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 115 The First Academy, Waves Rolling. On the west side of Soto City. A river flows through Soto City at a location roughly close to the center of the city and the city wall. The pointed iron fence divides the land on the shore into pieces of owned land. Beside the river beach where the tributaries and the main river meet, 3 figures each occupy a corner. The 3 women sit cross-legged. On the surface of the body, black and gold textures meander like vines. The texture is mysterious and complex, as if it has the magic of a magnet, causing the river water that was supposed to flow down to sweep towards the river bank where the 3 people are, with a sense of waves hitting the shore. On the other side of the river bank opposite the triangle, a gilded plaque. The plaque has been quietly hung on the gate. The first school. On both sides of the iron gate, there is a couplet. On the right, the sea is boundless and the sky is the shore. On the left, I am the peak when I reach the top of the mountain. Although the college is small, it is very impressive. On the main gate, there is also a sign. The requirements for new students in this college. Practice to the level of soul sect before the age of 20, and do not disturb mediocre people. The domineering couplet. The arrogant recruitment requirements. It makes countless passers-by laugh. Because the scale of the college is too small, this high profile is really out of place and self-deceiving. Therefore, few people visit. Here is the temporary base of the college bought by Xiao Xin. The area is not large, only the size of 3 football fields. After all, it is only used for temporary placement, and the conditions are much better than those of Shrek Academy. Especially where the riverbanks meet. It is a place naturally designed for cultivation. It seems that Xiao Xin has a good eye. At this moment, Xiao Wu and the other 2 are using the soul gathering technique to cultivate. This is not what So Ming taught them, but he just engraved the inscription array on the 3 of them so that they can speed up their cultivation. Under the shade of the tree, So Ming is also using sword finger to carve something. It is not a wood carving. Because what he is holding at the moment is a piece of metal. ZZ. After a while, the metal chips were blown off. Shua. So Ming injected his soul power into the carved soul gathering inscription array. The dark light overflowed, and the inscription array was like a burning flame barrel, bang bang bang, and waves of violent energy were surging. Boom! With a roar, a hole exploded in the center of the metal, and black smoke came out. So Ming's expectations were dashed again. If it can be engraved on the human body, there's no reason why it can't be engraved on metal like a soul guide. So Ming scratched his head in frustration. This is an important resource for the future development of the academy. Yes, So Ming wants to imitate the Tianfen refining Qi Tower in Douluo and build a soul gathering tower in the academy. With the soul gathering tower, the academy will have enough space on the mainland in the future and lay a solid foundation for cultivating students. Could it be a problem of the amount of energy it can contain? Just as the thought came to mind, the sound of hurried footsteps sounded in his ears. Zhao Wuji was walking towards this side with a box in his hand. Swish! So Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly stood up. Seeing Xiao Wu and the other 2 practicing, Zhao Wuji gently put the box on the ground and opened it. There were sets of black and white clothes inside, and the top one was a set of boys' tight clothes. And on that set of clothes, there were 2 dragon-shaped badges. One was silver-purple. The other was golden-purple. Under the dragon head of the badge, the number is written. Roman numerals, 1, Arabic numerals. This badge feels really different. Zhao Wuji smiled and couldn't help rubbing the golden black patterned badge on his chest. This is much better looking than the badge of Shrek Academy. Even the badge of the Royal Academy is not as good looking as this one. Especially they. -2, which is even more engraved in Zhao Wuji's heart. Xiao Xin is also the vice president, but he is only -3. This badge is flashy and impractical. With the advancement of the times, maybe we can design a badge for communication. So Ming smiled and said modestly. He designed this badge himself, and he was actually quite satisfied with it. Silver represents students. Gold represents teachers. The colors above represent the approximate level of cultivation. And the Roman numeral 1 represents the level of teachers and students. People like Xiaowu are all cores, so it is the Roman numeral 1. As for the last Arabic numeral, it represents the number of teachers and students in the academy, and is also the memory of their life. Putting away his clothes and badges, Su Ming planned to go back to the bedroom and try again. In the past month, Yu and Xiao Xin urged them to practice in the academy, and don't go to the fighting spirit field for the time being. I'll go to the fighting spirit field to pick a few good seedlings. Let's get 7 people together first. Pick people? I think it's to snatch people. Laughing inwardly, Zhao Wuji patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I'm watching in the academy, nothing will happen. Su Ming responded, and then faced Xiaowu and the other 2 with a dry cough to remind them. Hey? The 3 of them woke up at the same time, and the inscription array on their bodies also collapsed. Seeing that Zhao Wuji had returned, the 3 of them had shining eyes. Let me do it, let me do it. Let me see what the school uniforms of the academy look like. Xiaowu immediately rushed over, took out her clothes and put them on. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing also took out their clothes to look at them. This. The 2 blushed and stared at Su Ming strangely, their eyes seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and they were very strange. Ning Rongrong asked shyly, Su Ming, did you really design this dress? You think it's too ugly? No, it's not. Ning Rongrong couldn't help laughing. I never thought that you would design clothes for girls. Besides, the level seems to be acceptable. Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but nod, because Xiaowu had already put it on and was showing off, it looked really good. The fabric of the clothes is good, snow white and pure black with gold patterns, and it should be very comfortable to wear. The clothes look very good, especially the lower body. When standing upright, it is a slanted leaf slit skirt, and the tulle fabric on both sides of the ears is raised, which is not monotonous and straight. The battle can be separated, and the pleated skirt inside does not affect the battle at all. From the perspective of women's aesthetics alone, this dress is really beautiful. And it is very different from the style of clothes they have seen. It is not like a strong suit, or more precisely, it belongs to a semi-strong suit. Seeing that the 3 of them felt pretty good, Su Ming had nothing else to think about. Okay, I have created the basic conditions in the past few days. Next, it depends on how to make the college bigger and stronger. This is not only what I have to do. As a member of the college, this is also the direction you should work towards. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he said loudly, Remember, from today on, the hardships and honors of the academy will be shared with you. Hearing this, Xiaowu, who was happily looking at her clothes, also raised her head. The 3 girls' beautiful eyes were colorful, and they were full of youth without any fear. The wonderful light in their eyes revealed more excitement, joy and beautiful yearning. Come on! Swish, Xiaowu stretched out her hand with high morale. Then, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. At the same time, the 3 looked at Su Ming and Zhao Wuji. The atmosphere was so beautiful. Wild breeze from the riverside surged with the rolling river water. The water and the sky were the same color, warm and refreshing. It blew out a wonderful smile. It also raised the voice of imagining the future. It lasted for a long time. Xiao Xian. So, I am redundant, right? Chapter 116 The First Martial Soul, The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the Soul Fighting Arena, Su Ming continued his winning streak challenge journey. Considering the difficulty of the cross-level challenge, the Soul Fighting Arena originally wanted to relax the rule of concentrated Sundays, round-robin battle. That is, it would be easier to challenge once a day. But Su Ming proved it to them with his strength. 1v1 Soul Fighting, Soul King Realm is invincible. And in order to get a 1v1 winning streak as soon as possible, Su Ming changed the original concentrated field once a week to 3 concentrated fields a week. That is, Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. During these 3 days, Su Ming accepted the round-robin battle of 1v1 soul fighting. But it was limited to 10 games. Due to the improvement of Realm, the number of Soul King Soul Masters participating in soul fighting has increased. In less than 2 weeks, Su Ming's 1v1 winning streak has reached 98 games. He only needs the last 2 games to get 100 consecutive wins. Kill! Kill! The main soul fighting arena was crowded with people and cheers shook the sky. Everyone knows that the great 100-game winning streak will be achieved tonight. The seats are really full and tickets are hard to come by. Even ordinary seats are sold for several gold coins. Even the temporary seats added by the Fighting Spirit Arena require 1 gold coin. As for the VIP rooms for better viewing, they are as high as hundreds of gold coins. Tonight, the Fighting Spirit Arena is destined to be glorious. Shui Wanchuan, the first heir of the Barak Kingdom, came to watch the game on behalf of King Barak. Before the game, he made a bold statement that as long as she won 100 consecutive victories, the kingdom would grant him the title of Earl in a city. Faced with such a huge reward, ordinary people were so excited that their eyes were red. But people with a discerning eye knew that this was just a means for the kingdom to win over Shi and make him loyal to it. Dear audience, I don't care which game this is tonight, and I believe you don't care either. Yes, that's right. These will be the last 2 soul fighting games of Shi's 100-game winning streak. Win this one, and there's only one left for him. History is waving to us. As a host, I should be impartial, but as a fan of Shi, let me say something from the bottom of my heart. Shi, you are destined to be invincible. The host blushed and looked at Su Ming. Boom. The highly inflammatory speech instantly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Everyone was so excited that they raised their arms and shouted. Even the nobles in the private room were in high spirits. Across the soul fighting field, a man in blue slowly walked up to the stage. My heart was stirring, and I even felt that she should accomplish such a feat. But the dignity of the soul master. The face of the family. No matter what, I will do my best. Because if I don't go all out, I will definitely lose. The man stood on the fighting spirit stage, his eyes were like the sun in the sea, steaming. His figure was not strong. But his body was very strong and hard, giving people a sense of hidden power, as if his body contained extremely terrifying power. He didn't take action immediately. The man said loudly to Su Ming. My name is Yu Zhanlong, my martial soul is Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and I am a level 59 strong attack system combat soul king. This time, I came specially for you. Boom, the audience cheered even louder. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The first beast martial soul on the continent. In the stands, Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes intertwined with resentment. Even Tang San felt this emotion. However, his face was cold and indifferent, and he looked at Su Ming's back leisurely, wondering what he was thinking. In the VIP room, Xiaoyu and Hulina also had ripples in their eyes. The two of them exhaled heavily, pulling their thoughts away from the battle just now. This time, it was worth the trip. The sound of sighs rose and fell. Xiaoyu's arrogant expression was replaced by solemnity, and he said. His body is too terrifying. He can fight against the level 56 Taurus martial spirit several times. I have never seen such a monster. According to the information obtained from the fighting spirit field, his martial spirit is a knife. I believe you have also seen that he has not used his soul skills yet. Xiaoyu's tone was heavy, but his eyes were bright and colorful. A black dress was engraved in his pupils, as if he could never move away. Hearing this, Hulina was full of energy. Her narrow and long foxy eyes raised a stormy wave, dull and powerless the feeling weighed on his heart. They were not only wrong. They were very wrong. There was no inside story or water in Shi's winning streak. Every soul king who challenged him was defeated by his thundering means. The battle was clean and neat. There was no chance of luck. They could never be this guy's opponent if they fought alone. I want to fight him. Hulina pursed her pink lips and said decisively. Her pretty face had never been so serious and focused as it was at this moment. There was no arrogance of the towering Qing Shan, only the sincere hope of going down and becoming a path. Knowing what his sister Hulina meant, Xiaoyu's eyes also shone with an inexplicable brilliance, and he uttered a heavy good in his mouth. Bang! A dull roar sounded in the fighting soul field. Lightning bolts rushed like thunder snakes, smashing all the clothes on Yu Zhanlong's upper body. His arms suddenly became longer, and his thick arms were covered with blue-purple scales. The palms are claws, the scales fit tightly together, and the knuckles are extremely thick. Especially on the chest, the scales are arranged in rows, forming the most indestructible shield in the world, and the lightning is lingering and crackling. Blue and purple lightning surged around him, and the whole person was like a lightning messenger bathed in the baptism of the thunder god, with divine power and unmatched. Both arms turn into dragons, and the chest contains dragon armor with attack and defense attributes. Facing the beast martial spirit known as the best in the world, Su Ming did not dare to neglect it, and immediately condensed an energy shield around his body. Su Ming did not draw his sword immediately. Because lightning has a restraint on god killing, only Sky Strike and Flying Moon can be used. Shua, at the same time. The two figures shot out and ran towards the center of the fighting spirit arena. Boom! The blue lightning and the black afterimage, like a meteor, collided heavily. In an instant, the lightning was pushed back and the energy shield was shattered by the lightning. Shua, the two of them slid backwards quickly. But it was visible to the naked eye that Su Ming retreated farther, almost to the edge of the ring. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is indeed not comparable to other martial souls. Su Ming was shocked and hurriedly stopped his decline. This was the first time he failed to force the opponent's soul skills, and he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. A slight numbness surged from his arm, which was still wrapped in lightning. Su Ming clenched his fist tightly, and the black air blade swished tore the lightning snake into pieces. On the opposite side, Yu Zhanlong was also horrified. He could feel that the opponent's strength was not exhausted. If he went all out, he would definitely fall below. And the lightning power on his body was not painful to him. I want to see how much lightning power your body can withstand. With a roar, Yu Zhanlong's second and third soul rings suddenly lit up. He was surrounded by lightning, like a stunning flower of destruction blooming. The terrifying lightning snake was unbridled, and it still had no less power after surging for more than 20 or 30 meters, coldly and ruthlessly hitting everything around the fighting arena. Chapter 117 The third 10,000-year soul ring appeared. Based on the situation of Yu Zhanlong, it seems that his soul skill combination is similar to that of Yu Tianheng. That's right, Yu Zhanlong's third soul skill is called Thunder Fury. Amplify the power of lightning by 100%, and increase the strength of soul power by 50%. The second soul skill, Thunder, is to use the means of thunder to attack the enemy with terrifying lightning emanating from the body. Blue-purple lightning raged over the fighting arena. I didn't know when Yu Zhanlong had jumped into the air. Under the illumination of the light at the top of the fighting arena, Yu Zhanlong was like a god descending from heaven, and seemed to want to wipe out all enemies with thunder. The dragon claw slapped Su Ming's chest with overwhelming force. Lightning is the synonym of speed. Yu Zhanlong is naturally very fast. Especially the lightning around him, which made Su Ming's mental power torn apart when he approached, and he could not use his mental power to detect his movements. By the time Su Ming reacted, Yu Zhanlong's attack had already arrived quietly. Swish! Su Ming did not hesitate at all, and with a flash of silver light, the killing knife fell into his hand. With his current physique, he could not resist the combined power of Yu Zhanlong's second and third soul skills at level 59, and he was very likely to be seriously injured. If he couldn't bear it, then he wouldn't resist. Su Ming's arm muscles were tense, and he slashed with all his strength, and a crescent arc burst out from the blade. This was not a sword-drawing heavenly strike, but a strike made by concentrating soul power using the principle of heavenly strike. Sky Strike needs to be charged, and in the blink of an eye, Su Ming had no time to launch it. Swish! Swish! The lightning that shot over was split by the blade light, which looked unstoppable, but was stopped 1 foot in front of Yu Zhanlong. He stretched out his dragon claws on his right arm, and the lightning claws tightly pinched the blade light. No matter how violent it was, it could not move forward a bit. Yu Zhanlong's claws exerted force, and the lightning snakes around him gathered towards the blade light like soldiers who received orders. Kaka! The blade light shattered with a sound. Yu Zhanlong rushed towards Su Ming again as if he was in an empty space. Purple lightning and blue frost, mixed with the power of heaven, bombarded Su Ming, like a hurricane raising a shocking wave. Yu Zhanlong was faster than Su Ming had imagined, and even if he used Qinggong, he probably couldn't avoid it. Qinggong requires basic speed, but Su Ming's speed is a flaw. It's okay against ordinary Soul Kings, but the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit relies on thunder and is as fast as lightning. Su Ming was shocked, but the previous attack had already blocked Jade War Dragon for part of the time and offset part of its power. Time means reaction. Shua! The killing knife flashed amazingly. The unique silver moon, a glimpse, passed through the sky. Clang! Flying Moon slammed hard on Yuzantian's double dragon arms. The moves that have never failed for ordinary Soul Kings were actually clamped tightly under Yuzanlong's double dragon claws, not to mention the overwhelming force. The attack power of Flying Moon is unquestionable. But the biggest flaw is Su Ming's soul power. Because Su Ming compressed his soul power, the quality belongs to the first line of Soul Sect to Soul King. When using Flying Moon, the attack power can only reach the level of intermediate Soul King. Su Ming was able to easily defeat the Soul King before, and the victory was not due to Flying Moon, but God-killing. That's right, God-killing. Immerse the mental power in the energy of Flying Moon, quietly erode the opponent's mental world, and thus win. But now it is different. When facing the field of thunder and lightning, mental power will not only fail to work, but will also damage Su Ming's mental power, which is not worth the loss. Flying Moon cannot cause serious damage, but it does not mean that Yu Zhanlong can get close. On the contrary, the moment he came into contact with Yan Yu's attack, Yu Zhanlong felt something was wrong and his heart trembled violently. With the protection of dragon armor, this terrifying energy attack could not hurt him. But this force. Swish! The silver moon was like a rocket rising into the sky, constantly forcing Yu Zhanlong to retreat to the sky. Even if he used all his strength, he could not remove this force. How is this possible? Yu Zhanlong's face was horrified. It stands to reason that the energy impact force could not be so great. Holding the silver moon with his claws, Yu Zhanlong felt that his hands were constantly washed by a force of 10,000 pounds. Even with the dragon claws, he felt a sharp pain from the impact. Open it for me. With no other choice, Yu Zhanlong shouted, and his arm covered with dragon scales suddenly rose up, pushing Yan Yu away a part of it, and he took the opportunity to fall down. Boom! Blocked by Yu Zhanlong, Yan Yu seemed to have not weakened at all, and slammed into the dome above the fighting arena, tearing a huge hole. Above, rubble and metal blocks, like raindrops, bang bang bang, kept falling towards the fighting arena. Through the hole, people saw the stars and the white moonlight. After falling to the ground, Yu Zhanlong gasped for air by chance, and looked at Su Ming without any slackness. No wonder so many Soul Kings couldn't take this move. It turned out that there was a different world inside. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he wouldn't be able to understand the terrifying impact force. Next, wait for my return gift. Yu Zhanlong's eyes were cold, and his claws spread out, embracing the stars and the moon. The lightning snakes around the body rotated around the core like accelerated particles. As the fourth soul ring lit up, the swimming lightning snakes were pulled together quickly. The lightning snakes accumulated more and more. A 3-meter-long thunder dragon suddenly appeared and circled around the body of Yu Zhanlong. The thunder dragon was as deep blue as an ice soul, and its scales were lifelike. It roared and rushed towards Su Ming as if it was alive. The angry dragon pierced the heart. Yu Zhanlong stared at Su Ming, vowing to see how Su Ming would take on the blue lightning dragon speed under the blessing of his third soul skill Thunder Fury. Blue lightning dragon speed is currently Yu Zhanlong's strongest single attack skill. It can form a powerful thunder dragon. After the dragon is transformed, the attack power is increased by 100%. And under the blessing of the third soul skill Thunder Fury, the lightning attack is even more terrifying. Even if it is a soul emperor, it is absolutely impossible to resist this soul skill without using the 10,000-year soul skill. Yes, including Su Ming. Although he is physically strong. But he cannot withstand the strongest attack of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul King. What's more terrible is that this thunder dragon seems to have a spirit, rolling and circling, aiming at Su Ming's position. No, to be precise. It is only aimed at Su Ming. Just in time. Today, it is time to put a perfect end. Su Ming smiled lightly, relieved. The black light in his eyes surged, and a golden thread flashed. Clang! The cracked killing knife in his hand fell to the ground. At the same time, a golden silver knife appeared in Su Ming's hand. The purple soul ring appeared. The purple soul ring reappeared. The black 10,000-year soul ring appeared. Looking at the soul ring rising from the bottom of the foot of the killer, everyone was almost crazy. Bang! 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 Like fireworks in celebration, the walls of several private rooms exploded, revealing the figures inside. They stared at the 3 soul rings on Su Ming's feet in amazement, as if they had seen a ghost. This is impossible. Chapter 118 Hulina and Xiaoyu take action. 10,000-year soul ring, my god, he actually has a 10,000-year soul ring. How is this possible? Is it because I am presbyopic? No, he is not a soul master, how can he only have 3 soul rings? Everyone was talking incoherently. After a while of chirping and chattering, the fighting arena fell into a dead silence in an instant. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the figure on the fighting arena in disbelief. In a trance, they seemed to see the illusion of a majestic figure rising from the ground. Mirongchi was stunned. Lopez was stunned. Tang San, Dai Mubai and others were also stunned. Yu Xiaogong's face was distorted, and he said it was impossible. Even Xiaoyu and Hulina were. It was also shocking, and I felt that my scalp was about to explode. The 3rd soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring, which was absolutely unprecedented. They had never seen such a soul ring combination before. What was even more terrifying was, he actually fought against the 59th level Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul King with his Soul Master cultivation. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, and felt that there was a blockage in his heart. He wanted to break it, but was afraid of disturbing the miracle. Hulina's beautiful eyes were colorful, and her pink little mouth was open in horror. It was the first time she saw such a brilliant young generation. This guy doesn't look old. Hulina's throat moved, and a horrified voice exploded in her heart, followed by a deeper shock. Even if it was Xiaoyu and herself, it was impossible to fight the Soul King of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul alone. But he, without using the martial soul, he could actually force a draw with the opponent. This is simply too incredible. Before everyone came to their senses. Swish! The god-slashing blade rubbed against the air, making a crisp sound like tearing paper. The sharp feeling was as if the nerves in the brain were being cut one by one. It was hard to imagine. Once such a knife was cut, how terrifying the attack power would be. The golden dragon's tail swayed, holding up a series of virtual lights, as if the aurora in the North Pole was gorgeous. Swish! The golden light burst out, and a golden and silver moon blade flew out. The air was cut in half. Even the surging river seemed to be cut off by this. From the appearance of the martial soul, to the first soul skill slashing edge, and then sky strike. 3 steps, almost completed in an instant. The golden and silver moon arc, like a huge blade breaking through the air, chopped directly on the dragon head of the blue-purple dragon. Zizi, golden light and blue sparks splashed, and it seemed to form a horn. But if you look closely, you will find that it is not the case. The golden and silver moon blade seemed to contain a terrifying power, forcing the dragon to retreat continuously. The dragon's body was slowly curling up, as if it was afraid, and it kept shaking its tail. Sizzle! The eyes suddenly shone with colorful light. The thunder dragon that made the Soul Emperor solemn was actually cut in half by a blow, and exploded into countless thunder and lightning. Flying Moon still did not stop, and rushed straight towards the terrifying thunder and lightning forest. Because in the middle, there was an opponent it wanted to defeat. Swish! The sense of crisis came, and Yu Zhanlong came back to his senses in horror. He didn't care about the horror in his heart, and the thunder in front of him was strong. In an instant, a thunder dragon condensed into shape again. Stop it for me! The second time. This was the second time he used his 4th soul skill. Roar! With the dragon roar, lightning shot out again. Boom! The terrifying explosion roared less than 3 meters away from Yu Zhanlong. The hot energy was like a knife cutting. Even with the dragon armor protecting him, Long Zhantian still felt his body being torn apart. And he was also blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. Fortunately, he was closer to the center of the ring, otherwise the dizzy explosion alone would have made him fall out of the ring. Before he could stand firm. Shua! The moon blade broke through the explosive energy. In the sky full of energy smoke, the black clothes rustled, like a swimming dragon, and she, Su Ming, rushed out from it. Bang! In the dizziness, Yu Zhanlong had almost no room for resistance, and Zhan Shen slashed his chest fiercely. Crack, crack, the scales and Zhan Shen collided violently. It was as if something broke through Yu Zhanlong's belly, and the light was dazzling and dazzling. And that sound also made everyone's ears roar. The sharp spear and the solid shield seemed to be a fateful encounter. Yu Zhanlong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt that the blade had pierced through the dragon armor. The severe pain finally woke him up. But facing Su Ming's full-strength attack, what could he do at this moment? Yes. From the beginning of this competition, he knew that his chances of winning were not high. He just wanted to know what the real strength of she was, and now he finally saw it. And the result he saw was a painful price. You are the first person who let me fight with all my strength. The inner fighting spirit reached its peak, and Su Ming did not hold back at all. The god-slaying sword in his hand was unstoppable, and swish cut towards Yu Zanlong's chest. The indestructible dragon armor, under the sharp edge of the god-slaying sword, also became dim at this moment, and a cruel bloodline was cut. Scales, shattered. Blood, flowing red. A shocking blood-red cut was made on Yu Zanlong's chest. He himself was also repelled by Su Ming's huge force. Puff, blood could not fit in his mouth, Yu Zanlong spat it out. At this moment, his face was calm, and he was still standing. But it was slightly visible that the muscles on his face were spasming in pain, like tiny earthworms twisting. You win. Yu Zanlong coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth and insisted on saying these 3 words. Then, he slowly turned around and walked slowly towards the bottom of the fighting arena step by step. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Blood kept flowing from his chest, the Tianhe River burst its banks, and the weak water covered destroy. The blood even formed a blood-red stream. But his face remained calm, as cold as heavy iron. Step by step. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is the strongest beast martial soul. He lost. But the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul will not lose. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family will not admit defeat. Unfortunately, he was severely injured and still couldn't get off the stage. Boom. The unyielding man finally stayed on the fighting soul stage. Su Ming took a long breath, the coldness in his eyes faded, and walked towards Yu Zanlong. Fighting souls are fighting souls, but the opponent's strength is worthy of respect. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is indeed not to be underestimated. This is also the first time he has defeated someone with his martial soul. Su Ming took out something from the space ring and stuffed it into Yu Zanlong's mouth in the blind spot where no one could see. Su Ming waved his hand, and the gentle soul power rose. The latter's body fell steadily under the fighting arena like a leaf. You have watched for a month. You have seen what you should see. Shua. The sharp tip of the knife pointed directly at the private room where Xiaoyu and the other 2 were. Since it has been exposed, let's fight happily. Today, only one side can leave standing. Su Ming held the God Slayer in his hand and shouted domineeringly. Now, what are you waiting for? The soul power in his body was boiling. The muscles were tense uncontrollably. Under the cold as ice, there was a raging flame burning in his chest. It has been a long time since I have fought so happily. Boom. The sound was like a gas bomb exploding. The sharp air went down along the throat, but it suddenly got stuck. It pressed against the throat, neither going up nor down, cutting the flesh and throat. Everyone was terrified, looking at the figure who was like a fairy or a demon, holding a golden knife, and could not be broken by thousands of men. At this moment, time and space were silent. Night falls into nightmare, body turns into nightmare. Lopez and Miranki were also frightened by the terrifying aura that Su Ming burst out. They didn't know what to do for a moment, just watched quietly with their eyes, and didn't intend to stop him. Swish! Hulina also came back to her senses from the horror. Facing Su Ming's provocation, her face became excited and she jumped down to the fighting spirit arena. Seeing this, Xiaoyu followed closely, because with her sister Hulina alone, she definitely couldn't beat she. This guy is definitely the most terrifying monster. As Hulina and Xiaoyu came to the fighting spirit arena, the 2 cardinals unknowingly came to the edge of the fighting spirit arena. The 2 had extremely strange eyes, and they didn't even have any coldness towards Su Ming. It was as if they were looking at a rare treasure and were envious. Xiaoyu held the impulsive Hulina and said, "We admire your strength. Since you want to fight, we will accompany you. I'm afraid you can't beat our martial soul fusion skills." At the end, Xiaoyu's silver pupils showed a needle-shaped light. Swish! As soon as the voice fell, a line was cut 1 meter in front of the 2. Su Ming stood with a knife. I give you 10 seconds. Hulina and Xiaoyu looked at each other. The next second, pink and silver light flowed out of their bodies respectively. Behind Hulina, a furry tail appeared, and the figure of a fox loomed. At the same time, 2 blood-red scimitars appeared in Xiaoyu's hands. Yellow and purple, the soul rings of the 2 are the best match. Unfortunately, under Su Ming's purple and black soul rings, they are really inferior. Xiaoyu opened his arms and went towards his sister Hulina. Swish! Like an invisible stream of water, the two figures merged into one. The moment the two bodies merged, a red airflow also exploded from their bodies, permeating and covering the entire fighting spirit arena. The red light flashed, and the two people became one. Standing on the fighting spirit arena was a figure with long flowing hair, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Hair like red crystal, the figure was twice as tall as the two, and the two moon blades in his hands also doubled in size. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Yao Mei. Yao Mei, main control, can release a red mist with itself as the center. All people's senses will be reduced by 50%, soul power will be suppressed by 50%, and all actions will be delayed by 50%. Come on. The hoarse voice was full of magnetism, like the collision of gold and iron. Being in the red mist, Su Ming could feel that his mental power was severely suppressed. But there was mental power available. It was obviously much better than facing Yu Zhanlong. Go! The palm of his left hand passed in front of him, and 10-1-style sword fingers gathered in front of him and shot forward. At the same time, the second soul skill under Su Ming's feet also lit up. Silently, the body of nothingness had sunk into the ground, bound and waiting. Chapter 119 100 Consecutive Victories, Historical Record. What's going on? Why can't I see it suddenly? Fuck you, this is also 100 consecutive victories. I've been waiting for this day for a month, and you won't let me see it. Disgusting, so disgusting. The fighting soul field was filled with red mist, and ordinary people couldn't see what was happening at all. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Even the soul kings at the scene were so angry that they gritted their teeth at this moment. You can fight if you want, okay, at least let's see Shi's other soul skills. After all, he still hasn't won 100 consecutive games in 1v2. The wonderful battle is over. The intelligence he obtained was also intercepted. A bucket of cold water poured down, chilling his heart. Many soul kings watching the game couldn't help but curse and greet in their hearts. Swish! Lopez, who reacted, hurried to the fighting soul stage to be a guard. Xiaoyu and Hulina must be of high status to be guarded by two cardinals. Moreover, they also have martial soul fusion skills. Damn it, the martial soul hall is too much. He twisted the iron railing with his hands, and Murongqi, whose hope was shattered, looked ashen. 3 cardinals, Shi is no longer something he can protect. The first soul ring is 1,000 years. The third soul ring is 10,000 years. The fighting power of the Soul Master is catching up with that of the Soul Emperor. Damn it! Such a rare genius in the world, it's a pity that I didn't discover it earlier. It's true that success and failure are all due to Shi. Murongqi sighed helplessly in his heart, and his intestines were full of regret. If he was hidden, the Murong family would definitely have a titled Douluo in the future. A titled Douluo with extremely powerful strength that can intimidate all the villains. It's all his fault that he didn't discover the secret of his spirit ring earlier. After this spirit fight, he will definitely be taken away by the spirit hall. The more Murongqi thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he regretted it. He even lost the desire to watch the spirit fight arena, and kept thinking about the broken dream of the titled Douluo that the Murong family had dreamed of. Su Ming, who was fighting spirits, would never think that after leaving Soto City, he would never be able to participate in any spirit fight competitions in the spirit fight arena again. Because of the rules, the spirit fight arena regretted losing too much. So much so that at dawn tonight, the spirit fight arena will have a new rule: no spirit and spirit rings are exposed, and no spirit fights are allowed to register, in order to prevent the old 6 from being killed. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. A heavy voice that made one gnash one's teeth sounded in the second floor stands. Yu Xiaogong's face was as gloomy as a dead pool, and his eyes were filled with fear and shock. Tang San and his companions looked radiant, but their hearts were restless. I didn't expect to encounter a martial soul fusion technique here, and it was a martial soul fusion technique used by 2 soul lords. Dai Mubai was even more touched, and shook his head with a wry smile. Seeing that they hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, Yu Xiaogang reminded them. The spirit hall has a golden generation, and if I'm right, they should be one of them. You will definitely clash with them in the future, because the 2 of them are already among the most talented people on the continent. Boom! When these words came out, Tang San and his companions were stunned. Will they be opponents in the future? Tang San could still accept it, but Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and others were shocked, and a chill came over them, making their hair stand on end. Hulina and Xiaoyu both look about 18 or 19 years old. From the fluctuation of soul power on their soul rings, they are probably not far from becoming soul kings. Among them, the highest level is only Dai Mubai. 15 years old, level 38. After 3 years, he will never be able to break through to Soul King. What's more, they have martial soul fusion skills. When they break through to Soul King, even Soul Emperors may not be their opponents. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai and others were speechless. Are they better than Su Ming? Seeing that Dai Mubai and others were in low spirits, Tang San suddenly spoke. His eyes were not at all depressed, but rather full of spirit. The purple eyes stared straight at the fighting soul stage, as if he wanted to see through everything that happened inside. Su Ming? When these words came out, Dai Mubai and the other 3 were stunned. Yes. No matter how powerful Hulina and the other 2 are, how much more powerful can they be compared to Su Ming? He is the only genius. He is even more promising than she on the stage. They can't even surpass Hulina, let alone Su Ming. They are all geniuses, who can be willing to be inferior to others. Dai Mubai said in a deep voice, Xiao San is right, we must not only surpass them, but also catch up with Su Ming. Ma Hongjun was shocked and nodded seriously. Yes, Su Ming is the target they are chasing. Hulina, Xiaoyu? Haha, they are worthy. Only Oscar couldn't help but sigh. If Teacher Su is here, we should be able to win against the 2 people from the Spirit Hall in the future. Oscar covered his mouth immediately after the words came out, too embarrassed to look at Yu Xiaogong's face. Dai Mubai and the other 2 were slightly moved, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Yet, it was so good when Su Ming was here, everyone had the passion to fight, like they were injected with chicken blood, and they could also quickly become stronger. Now, forget it. Forget it if I didn't understand. Tang San smiled bitterly in his heart. He just asked will they be stronger than Su Ming out of emotion. Because the murderer on the stage was Su Ming. Fortunately, none of them heard the meaning, but brought it to Su Ming. But thinking of Oscar's words just now, Tang San's heart was also complicated. He didn't know if he was right or not, maybe wrong. The fighting spirit stage was shrouded in red fog. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound, as if there were golden swords and iron horses colliding. Xiaoyu and the others could clearly see everything happening in front of them in the fog, and they also knew that Su Ming used the second soul skill. But the effect of this second soul skill, the 2 of them could not know, so the first time to launch an attack, defeating Su Ming's one-style sword finger. Because of this layer of fog, Su Ming can use his soul skills boldly without being known by most people. Bang! Shen Zhan's powerful blow repelled the demon, but Su Ming stood still. If you have any other moves, use them now. Su Ming reminded in a deep voice, retracting his front legs. The martial soul fusion skill is strong, but the 2 of them did not increase the strength, but took the route of weakening. Although the action was slow, Su Ming's physical strength was really wrong, which was not something the demon could withstand with the martial soul fusion skill of the 2. The demon holding the moon blade was shaking, and his sharp eyes were cold. After a simple fight, they already understood each other's strength. Even if Shi's strength was weakened, his reaction was still very fast, and he was able to grasp the direction of his attack. In terms of strength, he still had the upper hand. Yao Mei couldn't figure out how the other party did it, but the current situation seemed to be unfavorable to him. Clang! The red scimitar in Yao Mei's hand suddenly connected into a hole and turned into a ring. The huge and terrifying soul power poured madly towards the red moon ring, like a bottomless pit. The red light became brighter and brighter, like a blood-red setting sun, shining on the mountains and rivers, and the cold blood light melted everything. This is my strongest attack, see if you can withstand it. The sound of gnashing teeth came from all directions, and the determination was overwhelming. Knowing what Yao Mei was going to do, the second soul ring under Su Ming's feet lit up again. Shua! A subtle sound rang out, and a full moon rushed out in the mist, like a blood-red millstone that destroyed the world, coming towards Su Ming. Clang! The violent and crisp collision sound resounded throughout the fighting soul field. Yao Mei's eyes showed confusion, because Yuan Yu had not yet come to Su Ming, but she felt that she was blocked by something. It seemed that there was an invisible barrier in front of the 2 of them. Swish! After a pause of 1 second, Yuan Yu rushed towards Su Ming again, and her speed was visibly reduced. Bang! The same sound sounded again, and Yuan Yu was blocked again. Yao Mei, who had obviously noticed the decrease in Yuan Yu's speed, was suddenly a little crazy. What's going on? What the hell is in the middle? Because he could feel that after the power of Yuan Yu was offset one after another, its power at this moment was less than 50% of the original. Yuan Yu is Xia Yu's strongest self-created soul skill. Used in the state of the martial soul fusion skill Yao Mei, Yuan Yu is definitely the strongest means of attack for the two at this moment. Even Soul Emperor may not be able to resist this move. Xia Yu and the others were a little anxious, because the side effects of using this move were too great, and the soul power would be consumed very quickly. If they can't achieve results, then what awaits them is only failure. To be able to get through twice, this self-created soul skill is really powerful. Su Ming's mouth curled up, without any mockery, he could feel the horror of this move. It was even more powerful than the blue lightning dragon speed of Yu Zhanlong just now. Swish! The golden light danced diagonally, and the silver snake on the body of the God Slayer was circling, turning into countless sharp energies circling around the blade. The original Cheng Liang's blade was even more dazzling at this moment, like the scorching sun. Su Ming covered the handle with both hands, and with the force of thunder, he slashed towards the full moon at a rapid speed. Clang! The third sound exploded in the mist. This time, it was a more obvious metal collision sound, because the sound was so harsh that it tore the eardrums. Swish! A blood-colored round blade broke out from the mist and flew towards the outside of the fighting soul field. Ding! The round blade tore a hole and firmly nailed it on the barrier outside the fighting spirit arena, embedding half of it. The next second, a tall figure was thrown from the fighting spirit arena and landed on the stage. The enchanting figure reappeared, but as soon as it landed, the red light had disappeared. Two figures appeared in everyone's sight. As if they had just recovered from a serious illness, Xia Yu and Hu Lina stood up from the ground with pale faces and painful expressions. Boom! All the audience stood up, their eyes almost popped out. Defeated. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, defeated. That is to say, she won. 100 consecutive victories, the last battle was the Martial Soul Fusion Skill. In fantasy, everyone should applaud and do their best to celebrate this great moment. But at this moment, no one made a sound. True frustration is never hysterical. True enthusiasm is never hoarse. Their faces flushed, their eyes burned, like believers, staring at the figure on the fighting arena. Killing, created the highest winning streak record in the fighting arena. One-on-one, fighting across levels. 100 consecutive wins, unparalleled in the world. Chapter 120, Zhu Douluo, Yu Guan. Bang! 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 The stars in the sky exploded above the fighting arena. Beautiful fireworks, like lighting up the entire night sky. Just like waking everyone up, in that unparalleled celebration, there will always be someone who remembers this historic moment. On the fighting arena, Su Ming exhaled a long breath, his face visibly pale. Although his eyes were still bright, his body was shaky. Continuous battles, continuous use using the Millennium Soul skill and the Hunyuan sword slash, his soul power has been consumed to less than 20% at this moment. Although he was extremely uncomfortable, Su Ming showed a knowing smile on his face. Win! Finally won! Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the demon in the last game, and the victory belongs to 1v1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 100 consecutive games in 1v1, and a reward of 100,000 year soul bone. Swish! Suddenly, all the cheers disappeared in an instant. The situation in the fighting spirit field suddenly changed, and everyone turned their eyes to the three red clothes. Their waving arms subconsciously dropped down, and their eyes showed horror. Martial Spirit Hall Red Cardinals, what are they going to do? In the fighting spirit field, Lopez led the other two Red Cardinals and surrounded Su Ming in the middle. Originally, the overall situation was decided, but now it was tense again. In fact, the three of them ignored the injured Xia Yu and Hu Lina. As soon as the battle was decided, the three of them surrounded Su Ming in a shape. A fish in a pond, a bird in a cage. The three did not do anything excessive, just sandwiched Su Ming in the middle. There was no spirit possessed, and no spirit pressure was released. Just like an ordinary person. Because the talent and potential of the person in front of them were too terrifying. So terrifying that even the cardinals were terrified. Once such a person joined the spirit hall, at least he would be at the level of titled Douluo in the future. It was not impossible for him to even aspire to the position of the Pope. Before figuring out whether he was an enemy or a friend, he must not offend the other party easily. Lopez's eyes were burning, and he bowed solemnly, as if he was apologizing for the conflict half a month ago. Do you still remember the previous agreement that if you win 100 consecutive games, you will agree to join the spirit hall? Su Ming took out 3 sugar beans from the space ring and swallowed them to restore his soul power, physical strength and mental strength. Swish! At this time, a figure also rushed onto the fighting stage. The spirit hall is definitely your best destination. With your potential, if you join the spirit hall, you will definitely be recognized by His Holiness the Pope. Even being canonized as a son of God is not impossible. Hulina's face was pale, but her beautiful eyes stared straight at the pupils under the mask. It seemed that there was a magic power that was luring people's sight. This guy seemed younger than his brother. If he could be pulled into the spirit hall could completely crush others in the future Soul Master competition. No. Not only the Soul Master competition. Such a genius would definitely be able to dominate the entire continent when he grows up. Hulina's eyes trembled slightly, and she was determined to take Su Ming back. Seeing Su Ming still hesitating, she blurted out without thinking. You may not know, my name is Hulina, and I am the saint of the spirit hall. Your strength is above mine, and you will definitely be respected by the spirit hall. Looking at his sister Hulina, who was speaking earnestly and even humbly, Xiaoyu was also very surprised. In his impression, Hulina has always been a determined, never give up, proud and high-standing woman. It has never been like this before. Above her? Hulina has never admitted this to anyone, even to herself. But today, it seems that Sister Hulina is really convinced. Not only him, but also himself. The Soul Venerable's cultivation broke the spirit fusion technique of the two of them. Such strength is really too terrifying, so terrifying that all the honors they have won in the spirit hall are so small and unbearable. Such a person should belong to the spirit hall. Should become their companion. No, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Because Xiaoyu has already felt that will from the 3 cardinals. The spirit hall will never allow any uncertain factors. Glancing at Hulina, Su Ming's face under the mask was calm, and he naturally knew that she was a saint. But the spirit hall was not his choice. Su Ming looked at Lopez and said, I didn't say before that I would definitely join the spirit hall after 100 consecutive wins, I was just considering it. Besides, this is only 100 consecutive wins in 1v1, and there are still 100 consecutive wins in 1v2. Now, there are still 18 games left in 1v2, so I still have some time to consider, right? This. Lopez was embarrassed, this was indeed his previous promise. But if I had known this earlier, I would have tied him back even if I had to. Consider? What the hell am I considering? You. Just as Lopez was about to speak, a gentle voice suddenly sounded over the fighting spirit field. 1v2 100 consecutive wins, what's the difficulty? Fighting spirits don't necessarily need to fight, as long as the opponent surrenders. Boom. As the voice fell, a terrifying pressure fell like a meteorite. All the audience knelt on the ground. Even Murongqi, Flanders and other soul saints were sweating and bowed quickly. Half kneeling on the ground, Tang San and Dai Mubai noticed Flanders' pale and frightened face, and they were shocked and wanted to say something. Title Fighting Spirit. This is definitely a titled Douluo. Several people wanted to look up, but they only moved. The pressure, it was too terrible, not only physical surrender, but also the ability to wipe out all fighting spirit. Even Tang San only raised his head at this moment. Through the railing, one could see part of the scene in the fighting arena. On the dome, a figure slowly descended under the dark golden light, like the light of God shining on the world. With the appearance of the man, the pressure on everyone in the fighting arena surged again. Except for a few people from the Wuhan Hall on the fighting arena, no one else was spared, and they were all favored by the pressure of this title Douluo. The corner of the man's mouth raised, and he said in a charming voice, "Look, no one dares to challenge," and they all surrendered. The solemn expressions of Hulina and the others quickly faded, replaced by surprise and respect. Elder Ju. Hulina and the others bowed and saluted. She was very excited in her heart. She didn't expect that the teacher would send Ju Douluo to come with him. Yu Guan smiled and nodded, and then turned her eyes to Su Ming, and a charming and weird voice burst out from her mouth. Your remaining opponents should have surrendered. Now, are you willing to join my spirit hall? Boom. The terrifying soul power pressure, like a galaxy pouring down, rushed towards Su Ming. Su Ming's face turned pale, and he felt that his body was as heavy as a mountain. His muscles and bones were shifting, and he would be destroyed like mud in the next second. The pressure of the titled Douluo brought an irresistible force, wanting to make people surrender. Su Ming tightly grasped the slashing god in his hand, and the soul power in his body rushed towards the knife frantically. The man was unwilling, and the knife was also unwilling. Golden light rose from the blade, protecting his body, and the pressure on his body was also reduced, allowing him to survive. Finally here. Su Ming raised his cold face and looked at the figure in the sky. Through the dark golden halo, a terrifying figure rushed into his eyes. The man was wearing a bright red dress unique to the spirit hall, with gold and silver patterns on the dress, and a shining treasure on his chest, noble and unparalleled. His skin was extremely delicate, even softer than that of a woman, as delicate as a newborn baby, and his charming appearance was somewhat androgynous. Ju Douluo, Yu Guan. Seeing that Su Ming could actually withstand his pressure, Yu Guan let out a surprised cry, and the next second he felt a little angry. Little ghost, the spirit hall is your only choice. Don't make a mistake. Boom. The targeted pressure increased again. Bang. The arena that could withstand the soul skills of soul masters actually collapsed at this moment, and the terrifying pressure pressed Su Ming's feet into the ground. The pressure has reached the level of soul saints. The blue veins spread on his face like spider webs, and Su Ming's face was covered with cold sweat, but he still clenched his teeth and did not let go easily. All his internal organs seemed to be wailing and trembling, praying that the pressure would retreat quickly. The slasher in Su Ming's hand was also trembling. No. It was not trembling. It was the sound of resistance, like a human roar. This knife is indestructible. This knife is unmatched. Don't want to admit defeat. With a forced smile, Su Ming closed his eyes and quietly felt the emotions of the knife. Time and space seemed to be frozen. From the gathering of power from the sky, to the gathering of souls from the moon, to the gathering of spirits from the God Killer. The mental power emanated from the body, flowing through the blade of the God Killer, flowing through the handle and blade, flowing through the soul power in the body. Like a wandering child, he finally found his home. The mental power was excited. The soul power was also excited. The God Killer was also excited. The golden arc-shaped shield that originally protected Su Ming's body began to develop sharp edges. Seeing that the God Killer was indifferent, Hulina became a little anxious. If she angered Elder Ju, it would be too late to regret. You should agree. The spirit hall will never bury a genius like you. Such a genius should not be wiped out, it's such a pity. Hulina looked at Ju Douluo Yu Guan with pleading eyes, wanting him to show mercy, but she swallowed it in the end. The spirit hall needs such a genius, but cannot tolerate provocations from aliens. The dignity of the spirit hall must not be violated. At the same time as Hulina's voice fell, Su Ming opened his eyes. His eyes were very strange, as desolate as heavy snow, and as dead as a lonely shadow in a cold pond, as if he was dead. The dark pupils had no emotions, no spirit, and no fluctuations. Like a walking corpse, Su Ming raised the God Slayer, subconsciously and uncontrollably. Swish! A grey golden light burst out from the God Slayer. The light exuded an ancient and long-lasting breath, as if it was not something that a living person should have, and rushed straight towards the sky. Bang! As the knife was swung out, the God Slayer disappeared, and Su Ming fell down. The power of ants. Ju Douluo looked at it with disdain, and his right hand became a claw, and the terrifying soul power condensed into a 5-meter-long claw, trying to destroy this attack. But the grey airflow did not seem to be imprisoned by the dark golden claws, and it actually passed through the middle, just like Sun Wukong escaped from the 5-finger mountain of Tathagata. Swish! Ju Douluo was shocked and gathered his strength again to block the grey airflow. What is this? The grey airflow entered his body directly under his nose, and Ju Douluo was shocked. Chapter 121 You Fight, Tang Hao steals the home. Bang! The spirit platform seemed to be torn by a sharp object. Yu Guan only felt a sharp pain, and subconsciously covered his head. Like a burning firework, the soul power around Yu Guan dissipated. The pressure from everyone also disappeared at this moment. Swish! Yu Guan fell uncontrollably. Title Douluo? Knocked down? The people who just raised their heads looked at Yu Guan with a splitting headache, their eyes terrified. But the next second, Yu Guan stopped. He was pale, as if he had experienced a nightmare. His eyes were terrified and frightened, as if he was trembling. Boy, you are looking for death. The twisted face was majestic, and Yu Guan's eyes were murderous. It was a great shame for him, a title Douluo, to be injured by a soul master. Bang! The terrifying dark golden claws covered the sky and slapped towards the soul fighting arena. The spreading soul power mercilessly knocked Hulina and others out. No matter how outstanding a genius is, he is just an ant that has not grown up. The enraged Zhu Douluo vowed to leave Su Ming's life here. It's shameless for a titled Douluo to attack a junior. The domineering voice exploded in everyone's mind, and completely awakened Zhu Douluo. Who? Zhu Douluo quickly withdrew his hand and looked around as if he was facing a great enemy. Swish! A sharp long sword burst out from the passage with silver brilliance. Unrivaled sharpness. 9 stars flickered faintly on the sword body, and it hit the dark golden claws directly. The terrifying power raged from the sword god, chopping melons and vegetables, and wiped out the dark golden claws. Swish! With a crisp sound, the long sword broke through the air, aiming directly at Zhu Douluo. 7 killing swords. Zhu Douluo's heart trembled violently, and a magnificent huge chrysanthemum suddenly appeared behind him. Petals rained down, and the wind blew wildly, turning into a giant dragon flying towards the 7 killing sword. Boom! 2 energies exploded above the Dohun arena. The terrifying air waves shot around the Dohun arena, knocking everyone in the audience away. Zhu Douluo flew upside down and hit the dome, and the 7 killing sword was also bounced away, turning into a stream of light and falling into the hands of an old man. Yuegwen, long time no see. Chen Xin stood with a sword, his edge was exposed, and his cold eyes exuded a terrifying feeling. Run! Run! No need to say more, the audience got up in a mess and rushed to the exit. Go quickly! Flanders also hurriedly took Tang San and others away. Hulina and Xiaoyu did not dare to stay for long, and even did not dare to watch for a few more times, and hurriedly gave the battlefield to the two. In less than a minute, the entire Dohun arena was empty. Damn! Why did Chen Xin come to Soto City? Zhu Douluo looked ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. He slapped the wall with his hand and a figure came out of the dome. Chen Xin, this is none of your business. We have already taken a fancy to this kid in Wuhan Hall. Give me a favor today and let me take him back. What do you think? Yu Guan suppressed his anger and persuaded him kindly. If it were any other time, he might be willing to fight. But the attack just now left him with some injuries. At this moment, he was definitely not Chen Xin's opponent. It's a bit too overbearing to take someone away just because you like him. With a casual and light smile, the elegant Ning Fengzi slowly walked out of the passage. In his right hand, he was holding up a jeweled glazed tower, surrounded by a mysterious halo, giving people a dreamy sense of intimacy and also highlighting his handsome appearance. Ning Fengzi, you're here too. The 3 words Ning Fengzi burst out from Yu Guan's mouth word by word. His eyes were full of sinisterness and unwillingness, and his face was extremely ugly. He was no match for Chen Xin, the sword Douluo. Now with Ning Fengzi, even if a ghost came, the two of them would be invincible together. Zhongzhu Ning smiled slightly. I heard that a good genius appeared in Soto City, so I came to see, but I didn't expect to be a little late. It seems that he can't take him away today. Yu Guan looked at Su Ming who was lying on the ground with a cold eye, and gloomy, angry, and cold emotions flashed by. Today's shame will be avenged tomorrow. The petals broke through the dome, Yu Guan snorted coldly, and flew out of the sky above the fighting spirit field very reluctantly. Seeing this, Ning Fengzi's heart fell to the ground. If it was not necessary, he was reluctant to conflict with the spirit hall. Uncle Jian, what is so special about him that makes you take action? Ning Fengzi walked slowly to the fighting soul stage, looking at Su Ming on the stage casually. It seems that this is nonsense. After all, who can let go of a genius whose soul master cultivation is comparable to that of a soul emperor? But Chen Xin knew what Ning Fengzi was asking, and explained. He not only practices swordsmanship, but also swordsmanship, but he just doesn't use it. Chen Xin's words were very firm, as unshakable as a rock. It seemed that what he said was the truth. Swordsmanship? Ning Fengzi was shocked. A sword spirit master actually practiced swordsmanship? This. Ning Fengzi frowned, feeling that this was incredible, but he also knew that what Uncle Jian said was definitely not groundless. In terms of swordsmanship, no one in the entire continent can match him. He said yes, and he must have felt something. Jian Douluo's eyes were dim, and there was some warmth in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. Fengji, you don't understand, this boy's swordsmanship is profound. I'm afraid he has surpassed many of the older generation of strong men. It's a pity that he has a knife martial soul. If it was a sword martial soul, his future swordsmanship achievements would definitely be higher than mine. After saying that, Chen Xin couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit sad. The martial soul of Zhang Shen is extremely sharp, not much inferior to his own 7-killing sword. If it was a sword, his swordsmanship would also have successors, but it's a pity. Hiss. Ning Fengzi's heart was stirred. He had never heard of a swordsman who could be praised so highly by Uncle Jian. I didn't expect that this trip to Soto City would actually bring such a huge gain. Knowing what Chen Xin was thinking, Ning Fengzi was about to comfort him, but suddenly he saw Chen Xin's face change drastically. Ju, you are looking for death. The peaceful eyes suddenly turned murderous, and the 7th soul ring of sword Douluo Chen Xin's feet pulsated. At the same time, he flew towards the sky. A sword several dozen meters long appeared behind him, and the mirror-like sword body was cold and chilly, as if it was going to smash the sky. Ning Fengzi looked up suddenly, and a sharp explosion sounded in his ears. Boom! The terrifying shock wave blew up dust all over the Duhun arena. It was as if a missile exploded in the sky above the Duhun arena, and the air wave tore everything apart, and the entire Duhun arena became a mess. In the smoke and dust, a blue light flashed. Ning Fengzi stood in the rolling smoke and dust, seemingly unaffected. The blue light did not emanate from his 7 treasures glazed tower, but from his chest, protecting him from the wind and waves, and keeping him safe. Wuhan Hall, it is true that the evil intentions are not dead. Ning Fengzi shook his head as the sound of fierce fighting came from outside. But when he looked at Su Ming's position, everything in front of him made him pause. The place where Su Ming was lying was empty at this moment, and he didn't even notice it. Swish, swish, Ning Fengzi looked around suddenly, with a nervous look in his eyes. The latter must be a titled Douluo who could take someone away in the battle between 2 titled Douluos. There is actually a titled Douluo in Soto City. Who is it? Ning Fengzi realized that the other party did not attack him, but he did not relax at all. He frowned and was still thinking about something. He was not from the Spirit Hall. There are only a handful of titled Douluo in the entire continent. He was able to take the person away from Uncle Jian. Could it be? Ning Fengzi seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes could not help but reveal a look of horror, muttering the word no wonder. After a while, Jian Douluo came back. The fighting spirit in his body had not dissipated yet, just like his eyes at this moment, as if the sword was unsheathed with a cold light. The two knew the result. Ju Douluo was an elder of the Spirit Hall after all, so Chen Xin did not dare to kill him. He just taught him a lesson to make him remember it. Fengji, people. Noticing that she was gone, Jian Douluo's face changed slightly. Could such a talent be given by the Spirit Hall? No. Even if it was a soul Douluo, it would be impossible to escape his sight. Being intercepted, Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly. Uncle Jian, you didn't notice it, which shows how strong the person is. The water in Soto City looks very deep. Chen Xin's pupils trembled. The small city of Soto actually hid a titled Douluo. This. After checking the surroundings to no avail, the two left the Duhun arena. As for the damage caused to the Duhun arena, the two turned a blind eye, as if everything had nothing to do with them. Even Murong Qi did not show up. The Duhun arena did not say a word and let the two leave. On the other side, Tang Hao had already taken Su Ming away for several kilometers. Shua. Like throwing away garbage, Tang Hao threw Su Ming to the river. The night was pitch black. Tang Hao looked indifferent, as if he was not worried that Su Ming would be washed away. The cold river water stimulated his body. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, the empty eyes faded, and the moonlight imprinted his spirit. His brain was fuzzy, and the world was spinning. Su Ming, who was aware of the dizziness in the water, jumped out of the river. Noticing someone's figure, he stepped on the waves and returned to the bridge where Tang Hao was. Even if you want to wake me up, you don't have to do it this way. Su Ming rubbed his swollen and bursting head, and took out a few candies from the space ring and swallowed them. As his mental power recovered, Su Ming's uncomfortable face did not improve. He always felt that something was wrong with his body, and he felt top-heavy, as if he would fall down in the next second, and could only hold on to the railing on the bridge. Tang Hao raised his eyebrows and reminded. You overdraw not only mental power, but also soul power. With your cultivation, you should be thankful for your good luck that your spiritual consciousness has not collapsed at this moment. Tang Hao's tone was very calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Su Ming's attack just now had already touched the edge of the domain. In time, this guy might be able to create his own domain. From ancient times to the present, he had never heard of such a shocking thing as creating his own domain. Chapter 122 Ning Fengzi's Fishing Theory. The domain belongs to a mysterious state, based on a certain attribute, it is sublimated on this basis, thus bursting out with terrifying power. Sword Douluo Chen Xin of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, because his martial soul 7 killing sword has unparalleled attack power, the 7 killing domain derived from it is also an extremely strong domain skill. Life, death, killing intent, elemental attributes, all of these can condense into a domain, but they must be extremely refined. And this is just the basic condition. How to fix it and become a unique domain of your own, no one in the entire continent knows the mystery. So there are very few soul masters in the world who have domains, and every owner is a famous strong man. On the street, 2 figures walked slowly. As he spoke, Tang Hao stopped, his dark pupils burst into lightning, and he asked curiously. Just now from your last attack, I smelled the breath of the domain. Can you tell me what happened? Domain. When Su Ming first heard this, he was actually very happy. He knew what the domain meant. But he was unwell and the problem of the domain was too complicated. His mind was now a mess, and he had no ability to think as usual. Su Ming shook his head absent-mindedly. I don't know what happened at that time, I just don't want to give in. At that moment, everything seemed to be forgotten, and I swung the knife almost subconsciously. That's it. Tang Hao clenched his teeth, feeling more uncomfortable than eating a fly. Is it true that you can't remember anything at all? The power of the domain is no less than that of the martial soul fusion skill. The domain can greatly increase the strength of the soul master. Think about it carefully. Tang Hao's calm state of mind was broken, his face changed, and he stared at Su Ming. This was the first time he was so curious about something. Generally, domains can only appear when soul masters reach the titled Douluo realm. Moreover, the probability of appearance is only 1 in 10. In addition, it is the ultimate martial soul, like the 7 killing sword. But even the clear sky hammer does not have this ultimate. To this day, no one in the soul master world knows how domains are formed. Tang Hao, you have come to this day. I have reason to suspect that you deliberately watched me being abused, and then attacked after you were happy in your heart. But I know nothing about domains, and I don't even know what the domain has to do with the last attack. Su Ming helplessly held his forehead. I really can't remember, wait until I have recovered, then I will think about it carefully. Seeing this, Tang Hao thought for a while and suggested. Why don't you feel the pressure of the titled Douluo again? Maybe this will make you recall the feeling just now. Tang Hao's eyes were extremely sincere, just like the eyes of a scientist looking at a white mouse. Su Ming. You are not a human, are you? Domain skills, don't you want it? I want it, but I want to live more. Tang Hao was so depressed that he said with great sorrow. Su Ming, you are not the same as you used to be. You are no longer the hard-working man you used to be. If you don't try with your life, you certainly won't feel bad. Su Ming gave someone a glare, and the dizziness in his brain seemed to be a barrier in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. You go first, I'll go back after a rest. Without caring whether it was a street corner or not, Su Ming sat down. Seeing this, Tang Hao said nothing and left here on his own. In the deep streets and alleys, there was no prosperity or bustle, only the loneliness of the dead of night. Leaning against the wall alone, with his head on the wall and his eyes closed, it seemed that this would make him more comfortable. With his mental power spreading out, every brick and tile, every insect and bird around him appeared in Su Ming's mind. It stands to reason that with such abundant mental power, Su Ming would not feel sleepy. But the soul, the mysterious things like levels have already surpassed the spiritual power level. At least Su Ming, who has read the novel, can't feel his own soul level at this moment. Domain? What is a domain? Tang Yuehua's domain has nothing to do with soul power, it belongs to the pinnacle of temperament and aura. Blue-silver domain, belongs to the vitality level, resonates with the surrounding creatures, and should also contain spiritual power. The killing god domain is the pinnacle of murderous aura, which is finally bound and fixed by divine power. It is also a manifestation of willpower. The Everfreeze domain is the pinnacle of ice attributes, and it is also the most suitable for his ultimate gold. Is the domain the ultimate * mind and power? With doubts in his heart, Su Ming leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Even the system prompts were all thrown behind his mind. Ding! Considering that the host has caused damage to the titled Douluo, it is a transcendental battle. Although he has never won, it is unprecedented to injure the titled Douluo with the cultivation of Soul Venerable. Ding! Comprehensive under the previous situation, the host has a 98% chance of winning 100 consecutive games, and can convert the damage to title Douluo into 18 consecutive wins. Will the host convert? Ding! In view of the host's obsession with 1v2 100 consecutive wins, the host's reward for single-player title Douluo will not be issued, and will be counted as a 1v2 comprehensive reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 Year Soul Bone 1 and Martial Soul Fusion Skill Enlightenment Card 2. You used to say that I sleep late, but now I sleep like a lazy bug. If you don't wake up, I'll dig a hole and bury you. Maybe you can grow another one. The buzzing sound was so loud that Su Ming opened his sleepy eyes. The curtain veil swayed on the dome with bright light and shadow, like the aurora in the North Pole, like a dream. I'm back? How did he come back? Su Ming's eyes were full of confusion, and the loss of memory made him extremely uncomfortable. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was cutting the bonsai with her chin on her head, Su Ming said unhappily. I said, can't you just be quiet for a while? Ah! Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise and ran over quickly. Brother, you are finally awake. Seeing Su Ming open his eyes and be fine, Xiao Wu was ecstatic, subconsciously lying on the former, hugging him through the quilt, laughing. Su Ming reached out and rubbed her face. How long have I slept? You are so embarrassed to say that. You have slept for 10 days, which made me nervous. If I didn't know you were fine, I would have thought. At the end, Xiao Wu's voice became sobbing. It seemed that she was really scared, and the suppressed mood was released at this moment, and her eyes were red. 10 days? Stroking Xiao Wu's face, Su Ming was shocked. He didn't expect the sequelae to be so serious. Through Xiao Wu's narration, Su Ming learned what had happened in the past few days. 100 consecutive victories. Title Douluo fighting in the Soul Arena. Ning Fengzi came to the academy. Especially the title Douluo fighting, the limelight directly overshadowed the news of his 100 consecutive victories, and it spread wildly in Soto City. Seeing Su Ming thoughtful, Xiao Wu reminded him. Rongrong's father is still in the academy. It is estimated that the title Douluo next to him was the one who attacked in the Soul Arena. Also, during your coma, they fed you some 7th grade ginseng, otherwise you would not have woken up so quickly. Is that so? No wonder I feel that there is still a mild medicinal power in my body. Ning Fengzi is so willing to give up, he must have received some news from Ning Rongrong. It seems that I have to go and see her. Let Xiao Wu fetch water, Su Ming is ready to take a hot bath. Hearing that Su Ming was fine, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Xian also rushed over to visit. Seeing that he really woke up, the two of them finally felt relieved. After sending Zhu Zuqing away, Zhao Wuji poured a glass of water for Su Ming. As the dean of the First Academy, Su Ming is the pillar, and he has to come forward for major events. He lowered his voice and said seriously. Su Ming, I think the 7 Treasures glazed sect is here with ill intentions. Ning Rongrong should not be able to hide it. Your body forging and soul power training methods should have been passed on to Ning Fengzi. You'd better be careful when we meet later. Su Ming nodded absent-mindedly, his thoughts already sinking into the system space. On the other side, the clear river water was swaying. On the river bank, 2 figures were holding fishing rods, and they seemed to be fishing. However, the two did not seem to be masters of this. Or maybe they knew that the food here was too hot, so the fish stayed away. So, whether it was Ning Fengzi or Jian Douluo, their fish baskets were empty. However, looking at the two people's leisurely and contented faces, it seemed that they were just enjoying the fun. Jian Douluo Chen Xian lifted the fishing rod and saw that the bait on the hook did not move at all, and sank again. After sleeping for so many days, the kid seems to have woken up. Ning Fengzi's eyes lit up and he raised the fishing rod in his hand. The sense of weight made Ning Fengzi happy, and the hook was bitten. As the fish hook came out of the water, a piece of rag hung on it, dripping water. Ding dong ding dong. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. The richest man actually caught a rag? Chen Xin laughed out loud. Fengzi, it seems that your luck is not very good. Ning Fengzi's old face darkened. Uncle Jian, it seems that you didn't catch any fish, right? Chen Xin smiled slightly, without any embarrassment on his face, but a little contented. Pull the rod. Falling again. The bearfish hook drew a beautiful curve and fell into the river. I am different from you. You are the leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect. I can't catch it, but I can eat what you catch. If you can't catch it, we can only starve. Chen Xin spoke in a deep voice, and his pupils swayed with the waves. Ning Fengzi. It is my blessing to have you and Uncle Gu in the Kaibao glazed sect. After sinking the hook and rag, Ning Fengzi knew what Uncle Jian was talking about, and said with a heavy heart. There are many taboos in fishing. Don't let the fish slip and not bite the hook, and return empty-handed. It is also taboo to give up halfway because the fish is too big to come out of the water. As soon as the words fell, Ning Rongrong excitedly jumped out. Dad, Grandpa Jian, Su Ming has woken up, you guys go and see if he has any problems. Bang! Ning Rongrong pushed the fishing rod in his hand to the ground, and Ning Fengzi lost all interest. This fish can't be caught. Chen Xin smiled without saying a word, looking at Ning Fengzi with interest. I want to see if you can still catch it. The third taboo in fishing, pulling the rod and releasing the fish, are the same. Alas, Ning Fengzi sighed with no desire to live, and left this sad place with Ning Rongrong. Chapter 123 Ning Rongrong's father's training moment. The main hall of the academy was left by the nobles before, so the decoration was not bad. Ning Rongrong led the two here. Master Ning, Senior Jian. Please wait a moment, our dean will be here soon. Zhao Wuji carefully served the tea. Seeing Ning Fengzi nod, he left with his identity and status. He is not worthy of sitting with him for the time being. The point is, he doesn't want to stay under the eyes of the titled Douluo. He felt a chill on his back, it was too annoying. Let Su Ming do this kind of thing, he is just the vice president. Looking at Chen Xin, and then at Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong, wearing the school uniform, came behind Ning Fengzi with a fake smile. Dad, you won't do it, right? Ning Rongrong pinched Ning Fengzi's shoulders in a flattering manner, very obedient. Although she didn't reveal the cultivation method on her own initiative, it was at least tricked out of her. She didn't want to add another traitor label to herself. Moreover, with Su Ming's stubborn personality, it would be impossible for him to get the method unless he was willing. This girl is really a traitor. As if seeing through Ning Rongrong's thoughts, Ning Fengzi smiled and said. I heard about your experience in Shrek Academy. Let your grandpa Jian teach him a lesson. My daughter, Ning Fengzi, was actually bullied like this. If it gets out, where will the 7 treasures glazed tile sect put its face? Ning Rongrong's smiling face immediately drooped. She gritted her teeth and stared at Ning Fengzi with angry cheeks. Okay, Dad, you can teach him a lesson. If you teach him a lesson, I won't go back to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect in the future. It was not easy for him to get along with Xiaowu and the others and become sisters. If something happened, how could he face them? What's more terrible is that in this way, he will be like Su Ming said, relying on the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to bully others. Won't he lose miserably? Chen Xion's face changed slightly. Ning Fengzi's face also sank, and he pretended to be angry and said. What are you talking about? Is it possible that the 7 treasure glazed sect is not as good as this academy in your heart? Of course the 7 treasure glazed sect is important, but the academy cannot be abandoned. Ning Rongrong was speechless and could only cast her hopeful eyes on Jian Douluo Chen Xian. Swish, Ning Rongrong came behind Chen Xian like a flash, and the massage experience that was supposed to be Ning Fengzi also fell on the former's shoulder. Grandpa Jian, can you not do it later? If you do it, I will really be ashamed to see people in the future. Grandpa Jian, you are the best to me. Let's not do it, okay? Ning Rongrong said in a baby voice with her big watery eyes smiling and her delicate eyelashes blinking up and down like a flatterer. That coquettish look was extremely cute, just like a white and tender lychee with a peeled shell, and she was reluctant to let a little dust stick to her. As soon as this move came out, Wang Jian was convinced. Chen Xian's face was full of red, and he patted Ning Rongrong's head lovingly. Okay, you don't want to settle accounts with him, why should I trouble him? Don't look at your father's unkind appearance, he is happier than me, Rongrong, don't be fooled by him. Hey? Ning Rongrong blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Ning Fengzi with disbelief. Dad was just playing me. Ahem. Ning Fengzi's face flashed a little unnatural after his old secret was exposed, but it was immediately covered up. He frowned and snorted coldly. Still happy, what is there to be happy about? I have raised my daughter for more than 10 years, and now she has learned to turn her elbow outward. You know that what the sect needs most is soul power cultivation and soul master's self-protection ability, but you are still speaking for outsiders. Wrong, don't forget that the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is your root. A heartfelt sigh fell boom. Ning Fengzi looked at Ning Rongrong sincerely, hoping that she would not forget this. Ning Rongrong's body trembled slightly, and her heart was suddenly heavy and tormented. 7 treasures glazed sect? Or the academy? She knew how important the soul power cultivation method and the body forging method were to the 7 treasures glazed sect, and she also wanted to make Su Ming look good. But her conscience told her that she couldn't do that, otherwise she would really become a treacherous person. Then how would Xiaowu and the others look at her, and how would Su Ming look at her? Looking at Ning Fengzi with tender eyes, Ning Rongrong mustered up the courage to say. I am naturally on the side of the 7 treasures glazed sect, but Dad, you don't want me to be an ungrateful person, right? You can talk, but you can't force the academy. This is my bottom line. Swish. The eyes of the father and daughter collided fiercely in the air. Her eyes were bright and as solid as diamonds, and she was not timid even when facing Ning Fengzi. It was totally different from the previous must-have-it arrogance, but a resolute tenacity. Looking at these eyes, Ning Fengzi's heart trembled, and she was quite relieved. It seems that she has really grown a lot here in the academy. Chen Xian also smiled without saying anything, and gave Ning Fengzi a look, saying that it was better to stop while you are ahead. If you force this girl again, she will really turn hostile. Ning Fengzi pretended to be embarrassed, as if he had experienced an extremely painful struggle, and finally nodded helplessly. Okay. I promise you not to do it, okay. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong was overjoyed. But thinking of what her father Ning Fengzi had done to her just now, she curled her lips in anger, continued to rub Chen Xian's shoulders, and said. The most powerful Grandpa Jian has promised not to fight, even if you want to fight, you can't beat the teachers of the academy. After that, Ning Rongrong smiled and pulled Chen Xian up. Grandpa Jian, do you think I'm right? Not bad, not bad. The little princess had spoken, how could Chen Xian dare to disobey, and nodded happily. I'll let your father fight alone later. The 7 treasures glazed sect's leader the master was beaten by an academy, which will surely make your academy famous. As a father, it is normal for him to support his daughter's studies, right Fengzi? At the end, Chen Xian smiled and glanced at Ning Fengzi provocatively, which made the latter's face darken. It is said that the generations are close, and it is true. You guys. Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly and shook his head, not wanting to continue to care about the two of them, and sipped the fragrant tea by himself. Looking at the tea leaves swirling in the teacup, Ning Fengzi's eyes flashed with a bright color, and his mind became active. Can incite the division of Shrek Academy, let Akalanatha leave, and build established the first school. True temperament, straightforward, big plans. Can fight against Soul Saint Zhaoji with his physical body. In the fighting soul field, defeated the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul King with the cultivation of Soul Master. Unparalleled evildoer, unparalleled talent. With the protection of titled Douluo behind him. Such a person is really not worth provoking. After being in the first school for so long, with Ning Fengzi's vision, how could he not see through all this? Even coming to on the first day, Ning Fengzi had already figured out what to do. As for what he said to Ning Rongrong just now, it was just a superficial effort. Otherwise, with their identities, why would they have to wait here for 10 days? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to take the person back to the 7 treasures glazed sect directly? If Su Ming were here, with his calm mind, he would probably be surprised at this moment. From the beginning to the end, Su Ming asked himself that he was flawless and there was no possibility of being exposed. Even if it was one style sword finger, in order to prevent Dai Mubai and others from finding out, he also used it in the enchanting red mist. It was incredible that Ning Fengzi knew his identity. What Su Ming didn't know was, he did hide it from Ning Fengzi, but unfortunately he didn't hide it from Sword Douluo Chen Xin. In the hall, Chen Xin seemed to have thought of something, and said with a smile. Wrong, you are so protective of that kid, are you interested in him? Ka. Ning Rong paused while rubbing her shoulders, and her face darkened immediately. Like Su Ming? Bah! How could I possibly like him, a cold, wooden lump who doesn't know how to be gentle with women? If it weren't for him helping me practice, I would have wanted to twist his head off. Ning Rong's pretty face was stern, and she exuded resentment. Grandpa Jian, with my status and beauty, I shouldn't be unwanted. Do I have to compete with others for a boyfriend? She said oh and smiled. So, that kid already has someone he likes? Who knows him? Ning Rong shook her head nonchalantly, with a mischievous look in her eyes. Anyway, I know someone likes him, hee. The witch's smile appeared on her face again. Ning Rong seemed to think of something fun, and she was full of energy, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Chen Xin's eyes dimmed slightly. Ning Fengzi also sighed, thinking it was a pity. Ahem. As if she had thought of something, Ning Rong clenched her fist and coughed, and then sat with the two of them. Well, the friendship between father and grandfather and granddaughter is over. Next, I have something to discuss with you. A trace of embarrassment flashed across her fair face, and Ning Rong took out a golden badge with a yellow border from the Soul Guide. Number 3-2. Pa. The golden badge replaced the original silver badge and was embedded in the chest. Ning Rong's identity also changed from a student to a third-class teacher. As the badge changed, Ning Rong's temperament also changed. Public is public. Private is private. She looked at the two of them with a firm look and said, you two are both seniors in the Soul Master world. You have always been upright and generous, and are admired by countless younger Soul Masters. Especially Senior Jian Douluo, who is particularly heroic and chivalrous, and loves to help younger generations. I think he is not stingy with this amount of money. The academy is just established, and the future is bleak. Seniors certainly don't want such an excellent academy to be lost in the dust, right? So, sponsoring a few million gold coins or something, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Ning Rong stretched out her little hand towards Ning Fengzi and the others, scratching with her fingers. After the lines are finished, you can pay. Puff. As soon as these words came out, the tea in their mouths immediately sprayed out. Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi stared at Ning Rong in amazement, as if they had seen a ghost. Ning Fengzi. You are pulling investment into your own sect. What do you mean by especially Senior Sword Douluo? How am I worse than him? Sword Douluo Chen Xin. How come you are so caring and thoughtful all of a sudden? Just opened your bloody mouth? A few million gold coins, do you think your grandfather Jian is as rich as your father? Also, who would take money from their own family? Ning Fengzi gritted his teeth and glanced around, his face was anxious, as if he was looking for something. Ning Rong's face was gloomy and her footsteps moved towards the door subconsciously. That. Don't do it. I am talking to you as the first teacher of the college's finance department. You. Swish. Seeing his father Ning Fengzi get angry, Ning Rong ran away like a fly. The hall. Not a woman, this girl is really getting more and more unruly. What the hell? Ning Fengzi threw the teacup in a rage, spilling tea all over the table. It's hard to imagine that the gentle Ning Fengzi would have such a broken moment. Shua. Just as Jian Douluo was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, he saw Ning Rong suddenly turn back. She grabbed the door, stretched her head and looked straight at the two of them, feeling uncomfortable and unable to vent. Dad, this is good tea, 100 gold coins per pound. You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are if you don't manage the household. You should save some money and don't waste it. The academy really doesn't have much money. If you keep doing this, I can only serve tea for 1 gold coin per pound later. After saying that, Ning Rong puffed up her little face and left here with a pain in her heart. Ning Fengzi. Jian Douluo. The hall, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Snap. As if in a dream, Ning Fengzi subconsciously slapped himself. The crisp sound and the pain made him realize that he was not dreaming. But, what did he hear just now? You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are if you don't manage the household? 100 gold coins for a pound of tea? Good tea, don't waste it. When has our Kai Bao Liulai sect ever been so poor? 1 gold coin for a pound of tea? Is this for people to drink? And these words actually came from the mouth of his daughter Ning Rongrong, who spent money like water. Dream. Definitely a dream. Ning Fengzi couldn't believe that what happened just now was real. Even Jian Douluo Chenexin felt his scalp tingling. Fengzi, let's leave some money when we leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid Rongrong will be driven crazy. The voice was trembling like waves. Yes. The great Jian Douluo was afraid. Ning Fengzi did not refute, but nodded in agreement. 100 gold coins and a pound of tea have to be saved. How poor is this girl? On the other side, Ning Rongrong, who had handled the matter properly, came to the square. Because this is the only way to the main hall. Sitting on the wall of the flower garden, her legs swinging youthfully, Ning Rongrong looked at the grass and trees of the First Academy leisurely, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a different kind of brilliance. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect is good. But compared to being the sect master, it is more interesting to build the First Academy. Interesting things. Interesting people. Moreover, it can echo the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Put eggs in 2 baskets, this is what you taught me since I was a child. Swish. After a while, seeing Su Ming and Xiao Wu coming over, Ning Rongrong immediately jumped down from the flower bed. Seeing that Su Ming was really fine, Ning Rongrong smiled a little. This guy can't die, I'm still waiting to avenge my previous shame. Ning Rongrong kindly reminded. My father should be interested in the body and soul training methods, you be careful, if you sell the academy, I won't forgive you. If there is anything you can't handle later, you can call me, do you understand? Su Ming. Are you playing the good cop or the bad cop? Chapter 124 Xiao Wu complains Xia Long Bao. Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. She actually reminded herself to keep the treasure of the academy? Shouldn't you stand from the perspective of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect? This scene made Su Ming, who once thought she was the one who informed, fall into confusion. In order to prevent Ning Rongrong from revealing it to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Su Ming was most cautious against her. Breathing technique. Now Ning Rongrong can only rely on her own meditation and carving of the spirit gathering array diagram to cultivate soul power. Unlike Zhu Zuqing, she can use breathing technique to cultivate by herself. Secondly, it is body building. Su Ming opened up the 8 meridians for Zhu Zuqing, allowing her to guide the energy of soul beast bloodline with breathing technique. In other words, Su Ming gave Zhu Zuqing 80% of the body building method. As for Ning Rongrong, Su Ming completed the body building for her throughout the whole process, and she didn't know the specific principles at all. In Su Ming's cognition, Ning Rongrong's cultivation in the First Academy, 70% transaction nature, 30% friendship nature. From the current situation, it seems that he is a bit mean. What's that look in your eyes? Don't you think I betrayed the academy? Seeming to understand this meaning from Su Ming's surprised eyes, Ning Rongrong was so angry that she wanted to kick him. The cultivation matter came from Shrek Academy, and I didn't tell them. At most, I couldn't hold back my mouth and was tricked out by them. Humph, don't think I'm so dirty. After all, I'm a teacher in the academy now, and I won't sell my conscience. Staring at Su Ming with puffy cheeks, Ning Rongrong felt that the former was even more irritating than the last time, and that her kindness was taken for granted. If I had known this would happen, I might as well let my father squeeze the academy, Su Ming came back to his senses immediately. Seeing Ning Rongrong's look, he was quite surprised and said bluntly. I did think you were on the side of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and I made some psychological preparations for this. But now it seems that you are worthy of this dress. You don't need to say. Ning Rongrong raised her delicate chin and reminded in a cold voice. In addition to this, don't you have anything else to say? The eyes were burning, and Ning Rongrong's face was full of expectations. I have worked hard for the college and sacrificed my relatives for the sake of justice. You should also show some appreciation. Now apologize, and it's better to praise me. I can forgive you for all the things you did before. Others? You are a teacher in the college now, what else do I need to say? Su Ming's eyes moved slightly downward, and he felt relieved and warm. Shua. This action frightened Ning Rongrong so much that she quickly covered her chest. Disgusting! Where are you looking? You want to pledge yourself to me, but I am reluctant. Put away your dirty thoughts. Su Ming. The eyes subconsciously moved to Xiao Wu. Before Su Ming spoke, the former had already spoken to distance himself from the matter. Rongrong's narcissism was definitely not taught by me. It was definitely born with her. After saying that, Xiao Wu began to wink at Ning Rongrong frantically. Rongrong, you, don't be so arrogant. If Zhu Qing came, I could barely accept it. My brother would never like someone like you. The collar of the school uniform for girls in the academy is not open, and it is connected to the collar, so there can only be a slight curvature. As far as figure is concerned, Zhu Zuqing is undoubtedly the best. Dedicate yourself to me? Dirty thoughts? Su Ming gave Ning Rongrong a look without a good temper. Compared to your figure, the teacher badge is more attractive. After saying this, Su Ming walked towards the hall with a blank expression. Puff. Xiao Wu laughed so hard that she hugged Ning Rongrong's shoulders, whose face was flushed. What do you think? Do you think my brother is particularly annoying? Ning Rongrong clenched her fists, staring at Su Ming's back fiercely, and said word by word. She is not irritating, she deserves a beating. As she said that, Ning Rongrong subconsciously looked down. What a shame! What a shame! If you don't understand beauty, don't speak carelessly. Xiao Wu also looked at her and sighed. Rongrong, who gave you the courage to say this? I am already narcissistic enough, I didn't expect you to be more narcissistic than me. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiao Wu looked mischievous, hee, and quickly stretched out her finger and poked. Boom! A strong sense of shame surged up. Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment. She didn't even have time to make any move. Ning Rongrong blushed and stared at Xiao Wu. What on earth are you doing? Before she could speak, Xiao Wu had already uttered the word Xialong Bao. Then, she ran away with a teasing face. Xiao, Xialong Bao? Poof! Ning Rongrong almost vomited blood, her face turned purple and black. Xiao Wu, I'm going to kill you. The sharp roar was like a cannonball exploding in the academy. Ning Rongrong rushed towards Xiao Wu with murderous intent. Today, it was a battle of life and death. A minute later, Xiao Wu successfully captured Ning Rongrong and brought her to the corner of the hall to eavesdrop in case of any accidents. Walking into the hall, Su Ming successfully met Ning Fengzi. The feeling he gave him was not much different from the description in the original book. Dressed in elegant and gorgeous clothes, he looked like an ordinary person. He had a calm and kind aura, and his every move was quite generous. In the light wind and clouds, there was wisdom and agility in strategizing. But what Su Ming cared more about was the old man in white clothes with white hair and a youthful face beside him. Sword Douluo, Chen Xin. In Su Ming's eyes, the person sitting there was not a person, but a sword beam unparalleled in ancient and modern times. The Bingpo sword body was sharp and frightening. Chen Xin also looked over. He frowned slightly, and a silver light flashed in his cold eyes. The two of them met each other's eyes, and a sharp ding sound exploded in the middle. Clang! Clang! At the same time as the sound rang out, all the tea cups on the table exploded, and the tea rushed into the sky, like a dragon emerging from the water. Chen Xin's face changed slightly, and he stretched out his fingers to clamp it, and then threw it aside. Puff! A finger-sized hole appeared in the wall in response. Good sword! Chen Xin exclaimed sincerely. Although it was just a test, he was able to withstand one of his swords and attack from behind with another. As he thought, Su Ming's understanding of swordsmanship was not low. This sword can be practiced, thanks to the distraction control method of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. With a slight smile, Su Ming sat opposite the two and spoke first. I had an agreement with Rongrong before. I helped her practice and become stronger, and she paid for the distraction control method and some medicinal materials. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has always been honest. Now that the two seniors have come here, I believe the medicinal materials have been prepared, right? Medicinal materials. Just as Jian Douluo was about to speak, Ning Fengzi suddenly coughed rapidly, interrupting him. Uncle Jian, you are really not as good as me in business matters. Negotiations require taking the initiative, how can we follow this kid's ideas? Ning Fengzi changed the subject and laughed. At such a young age, he is already the head of a school, making the soul saint willing to bow down. He is really a hero in his youth. Especially in the battle of the soul fighting arena, you defeated the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in the Spirit Hall, which made Ning amazed. Chapter 125 Shrek Academy Incident. Soul fighting arena? Did they recognize him? He was a little nervous, but Su Ming remained calm on the surface. Even Su Ming also changed the subject. I heard that the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda is the best auxiliary martial spirit in the world, but I have a question to ask Sect Master Ning. Just speak frankly, my friend. Ning Fengzi said with a graceful demeanor and a calm smile. Su Ming reached out to pick up the messy debris on the table, and said. Master Ning may not know that I was born in poverty, and my life is very different from that of the seniors. My family was poor when I was young, and I didn't have much pocket money every month. I kept every penny as a treasure. Every morning at dawn, I would get up and count secretly, for fear that the money would be stolen. Ning Fengzi smiled knowingly, without any sarcasm, but sincerely praised. With your background, you can achieve what you have today. Even I can't catch up. You can imagine the effort and bitterness. I thought you were born in a hidden family before, but I was narrow-minded. As he said, Ning Fengzi also picked up the broken ceramics on the table, not caring about details. Senior, you are too kind. It's just luck. Su Ming continued the previous topic and sighed. I loved counting money when I was young. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you. Even now, I can't change this habit. Just like now, facing this table of fragments, I can't help but count them secretly. I'm too sensitive to numbers. Now that I meet Sect Master Ning, I can finally vent my unhappiness and ask a question. Why is this Seven Treasures Glazed Tower named after the Seven Treasures? It stands to reason that 9 is the extreme number, just like the Spirit Ring, 99-999-9999, and so on. 9 is the number of transformation. It doesn't make sense that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is limited to the 7 treasures. Sect Master Ning, don't you think so? Boom. The cold current ran along the spine, from the solace of the feet straight to the top of the head. Ning Fengzi's body trembled slightly, and his palms clenched tightly until the sharp corners of the ceramic stung his palms, and his scattered pupils gathered again. Swish, staring at Su Ming like a hungry wolf, Ning Fengzi was no longer as calm as before, gritted his teeth and said. Su Ming, do you know what you are talking about? He spoke word by word. The voice was ups and downs, with an extremely hot desire, and also the last reserve of a volcanic eruption. Even Chen Xin, who was watching the show, had a face as cold as an iceberg, and behind the teacup, his eyes were cold. Su Ming chuckled and shrugged, I'm just curious about unknown things. Looking at the senior's appearance, you must have thought too much. You. Ning Fengzi was speechless, staring at Su Ming. That fierce look seemed to swallow him. Above the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, there is also the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, which is a secret that few people in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect know. Although Su Ming said it was just talk, as the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengzi would definitely not think that he was shooting at nothing. It is very likely that he knows something. Yes, it must be so. My heart was pounding. Ning Fengzi looked at Su Ming's calm appearance. And finally sighed helplessly. Whether it was the aura of the scheming mansion, or the initiative of knowing the inside story of the fighting spirit, or the favor to Su Ming. It can be said that he had the advantage from the beginning of this conversation. But at this second, he had lost completely. The defects of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower prevented them from breaking through to Seoul Douluo. The temptation to change fate against the will of heaven, even if there was a possible trap, he had to jump. Hey! Ning Fengzi regained some calmness and said faintly. Do you know what I'm thinking now? The eyes staring at Su Ming were cold, and there was no emotional fluctuation. As the words came out, the temperature around him dropped a lot. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said casually. I guess the senior should be thinking. If I go to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect as a guest next time, what etiquette should I use to entertain me? After all, as Ning Rongrong's teacher and dean, I have the grace of teaching and imparting knowledge. In terms of etiquette and affection, he should be treated as a distinguished guest. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect is so big that it is indeed a headache to hang up lanterns and decorations. After saying that, Su Ming looked at Ning Fengzi with a smile on his face. Ning Fengzi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Su Ming expressionlessly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little silent. Only the sound of sword Douluo Jinexen sipping tea leisurely could be heard. A cup of tea seemed endless, and the taste was incomparable. Wonderful. Really wonderful. It's okay that the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect can't control a young man, but now he is being counterattacked. Looking at each other, it's easy to fall in love. Ning Fengzi is probably in this situation. After about a few dozen seconds, Ning Fengzi's originally cold face broke into a smile. It's not easy to get the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to hang up lanterns and decorations to welcome you. If possible, I hope you deserve this courtesy. Smiling on the outside, but smiling inside, Ning Fengzi's eyes were bright and colorful. Seeing Ning Fengzi compromise, Su Ming was relieved. If there was another conflict, he would owe Tang Hao a favor again. Please rest assured, senior. I have always been clear about gratitude and resentment. If someone respects me 1 foot, I will return him 10 feet. I took your 7th grade ginseng when I was unconscious before. When I develop tools suitable for cultivating soul power in the future, I will definitely sell them to you first. Ning Fengzi was still very happy to hear the previous words. Thinking that only if Su Ming could train Rong for his kindness, he would be very satisfied. But Ning Fengzi's face darkened again when he heard the last sentence. What do you mean by selling it to me first? Is it not worth giving you the 7th grade ginseng and the favor of saving the fighting spirit field for free? He asked himself if he was not a fussy person, but he couldn't help asking Su Ming, who was a little unreliable. Are you sure this is what you said? People respect you 1 foot, you return him 10 feet. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself, and if you are rich, you should help the world. Su Ming nodded without thinking. Of course, this is the current situation. What do you mean by the current situation? The current situation is people respect me 1 foot, I can only return him 10 feet. Ning Fengzi. If you don't become a profiteer, it would be a waste of talent. Some people have known each other for a lifetime, but you can't know their hearts by knowing their faces. Some people only need 1 glance to know that he is a trustworthy person. Ning Fengzi passed away peacefully. He left Soto City on the same day. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he had been away from the sect for a month, so he should go back. He was relieved that his daughter Ning Rong was cultivating here. At least in his opinion, it was the best choice and her chance. A soul master who could fight a soul emperor, a mature and shrewd dean. 2 soul saint teachers. And 2 equally talented partners. Ning Fengzi saw the change in his daughter Ning Rong's temperament and the improvement in her cultivation, and was happy in his heart. He knew that this place was more suitable for her growth than the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Besides, he had already got the answer he wanted from Su Ming. Even if it was just a possibility, he had no reason to refuse. Shua. The sword was as cold as autumn frost brushing his face. A sharp light flashed through Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming was holding a sword in his hand. The scabbard was hollowed out with a gold thread relief of a swimming dragon, and 3 huge rubies were embedded on it. In addition, the scabbard is inlaid with tiny broken diamonds. Under the refraction of light, the scabbard decorated with countless gems looks radiant. The sword body is exposed from the scabbard, just like the most crystal clear jade in the world, showing the tip of an iceberg from the rock. Any swordsman who sees the sharp feeling will be addicted to it and can no longer look away. He just happened to be short of a precious sword, and it was just right. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh that Ning Fengzi was really good at giving favors. Su Ming, these are all given by Rong's father. Zhao Wuji's surprised voice sounded, as if he saw a female ghost, his round eyes bulged, and he was extremely surprised. Looking in the direction of his finger, he saw a pile of gifts on the floor of the hall. Gold coins piled up into a small mountain, rubies, diamonds, etc., all kinds of treasures he had never seen before, at this moment piled up like garbage. Poverty limits imagination. Zhao Wuji stared at the treasures with his eyes, and he swallowed his saliva countless times. Ning Rong was also stunned, wishing to get him back. Dad, I asked you to invest a little, not so much. You are a spendthrift. You are too spendthrift. You are the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Forget it, your money, I will take your daughter. Without Xiao Xian saying anything, Ning Rong has already started to sort things happily. Then, put the things into her own storage soul guide. The academy always talks about money. It is too difficult to be a teacher in the finance department. Swish. The ruby is gone. Swish. The soul guide is gone. Watching the treasures disappear one by one under his nose, Zhao Wuji was itching and greedy, and he wanted to squeeze Xiao Xin, the fat guy, out. Just collect the things, why are you touching them? It's not yours, ah. Still looking, you're still looking at me, right? If you have the guts, let's fight. Xiao Xin was disdainful of Zhao Wuji's angry glare. Why are you so fierce? I haven't paid you for 2 months, you can still be so upright, even if I lose. Shua. Noticing that Su Ming put the sword into his space ring, Zhao Wuji seemed to understand something, and his eyes lit up immediately. Well. Not bad. The Dean's move is to remind me that this thing can actually be divided. The Dean took one, so it's not too much for me, the second Vice Dean, to take one. Thinking of it, Zhao Wuji took a necklace from the treasure pile in front of Xiao Xin and Ning Rongrong. The necklace itself is made of gold and silver, and it is not valuable, but the diamond the size of a pigeon egg is indeed too attractive. Holding it in his hand and feeling the unique hardness and moisture, Zhao Wuji felt particularly comfortable in his heart. This is worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. The next second, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Xin's soul guides came over. The college's wealth, stealing is shameful. As the vice president, the crime is aggravated, and half of this month's salary will be deducted. Swish, the necklace was taken back in a businesslike manner. Ning Rongrong glanced at Zhao Wuji with contempt, and left with Xiao Xin with an indifferent expression. Zhao Wuji. I suspect that your financial department is targeting me. With the departure of Ning Fengzi, the originally turbulent Soto city also returned to calm. At least on the surface, it was already like this. The sudden disappearance of Shi was seen by many people in the Duhun field, and it was not a secret. This was also what Ning Fengzi wanted everyone to know. Seeing it, otherwise he would not have chosen to leave from the main gate of the Duhun arena. Knowing that she did not fall into Ning Fengzi's hands, but was intercepted by others, the Wuhan Hall did not send a titled Douluo to make a comeback, but only asked Lopez to take 2 cardinals to investigate secretly and act after careful planning. Otherwise, how could Ning Fengzi stay in the First Academy for so long and live in peace? The Duhun Arena incident was over, and the First Academy returned to its former tranquility. But the atmosphere in Shrek Academy was extremely strange at the moment. The Academy Square. The chilly autumn wind was filled with a murderous aura, and it came from the woods like ghosts and wolves howling. The cold wind swirled in the square, crying and complaining, making people shudder. 5 figures formed an arc, surrounding Tang San in the center. Yu Xiaogang and Flanders had serious faces, and their cold eyes were like blades. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Oscar lowered their eyebrows and eyes, not daring to look at Tang San's eyes. The 3 of them felt like they were being nailed to a cross and exposed to the sun. They were caught in a dilemma. Oscar, who had the best relationship with Tang San, mustered up his courage and said, "Dean, let's just forget it, Tang San." Before he finished speaking, Oscar felt a few strange looks, and his heart trembled. He swallowed the words in frustration and gave Tang San a helpless look that said, "May the best come to you." Seeing this, Tang San's gloomy face also showed a bitter smile. Sighing, Yu Xiaogang said earnestly, "Xiao San, you are also a member of Shrek Academy. You are partners in a team. I hope you can understand the meaning of team. You have seen with your own eyes how strong the younger generation of Wuhan Hall is. If you want to defeat them, you must train everyone's physique to be as strong as steel. And you are the only one who knows how to train your body. The teacher is not forcing you, but I hope you can consider the overall situation, which is good for everyone." Yu Xiaogang's face was stiff, and his calm eyes did not show any joy or greed, and he looked like a public-spirited person. "Tang San, you should share it. Anyway, the method belongs to Su Ming. Now we are incompatible with him. We may become opponents in the future. Why not use the opponent's means to improve everyone's strength? Even if there is a bad reputation, at most I, the Dean, will bear it." Flanders spoke. He looked sincere and fearless, without any distractions. He would do anything for the academy. Although he knew that he felt guilty towards Su Ming, Flanders knew in his heart that Su Ming's bodybuilding method was a very good method. For the future of the academy, they had no reason to refuse. Looking at Yu Xiaogang and Flanders' righteous appearance. Looking at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun again, the 2 of them said nothing and looked guilty. Tang San had no expression on his face, but his heart was bleeding. Yes. Who can resist the temptation to improve their strength? Tang San did not hate them, but felt cold in his heart. He never thought that Shrek Academy, which drove Su Ming away, now needed his bodybuilding method. What a irony! And the one who was roasted on the fire was now him. If he didn't give it to him, it would seem that he was selfish and there would be a gap in the academy. If he gave it to him, he would betray Su Ming. At the same time, there was the Tang sect. Even if he died, he would never pass on the Xian Gong to non-Tang sect disciples. No matter which choice he makes, he is neither a good person nor a good person. And the one who forced him to make the choice was his beloved teacher. Haha! What a irony! Chapter 126 Xiao Wu, after being caught in the rain, tear up the umbrella. Why? Why say this in front of everyone? Tang San smiled at Yu Xiaogang with a smile on his face, but not in his heart, and felt his heart wailing and bleeding. He is not a fool, and he knows why Yu Xiaogang does this. Talk openly and honestly, and put everything in front of everyone. Only in this way can he truly feel the pressure from all sides. The more people he faces, the more he can't lose face, and the easier it is to compromise. And this is what hurts him the most. Even if he asks for his opinion in private first, at least he can feel respected. But Yu Xiaogang didn't. He put this matter in front of everyone. At the same time, he also put him on the opposite side of everyone. Choose to use morality to kidnap him. How could the relationship between master and disciple end up like this? A sad and angry smile appeared on his face. Tang San finally understood what Su Ming was like when he left. He also finally understood why he disliked Yu Xiaogang so much. Perhaps it was really as Su Ming said. From the beginning to the end, he was just a chess piece for him to complete his theory. Su Ming wisely did not join the game, and he jumped in like a fool. Teacher, I can't give you the method of bodybuilding. This is also related to my secret. If you really need it, you can ask Su Ming. He is the inventor. It is better for him to be willing than for us to sneak around. Looking for Su Ming? I don't think he will give it to you. The original fighting spirit team is now only 4 people. All this is the work of that bastard Su Ming. Yu Xiaogang's face was ashen, and he said in a deep voice, Xiao San, are you really so selfish? If you tell us, everyone can improve their strength and will appreciate your efforts. Why not do it? Selfish? Teacher, when you drove Su Ming away, weren't you also selfish? Looking at the silent Dai Tang San said nothing to Mu Bai and the other 2. He dragged his tired body and turned away. Behind him, the words think about it carefully sounded. Tang San's body trembled slightly, feeling desperate. The First Academy. With Ning Fengzi's departure, everything returned to the rhythm of the past. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking's main task every day was to cultivate soul power. The cultivation of the 2 did not even reach the soul master, which was really low. As for Xiao Wu, she could hide her soul beast identity and enter and exit the fighting soul field freely, so Su Ming didn't need to care about her anymore. In the bedroom, golden and white lights intertwined. On one side, it was as dazzling as the sun. On the other side, it was as crystal-like as ice and snow. 2 different halos flickered in the airtight room. It was as if the most wonderful treasure in the world was going to lead Su Ming to depravity step by step. Suck it or not. Su Ming frowned, and his dark pupils flickered with the light. He was originally eager to get the 100,000-year soul bone, but now he hesitated. When he heard the news of the 100,000-year soul bone reward in the fighting arena, he dreamed of getting it. But when the 100,000-year soul bone was obtained, he did not think about absorbing it at the first time, but calmly considered the pros and cons. The 100,000-year soul bone is indeed very good. But Su Ming can feel. The 2 100,000-year soul bones are the light attribute left arm bone and the ice attribute right arm bone. Yes, it is a property problem. If it is replaced with the dark gold fear claw bear external soul bone, Su Ming will absorb it without hesitation to temper the quality of the god slaying. But the light attribute and ice attribute. After a little thought, Su Ming can judge that the soul bone is most likely an attack soul skill with light attribute and ice attribute. Once the soul bone is absorbed, it will consume cultivation and downgrade to remove it. And blind absorption will also affect the soul bone fusion skill. It seems that there are only 2 ways to achieve the soul bone fusion skill. 1, a full set of soul bones from the same soul beast. This is almost impossible. 2. Use external soul bones to coordinate aggregation. After reading the original novel, So Ming felt that the soul bone fusion technique that Tang San and Bibi Dong used to aggregate external soul bones was not in the best state, and it was a bit of a patchwork. If the 5 soul bones of the same attribute are controlled by the spirit skull, the soul bone fusion technique can definitely burst out an unmatched power. 500,000-year soul bones of the same attribute are hard to find, and the 5 elements attribute is also good. Especially the ultimate attribute of the 5 elements. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, and the yin and yang are opposite and unified. The power of the soul bone fusion technique will certainly be immeasurable if 5 soul bones of the ultimate attribute are combined together. Suitable is the best. After thinking it through, So Ming said decisively. System, decompose the 200,000-year soul bones. Ding! Soul bone decomposition is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 190,000 high-level fragments, a total of 190,161 high-level fragments. Swish! So Ming opened the fragment mall. Dark gold claws are close to the ultimate gold. But for himself who can obtain the ultimate gold, he can completely cultivate the dark gold claws into the ultimate gold. Swish! 2 new soul bones appeared in front of So Ming. The bones are solid dark gold, without a single crack, and are integrated, as if they were poured. One is the shape of a human arm bone. The other has 5 sharp claws, and the golden light is sharp. Just floating in the air and swiping, it will make a hissing sound, as if the air is cut and torn. Drop! Congratulations to the host for exchanging the right arm bone of the 100,000-year dark gold claw bear, and deduct 140,000 high-level free fragments. Drop! Congratulations to the host for exchanging the right palm bone of the 100-year dark gold claw, and deduct 40,000 high-level free fragments. Drop! The host only has 10,161 high-level free fragments left. I wonder how much my physical strength can be increased. So Ming smiled knowingly and sat cross-legged. Shua! Dark golden light surged from the dark golden terror claw bear, as if a sticky liquid was flowing into So Ming's right arm. Following this, there was a pain of cutting bones and breaking tendons. It was as if a knife was scraping off his bones inch by inch. So Ming's lips were trembling with purple and blue, and sweat broke out on his forehead. The absorption of soul bones is as dangerous as soul rings, and there can be no carelessness. Yu Xiaogong's statement that soul bones can be absorbed freely is pure nonsense. If the physical strength cannot withstand soul bones, it will still explode. It's just that the difficulty of absorbing soul bones is much easier than that of absorbing soul rings. In addition, So Ming's body has also been tempered by the blood of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boom! Sudden golden light emerged from So Ming's body. These lights did not come from the martial soul, but were broken lights scattered throughout the body. Like a crystal embedded in a deep pit, it lights up one by one, and finally illuminates the entire tunnel. Under the shining golden light, the dark golden light on the arm dared not toss and turn, and became docile. To absorb the external soul bone, must the soul ring of the soul beast be absorbed? This is not absolute. At least So Ming knows other situations. After absorbing the right arm bone of the dark gold terror claw bear, So Ming used it as a bridge and tried to attach the metacarpal bone of the dark gold terror claw bear to his palm. Swish! 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 In the bedroom, the dark golden light kept flickering. Strong golden air currents evaporated from So Ming's body. For a while So Ming seemed to have become a little sun. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light on his right arm and fingers finally dimmed. Instead, a terrifying dark golden arm appeared. Swish! The gilded dark metal color flowed from So Ming's shoulder. Until the 520 cm long claws of the dark gold terror claw bear's paw bone stopped. It was natural, as if So Ming was born with this arm. Raising his right hand, So Ming did not feel any weight. But the incomparable sense of power was transmitted to the depths of So Ming's soul. The sound of the 5 claws scratching made the eardrums tremble, and did not hide the sharpness contained in it. Xiaojin, I suddenly miss you again. Raising his right arm, the dark golden light seemed to ignite the aura of his eyes. So Ming showed a harmless smile on his face. Host, So Ming. Soul Power, Level 40. Martial Soul, Slaying God, Black Quality, 48563/50,000. Special Constitution, Berserker Body, Primary. Spirit Skills, breathing technique, light kung fu, perfect, golden crow sword technique, perfect, mixed element sword slash, perfect, gathering spirit technique, perfect, holy spirit sword technique, sword 2. Items possessed, advanced freedom fragment * 10161, martial soul fusion skill comprehension card * 2, 8 petal fairy orchid, decomposable, spirit immune mask, Tyrannosaurus rex essence blood, nourishing spirit pill recipe. Strength, 1280, normal. Defense, 1130, normal. Spirit, 820, normal. Speed, 753, normal. After a quick glance at the improvement data, Su Ming suppressed his inner joy and took out the Tyrannosaurus rex essence blood from the space ring. Behemoth bloodline is the ultimate gold, and dark gold terror claw bear is close to the ultimate gold. The golden dragon king is the ultimate power, and the Tyrannosaurus rex bloodline is also close to the ultimate power. Ultimate power with ultimate gold, Tyrannosaurus rex bloodline with dark gold claws, it is definitely the best choice. At the same time, behind the academy, a square fence made of bamboo is fixed on the river. From a distance, it seems that someone is raising fish here. Swish! The raft clangs to the shore. Ning Rong Rong dropped the bamboo pole and jumped to the shore quickly. Zooking, what do you mean Xiao wants us to do this? Ning Rong Rong complained with her mouth covered, feeling sick. From childhood to adulthood, she has never done such rough work. You should know later. Zhu Zooking shook her head. She was also confused. How could she know what Xiao was going to do? She should be practicing something. After a while, Xiao in a white dress came over with her hands behind her back. As if she had eaten honey, her mouth was filled with a happy smile. On her left chest, a golden badge flashed brightly. But when she came close to Zhu Zooking, the smile on Xiaowu's face immediately withdrew. She glanced at the two of them with an indifferent expression, and went to the river to patrol. Looking at the fenced bamboo square, she smiled a little. Not bad, it seems that you are connected very firmly and have not been washed away by the river. Xiao Wu, this. Before Ning Rong Rong finished speaking, Xiao Wu picked up a bamboo. It was like throwing a javelin, swish, and inserted it into the river. The force was so strong that the javelin did not float at all. Several more bamboos shot out, and the bamboos formed a line, leading to the bamboo square in the middle of the river. Satisfied, clapping her hands, Xiao Wu turned her head and looked at Zhu Zooking. Zhu Qing, cut these bamboos, just 10 centimeters above the water surface. What on earth are you going to do? Zhu Zooking kept her doubts in her heart. She walked to the shore. Swish! Purple blade light shot out from the claws, cutting off the bamboo pole floating on the water. It completely met Xiao Wu's requirements, leaving only about 10 centimeters above the water. Xiao Wu pointed to the river surface and said without question. Today's training task is running on the water. Each of you run 100 laps on the bamboo pole. When you finish running, you can eat. If you haven't finished running by dark, you won't eat. What? As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, Ning Rong Rong's sharp questioning sounded. With her pink lips open in surprise, she pointed at the river surface in disbelief. Xiao Wu, are you kidding? Don't even mention running. You will sink if you stand on it. You. The best explanation is the fact. Before Ning Rong Rong finished speaking, Xiao Wu had already rushed out. Step. 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 She stepped on the flattened standing bamboo with her toes, skimming the water like a dragonfly, and ran to the bamboo square. Shua. The bamboo sank slightly, and the waves rippled. Xiao Wu stood upright on it, stable and steady, with no trace of falling at all. Then, under the stunned eyes of Zhu Zooking and Ning Rong Rong, she stepped on the bamboo pole and ran on the water. It was like walking on flat ground, and she was not affected at all. Even until Xiao Wu returned to the shore, Ning Rong Rong and the others did not come back to their senses. Xiao Wu turned her head as if to remind her. Run! After the two words came out of her pink lips, Xiao Wu came to the shade of the tree without any extra nonsense, ready to watch the two people practice. Take your eyes away from Xiao Wu, and the two look at each other, showing difficulty. Run? How to run? It's really hard to make a person run. I guess he's going to fall into the river before he even reaches the bamboo square. Let me try first. Zhu Zooking pursed her pink lips, her eyes determined. Since Xiao Wu can do it, there's no reason why she can't do it as a spirit master of the agility attack system. Swish! As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Zuqing also left the river bank and stepped on the standing bamboo. Although the standing bamboo stood diagonally in the water and was somewhat elastic when stepped on, the rebound force was just enough to use it to leap forward. Swing! Zhu Zuqing successfully reached the square bamboo. She spread her hands and didn't fall into the water. Awesome! Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, thinking that if she stepped on it, she would probably fall into the river in the next second. 1, 2, 3. Seeing Zhu Zuqing raise her legs, Xiao Wu smiled evilly and closed her eyes. Sure enough, before she finished counting, the sound of falling into the water began. Watching Zhu Zuqing swimming towards the shore soaked like a drowned chicken, Xiao Wu rubbed her nose with her fingers with a wicked smile. Brother, I finally feel your happiness. I have to say that Zhu Qing has a great figure. Listen to me, less than one lap does not count as one lap. Wrong, what are you still standing there for? I taught you Qinggong behind my brother's back. Do you know how much I have paid? Opportunities are rare, and they will never come back. Hurry up, hurry up. Xiao Wu urged with a stern face, her face cold. She was as hard as stone and had no guilt at all. If jade is not polished, it will not become a tool. As my brother said, when God gives a great responsibility to a person, he must do something. Besides, I also practiced like this back then. Now, haven't I practiced Qinggong? If Su Ming was there, he would definitely twist her rabbit ears. Did I ask you to be capable like this back then? What about the inner strength mental method? What about the leg Qigong method? None of them. Are you going to let them create their own light skills? Chapter 127 Zhu Zuqing, MIA Maid? Ding dong! Ding dong! Drops of golden juice gathered and dripped from the vast space into a pool of ink the size of a wooden basin. Like a blooming golden lotus. From the dark and viscous liquid like oil, golden filaments spread out. The golden cyclone above was like a whirlpool, constantly swallowing the light golden airflow. The airflow became thinner and thinner through the cyclone, and the filaments condensed into golden liquid, and the dripping speed was accelerating. As time went by, the golden filaments in the ink became thicker and thicker. The originally dark color gradually turned into light gold, dreamy and charming. Wow, light overflowed from the danshan. Under the shining golden light, Su Ming's whole person has a bit more brilliant spirit, and his eyes are like golden eyes. The soul power liquid is advanced, and the time to condense the soul core must be earlier than others. Soul Emperor? Or Soul Sage? The golden eyes are slightly condensed, and Su Ming's face is not very happy. Compressing soul power is the only way for soul masters to practice. There is no experience in soul power compression in Douluo Continent I, so there are few high-level soul masters, unlike Douluo Continent 3 where high-level soul masters are everywhere. In other words, he just advanced the road he is going to take. And the pros and cons of advance are also very obvious. Pros. Compressing soul power can make soul skills more terrifying. Especially Su Ming's second and third soul skills will undergo qualitative changes. Even without breaking through Soul Sage, he can use the martial soul true body. Make personal strength unprecedentedly powerful. Cons. Su Ming will face the problem of soul power qualitative change faster than all soul masters. Just like now, the soul power in his body has turned into liquid. At this cultivation speed, I am afraid that at the latest he will break through the Soul Saint or Soul Emperor realm, and the liquid soul power in his body will turn into solid, soul core. Isn't it good for Soul Emperor and Soul Saint to have soul core? Ordinary people may think that if a Soul Saint condenses a soul core and a titled Douluo condenses another soul core, they can easily cultivate to the extreme Douluo. But Su Ming doesn't think so. Because his soul power is actively compressed in advance, it does not change automatically with the realm. Ordinary people. When too much gaseous soul power accumulates, it turns into liquid, which is similar to the principle of rain. Before the 7th ring, gaseous, before the 9th ring, liquid, the 9th ring, solid. He himself. When the gaseous soul power is subjected to abnormal high pressure, it turns into liquid, which is similar to the principle of natural gas turning into liquid. Before the 6th or 7th ring, liquid, before the 9th ring, solid, the 9th ring. If the realm is regarded as a soul power test crystal ball, ordinary soul masters fill it with water, and the water freezes and becomes a titled Douluo. I need to fill it with sand, and the sand becomes stone, and break through the titled Douluo. Just like the soul power in the body is liquid at this moment, although in the consciousness, the liquid soul power in the danshan is only the size of a wooden basin, so Ming can already feel the boundary of the danshan qi si. Originally, this boundary was used to store gaseous soul power and break through the soul sanctification liquid, but now it has been used by So Ming to store liquid soul power. So, what changes at this moment is not just the quantity. It is a qualitative change. So Ming knows very well that if this continues, he will definitely condense more than 2 soul cores in the future. If the body cannot accommodate a large amount of soul power, it will not be able to support him to break through the limit Douluo. But the strength gained in return is absolutely incomparable and terrifying. Host, So Ming. Soul Power, Level 40. Martial Soul, Slaying God, Quality Red, 23560/500000. Special Physique, Berserker Body, Primary. Spirit Skills, Breathing Technique, Qinggong, Perfect, Jinwu Sword Technique, Perfect, Hunyuan Sword Slash, Perfect, Gathering Spirit Technique, Perfect, Holy Spirit Sword Technique, Sword 2. Items owned, Advanced Freedom Fragment *10161, 8-Petal Fairy Orchid, Decomposable, Spirit Immune Mask, Tyrannosaurus Rex Essence Blood, Nourishing Spirit Pill Recipe. Strength, 1488, Normal. Defense, 1210, Normal. Spirit, 862, Normal. Speed, 832, Normal. Looking at the skyrocketing values in front of him, So Ming couldn't help but show some joy on his face. Whether it is the 100,000 year right arm soul bone, the dark gold fear claw bear's external soul bone, or the 10,000 year Tyrannosaurus Rex essence blood, they are all treasures that are hard to come by, and the improvement they bring is naturally huge. Especially the soul power, even after compression, it still increased by 6 levels. The martial soul slashing gods also reached the red quality. The physical strength is completely different from before. A punch with a force of 10,000 pounds is not easy for even the Soul Emperor. If he can participate in the Soul Sect 1v7 soul fighting now, So Ming is confident that he can win 20 consecutive victories and get the domain reward. If I want to temper my body again, I'm afraid I need the attribute energy of a 100,000-year soul beast. So Ming clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power, while the haze in his heart constantly stimulated his brain, and the cold eyes surged with murderous aura. The oppression of Zhu Douluo was vivid in his mind, and he didn't want to feel the shame of being ravaged like an ant again in the future. The last time he escaped from Zhu Douluo's hands, he relied on Tang Hao. But next time, he hopes to rely on his own strength. One day, I will be able to defeat the titled Douluo. Ambition stirred in his heart, and a gurgling sound sounded at an inopportune time. So Ming's mouth twitched, and he was extremely disappointed. Forget it, let's get something to eat first. He stood up and pushed the door to leave. The outside world was pitch black, the moon was dark and the stars were sparse, and the autumn was refreshing. It was still daytime before the retreat, and So Ming didn't know how many nights had passed. The energy of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's blood essence is really good, and it is definitely enough to fill you up. But So Ming had no choice but to raise another foodie, and the energy of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was all swallowed by the external soul bone. Fortunately, the latter evolved to the power of the 10,000-year soul bone. Berserk body. External soul bone. 2 foodies on the body. How could So Ming, who had been hungry for a few days, bear it? The soul beast meat stored in the space ring had been eaten up. When he came to the kitchen, there was no food left. It is estimated that Xiao Xian has retained the fine tradition of Shrek Academy, saving as much as possible. So Ming frowned and walked towards the river, intending to get some river food to taste. Hey? So Ming looked up in surprise. There was a sound of splashing in the river, as if a big fish jumped out of the water. Why are these 2 guys not sleeping so late? So Ming was curious, and through his mental power, he had seen the figures of Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. Swish! As light as a swallow, So Ming came to the big tree behind the academy silently. The figure was dark, and the moonlight was hazy. The golden pupils were imprinted on all things in the world and projected on the river. On the surface of the river, 2 figures were running back and forth. Fall into the water. Go ashore. Start again. The silent night was broken by the sound of running water. It was as if a song was playing in the autumn night, clearing the muddy wine and chilling the jade cup. Her clothes were wet and her throat was choked by water. Ning Rongrong felt very uncomfortable. Zhu Qing, I don't feel like she is practicing Qinggong. It seems that Xiaowu is playing tricks on us. Although she said so, Ning Rongrong's body was very honest. After she climbed ashore, she immediately stepped on the standing bamboo and ran towards the square bamboo on the river surface without taking a break. Swish, touching the bamboo pole with her toes, she jumped and fell. Zhu Zuqing had no expression on her face, as cold as the moon. She concentrated on running on the square bamboo. Compared with the immediate fall into the water a few days ago, she could now run 3 laps. It seems that she has some understanding of balance and the use of power on the soles of her feet. Seeing that Zhu Zuqing didn't answer, Ning Rongrong felt bored and continued to run on the bamboo. However, compared to Zhu Zuqing's stubbornness, Ning Rongrong always felt that something was wrong. If running on this could cultivate Qinggong, it would be too simple. But thinking that Xiaowu had no problem teaching cultivation before, Ning Rongrong was embarrassed to continue questioning. The two of them were silent and continued to practice on the river. This Qinggong is really weird. Ning Rongrong's words seemed to wake Su Ming up. He frowned slightly and always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. The Qinggong's use of strength, even for beginners, can change part of their own gravity and keep the body on the bamboo pole. Zhu Zuqing was fine, but Ning Rongrong fell into the water in 2 or 3 steps. She shouldn't be so bad. Forget it, let's solve our own problems first. Su Ming's stomach growled with hunger, and he turned his wrist, and a silver broken knife appeared in his hand. This knife was the killing knife that was damaged by the fighting spirit before. Shua! It was as bright as the silver moon, cutting through the frost and snow, suddenly brightening the night sky. The sudden sense of crisis frightened Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. The two felt their footsteps sink, and instantly lost their balance, and fell into the cold river water with a plop. Boom! The river water exploded, and the energy surged. Wave after wave, almost swallowed Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. The two jumped up in embarrassment, and returned to the shore with the buoyancy of the bamboo fenced off downstream. At the same time, Su Ming, who was moving on the river and walking on the waves, also caught the fish that was stunned and turned white. There were many fish in the river, about half a basket, almost a dozen. Seeing that it was Su Ming who was causing trouble, Ning Rongrong, who was coughing due to the choking of the river water, was furious and shouted. At least make a sound before you do it, I was almost scared to death by you. People who scare others will scare people to death. Ning Rongrong covered her chest uncomfortably, thinking that this bastard usually walked without any footsteps, and now he is elusive. Zhu Zuqing glanced at the bamboo basket with her beautiful eyes and exclaimed in her heart. Su Ming, what are you doing with so many fish? What else can I do besides eating? Su Ming laughed angrily, our college can't rely on me selling fish to survive, right? If you want to eat, do it yourself. As he said, he carried the fish to the river, gutted it, and scraped off the scales. The fishy smell immediately spread. Zhu Qing, I'm going back to sleep first. The smell was very bad. The spoiled Ning Rongrong was still not used to the smell. She covered her nose and left, unwilling to stay here for another second. He seemed to be in a good mood. Looking at Su Ming, Zhu Zuqing's pretty face showed a subtle and bright smile. The beautiful eyes were like flowers blooming, beautiful and colorful. A few minutes later, she left and brought iron skewers and iron racks from the kitchen. And started a fire. Seeing this, Su Ming did not hesitate to bring the fish over. Where's Xiao Wu? She should be practicing. Recently, her soul power has broken through to level 34. It's rare to hear some good news from her. Su Ming smiled with relief and turned his eyes to Zhu Zuqing. How long will it take for you to break through to level 30? Swish! Zhu Zuqing paused as she skewered the fish with both hands and said casually. It should be possible to break through to level 29 in another 2 weeks. For level 30, it will probably take at least 2 months. Slow? Or is it okay? Zhu Zuqing raised her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to take in every micro-expression of Su Ming. Facing Su Ming's powerful aura, she always felt like she was facing a teacher's interrogation, and she felt a little nervous. But he just nodded calmly. His expressionless expression and his concentration on grilling fish made Zhu Zuqing's face darken. She thought, could you please say something? Since you are leaving with me, I will definitely train you to become a titled Douluo. God, it is not impossible. The thought of silent response flashed through Su Ming's mind, but he did not make it clear. The reward for other people in the academy is 1%, but Zhu Zuqing, as a bound disciple, can give back 10%. Especially, the speed attribute. In addition to the reward, there is also the heavy trust, and I can't let them down. Who can be truly free and unrestrained in life? Even the emperor who claims to be alone is constrained. Unless you put aside your 7 emotions and 6 desires and stay away from fatigue and disasters, even robots are carrying heavy loads. Crackling, fireworks burned wildly in the pupils of the two. A pile of fire, 2 people. The lonely moon sprinkles the coldness of autumn. Zhu Zuqing mustered up the courage to hand over the fish and said, "It may not be as good as yours. Try it and see how it tastes." Her long eyelashes trembled. Fearing that Su Ming would not accept it, she hurriedly added coldly, "I grilled it for you when I had nothing to do. If it tastes bad, just throw it away." Zhu Zuqing lowered her head shyly. This was the first time she did this for the opposite sex. "Just take it as a thank you. I don't care if it tastes good or not when I'm hungry." Su Ming took it without thinking. "You are a cat spirit after all. If the fish you cook is not delicious, it would be a waste of your spirit talent." Is this a compliment or a slap?" Zhu Zuqing exhaled speechlessly. "My spirit is the netherworld spirit cat, not a domestic cat. Even if it is a domestic cat, no cat can grill fish, right? I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Su Ming chewed it and it seemed to taste good. "Are you joking? You are such a person, are you kidding me here?" Zhu Zuqing felt her mind was a little confused, she had to calm down. What is wrong with this guy? Just now he looked warm, that's all. Now he is in the mood to joke. Zhu Zuqing was surprised, the current Su Ming was so different from the aloof and lonely him she knew before. "Why are you staring at me? Keep grilling fish." Oh. She grilled 3 more fishes in a row. Zhu Zuqing was always so serious and meticulous in her work, and never compromised. But as she was grilling, she felt something was wrong. She looked up with a question mark in her mind, her eyes showing a strange look. "When did she become a maid who grilled fish for you?" Su Ming tilted his head. "There are still 3 more, quick battle and quick decision." Looking at Su Ming with a dead look in her eyes, Zhu Zuqing knew that he was not joking. This guy really treats me as a maid. Forget it, just feed the pigs. Chapter 128 Xiao Wu, I seem to see something I shouldn't see. Zhu Zuqing is smarter than Ning Rongrong. Knowing that Su Ming is in a good mood, he can ask for advice on cultivation. She did not leave like Ning Rongrong, but knew how to seize the opportunity. Even though she was soaked, she still leaned by the fire to grill fish for Su Ming. She bet that Su Ming would not be hard-hearted and ungrateful. One wanted to learn, the other wanted to teach. Zhou Yu beat Huang Gai, one was willing to fight and the other was willing to be beaten. It's just that her sudden show of goodwill has an obvious purpose. Staring at the campfire, Zhu Zuqing had a cold face and hugged her knees. The snowy and beautiful legs flickered, like red leaves blowing in the wind, beautiful and moving. In Zhu Zuqing's pupils, a figure appeared in the fire. He was eating the fish in his right hand, his fingers were slender and full of texture, more beautiful than a woman's hands. The eyes moved slightly upward, and the handsome features came into view. The man had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and his face was as sharp as a knife. His cold golden pupils did not fluctuate with the flames, as if he could see through everything, which made people palpitate. The figure in the flame gradually overlapped with Su Ming beside him. Zhu Zuqing's heart trembled, and she quickly looked away. The atmosphere was a little cold. The shadow of the flame and the licking sound rose and fell. If you take someone's money, you will be short-handed, and if you eat someone's money, you will be soft-mouthed. A sigh that seemed to be a smile sounded. Su Ming wiped his hands, looked at Zhu Zuqing, and smiled. But your paid service always makes people feel unsatisfied. Paid service? Zhu Zuqing's pretty face flushed, and she stood up with a swish. Why did you want to expose something that is tacitly known? I don't want to teach you to refuse directly. What's the point now? You are waiting to see me laugh, right? The thin-skinned Zhu Zuqing was in a mess, and her ears felt so hot. I'll go back first. Biting her pink lips with her pearly teeth, Zhu Zuqing said coldly and was about to leave. So you give up? The Zhuzuking in my memory was calm and determined, and would never give up the opportunity to become stronger because of these small details. 1 or 2 words can make you give up halfway. So Ming reminded, the most precious thing about you is your unwavering determination to become stronger. It's best to be consistent. If the pearl is covered in dust, it will drown everything you have now. Shua. As if she stepped on the brakes, Zhuzuking stopped immediately. 3 seconds later, there were 2 people next to the fire again. If you are willing to teach, then teach. I owe you a favor. Zhuzuking stared at the flames with a shy look on her face. If you don't want to, forget it. Just consider it as repaying the favor. I am weaker than you anyway, and I can't force you. It was the first time that Su Ming saw Zhuzuking like this. She probably learned it from Xiao Wu. This girl is a big trouble. Su Ming shook his head and said, okay, stretch out your hand. Zhuzuking quickly stretched out her wrist with a start. She glanced coldly in the opposite direction, and a look of joy unconsciously appeared in the depths of her eyes. Su Ming stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on her wrist. You use the inner strength of Qinggong, let me see what's wrong with it. Internal strength? I am not well educated, don't lie to me. Zhuzuking turned her head and asked cutely, there is also an inner strength of Qinggong. Su Ming almost vomited blood. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Teaching Qinggong? Not teaching internal skills? Is this how I taught you half a year ago? Su Ming said slowly with a twitch of his mouth. When we go back later, you can form a 2-person doubles team. Remember to cover your head with the quilt and kick her hard on the butt a few times. 2 against 1, wrong assists, you can definitely beat her. Remember not to cause external injuries, otherwise she will shamelessly come to me to complain. Su Ming's face was very serious, not joking at all. Zhuzuking. You are really Xiaohu's brother. Swish. No matter what Zhuzuking thinks, the words are here. Standing up and coming behind her, Su Ming put his palm on her back. I will demonstrate the root of the internal skills. You watch carefully and feel the mystery carefully. The light golden soul power poured into Zhuzuking's body from her back. Is this his soul power? The domineering soul power was unbridled, as if it wanted to widen the tendons and veins in the body again. Zhuzuking's delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help feeling palpitations. No wonder Su Ming is so powerful. He is also a soul master, but the quality of this soul power alone is not comparable to hers. Fortunately, such a person is not an enemy, otherwise it would be too scary. Knowing that his soul power is stronger than Zhuzuking's, Su Ming used his soul power to push Zhuzuking's soul power to swim, allowing her to clearly feel the running root of the soul power. Su Ming was very satisfied when he noticed that Zhuzuking's spirit was restrained and all returned to her body, following his own steps. No teacher doesn't like obedient and serious students. He used to teach Xiao Wu in this way, but the latter was distracted and always had random thoughts and couldn't concentrate. Hey! Zhuzuking let out a long breath, and a wonderful look flashed across her beautiful eyes. Glancing at Su Ming, she nodded at the latter. She ran towards the river with a meteor step, and her soul power flowed in her body. Feeling the lightness when she jumped up, Zhuzuking was secretly happy, and she felt that her speed was much faster. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, Zhuzuking stepped on the standing bamboo and came to the square bamboo. Compared with before, she ran more lightly and farther. She ran more than 6 laps before she fell into the water. Zhuzuking continued to train without giving up. But strangely, no matter how she tried, there seemed to be something wrong, so that she could only run 6 or 7 laps each time. Knowing that she had made a mistake again, Zhuzuking felt helpless and returned to Su Ming's side with a wet body. What is he doing? Zhuzuking stared at the flames with a wonderful look in her eyes, and her curiosity suppressed her eagerness to learn. In the flames, 3 streams of red, green, and purple energy were swimming like tadpoles. Under the control of Su Ming's fingers, the 3 kept sizzling and colliding and merging. Crack! The 3 energies were burned and turned into ashes. It's really not simple. Su Ming had no choice but to retract his fingers. Seeing Zhuzuking standing there blankly without saying anything, Su Ming was used to her silence. Su Ming tilted his head, take off your shoes first. Zhuzuking responded, sat down and took off her shoes without hesitation. Swish! The delicate and slender calves and small and exquisite toes were exposed to the air like white lotus roots in the mud. At the same time, they were also exposed in front of Su Ming. Seemingly feeling that this move was a bit inappropriate, 2 red clouds floated on Zhu Zuking's cheeks. Su Ming was indifferent. His palm passed over Zhu Zuking's feet. The meridian slowly emerged and he explained. The secret of Qinggong lies in the solace of the feet, and in how to accurately operate the soul power of the solace of the feet. The reason why you fell into the water is not because of the lack of soul power, but because you can't grasp the sweet spot on the solace of your feet. Every time you step, the weight is different, and it is easy to lose the sense of touch of the landing point, so there will always be a particularly heavy step, so that you have to fall into the water. There are 6 major meridians on the solace of the feet, which can be summarized as the 3 yin meridians of the foot and the 3 yang meridians of the foot. The solace of the feet correspond to the 5 internal organs. Every time the sweet spot is touched, the meridians and the 5 internal organs are operated as a whole, so. Ah! Brother, what are you doing? Before Su Ming finished speaking, a sharp roar sounded. Xiao Wu stomped her feet sideways, and she covered her eyes with both hands, fearing that she would get sty. Su Ming. Zhu Zuking. Chapter 129 Zhao Wuji, Stealing People from Acquaintances. Su Ming did not establish the first academy on impulse. First, it would give Zhao Wuji and other people who followed him and left Shrek Academy a place to stay. Second, it would give him revenge on Shrek Academy. Third, it was also for future considerations. The Soul Master competition is a good stage. If you win the championship, the system will definitely give you generous rewards. According to Su Ming's speculation, there will be at least 100,000 year soul bones. Rather than joining Tiandu Royal Academy and other academies and letting others take advantage of it, it would be better to establish an academy by yourself and take all the glory. The most important thing, reputation. This is the thing that Su Ming can't understand the most since he got the system. Yes, reputation can improve the quality of martial souls. But the efficiency of converting reputation into martial soul improvement points has always been extremely low. At the Junior Soul Master Academy, as the boss, he beat all the teachers in the academy. After 3 years, Su Ming only earned more than 200 martial soul improvement points. In the soul fighting arena, 50 consecutive wins in 1 month, challenging the unprecedented. As a result, he only got less than 1,000 soul martial points. How many people are there in the soul fighting arena? There are more than 10,000 people in the soul fighting arena alone, and there are no less than 500 soul masters. When he was in Dian village, Su Ming knew that he could also gain reputation and soul martial points from ordinary people. Everyone in Soto City knew that he killed people in the soul fighting arena. It didn't make sense that he got so few soul martial points. Everything that happened in Shrek Academy that day angered him and also woke him up. No matter how powerful he was just a person living under someone else's roof, without his own flag. The so-called reputation of the system may not be reputation. It's faith. All faith needs a place to be stored. The Sea God Island is the holy place of the Sea God believers. The Elder Hall is the holy place of the Angel God believers. The City of Slaughter is a place of faith created by the God of Shura. Martial souls can evolve into artifacts and super artifacts. The so-called reputation is just a vulgar nickname for faith. In this way, the system settings can be understood. Reputation, evolved faith can improve the quality of martial souls. Low conversion rate, because reputation and faith are not the same thing. Reputation is influence. Title Douluo has great influence, but is it useful for gods? Faith is admiration, awe, and has a specific reference target. The 3 pure ones of Taoism. Sakyamuni of Buddhism. The trident on the sea. Low conversion rate, because Su Ming has never had a clear object of faith. Martial soul slaying gods? No, Su Ming rarely uses it. Most of the time, he holds an ordinary hatchet or a killing knife. In the last battle of the soul fighting, he used the spirit to kill the gods. It was this change in the spirit's upgrade points that made Su Ming completely confirm his inner guess. The spirit ring is too conspicuous, and the spirit to kill the gods cannot be used casually, and it is not good to use it as a deposit of faith. The academy is a good choice. Therefore, Su Ming sincerely wants to carry forward the first academy and make it a symbol of faith for a while. When he is able to protect himself, he can use the spirit without restraint, and then concentrate all his faith on killing the gods. The huge power of faith can definitely make the killing gods change qualitatively. Perhaps, a magic weapon can be created. Even a super magic weapon. It is absolutely not unjust for Xiao Wu, who made trouble, to be beaten. She was beaten by 3 people. Su Ming pressed the quilt. Zhu Zuoqing and Ning Rongrong fought. The scene was once very brother-sister friendly. Su Ming didn't want to do this to Xiao Wu, but this girl was too good at making trouble. Rongrong, I'm telling you, my brother likes to touch my legs, you should be careful. Hey, my brother used to touch me, beat me, ... So, is it unfair to beat her? Su Ming felt it was reasonable. In an autumn rain, Tang San left Shrek Academy. The hazy rain curtain seemed to reveal endless sadness and loneliness. Outside the city, the wilderness was boundless, and the rain curtain was pouring down. The sound of the accumulated water was crushed, and a figure wandered in the pouring rain. Wow, 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 like a child crying, the cloth shoes stepped on the mud, dragging up a large piece of muddy water. He walked farther and farther. The footprints on the ground behind him were gradually swallowed by the cold raindrops. From the wilderness to Soto City. From the muddy road to the bluestone slab. What kind of ending is worthy of this displacement? These were not Su Ming's imaginations, because he was at the entrance of the academy at the moment. Tang San was leaning against the wall in the mud. No wonder Tang Hao was so anxious. Su Ming suddenly realized that he was in seclusion just now to refine the nourishing pill, and was dragged out by Tang Hao without knowing why. The wet clothes were no longer dripping, it seemed that Tang San had stayed there for quite a while, but he just didn't go in. An ordinary man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. Tang San is not an ordinary man. Such a result had been expected in Su Ming's mind when he left Shrek. Looking at each other in silence, knowing the cold and warmth. Tang San's eyes were dead and his mouth was tightly closed. Su Ming did not ask about his well-being, but led him into the first academy. It's good to get a little rain. Wash away the dirt and start again. The upper body is clean, and the lower body cannot be unclean. Shua. The foot rises and falls. Tang San was shocked and pale, and before he could even react, he was kicked into the river, and his meridians were blocked. In the river, he struggled and roared. The rain pavilion was silent. On the stone table, there was a brand new school uniform. On the silver badge, there was a seal of life, I5. With Tang San's character, he could survive. What he needed at this moment was to be sober and calm after venting. The cold river water was definitely a good medicine, this is what Tang Hao told him. Su Ming returned to the practice room and continued to try to refine the nourishing spirit pill. Ning Fengzi gave him double the amount of medicinal materials, and Su Ming could only hope that he would not hear 100 bangs. Knowing that Xiao San was in a very bad mood, you deliberately kicked him into the river. You are itching, right? Tang Hao's gnashing voice came from all directions. Wash away all the dust and start anew. Su Ming said righteously, my newly opened first academy will not fall into the old mud of Shrek Academy. After 10 seconds of silence, Tang Hao's strange voice sounded. Are you sure it's not because I threw you into the river last time? Su Ming. As if he didn't hear this, Su Ming sat cross-legged and continued to refine the nourishing spirit pill. In front of him, there was a strangely shaped alchemy furnace. At first glance, it was very similar to Zhang Heng's seismometer. 9 glass pipes, connected to a metal beaker at the bottom and fire at the bottom of the cup, with valves on the side, and flowing through metal pipes into a furnace the size of a high-pressure pipe, which looked very much like an octopus. It didn't look like an alchemy furnace. It didn't look like an alchemy furnace. It didn't look like an alchemist. Su Ming really didn't know how to make an elixir, but he had studied chemistry. All methods were no match for enumeration and elimination, and he firmly believed that he could always guess right once. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Bang bang, there were rapid knocks on the door. Zhao Wuji knocked the loudest and his voice was unique. Su Ming, come out quickly. Our academy is still short of 2 people. I've been squatting in the Duhun arena for so long. Damn, I finally caught someone I know this time. It's easy to attack someone I know, and he's from Tiandu Royal Academy. Tisk tisk tisk, it's so cool to think about intercepting him halfway. Damn Royal Academy. Hey, don't be silent, I know you're in there. Chapter 130 Xiao Wu, don't even think about being my sister-in-law. Tiandu Royal Academy? Isn't that you Tianheng and Duguyan? Seeing the alchemy furnace explode, Su Ming had no choice but to open the door. Seeing Zhao Wuji's rough face agitated and excited, he couldn't help but say. You dare to dig into the corners of Tiandu Royal Academy? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down? Hunted down? Man, I wasn't afraid of being hunted down by the Spirit Hall, so why would I be afraid of this? Zhao Wuji grinned. He asked, even the 7 treasure glazed sect can be dealt with, so are you afraid of the Tiandu Royal Academy? Besides, whether you can dig or not depends purely on your ability. The Royal Academy is not afraid of losing face. I'm waiting for them to retaliate, just in time to expose this embarrassing thing. With a smile on his face, Zhao Wuji has no idea what an opponent is. The Royal Academy does have someone he likes. Su Ming has made up his mind and laughed angrily. Old Zhao, you are a bit of a bastard. The Academy needs a teacher like you. I think you will play the good cop and I will play the bad cop. Bah! Zhao Wuji's face darkened. Don't try this on me, do you think I'm stupid? Playing the good cop is the one who gets beaten, and you're still using this trick on me? With eyes like copper bells, he urged, in a word, do you have the guts to give him a fuck? After a short silence, Su Ming sighed. Old Zhao, you are really a bandit. Zhao Wuji chuckled, if I am a bandit, then aren't you the bandit leader? Shua. When they exchanged glances, they were both ready to do something big. A knowing smile. Confirmed. Correct. We are an academy, and we firmly do not advocate the bandit style. I know, our academy still has exchange student quotas. Exchange students? Ahem, they exchange, we won't exchange for the time being. I have to say, old Zhao, your physical education teacher knows Chinese. It seemed as if there were 2 demons hidden in the backs of the 2, laughing. The main hall of the academy. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong formed a small group. Tang San sat alone at the end. Xiao Xin sat alone on one side, his round face filled with a joyful smile. Looking at Tang San, then at Xiao Wu and the other 2, and then at his handsome school uniform and badge. The future is promising. Number 1 Academy is much better than Shrek in terms of cultivating students' abilities and future prospects. Even though the population is sparse now, the huge potential is brewing. He firmly believes that this first generation will be able to push the academy to the top. Second sister and third sister, why do you want us to gather together? Could it be something good? A whole voice sounded, and it was Xiao Wu who spoke. Her cheeks were puffed up, and she was chewing something. Holding golden peanuts in her hands, her 2 pockets were full, and it seemed that she had hidden a lot. Even if she kept eating, her pink eyes were still as bright as stars when she mentioned good things. Food and good things should not be missed. I don't know. Ning Rongrong raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Xin, isn't Mr. Xiao here? You can ask him. Why do I ask you? Aren't sisters here to be ordered around? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and said, you are a teacher in the finance department, why don't you go and ask? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes flashed with mischief, you are more curious than me. Wouldn't it be better if you asked and shared it with us later? Me? Xiao Wu pointed at herself, then shook her head frantically. If she took one more step, I would not be qualified to be the eldest sister. Third sister, go and ask. Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zuqing without question and shouted. I won't go. Zhu Zuqing immediately refused coldly without hesitation. I am the eldest sister, listen to me. No. You took advantage of my brother, Iwu. Looking at Xiao Wu and the other 2 quarreling, Tang San's cold eyes flashed with a relieved smile. It's still more suitable for me here. Everyone has their own secrets, and no one will force anyone. More like partners, more like fellow travelers. After a while, Su Ming and Zhao Wuji arrived. All the teachers and students of the first academy are here. Looking around, Su Ming sat on the main seat with a serious face. Seeing this, Xiao Wu quickly pulled back her 2 pockets, fearing that someone would see it. I called everyone here today, and there is nothing else. Everyone knows the situation of the academy. Including me, there are only 5 young people. To participate in the Soul Master competition, at least a team of 7 people is needed. Teacher Zhao has worked hard and finally found a Soul Master with good potential for the academy. The purpose of this mission is very simple. We just need to bring the person back. After speaking, Su Ming's eyes were on the 4 of them. Hiss. There are new people in the academy, who can be bullied. I'll go. The 4 of them were full of energy, and Xiao Wu took the lead in jumping up. as if she was afraid that someone would snatch it from her. She ran to Su-ming with 2 full pockets. Brother, as the student with the highest cultivation in the academy, you have no reason not to take me with you, right? With a smile on her face, Xiao Wu kept blinking at Su-ming. Brother, take me with you, I'm the most obedient. Su-ming nodded, you really should go. You are worthy of being my brother. Just when Xiao Wu was about to be happy, she suddenly felt her hands being torn apart. Then, a big hand reached into her pocket mercilessly. The huge aura made her face twisted. Watching Su-ming put the golden peanuts into his own pocket with one claw, Xiao Wu looked like a frosted eggplant. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong covered their mouths and laughed secretly. I asked you to buy so many, and you should hand them all over. After patting her pockets and seeing that they were all empty, Su-ming let her go and stood up. Since you are all here, let's go and take a look together. They are also the geniuses of the younger generation, and their strength is not inferior to yours. After saying that, Su-ming turned to Zhao Wuji took a look. Zhao Wuji understood immediately and stood up, cursing and shouting. Do you understand? This time we are going to make trouble. Whoever loses our college, just practice hard and don't let me pull you out. With a cold snort, Zhao Wuji went first as the vanguard. Tang San and Xiao Xian followed closely behind. Brother, leave me some, I bought this. Xiao Wu grabbed Su-ming's arm and was dragged forward. Her face was puffed up like a pufferfish. Su-ming paused and squinted coldly, you bought it, can't I eat it? Xiao Wu. You said that, I don't know how to refute it. But, don't do that. She was so angry that she hung on Su-ming's body. Go, go, if you don't mind shame, go. Su-ming turned his head and asked Zhu Zuqing, how many peanuts did Xiao Wu buy? Zhu Zuqing didn't lie. When she opened her mouth, Xiao Wu covered her mouth tightly. Xiao Wu smiled, brother, you don't know yet, Zuqing and I have become sworn sisters. Come on, call me brother. Xiao Wu pushed Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, her pink eyes gleaming with cold light and threatening. Don't think of betraying me. Don't think of being my sister-in-law. Chapter 131 Tiandu Royal Academy. Xiao Wu, did you find anything particularly interesting? What? Look, your spirit is a rabbit, your brother's spirit is a hatchet, and Tang San's spirit is blue silver grass. Don't you find it strange? What's so strange about this? Rongrong means that rabbits eat grass, so you are Tang San's enemy, woodcutters catch rabbits and chop grass, so your brother is your enemy and Tang San's enemy at the same time. Are you kidding? My brother is my enemy. Is that possible? Don't try to sow discord between us siblings. You can keep your voice down, or your brother will hear you. Rolling eyes. Well, keep your voices down too. On the street, Xiao Wu was walking in front with her arms around her. In the middle, Xiao Xian and Zhao Wuji were discussing something. However, the topic was a little off. Don't you want to ask what happened at Shrek Academy? Tang San was walking very slowly. So slow that he, who was walking in the front, fell to the back at this moment. Walked in step with Su-ming. A peanut was thrown up and fell into Su-ming's mouth. Why should I ask? Tang San's eyes changed slightly. Aren't you curious? The voice was bitter, just like the rain he had tasted before. He wanted to find someone to share. Xiao Wu was not that person, because she did not have much life experience. Su-ming said, I am not Xiao Wu, I will not be curious about everything, because that is very tiring. Tang San's face darkened, and he felt that someone's conscience had been eaten by a dog. Su-ming turned his head and said, Ning Rongrong and the others are simple-minded. It is easy to understand that they left Shrek. You are deep-minded, but it is easier to understand than them, and you don't even need to guess. Tang San was silent for a while, and after 100 steps, he said, what you said seems to be completely unreasonable. Simple-minded, easy to be seen through, excusable. Deep-minded, also easy to be seen through, is the human heart simple? Su-ming had a more sarcastic smile on his face, and said, a stubborn person who is least likely to leave Shrek Academy has now come to the first academy. Do you think I look stupid if I ask the reason? Tang San was speechless. Su-ming's smile became deeper, and he looked more relaxed. He said, it's good that you are here. I am too lazy to find a control-type spirit master. Tang San was silent. It took a long time. He sighed deeply, raised his head, and said, "You speak very badly, do you know that?" Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, "You are always itchy, do you know that?" Tang San was speechless. After a while, his tight eyebrows relaxed a lot, and said, "Although the words are bad, but the person is not that annoying." He laughed softly, everything was like fog and dream. "At least, there are many girls who like you." Shua. The figure walked forward quickly. Tang San walked very fast, so fast that he caught up with Zhao Wuji and the other two. This was probably his escape speed. Su Ming paused slightly. A peanut hit his nose and rolled to the ground. Hotel. The crystal lamp, as bright as gold, was gorgeous and colorful. The private room was magnificent and luxurious. There was a dent on the leather sofa, where two figures were sitting. The man was tall and slender in blue, with black hair and black eyes. His expression rarely fluctuated, just like Yu Xiaogang, with stiff muscles on his face, staring at the coffee table, not knowing what he was thinking. Beside him, there was a woman sitting. The woman had a slender figure, purple hair, and blue eyes, and even her nails were emerald green. The beautiful appearance was unreal and weird. She pouted her delicate chin, and looked at the two fools boredly. On the side of the private room, there was a marble table, where two big men were wrestling with their arms bulging, and the table creaked under the weight. In addition, there is a unique woman with her back to the others. She is tall and graceful, with blue hair falling to her waist like a waterfall. Back view beautiful and charming. She was wearing a black veil, so her face could not be seen clearly. Black veil is rarely worn by people, because it represents death. Dressing that should not be there. Loneliness and indifference that should not be there. The woman was full of strange abnormalities. Perhaps, only when facing the lively and cheerful goldfish in front of her, her emotionless eyes would reveal a trace of joy that a woman of her age should have. Kaka. The marble table broke with a sound. The two Shimo brothers smiled awkwardly. "It's a draw. Are you scared?" Shua. The two of them didn't waste words and squatted on the ground to continue the unfinished duel. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan helplessly held their foreheads. Duguyan suggested, "Tianheng, since we are here, we are bored. Why don't we join the soul fighting game?" Due to the commotion caused by Shi, many powerful soul masters have come to Soto City recently. Let's give everyone some exercise. Yu Tianheng's face was moved, and he said, "It's a pity that we came too late and missed a wonderful battle. The first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, and the third soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. My uncle doesn't count as losing to such a person." Yu Tianheng clenched his fists. There was no indignation on his face that the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was humiliated. There was only a deeper and stronger fighting spirit in his eyes. The younger generation's enemies are not only in the spirit hall. There is another monster, Shi. Yu Tianheng stabilized his mind. Looking at Duguyan, he said domineeringly, "Since we have come to Soto City, we must fight souls. I also want to see where our endpoint will be. If you come to Soto City and don't fight souls? Wouldn't it be a waste of time?" With interest in her beautiful eyes, Duguyan said confidently, "Although many soul masters have come to Soto City, with our strength, I don't believe that anyone can beat us in a team battle." As soon as these words came out, another voice also rang out. "There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Soto City, so don't take it lightly. If there is one Shi, there will be a second Shi. The voice has arrived before the person arrived." Bang! The door was pushed open. A man in his 30s led two young men in. "Teacher Qin." Yu Tianheng and Duguyan quickly stood up, with sincere respect on their faces. Ya Lingling and Shi Mo brothers also dropped everything and surrounded them. Qin Ming nodded and said, "I have prepared for the soul fighting matter and have discussed it with the soul fighting field. If you don't start the soul fighting from the soul master, you will encounter the soul sect team." Boom! As soon as these words came out, it was like thunder and lightning. Yu Tianheng was surprised and said, "Soul sect team? Doesn't that mean we have to fight against opponents of higher levels?" Duguyan's eyes bulged out, staring at Qin Ming. The rest of the people were also nervous, even the cold Ya Lingling. Qin Ming was very satisfied with the fact that they were more surprised. He fanned the flames. A genius student from the Royal Academy is afraid of only jumping one level. Do you only bully the weak and find a sense of existence in the weak? The 7 people's faces changed drastically, but they did not argue. Because humiliation needs to be washed away by fighting. Yu Tianheng shouted in a deep voice, Teacher Qin, even if it is the Soul Sect team, we will not lose. As soon as these words came out, it was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea. The team members responded one after another, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Representing the highest level of the Tiandu Empire, they will never lose. Seeing this, a relieved smile flashed in the depths of Qin Ming's eyes. At this moment, they were full of confidence, and they seemed to be unaware that their defeat was approaching step by step. Chapter 132, Soul Degeneration, Seven-Hearted Begonia? Qin Ming, a student trained by Shrek Academy. Now, he is the leader of the Tiandu Royal Academy team. As the team representing the Empire to participate in the Soul Master competition, Qin Ming can serve as the leader, which shows that he has extraordinary talents. A wanderer who left home, returned home in glory. It is definitely a very happy thing. He never let his parents down, nor did he let himself down. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on people, and the parents were gone when the son wanted to support them. He would never have thought that Dean Flanders, who was always smart and cunning, would do such a stupid thing. Betrayed by everyone. In the private room, a group of people surrounded. They all looked very strange. Two different school uniforms, as clear as the Chu River and the Han Street. I have heard of that master. He is indeed an extraordinary figure. It's just that no one can prove his theory. It seems that his theory is too highbrow and he is self-admiring. I didn't expect the academy. Qin Ming's face was very dark and heavy. Even if the lights in the private room were gorgeous, they could not illuminate the sadness and desolation in his heart. He didn't blame Zhao Wuji for leaving because he was his most beloved teacher. He stayed in Shrek for less than 6 years. And Zhao Wuji has been a teacher for more than 10 years. After more than 10 years, he became a teacher and understood more clearly the kind of feelings that he could not give up after devoting himself to the academy. It was indeed a man-made disaster that Shrek became like this today. Zhao Wuji smiled bitterly and said, Flanders values feelings more than anyone else. That fucked up feeling. Anger made Zhao Wuji's face twisted, and the iron cup in his hand cracked into a donut. Qin Ming chose silence. Silence was the best choice. He knew what kind of person Flanders was. Zhao Wuji was a teacher, he could scold Flanders, but he couldn't. And this silence was finally broken by a strange voice. Are you willing to come with me? This time, I came specifically for you. The tempting voice sounded like a human trafficker. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. In front of the fish tank, a man and a woman, pleasing to the eye. The backs of the two were indescribable. The expressions of both parties immediately became wrong. Xiao Wu's big eyes were full of envy, and my brother had never been so gentle to me. No. It's over, it's definitely love. After all the calculations, I was not stolen by my best friend, but by an outsider. If I had known this would happen, I might as well have encouraged Zhu Qing to chase my brother. Tang San and Ning Rongrong were dumbfounded. Su Ming, is he flirting with the younger sister, the older sister? Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with deep disappointment. As for the other 6 members of the Tiandu royal team, their expressions were different. Expectation, envy, instigation, indifference, anger, disgust. 6 people, 6 different emotions. Yu Tianheng walked over with a dark face. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was hostile to Su Ming. Swish, Zhao Wuji calmly pressed Qin Ming's shoulder and said. Let's not worry about the young people's affairs. Let them solve their problems. Qin Ming's eyes turned. Teacher Zhao, the person you said who teaches more reasonably, is he him? Zhao Wuji did not answer, but Qin Ming had seen through everything from his facial expression. With a sly smile, Qin Ming gave Duguyan a look. He had a deep understanding of how powerful Shrek Academy's teaching was. He really wanted to see how much potential this young man in front of him had, who was the initiator of Zhao Wuji's leaving the academy and starting a new business, and whether he was worthy of Zhao Wuji's efforts to cultivate him. Seeing Duguyan and the others approaching, Zhao Wuji smiled at Qin Ming. I didn't say Su Ming was a student. You sent it to the bowl yourself. Hey, Dean, don't just stare at the girl. There are 6 more. Take a look too. Su Ming naturally couldn't hear Zhao Wuji's inner voice. At this moment, he was staring at the woman in front of him. His eyes were sincere, not false at all, and his face was gentle, like a gust of wind that could sweep away all the sorrows and troubles. Ya Lingling frowned slightly, feeling very strange in her heart. Her feet were not heavy, and her body was not heavy either. She was completely able to move. But she couldn't understand why she didn't walk away at the first time and stay away from Su Ming, a stranger. His eyes were beautiful, like black gems. This was Ye Lingling's first impression of Su Ming. She liked such warm and harmless eyes. Yes, no girl would hate such a pair of eyes. I have a companion. Ye Lingling's voice was very ethereal, sounding like the sound of a clear spring, very pleasant and light. Su Ming nodded, seeming to agree with her statement. Before he came, he had thought of many ways to take Ye Lingling away, including many conspiracies and tricks. But when facing her head-on, Su Ming failed to her life, and also failed to his inner obsession. Somewhere, it seemed that there was a voice telling him, Su Ming, there is no need to beat around the bush. If you can't take her away, then rob her. So, Su Ming spoke very directly to Ye Lingling. Yes, Lingling is our companion. Yu Tianheng walked over, with a chill in his eyes. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. Lingling is taciturn and doesn't like to talk to strangers. I hope you don't disturb her. Su Ming looked at Yu Tianheng, and before he spoke, a more irritable voice sounded first. My brother wants to talk to her, does he need you to give orders? Who do you think you are? You are not qualified to talk to my brother like this. Be careful or I will smash your head. Xiao Wu rushed out from between Ning Rongrong and the others as if she had eaten gunpowder, and stood in front of Yu Tianheng. Followed by Ning Rongrong. Tang San also came over, with a cold light in his eyes. He didn't like to cause trouble, but he didn't mind causing trouble once. Yu Tianheng's face was ashen, as if he had eaten a fly. At the same time, Duguyan also came over with people. It's ridiculous. A few young girls and boys who came from nowhere actually want to eat swan meat. If it weren't for the fact that your teacher knows Teacher Qin, none of you would be able to leave the hotel today. Duguyan's face was as cold as ice, and her green eyes were full of green light, as if a poisonous snake had encountered its prey and was ready to bite it. 4v6? Boom! The smell of gunpowder suddenly spread in the private room. Xiao Wu didn't mind the trouble, and coldly said, Are you a swan meat? I feel that you are more like a snake. You are looking for death. Duguyan was instantly furious, and swept a claw towards Xiao Wu's face, as if to tear her mouth apart. I am not afraid of you, Aunt. Xiao Wu pouted her lips and immediately came forward. Bang! In a simple confrontation, Xiao Wu spun and kicked Duguyan back. Duguyan was angry and was about to release his martial spirit, but was stopped by Yu Tianheng. Tianheng Duguyan's face was gloomy. Yu Tianheng shook his head, This is a hotel, your martial spirit is special, you have to fight somewhere else. Duguyan wanted to move, but was repelled by Yu Tianheng's eyes. Looking at Tang San and others, Yu Tianheng's eyes were solemn and said, It's just like what Teacher Qin said, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the small Soto city. You should be less than 15 years old, right? Humph. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips, What is the weakness of your martial soul? Yu Tianheng's face flashed a trace of surprise, not understanding what Xiao Wu was talking about. Who would say the weakness of a martial soul? That's it. Xiao Wu looked at Yu Tianheng like an idiot and said, You don't want to answer my question, why should I answer your question? You don't understand such a simple truth, are you an idiot? You. Yu Tianheng was so angry that he couldn't help but shake his fist. As the pride of Tiandu Royal Academy, no one had ever spoken to him like this. The boss was humiliated, Shi Mo and others were furious, and their soul power was overflowing. Tang San was fine, because he knew Xiao Wu's temper. But Ning Rongrong and the others were completely dumbfounded when they saw Xiao Wu firing at full power. They had never expected that Xiao Wu, who was bullied by Su Ming, was actually hiding such a fierce scene. It was not without reason that Su Ming always bullied her. The gunpowder smell between the two sides was getting stronger and stronger, and it was already at the point of drawing swords. Seeing that the two sides were going to conflict because of her, Ye Lingling looked embarrassed, but she didn't know how to persuade the conflict. Tiandu Royal Academy is the best academy in the Tiandu Empire. They are all elites of the academy. Don't miss this rare learning opportunity. It should be okay for the 4 of you to beat the 6 of them. Su Ming gave Xiao Wu a look, and the latter understood it immediately. Xiao Wu snorted disdainfully, Don't fight 4 against 6, let's fight 4 against 4. I'm afraid I'll beat all 6 of them to tears. It will be too hard for her, Ye Lingling, a girl, to comfort these 6 people. Tang San and the other 2. Xiao Wu, you know how to attract hatred. Sure enough. As soon as these words came out, even the captain Yu Tianheng couldn't stand such humiliation at this moment. They are the strongest college team in the Tiandu Empire. Okay. You want to fight, right? Yu Tianheng's teeth were almost broken, his eyes were bloodshot. I hope your strength is worthy of your arrogance. Otherwise, you won't leave the hotel safely today. The voice was like thunder. Duguyan and the others were full of momentum, staring at Tang San and the others. Tang San and Xiao Wu were not afraid at all. In the same level, except for Su Ming, they would not lose to others. Boom! The fierce gazes collided in the air and sparks flew. 4 against 6. The battle was about to start. Zhao Wuji and Qin Ming did not stop them, and let the 2 sides mess around. The latter's face was a little uncertain, and I don't know what he was thinking. Park Square. The 2 sides stood opposite each other. One side, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing. The other side, Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, Yu Feng, Oslo, Shi Mo, Shi Mo. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was an unfair battle. It's not just the number of people. In fact, there is also cultivation. Because Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing are just great soul masters. 2 soul masters, 2 great soul masters vs 6 soul masters. Yu Tianheng seemed to be much calmer, and said with his head tilted. Shimo, you 2 brothers don't fight. If it gets out that you are bullying the weak with your numbers, it will damage the reputation of the academy. Hearing this, the honest Shimo brothers nodded and stood at the back. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San. Are you willing to fight 4 against 4? No. The 2 immediately reached an agreement. Xiao Wu came to Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong and whispered to them. On the other hand, Yu Tianheng and his friends didn't say a word, and it seemed that they didn't need any tactical arrangements. Strength is the best tactic. Teacher Zhao, are you so confident? Aren't you afraid that they will get hurt? Qin Ming turned his head to look at Zhao Wuji, who was calm and composed, and looked at Su Ming, who was calm and composed on the bench, and felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Zhao Wuji waved his hand indifferently. It's just an injury. Did you have less injuries back then? If you don't carve jade, it won't become a useful tool. It's better to bleed a little now and know that there are people outside the world than to die in the future when you meet an enemy. Hearing this, Qin Ming was speechless and nodded without being able to refute. Xiao Xian, who had been acting as if nothing happened, suddenly couldn't help but speak. Students are students, and teachers are teachers. Teacher Qin, shall we bet 10,000 gold coins? Xiao Xian's little eyes overflowed with thieves, as if he was looking at a naked little white sheep. Qin Ming. Another teacher, led astray by Dean Flanders. However, are you really so confident? Qin Ming couldn't figure it out. Why didn't the 2 stop this losing fighting spirit from beginning to end? It was as if Su Ming spoke and the 2 agreed. It was really strange. Sunny day, clouds are rolling. Su Ming and Ye Lingling sat on a bench. Ye Lingling sat at the far right end of the bench, wishing it could be longer so she could be further away from Su Ming. Su Ming sat naturally, holding a wooden sculpture of Ye Lingling in his hand. It seemed that he was not sure about the outcome of this battle of spirits. Guo didn't care. Because the outcome of this battle was not about this battle, but about him. 9-Heart Begonia is a very good martial soul. Boom. Su Ming's first sentence gave Ye Lingling goosebumps all over her body, and she looked over in disbelief. How do you know my martial soul? Ye Lingling didn't speak, this was the message from her eyes. Swish, the knife scraped off the sawdust. Su Ming said in a voice that only 2 people could hear. 9-Heart Begonia, an auxiliary martial soul that is on par with the 7 treasures glazed tower. But unfortunately, there is only one successor in each generation. Ye Lingling's eyes were as sharp as a knife, her heart was as sharp as a knife, she felt the wound was breaking, and it was a little difficult to control herself. God's favorite is also your greatest misfortune. I believe your family must have thought of a way to solve this problem, but they didn't find a way, right? The face changed again and again. The chill rushed from her heart to her feet, and Ye Lingling's originally dead eyes blossomed with a strange look. She stared at Su Ming intently, thousands of words stuck in her throat, turning into restless silence. Su Ming was indifferent, muttering to himself. I'll give you an idea, you don't know, the 7 treasures glazed tower can evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tower. 9 is the extreme number, and it is against the will of heaven. Your 9-heart begonia may be able to become a 7-heart begonia like the 7 treasures glazed tower. Although you can only cultivate to the soul saint, your family can continue to multiply in this way. Shua. Su Ming put the wooden sculpture in his hand on the chair and pushed it towards Ye Lingling. As if he was not satisfied with the work, he sighed. With the black veil, I can't see your face clearly, so I can only carve your current black veil appearance. Although it's not perfect, I'll give it to you as a gift. Bang! The wood sculpture hit her thigh. Ye Lingling seemed to have been acupunctured, and her thighs and whole body were frozen inch by inch. She was completely stunned. Chapter 133 Tang San and Xiaowu's Dual Control. You really have a way. The surprised voice was like the morning sun breaking at dawn. Ye Lingling stared straight at Su Ming. The surprised eyes under the veil were replaced by the excitement that was about to burst out instead of the dead silence and sorrow. 9-hearted begonia is a gift from God. It is also the curse of their Ye family. There are only 2 people alive in the world. In other words, a soul master with the 9-heart begonia will never be able to see her grandparents. Only when one of them dies with the 9-heart begonia martial spirit can the 9-heart begonia be born in the grandchildren. It seems that there is no room for a 3rd soul master with the 9-heart begonia in the world. If she, does not die, the child will surely die young. And she was born because her grandmother took the initiative to die. Born with a life. Born with a curse. Who can live with peace of mind? With a mountain pressing down on her and an abyss beside her, she dared not get too close to others. With a veil, no one would see her appearance, and no one would like her. And she would not have to feel guilty about bringing this curse to others. Not yet. Ye Lingling's sincere joy of seeing the moon through the clouds touched Su Ming's heart, but he still gave a cruel answer. Is that so? Ye Lingling's eyes dimmed instantly, and she lowered her head in despair. It seemed that she had thought too much. Su Ming said. You will not be able to solve your martial soul problem if you stay in Tiandu Royal Academy. But if you follow me, there should be at least a 50% chance that you can get rid of this fate that you should not bear. 50%? Ye Lingling's eyes lit up again. She stared at Su Ming, unwilling to let go of any details. His black gemstone-like eyes had a very bright, brilliant, and unmatched sharpness, as if to pierce into other people's hearts. You should not be lying to me. 50%. This is already a great hope. I didn't see any hope before. Ye Lingling's eyes moved slightly and made up her mind. Tell me your conditions. Su Ming laughed angrily. Didn't I say that I came here for you this time? For me? Ye Lingling then remembered that Su Ming had said this before. Thinking of this, her cold and fair face under the veil could not help but blush. This was the first time they met, how could he be so reckless? And he even used this matter to threaten her. Ye Lingling felt ashamed and angry, and her mind was in a mess. This was the first time she encountered such a thing. Seeing Ye Lingling hesitate, Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Why, don't you want to? Since you said that, it makes no sense for you to refuse, Su Ming thought secretly. But even if Su Ming urged her, Ye Lingling still didn't open her mouth. She pursed her pink lips tightly, and her ears were almost cooked, like a steamed bun just out of the oven. Her beautiful eyes slightly raised, and she secretly looked at Su Ming. It seems that he is indeed handsome and cool. Especially, that distant and cold feeling. Oh! Ye Lingling, what are you thinking about? She felt embarrassed. After a while, Ye Lingling mustered up the courage to ask. Has your martial spirit surpassed the top martial spirit? Su Ming was stunned. His martial soul, God Slayer, was indeed a top-level martial soul. It was probably not even higher than that. Su Ming said, why are you asking this? Ye Lingling's beautiful eyes trembled, and she looked up and looked directly at Su Ming. Even though she was ashamed and angry, she still talked about the family's hidden secrets. Her voice was soft and smooth, like a shaved ice made from blooming ice cubes. 9-hearted begonia has surpassed the top-level martial soul. If you want to break the fate of martial soul inheritance, you must have a martial soul of the same level or higher than it. The bloodline offspring born from the 2 of you will suppress the characteristics of the 9-hearted begonia. In this case, your martial soul will appear in the offspring, and my martial soul will also appear. After hearing the first part, So Ming was still nodding secretly. He knew the Douluo's high bloodline inheritance mode, and the offspring's martial soul would inherit the higher parent. But after hearing the latter part, So Ming got goosebumps all over his body. What do you mean my martial spirit will appear in the offspring, and your martial spirit will also appear? No. Please explain clearly. Whose offspring are they? So Ming looked at Yelingling in confusion, feeling that the heavens had played a huge joke on him. I came for you, but not the come-in carrying the betrothal gifts. So Ming slowly closed his jaw in shock. From Yelingling's blushing expression, he had already come to the conclusion. Taking a deep breath, So Ming said awkwardly. That, you may have misunderstood. I'm helping you solve it, not in that way. I've said before that your martial soul can degenerate into the nine-heart begonia. As for coming for you. So Ming pointed to Xiaowu and the others who were about to start a battle in the center of the square and explained. Because I also have my own small team. Your martial soul is the nine-heart begonia, which is particularly suitable for my needs. In short, I'm here to poach people this time. Ga. It was as if a crow flew by. Yelingling looked at So Ming, and the whole person was stunned. Ah! Yelingling, what were you thinking about just now? What did you say again? Swish! Feeling that the chair was too hot for her butt, Yelingling immediately jumped up. She didn't dare to look at So Ming's eyes with her cheeks flushed. It's so embarrassing. Like a frightened little rabbit, she fled from here quickly. Hey, don't you want the wood sculpture? Yelingling paused, then ran faster. Seeing Yelingling disappear in the blink of an eye, So Ming shook his head helplessly. Forget it, it's better to rob people directly, it will waste too much time for cultivation. At the same time, the battle was at a critical moment. Both sides have been possessed by martial spirits. Except for Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit, which brought great shock. For Xiaowu and Tang San's martial spirits, Yu Tianheng and others were not moved at all. Especially, the spirit rings of both sides. Covering her mouth and laughing softly, Duguyan sneered. Haha, with your strength, you actually want to fight 4 against 6. The 4 of us are enough for you to crawl away. You are too arrogant. Xiaowu did not continue to talk back, and Tang San did not either. However, the cold eyes of the two suddenly changed. Boom! Behind the two, brilliant lights bloomed from the 7 treasures glazed tower. 7 treasures turn into glazed glass. 7 treasures have names, one is, power. 7 treasures turn into glazed glass, 7 treasures have names, 2 is, speed. But to everyone's surprise, the blessing was not given to Xiaowu and Tang San, who were soul masters, but to Zhu Zuqing. To the great soul master? Yu Tianheng and Duguyan were stunned and smiled contemptuously, thinking that Ning Rongrong was mentally ill and made such a mistake. But the next second, they couldn't laugh anymore. Second soul skill, charm. Pure pink airflow rippled in her pink eyes. Xiaowu smiled sweetly, as if a peony was in full bloom. At the same time, purple airflow rippled in Tang San's eyes. Swish! The pink airflow split into 2. One flowed into Oslo, and the other flowed into Duguyan, and their pupils were dilated. Tang San's purple demon eye also fixed Yu Tianheng, who had the highest cultivation level. Instantly, he completed the 3 controls. Just like when the two practiced with So Ming. Xiaowu's second soul skill was no longer a single control, but had evolved into a group control. Ning Rongrong activated her second soul skill again, and another ball of light poured into Tang San's body. Without any words, even ordinary soul masters knew that this was the best time. Not to mention Tang San and Zhu Zuqing. Ghostly tracking. Netherworld stab. The 2 of them turned into afterimages at the same time and rushed out, attacking the opposite side. Double control. Qin Ming was stunned by the scene, and Yu Feng, who had the wind chime bird martial spirit, was almost stunned. Seeing that the captain and vice-captain were in a state of confusion, and the opponent launched an attack again, Yu Feng was horrified and carried the hope of the whole team. Swish! The purple soul ring under his feet was madly rhythmic, and the wind chime bird soared into the sky. As soon as he reached the mid-air, his arms turned into white tornado wings. Third soul skill, wind and clouds. The hurricane roared, and the wind and waves were like knives. Yu Feng did not attack Zhu Zuqing, but aimed at Tang San. In his eyes, Tang San's cultivation was higher and the threat was greater. As if he had expected it, Tang San's third soul ring under his feet also lit up, and a white light flew out of his hand. The opportunity cannot be missed, lost will never come back again. Tang San's speed increased instead of slowing down, and he rushed towards Yu Tianheng and the other two. Zhu Zoking's speed was also not slow. With the blessing of the basic Qinggong, her soul skill was not inferior to Tang San's ghost shadow. Seeing Zhu Zoking and Tang San rushing into the team, Yu Feng was very anxious, but at this moment he was restrained by the spider web. Once he stopped his soul skill, the direction the spider web would be aimed at would be the three partners. The third soul skill, spider web binding, consumed the most soul power. The reason why Tang San launched it was because he saw that Yu Feng's soul skill was wind. Wind does restrain spider web binding and can easily slow down the speed of the spider web. However, the spider web has come to the oblique sky above Yu Tianheng and the other two. The spider web was slowed down by the wind. Once Yu Feng stopped his soul skill, the spider web would immediately dive towards Yu Tianheng and the other two. This was Tang San's conspiracy. The four people were all restrained. Unsolvable situation. The two Shi-Mo brothers standing aside were also stunned, and immediately possessed their spirits, wanting to rejoin the battle. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhu Zoking and Tang San, they would not give such an opportunity. Second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. First soul skill, Blue-Silver Entanglement. Zhu Zoking attacked Oslo. Tang San chose Duguyan. The purple claw shadows danced wildly. The deep purple-blue-silver grass tightly entangled Duguyan's body. Why didn't Tang San choose Yu Tianheng? Because he had discovered the abnormality, he had to deal with the people who needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. You are looking for death. Yu Tianheng burst out with lightning snakes all over his body, and his dragon claws held the most terrifying thunder, and the crackling sound of popping beans continued to ring. Lightning has a dispelling effect on mental control, and Yu Tianheng was the first to wake up. He wanted to stop Tang San, but Tang San was faster. Swish swish swish. The finger popped out, and the fine needle flew out, leaving a silver light in the air, and sank into several major acupoints of Duguyan. Swish. As the fine needle sank in, Duguyan's green scale snake martial soul was slowly disappearing. Asshole! What did you do to me? Duguyan's face was full of shock. When she woke up, she wanted to use her spirit skills as soon as possible, but she felt that her spirit was trapped in the swamp and could not be used. Considering the relationship between the two parties, Tang San did not use a big killing move, but just blocked Duguyan's main spirit meridians as soon as possible. Without spirit power supply, relying on the little spirit power stored in the spirit, let alone using spirit skills, it is impossible to even maintain the spirit possession. This move is difficult to be effective against a moving spirit master, but Duguyan, who was controlled, is now a living target. With Tang San's precise technique of using hidden weapons, it is not difficult to do this. Duguyan's pupils suddenly shrank, and her heart suddenly turned cold. Tang San, here it comes. And, right in front of her. Bang! With a whip kick aimed at the stomach, Tang San directly kicked Duguyan away. At the same time, Oslo was also defeated by Zhu Zoking's Netherworld 100 Claws. He fell heavily on the sculpture and could not fight anymore. The situation instantly became 4v2. Of course, if Yu Tianheng was shameless, it would still be 4v4. The two Shi-Mo brothers were still there. Sizzle! The lightning was bright, and the lightning surrounding Yu Tianheng's body crackled and lashed the ground. The second soul skill, Thunder. The first soul skill, Lightning Dragon Claw. Swish, swish, swish. The snake electricity around the body instantly enlarged, turning into lightning arrows flashing in all directions. At the same time, the lightning dragon claw was ready in Yu Tianheng's hand. Get out of here! Two companions were injured, and Yu Tianheng's face was distorted with extreme anger, vowing to defeat Tang San for revenge. Facing the terrifying lightning arrow, Zhu Zoking's face was solemn. Knowing that she was no match for it, she quickly pulled away and temporarily avoided it. Yu Tianheng was about to attack, but Xiao Wu also rushed over, and her speed was extremely fast. In an instant, she came behind Yu Tianheng. Feeling the sense of crisis from behind, Yu Tianheng's hair stood on end, and he quickly turned around and blasted a claw at his back. The bursting lightning power turned into a blue dragon, rushing forward for more than 30 meters before dissipating. Xiao Wu dodged very quickly and successfully avoided the lightning dragon claw. But lightning has never been a single attack, but a range attack. With a bang, Xiao Wu was repelled by the aftermath of the lightning. Her arms were numb and trembling. From her gloomy face, it seemed that this attack made her very uncomfortable. But in just a moment, she rushed over again. Tang San was the same. Captain, let's do it. Seeing Yu Tianheng being besieged by two people, the two brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo shouted angrily and immediately joined the battle. The emerald green tortoise shells appeared in front of and behind the two men, and they attacked Xiao Wu. The two made the right choice. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were both quick attack types, and it was difficult for Xiao Wu to hurt them. Seeing the two Shi Mo brothers like this, Yu Tianheng had to acquiesce and turn to fight Tang San. The battle became 4v4 again in the blink of an eye. Watching her companions fighting fiercely, Duguyan, who was forced to shoot needles by Qin Ming's spirit power, wanted to join the battle, but someone held her shoulders. Losing is losing. Qin Ming's face was indifferent. If it were an enemy, these needles would pierce your heart. Boom. The words made Duguyan sober up a lot. She bit her pink lips in anger and had to give up and come to the side. Boom. She punched out in anger, and the wall collapsed. Shameless. What a skill to do something in secret. The emerald green eyes were furious, straight staring at one person, wishing to peel off his skin. She, Duguyan, had never fought such a frustrating battle. What is it to lose without fighting? The battle progressed too quickly, and two people were eliminated in an instant. Qin Ming watched the battle between the two sides, and a burning color flashed in his bright eyes. Xiao Wu's mental power. Tang San's battle control. 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. The most inconspicuous Zhu Zuqing burst out with a strength that was not inferior to that of Soul Master level Oslo. The 4 people were young, but they had unlimited potential. It's a pity that they were not students of the Royal Academy. Qin Ming sighed sincerely. Teacher Zhao, your 4 students really opened my eyes. No, no. Zhao Wuji waved his hand modestly and grinned. We only won 2, and you still have 4 people, and you didn't lose. Zhao Wuji is an honest man and speaks honestly. But Qin Ming's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 134. The Dean is unhappy, and the consequences are serious. Tang San Yu Tianheng. Zhu Zuqing Yu Feng. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, the 2 brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo. No matter which battlefield they were on, their cultivation was suppressed. Su Ming just watched. Even if Xiao Wu was injured, he had no intention of taking action. He was already very satisfied that the 4 of them could fight to the current situation. From the beginning to the end, Su Ming did not remind them of the martial spirits of Duguyan and others. If Duguyan was still on the scene at this moment, the poison of the green-scaled snake would be absolutely fatal to Xiao Wu and the others. Even if it was Tang San, without prior preparation, it would be impossible for him to break Duguyan's poison like in the original book. Seeing Xiao Xin talking to Qin Ming, Zhao Wuji came over stealthily and reminded Su Ming in a low voice. Su Ming, these people's martial spirits seem to be pretty good, should we dig them back as well? After saying that, he looked at Yu Tianheng and Duguyan and subconsciously licked his tongue. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit and the green-scaled snake are both top beast martial spirits. The black tortoise of the Shi Mo brothers seems to have good defense and attack power. Even if Yalingling is added, there is still one person missing, not to mention the substitute. You really dare to think? Su Ming turned his head and said, are you sure you can dig them away? Zhao Wuji didn't answer, but just looked at Su Ming. What do you mean I'm sure? I still have you. Su Ming gave him a look that showed his understanding, and then explained. Yu Tianheng should be the descendant of Yu Xiaogang. Hehe, do you think he will go with us after hearing those things just now? Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank suddenly. You mean, Yu Xiaogang is from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? As soon as the voice rose, Zhao Wuji noticed Qin Ming looking over, and immediately suppressed it. Zhao Wuji was extremely horrified. He didn't expect Yu Xiaogang to be so powerful. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is one of the top 3 sects. Yu Xiaogang, waste? No wonder. Zhao Wuji finally knew why Yu Xiaogang wanted to squeeze Su Ming out. If Su Ming didn't leave, he would basically never get ahead. So, Yu Tianheng is impossible. Su Ming turned his eyes to Duguyan. Her green-scaled snake martial soul is really good, and has strong control. The only thing is that she is Yu Tianheng's lover, so... The voice stopped abruptly, and Su Ming didn't intend to continue. The only thing that interested him was probably the black tortoise martial soul. I wonder if it can awaken the black tortoise bloodline like Su Sanchi and Douluo too. Of course, the two of them were not within Su Ming's consideration. This time, he just came here to dig Yelingling. Hearing such an explanation, Zhao Wuji also gave up the idea of digging people. He didn't want to be treated coldly. However, with the foreshadowing, his inner curiosity also skyrocketed. Then what kind of martial soul does that girl have? Zhao Wuji asked about Yelingling. Auxiliary martial soul. Su Ming replied with 4 words lightly, and then a smile appeared in his eyes, and it ended. Bang! 2 figures were thrown out like meteor hammers. Zhao Wuji turned his head and looked, and his heart was suddenly happy. He saw Shi Mo and Shi Mo lying on the ground with purple and blue faces. The two were tied with blue-silver grass, and it seemed that Tang San had done something to them. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit was indeed powerful. If the blue-silver grass touched lightning, even if it was not conductive, it would be destroyed. As a weapon spirit master, Tang San would naturally not be stupid enough to fight Yu Tianheng head-on. It was the best choice to eliminate the Shi Mo brothers first and turn the battle into a 4v2 situation. The Shi Mo brothers thought that Xiao Wu was a quick attack type, and the two of them were defensive types, and they could suppress Xiao Wu with their solid tortoise shells. Unfortunately, they miscalculated a little. That is mental power. Xiao Wu's mental power was deliberately trained by her. Earlier, it could even be traced back to a few years ago. Since she came to Soto City, Su Ming told her the breakthrough direction of mental power, and she has been practicing with the help of the spirit bones of spirit beasts. In addition, 3 pills of the nourishing spirit pill were refined, and Su Ming also gave her one. The pill was not completely refined successfully, but 3 pills were refined by chance. Su Ming is currently continuing the experiment. Xiao Wu's mental power at this moment is the same level, except for Tang San's purple demon eye, which can resist her second soul skill. Lonely Su Ming can be completely immune. Defense soul masters do have amazing defense, but they defend the body, not the spirit. 2 soul masters who can't even use their soul skills can only become lambs to be slaughtered. Tang San's blue-silver grass toxins were successfully injected into the bodies of the 2 brothers Shi Mo, making them lose their ability to fight. Faced with the sudden change in the battle situation, Yu Tianheng felt like a thorn in his throat, extremely aggrieved. Windbell Bird Soul Master no longer entangled with Zhu Zuking, and hurriedly came behind Yu Tianheng. The two looked stern, their cold eyes were angry and powerless. Like an aging lion, they can only retain their last dignity and choose to fight to the end. After defeating 4 people in a row, Xiao Wu and the other 4 were in high spirits. Because the opponent was the strongest team in the Tiandu Empire. The 4 of them won. Even though their soul power was consumed greatly, the 4 of them were even more energetic, like a volcano about to erupt, with the blood in their bodies surging. Okay. Seeing that Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng were still going to fight, Qin Ming shouted to stop them. Teacher Qin. Yu Tianheng's eyes were full of unwillingness, and his stubborn look seemed to say that he could still fight. 6 people fighting 4 people, and still lost? This was an unbearable defeat for their team. As the captain, he could not accept it. Qin Ming sighed helplessly. How could he be willing to admit defeat, especially in front of Zhao Wuji, his teacher? But defeat is defeat. The opponent's strength was indeed beyond his previous expectations. If he continued to fight, it would be even more difficult to end the battle decently. Qin Ming said, Tianheng, you know the outcome. You two can't beat the 4 of them. It's not terrible for a team to lose. What's terrible is that you don't even have the courage to admit defeat. You have won too many victories and too many honors. You need failure to face the reality. In addition to Tiandu City, this continent has many unknown areas for you, and there are many unknown opponents. Losing may not be a bad thing. Qin Ming thought to himself. Swish! The arc on Yu Tianheng's body suddenly dissipated, and the whole person was like a defeated rooster. Yu Feng, the spirit of the wind chime bird, followed closely behind. The two looked surprisingly bad, as if they had been pickled in a kimchi jar. Yu Tianheng didn't stay here, and Duguyan left with him. But when she left, her resentful eyes were as charming as her spirit. Tang San. Xiao Wu controlled you, why are you staring at me? We won. Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian were suddenly delighted. Well done. Patting Tang San on the shoulder, Zhao Wuji couldn't hold back his smile. He looked around and said. Being able to defeat the genius of Tiandu Royal Academy proves that you have the strength to compete with the top geniuses. The Academy is proud of you for such a success. But Tang San's modest smile hadn't bloomed yet, but he changed the subject, his happy face visibly sank, and shouted. What did the dean say just now? 4 against 6. You don't understand what 4 against 6 means, right? 4 against 6, that's 6 at once. The dean is very unhappy with your behavior just now, and the consequences are very serious. As he said, Zhao Wuji turned his head and looked at Su Ming. Hurry up and give them a few words, so that they won't be arrogant. Unfortunately, Zhao Wuji's plan failed. Because there are uncontrollable factors, Xiao Wu. And she is Su Ming's sister. Xiao Wu knows better than anyone whether Gao is happy or not. Brother, do you really like that sister just now? Completely forgetting what Zhao Wuji said, Xiao Wu ran over quickly, followed by Zhu Zuqing and the others. The joy in her heart had been restrained at this moment, and only curiosity and weirdness were left on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's faces. And Ning Rongrong tilted her head and squinted at the sky, her little mouth slightly pouted, a little complacent, as if to say, you have seen the power of my aunt's martial spirit. Su Ming explained truthfully. She is an auxiliary healing soul master, and she is of great help to our team. In the future, she will be your partner. The tone was resolute. Because she is not, we have to take her back even if we have to. That's it. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing suddenly realized. Xiao Wu frowned, her face became even weirder, and she said helplessly. The healing spirit master is really good, no wonder you sacrificed your masculinity to take her down. Swish. Noticing someone's dark face, Xiao Wu pulled away. It was just a joke, why take it so seriously? Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue cutely, and then looked at Zhu Zuqing and the others. The two smiled helplessly and hurried to catch up, looking like they were going to go crazy again. Su Ming ignored them. Although Xiao Wu looked careless, she was much more thoughtful now and knew how to take care of herself. Besides, she had Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing by her side. Teacher Zhao, did I hear it right just now? You said he was the dean. A surprised voice sounded behind him. Qin Ming pointed at Su Ming, looking like he had seen a ghost. He really couldn't believe it in his heart, but Zhao Wuji's words about 4 against 6 were clearly said by Su Ming. In other words, Su Ming was indeed the dean? Zhao Wuji laughed and said, Qin Ming, I forgot to introduce him to you. He is the dean of the No. 1 Academy. I am actually the vice dean. You were not a bastard back then. Don't look at his young age, but he is very capable. Lao Shao and I are willing to work under him. Really? This is not a dream. You. Qin Ming was choked up, looking at Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin, and then at Su Ming, feeling that this joke was too big. Zhao Wuji, who has the highest cultivation, is not the dean. A teenager who is only 12 or 13 years old is the dean. Could it be that their strength was cultivated by him? Boom. Qin Ming's heart trembled violently, and he dared not look down on Su Ming anymore, and his eyes became serious. I'm sorry, Dean Su, I thought you and them were all students just now, so I... An apologetic smile appeared on his face. Qin Ming looked polite, but he didn't have the arrogance of taking advantage of his age. Su Ming waved his hand and said, ignorance is not a crime. Teacher Qin heard about Shrek and is not ready to tear me into pieces now. This is beyond my expectation. Qin Ming smiled with remorse, but before he could speak, he heard Su Ming continue. Besides, this was also my order. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows, as if he thought of something, and his heart exploded. Fuck you. You are here to poach. Pointing at Su Ming, Qin Ming was furious. He stared at Su Ming with cynical eyes. I thought you fell in love with Yelingling at first sight. Feelings, you actually fell in love with my student. Yelingling. 9-Heart Begonia. An auxiliary martial spirit comparable to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. How dare you think? Just when Qin Ming was about to lose his temper, Zhao Wuji suddenly patted his shoulder. Qin Ming, let's talk nicely. Don't worry, we are not the kind of people who bully others by taking advantage of our power. You used to be my student. Would I harm you? Qin Ming's face darkened. I don't know whether you will harm me or not. Can you take away your 1,000-pound claws first? Ahem. Zhao Wuji smiled awkwardly and let go of his hand. He flicked at Qin Ming's feet, look at this stone slab. Even Soto City has fraud. It's too fragile. Qin Ming's face twitched suddenly, and he felt a ball of fire blocking his chest. It was not good to spit it out or not. After a short silence, Qin Ming said with a strange look on his face. Teacher Zhao, Dean Su, do you know what you are doing? Fearing that Su Ming and others didn't know the inside story, he explained. Yu Tianheng and the other 7 are the top lineup of the Royal Academy, and they will participate in the Advanced Academy Soul Master competition in the future. It can be said that the 7 of them will represent the face of Tiandu Royal Academy in the future. It doesn't matter if I go back and accept the punishment, but what about you? You should know the consequences of poaching people, right? Qin Ming's eyes were sincere. At this moment, he had said everything he should say. A one-on-one fight with Zhao Wuji? Qin Ming asked himself that he was not an opponent, not to mention Xiao Xin. He could only tell them the pros and cons, hoping that Su Ming and the others would retreat when they knew the difficulty. Unfortunately, Su Ming shattered his hopes as soon as he opened his mouth. I want to take Ye Lingling away, you won't stop me, right? Qin Ming was choked and stared at Su Ming angrily. You are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, without any consideration. Are you really not afraid of the revenge of the Royal Academy? Qin Ming turned his eyes to Zhao Wuji, the latter is the last hope. Teacher Zhao, do you really want to accompany Dean Su to make trouble? Complex sour water filled his heart. Qin Ming stared at Zhao Wuji's eyes with mixed feelings. Back to Soto City, Shrek fell apart. Even the beloved teacher wanted to snatch his students. What kind of thing is this? Zhao Wuji moved his eyes, then thought of something, and immediately moved back. Their eyes were bright and hard, like the needles piercing his hair, and they said in a deep voice. Qin Ming, you may not know what the words number 1 school mean. The so-called number 1 is not a joke, nor is it arrogance, but it will become number 1 in the future. Because we are really going to build a school, and for this goal, I will accept it even if I die. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, Qin Ming looked at Zhao Wuji and the others in disbelief. Number 1 school? Build an unparalleled school? This. Shocked by the grand ideals of the few people, Qin Ming was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, thinking, are you planning to surpass the Wuhan Hall Academy? Even Ye Lingling, who had returned, was standing behind the tree at this moment, covering her mouth in surprise, as if she had heard hallucinations. Chapter 135 Qin Ming's Self-Doubt. The setting sun brought the autumn chill from time to time. On the balcony, a figure was tasting the fine wine in the glass, with a bit of longing in his eyes. Teacher Qin, where is Lingling? Yu Tianheng, who did not see Ye Lingling when he came back, immediately found Qin Ming. Duguyan and others also came here, as if they realized something, their faces were extremely solemn. Gone. Qin Ming said 2 words lightly, and continued to taste the wine, as if he did not take this matter seriously at all. Gone? Yu Tianheng and the other 6 people's pupils dilated instantly. Teacher Qin, you are confused. Yu Tianheng could no longer suppress his anger, and scolded Qin Ming. You also know that Lingling's martial spirit can give the ability to heal the group, which is of great benefit to our team. 2 years later, what's the matter? You won't forget it, right? We are going to represent the Academy and the Empire to participate in the Soul Master competition. Now that Lingling is gone, how are you going to explain to the chief? Don't you care about the honor of the Academy? Yu Tianheng was very angry. Duguyan was also very angry. She asked coldly. Teacher Qin, you didn't deliberately let them take Lingling away because you have a close relationship with Teacher Zhao, did you? After these words, Oslo and others' faces also became strange. If the other party forcibly took Lingling away, Qin Ming, as a sole emperor, could not remain indifferent. And he is now intact and tasting wine here, which means he has no injuries. The result is only one thing, that is, Qin Ming let Ye Lingling go. For a teacher to let go of an outstanding student of the academy is tantamount to a traitorous act. The setting sun is like blood, and it is also the best dish to go with wine. Qin Ming did not look at Yu Tianheng and others. Because from their tone, he has already felt the anger of several people. I will report this matter to the chief, admit that it is my dereliction of duty, and bear the punishment of the academy. It has nothing to do with others. After a slight pause, Qin Ming finally turned his head. Lingling wants to leave on her own, you don't need to look for her. You also know Lingling's temperament. She can't handle the kind of reluctant occasion of separation, so she chose to leave silently. Tianheng, Lingling asked me to say something to you. Thank you for your care over the past 2 years. She will always remember it in her heart. Leaving by herself? How is this possible? Yu Tianheng and others could not believe this statement. Teacher Qin, I want to know why Lingling left? Swish. The eyes of Dougayan and others were also focused on Qin Ming at this moment. Lingling, she has something she must do. This matter concerns her family. Qin Ming straightened up. At this moment, he was no longer the prisoner being questioned, but the teacher leading the team. He stared at Yu Tianheng sharply and asked. Tianheng, let me ask you, if the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is in trouble and you are asked to withdraw from Tiandu Royal Academy, will you withdraw? Yu Tianheng was choked up instantly, and stretched his neck in anger to open his mouth to refute. However, his throat was completely unable to make a sound. Friendship versus family? Yu Tianheng lowered his head in dismay as his eyes fluctuated. Yes, if the family needed him, he would leave the academy without hesitation. After all, that was the family that gave birth to him and raised him. Dougayan could understand that she was indeed angry, but she could not vent her anger on Ye Lingling at all. Although Ye Lingling never talked about her family, she could guess that something must have happened to the former's family. Otherwise, Lingling would not be so cold and taciturn, and she would not exude a mysterious loneliness and desolation. That kind of dead silence was definitely tainted with the ghostly aura of relatives. The first academy, right? Next time we meet, I will definitely let them taste the power of the green-scaled snake. With a flick of her hand, Dougayan turned away angrily. Ye Lingling is innocent, but those who are not innocent must be Tang San and his gang of bastards. I will remember you. Yu Tianheng and the others did not continue to pester her and left sadly. A glass of wine. A person sighed alone under the setting sun. Since all the students have been poached, there is no reason not to poach another teacher. Is ITIM so bad? Xiao Xin and Zhao Wu, I don't know where he went to fool around. Su Ming and Ye Lingling returned to the academy. Ye Lingling was even more talkative than Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing's words and actions revealed a coldness that kept people away. Ye Lingling, on the other hand, was completely emitting a coldness from her body, as if there was a ghost following her. Until she stepped into the gate of the academy, she couldn't help but speak and asked. Can you tell me how to solve the drawbacks of the nine-hearted begonia? She felt that her words were too misunderstood, so she said. What I mean is how I can do it. I won't put all my hopes on you. I just want to know the specific method and see how much possibility there is. Ye Lingling pursed her pink lips and looked at Su Ming. Her soft eyes were like peeled lychees, moist and juicy, and she looked like a completely different person from the first time they met. After organizing his words, Su Ming said, the martial soul can be upgraded and evolved, but that is only a temporary breakthrough, and the possibility of being passed on to future generations is extremely low. Your martial soul is of a very high grade, and now there are only 2 of you. The possibility of upgrading the grade and then passing it on is almost impossible. That's why I said before, turn the martial soul into a 7-hearted begonia and spread the so-called luck, so that future generations can inherit the 7-hearted begonia, and your family can also flourish. Ye Lingling nodded, I don't mind the martial soul becoming a 7-hearted begonia. However, changing the martial soul is not an easy task. The understatement revealed great determination, as if the decline of martial soul quality after cultivating to soul saint was not a sad thing, and Ye Lingling's face was relaxed. Su Ming stopped and re-examined Ye Lingling. At such an age. Such awareness. How many soul masters in the world can ignore their own future? Even though their life is not satisfactory, they cannot bear to see the suffering of the world. Feeling his compassion boiling, Su Ming immediately used water. Mud blocked it. Su Ming moved his mouth and said coldly. It's not about changing your martial soul, but changing your father's/mother's martial soul into a 7-hearted begonia. In this way, your brother and sister will be born with 7-hearted begonias, and their martial souls will be able to continue in the future. But... Her heart was in her throat, and Ye Lingling gasped and asked. But what? Su Ming tapped his brow with his fingers, his expression a little embarrassed. They are 7-hearted begonias, and you are still 9-hearted begonias. That is to say, you can only give birth to 1 child in the future and continue this fate. Unless you can break through the realm of titled Douluo. Hearing about giving birth, Ye Lingling's pretty face was hot as fire. Especially, this was said by a boy. She pulled the hem of her skirt and nodded with shame. As for Su Ming's later words about breaking through the realm of titled Douluo, she seemed to be deaf and didn't hear it at all. So, what I have to do is to find a way to downgrade the martial soul, right? Yalingling raised her head, her eyes were rippling with shy pink. That's right. Su Ming nodded. He actually had a way. A piece of cursed water in the system mall could downgrade the martial soul. It only required 50,000 high-level fragments. Yalingling lowered her head, her eyes were full of wisdom. It must be said that Su Ming's solution was indeed feasible. The 7-heart begonia was acceptable to the family. And she could still continue the 9-heart begonia, which was definitely a relatively perfect solution. However, how to downgrade the martial soul? Yalingling suddenly had a headache. She had heard of martial soul mutation, but the direction of mutation was uncontrollable, and she had no idea whether it was good or bad. Not to mention, turning the 9-heart begonia into the 7-heart begonia. The sound of the door closing woke up Yalingling, who was thinking. Looking up, she found that she had entered a room. The room was very wide, with no extra decorations and utensils inside. It seemed to be used for retreat. Why did you bring me here? Yalingling asked vigilantly, looking a little strange. Release your martial spirit, and then try to treat me. Boom. A muffled sound came from inside Su Ming's body, as if a switch was turned on. Strange scarlet blood slowly rose from his body, like an earthworm crawling. The red light became brighter and brighter, making the training room red, and the blood light of hell was extremely fascinating. Su Ming was full of evil spirits, and his eyes were full of blood, as if he was possessed by a demon, and his sharp face showed a ferocious look. On the red wall, a demon figure surrounded by evil spirits seemed to appear. Bang! The blood vessels in his arm burst. The blood that splattered quickly evaporated into blood mist, and Su Ming's whole body was rendered even more red. This! The chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and Yalingling was terrified. Treatment. Feeling the loss of a large amount of blood and qi in his body, Su Ming gritted his teeth helplessly and shouted at the stunned Yalingling. Yalingling's heart suddenly tightened, as if an uncontrollable magic force drove her to release her martial spirit. White light was hazy and pink, and white flowers appeared in her hands. The leaves and branches slid down from both sides of her hands, like willow branches, dancing with the white air waves. Holding the flowers in both hands, the pure and refreshing white light surged with terrifying vitality. Yalingling was like a goddess of life descending to the earth, revealing a corner of her fairy-like jade under the veil, which was enough to make people unattainable. Swish! A purple light lit up, and a pink and white light in the shape of a petal fell on Su Ming's body. His bloody and cracked body healed quickly, which looked amazing. However, the wound just healed and then split again. Continuously healing, continuously bursting. Su Ming's physical condition seemed to be trapped in a dead loop. Yalingling felt fear. Something was wrong. Realizing that her soul power was being drained quickly, Yalingling could no longer remain calm and shouted. Stop! Otherwise I can't heal you. Boom! 1643. 1920. 2026. The tightly clenched teeth slowly loosened, and Su Ming's whole body was like a deflated balloon, and the blood-colored airflow all over his body also dissipated. Thank you for your hard work. With tired eyes, Su Ming thanked Yalingling and sat down with a thump. What did you do just now? The changes happened so fast that Yalingling had no idea what happened. But she felt that Su Ming's situation was extremely dangerous. If she hadn't been treating him, he would have definitely died of a hemorrhage. Su Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. Just think of it as a self-created soul skill, a self-created soul skill that consumes a lot of body energy. Self-created soul skill? Yalingling didn't ask any more. Seeing that Su Ming had not fully recovered, she treated him again. The mobile nurse is really effective. It's not in vain to dig you here. In a short period of time, his blood and qi recovered by 70%. Su Ming was very satisfied with Yalingling's treatment effect and couldn't help but pat her on the shoulder. Of course, Su Ming was more satisfied with the intermediate berserker body. He just experimented with the second level of the blood-burning technique. Judging from the results, it can increase the strength, speed, and defense values by about 1-fold. Such a big attribute improvement, enough for him to fight any soul emperor. Adding various skills and soul techniques, it is impossible for a soul saint to defeat Su Ming easily. Yalingling's shoulders stiffened, and the close contact made her feel strange. Especially when Su Ming smiled, as if he was imagining something. Thinking of the previous misunderstanding, she was ashamed and angry, and hurriedly pulled away someone's dirty hands. 2 blushes under the veil, Ye Lingling reminded coldly. I hate the title of nanny, and I don't want to hear it in the future. Just call me Lingling. Yet. Su Ming reminded again, don't tell others what happened just now, just know it in your heart. The intermediate berserker body is the last gift obtained from the fighting spirit field. It was Su Ming who remembered that there was a reward for obtaining the fighting spirit badge when he was refining the pill, so he asked Tang how to get it. It was a badge with a brilliant light and inlaid with diamonds, and the reward for this badge was the intermediate berserker body. Ye Lingling suddenly raised her eyes, do you think I'm a talkative person? Not necessarily. With Xiaohu around, it's hard for you to be quiet. Ye Lingling. After making a meaningful joke, Su Ming led the expressionless Ye Lingling to the girls' dormitory. In order to cultivate Xiaohu's feelings, the girls all live together. The conditions of our college can't compare with Tiandu Royal College. If you need to sell something, go find Ning Rongrong and Xiaohu. Rongrong is the teacher in charge of the finance department, and Xiaohu is the teacher in charge of the logistics department. You will know them when they come back later. Su Ming took Ye Lingling to a bright room. The room is very large, about 100 square meters. Among the colorful utensils and furnishings, there are some traces of aristocratic decorations. Dressing tables, chairs, sofas, etc. are all good. The most eye-catching is the comfortable and soft bunk bed, which is the length of the whole room, and it is not crowded even for more than a dozen people. Although it is not particularly luxurious, it looks very simple, especially being able to live next to everyone, which is something Ye Lingling had never thought about before. Leaving Ye Lingling in the dormitory, Su Ming left. As a busy man, he needed to practice Sword 3 and refine pills. In the dormitory, Ye Lingling was left alone. She was used to being alone, but she felt uncomfortable at this moment and subconsciously looked at the empty bed and chair. Because there should be someone here. From today, I will study in a new college. I hope I will have a wonderful experience. Ye Lingling let out a long breath, and her watery eyes became a little expectant. Chapter 136 The Collision of Spiritual Power. After another week of experiments, Su Ming finally successfully refined the nourishing spirit pill. It is not a simple thing to refine pills in the Douluo world. The liquidization, fusion, and pill formation of medicinal materials all require timely and accurate temperature control. Su Ming is not a fire spirit master, and cannot control the temperature changes. What's more serious is that only spiritual power can be used to refine pills. The alchemy in Douluo world, the roasting of strange fire, and the promotion of fusion by soul power are not available in Douluo world. Especially soul power, which can support the medicine liquid to slowly merge, and every bit can be grasped clearly. But in Douluo world, the so-called spiritual power is just an ordinary detection function, and it does not have the ability to lift real objects. Therefore, Su Ming can only use soul power to control the flow rate of the switch, and try it bit by bit. In the main hall, Su Ming sat quietly. In front of him, there was a jade box, and a faint medicinal fragrance emanated from the box, giving people a refreshing feeling. In the box, there were more than a dozen colorful pills, and 5 petals wrapped around the pills, which looked very similar to the marbles played when I was a child. Su Ming, can this pill really improve spiritual power? It was Xiao Xian who spoke, and he was holding a nourishing spirit pill in his hand and looking at it carefully. The curious look made him want to stick his eyes on it. One pill can permanently improve his spiritual power? Xiao Xian knew about pills, but he also knew how difficult it was to make them. It was basically a secret of the family. Besides, this pill was made by Su Ming. Xiao Xian looked at Su Ming with a strange expression, feeling that he seemed to know everything and didn't look like a 12-year-old child at all. Seeing that Xiao Xian's thoughts were all on his face, Su Ming smiled knowingly and said, "Try it if you want. There are still many pills. You don't need 1 or 2. Haha, then I'll try it for them first." Xiao Xian smiled awkwardly and swallowed it without hesitation. Suddenly, he felt a wonderful airflow rising from his danshan. The airflow passed through his body and felt extremely comfortable and cool. Refreshed and floating like a fairy. The calm spiritual sea of consciousness couldn't help but spread circles of patterns at this moment. Wow! A beautiful blue flower bloomed from the water. That was not a real flower, but a splash of water. The next second, a spring appeared, spewing out streams of clear water. This. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up, and he could even improve the spiritual power of a soul saint. Although he was an auxiliary soul master, the higher his spiritual power and soul power, the faster and longer he could make sugar beans. This pill is also useful for him. No. It's not useful for me. It's useful for all other soul masters. Xiao Xian was shocked and quickly leaned close to Su Ming's ear and said. Su Ming, this pill is extremely precious. If it appears on the mainland, it will definitely be a treasure for any auxiliary and spiritual masters. The treasure that the God-type soul master dreams of. I think we can treat it as the fixed asset of the academy. As long as it is here, our academy will not be short of money at all. One pill costs hundreds of thousands of gold coins. There will definitely be many people who buy it, such as... Hehe, his eyes were full of thieves, and Xiao Xian slowly uttered the 5 words 7 treasures glazed sect. Those who understand will understand, because they are the largest force of auxiliary soul masters. Gold coins are good, but you have to be alive to get them. Su Ming reminded, just use this pill yourself first, there is no need to sell it for money. If you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. That's right. Xiao Xian smiled helplessly. If this pill caused trouble, Zhao Wuji would not be able to bear it. Su Ming's eyes flashed with worry. Compared to this pill, I am more worried about Shrek Academy. If the dog over there jumps over the wall, the threat to us will be the greatest. The smile on Xiao Xian's face disappeared instantly. You mean Flanders and the others will expose our methods of strengthening our bodies and accelerating our soul training to other forces? Xiao Xian frowned deeply. If that were the case, things would be difficult to handle. With their strength, they could not withstand these things at all. Not other forces. Su Ming corrected with a cold look in his eyes, to be precise, it should be the spirit hall. If it were other forces, the situation would be much better. This. Xiao Xian felt like he was struck by lightning, and the spirit hall was even more deadly. If they really targeted him, he would have no choice but to run away. What kind of academy would he build? He would just disband on the spot. I think it's impossible. Xiao Xian didn't dare to think about it, and his liver ached. Flanders and the Spirit Hall don't have a good relationship. He had conflicts with them in Shrek Academy before. Even if there are some grievances, it is not necessary to do such a thing. That would be too hurtful. Flanders may not be sure, but others may not be sure. Su Ming shook his head helplessly and reminded, Old Xiao, you think too simply. If Tang San had not come to us, we basically don't need to worry about this. But Tang San came, which means that, Yu Xiaogang's hope is completely shattered. No one knows what he will do in his madness. Su Ming sighed, he knew that Yu Xiaogang was a guy who could eat gigolo again. If he ran to Bibi Dong and said this, who knows what kind of lineup the Spirit Hall would send to besiege them. A hypocrite who tore his face is easier to guard against than a real villain. Xiao Xian still couldn't help shaking his head, unwilling to believe it, because he felt that Flanders should not be able to do this. Unfortunately, Su Ming and he were not the same person. Rise, rise and fall. Rise and fall, rise and fall. The solemnity in the faces of the two quickly disappeared, and they smiled as they watched the 5 people coming one after another. Brother, what do you want to talk to us about? Butterflies danced and ran over. Xiao Wu skillfully twisted Su Ming's arm. There are more and more beautiful girls in the college now, and she always feels that someone is plotting against her brother. Especially a certain cat, who has been a little dishonest in sleep recently, and it is obvious that he is thinking about the fish of brother, and now I have caught him. Humph, you want to snatch my brother from me, you are so beautiful. Brother, you can only be mine. Seeing Xiao Wu's provocative look, Zhu Zoking's fair face flushed slightly, and her eyes glanced to the side in silence and anger. Promised. Now he actually went back on his word. In the future I don't believe your words. Su Ming stared at Ye Lingling, who had not seen the fight between the two. She seemed to have adapted well to the first academy. At this moment, she had taken off her black veil. Ye Lingling had a delicate face, and her gentleness was full of heroism. Although she was not stunning at first sight, the more you looked at her, the more you liked her. She exuded a tenderness that made people pity her, which was definitely a deadly poison for men. Especially at the age of 18, she was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. She was the tallest, had the longest legs, and was even more curvy. Standing among Ning Rongrong and the others, she had the flavor of a big sister. Even Zhu Zuqing, who had the best figure, could not compare to her. Conclusion: the nanny deserves the title. Brother, where are you looking? Xiao Wu's sinister voice sounded, as if accusing someone of sin, or roaring at herself. So Ming came back to his senses immediately, noticing Ye Lingling's ashamed and angry look, and grumbled, and immediately realized his own gaffe and inappropriate behavior. Ahem. So Ming coughed lightly, pointed to the box on the table, and said. Except for Xiaowu and Zhu Qing, each of you can take 2 pills to improve your mental power. A pill to improve mental power? Tang San's eyes were strange, this guy could even refine pills. If this goes on, he won't even be able to make Tang Sek's hidden weapons, right? Come with me. Ning Rongrong whispered and pulled Ye Lingling's arm. Knowing that the latter was a little uncomfortable, she pulled her closer to the table. I won't be polite with you. It's best to eat all the pills. Ning Rongrong didn't need to guess that this pill was made of medicinal materials from the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Eat it. This guy won't hurt us. Ning Rongrong took 4 pills familiarly, and gave 2 to Ye Lingling like a younger sister taking care of her older sister. Born in the 7 Treasures glazed sect, Ning Rongrong knew how powerful the 9-heart begonia was. If Ye Lingling could be brought to the 7 Treasures glazed sect, she would be very happy. Li sect, 7 Treasures glazed tower plus 9-heart begonia, this combination is simply impeccable. As for Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, they would not be polite to Su Ming, because they had eaten the Yang Shen pill before and had eaten it long ago. Zhu Zuqing chewed slowly and elegantly, while Xiaowu chewed it directly as beans. These 2 people. Seeing through their thoughts, Su Ming ignored them and cast his eyes on Tang San. Rather than continuing to watch, wouldn't it be clearer if you take the pill? Hearing this, the purple light in Tang San's eyes quickly disappeared, and he smiled awkwardly and replied. I just want to see how effective this pill is. But judging from the mental power they exude, this pill is really good. As he said, Tang San also walked up and took 2 pills. However, he did not eat them immediately. I have some research on hidden weapons, and I can make some hidden weapons for everyone to defend themselves. Rongrong and Lingling are both auxiliary spirit masters, and hidden weapons will be of great help to them. Looking at Tang San, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and said. It seems that you don't plan to open a hidden weapon training branch in the academy, right? Sure enough, Tang San was frank and said bluntly. I plan to build a section. Although this is difficult, I want to work hard for it. After a slight pause, Tang San looked at Su Ming with a smile in his eyes. I don't want to be a teacher in the academy all the time. You are the dean, and it shouldn't be too much for me to work hard to build a section. When the academy needs hidden weapons, I will provide them as soon as possible. Tang San seemed particularly serious in the last sentence. This seriousness is not just a promise. More importantly, it is his own belief. He is confident that he can restore the Tang sect. Su Ming smiled, neither belittling nor praising. He already had some ideas about soul guides, and he didn't know whether the Tang sect could succeed. These were all later stories. Shua. A figure jumped in front of the 2. Tang San, if you make hidden weapons, you can sell them to me. I'll take as many as you can. Ning Rongrong's face was full of energy as her mental power surged. But she still couldn't hide the fiery look in her eyes. The 7 Treasures glazed tile sect really needed hidden weapons for self-defense. Tang San smiled and said, Rongrong, don't worry. I won't have a hard time with money. I won half in. You all treat the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect as a money warehouse, right? Of course, if you can get a discount, that would be even better. She tilted her head cutely and said in a flattering manner, after all, we are companions. You can't sell it to me at the market price, right? Ning Rongrong was so playful with her sparkling big eyes and her cute pouting little mouth. Tang San scratched his head helplessly, Rongrong, can't you learn from your father and be more generous? It would have been better if he hadn't said it, but Ning Rongrong was instantly angry when she heard it. She asked him to give the money to her grandmother, thinking that she could get some kickbacks from the sponsorship, but he went straight into the account of the finance department, and now she can't take it out even if she wants to. Besides, the amount is so huge, it's simply a waste of money. One day, the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect will be squandered by him. What's more, he didn't even want to give me 100 gold coins before leaving. When I return to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, I must settle this account with them. First disciple, Zhu Zuking. Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Soul Power, Level 29. Soul Bone, None. Kung Fu, Qinggong, Minor Success, Breathing Technique, Entry Level, hosts current Kung Fu improvement points *30. Strength, 215, Normal. Defense, 203, Normal. Spirit, 614, Normal. Unfortunately, 2 nourishing spirit pills are already the limit. With a quick glance, Su Ming already understood clearly. Based on Zhu Zuking's values, the first nourishing spirit pill increased the spirit value by nearly 300, and the second one has reduced it by half. Then everyone's mental power is probably about the same at the moment. Of course, Xiao Wu and Tang San are definitely the strongest, not only because of their cultivation, but more importantly, they both cultivate mental power. Zhu Zuking's 450 can increase her own improvement by 45 points. Tang San and the other 5 people's 5x450 can also increase the improvement by 22.5 points. A total of about 67.5 improvement. More importantly, his own improvement. Su Ming couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 40. Martial Soul, Slaying God, Red Quality, 24766/500000. Special Constitution, Berserker Body, Intermediate. Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Light Kung Fu, Perfect, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Perfect, Mixed Element Sword Slash, Perfect, Gathering Spirit Technique, Perfect, Holy Spirit Sword Technique, Sword 2. Improvement points *30. Items possessed, Advanced Freedom Fragment *10,161, 8-Petal Fairy Orchid, Decomposable, Spirit Immune Mask, Nourishing Spirit Pill Recipe. Strength, 1520, Normal. Defense, 1222, Normal. Spirit, 1439, Normal. Speed, 868, Normal. The spiritual power has been greatly improved. With a thought, Su Ming's eyes were filled with a faint golden airflow. This golden color is not as strong and sharp as the power of gold and the ultimate gold, but more like the sunlight in the cold winter, it gives people a breathtaking throbbing in the mist. Boom! Tang San's heart tightened, and the strong sense of crisis made his whole body the hair stood on end. The purple demon pupil was activated instantly, and Tang San looked at Su Ming. To be more precise, it was the latter's eyes. Boom! The purple and light gold forces burst out instantly, attacking each other like a gas bomb. Cough cough! Tang San's face turned pale, and a trace of blood came out of the corner of his mouth. Hiss! Su Ming was also uncomfortable. A stream of blood slowly flowed down his eye-canthus, and his eyes were in great pain and mania, and it seemed that they would crack at any time. The mental power collided violently, and even Ning Rongrong and others were affected, and their brains became empty. The only one who was awake was Xiao Xian. He was terrified and hurriedly woke Ye Lingling to let Su Ming treat him. Nonsense! It was just nonsense. Chapter 137 Ning Rongrong, I dug a hole and jumped in. Nanny can increase the tolerance rate. It belongs to the terminology of a certain glory game. But it is also applicable in Douluo continent. When training the body with blood essence, if there is the assistance of 9-heart begonia, the risk factor will be greatly reduced. Under the healing of 9-heart begonia, Su Ming's eyes quickly returned to normal. Seeing everyone looking at him seriously, Su Ming smiled awkwardly. Why are you so nervous? It's just a temporary experiment of something fun. There are 3 auxiliary soul masters here, nothing will go wrong. Bang! Xiao Wu squeezed and bounced her butt, pushing Zhu Zuking away. She was worried and said to Su Ming angrily. Can you not be so scary every time? What do you want to do? At least tell me in advance. If something happens to you, what do you want me to do? Xiao Wu's eyes were red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. That's right. Who can stand such a startle? Ning Rongrong pouted angrily. She didn't want Su Ming to have any accidents. If there were any accidents, it would be her fault. Ye Lingling did not speak, but her eyes were also worried. Her delicate eyelashes trembled, and Zhu Zuking felt a dull pain in her chest. She covered her chest with both hands, and her face was still anxious. She seemed to have just recovered from the incident. Xiao Xin curled his lips and reminded coldly. The first academy depends on you. If something happens to you, let's just break up. If there is anything, tell me in advance, don't make everyone worried. Su Ming was choked up, scratched his head in remorse, and couldn't refute. He just had an inspiration burst out, and tried Hunyuan sword / god devouring without using a sword, but instead gathering with his eyes, and using his eyes to burst out mental damage. Unfortunately, his eyes couldn't bear it when his mental power was less than 1/3, so he could only shoot out his mental power. Looking at the frightened people, Su Ming had understood everything from their reactions just now, and suddenly felt warm in his heart. Don't worry, I. Halfway through the words, a more angry voice suddenly sounded. I said, can you look at me? Covering his chest, Tang San said with great sorrow. There is a patient here. Tang San felt hopeless. He didn't feel that the mental damage was greater than it was now when Su Ming's mental power hit him. 4 girls, all worried and focused on Su Ming, it was simply unreasonable. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were understandable, the former was a younger sister, and the latter seemed to have that kind of idea about Su Ming. But Ning Rongrong, it seems that I treated you well. I almost flew out just now, and you didn't even look at me? Ye Lingling was even more excessive. What do you mean by putting away your martial spirit after curing Su Ming? 6 people, am I redundant? Seeing Tang San's angry look, everyone was a little embarrassed. Ye Lingling quickly treated him, and the latter's face looked better. But the mental and inner trauma remained. Especially when he saw Su Ming surrounded by women, his wounds were even more severe. Tang San shook his head and said half-jokingly. If you are thirsty, you will die of drought. If you are flooded, you will die of flood. Seeing you like this every day, which man can stand it? I think I should find a girl I like and bring her to the academy to have a relationship or something. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the scene became even more awkward. The topic is not appropriate and is too hurtful. Single Xiao Xin didn't want to stay for a second. Like him? Bah! Ning Rongrong leaned on her waist and quickly distanced herself from the relationship. Don't get me wrong, I don't like cold guys who don't know how to cherish women. I'm just worried that the money of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will go down the drain. Right, Sister Lingling. As she said this, Ning Rongrong pulled Ye Lingling up, guessing that she must be the same as herself. Ye Lingling did not respond, and her eyes could not help but flash with pity. Given her situation, it didn't matter whether she liked him or not. Before she solved the defect of the 9-heart begonia martial spirit, love between men and women was too far away from her. I'm sorry, Sister Lingling. Noticing the change in Ye Lingling's expression, Ning Rongrong's heart sank, and she quickly apologized, fearing that she was overthinking again, and hugged Ye Lingling's arm tightly with worry. It's okay. The smile on Ye Lingling's face was a little far-fetched. Xiao Wu put her hands behind her back, raised her head, and pouted her little mouth high, indicating that she didn't hear anything. I am my brother's sister. I don't like him. Who likes him? Zhu Zuqing's face flashed with an embarrassed blush, afraid that Su Ming would see it and afraid didn't he see it, pretended not to hear anything, and expressed his attitude silently. Su Ming is not blind, it is impossible for him not to notice the changes in everyone's expressions. Besides, they have been together for such a long time, and there are always some differences in closeness and distance. However, he has not considered this aspect at present. Su Ming raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly led the topic to Tang San, jokingly saying. Duguyan from Tiandu Royal Academy looked at you with a strange look when she left. I think she may like you. Do you want to consider it? I think you two are quite a match. Puff. Tang San was stunned. Like. The voice was sharp, like a drake. Yes, Tang San closed his eyes uncomfortably, and said faintly. She does like me, but she likes to cut me into pieces. No, no, no. Ning Rongrong waved her hand quickly, and analyzed seriously. Tang San, listen to me, I am a girl, and I understand girls better than you. There is no love without reason, and there is no hatred without reason. Girls' interest in boys basically starts with hatred. As long as you can conquer her, she will be attracted to you sooner or later. So, it is not impossible for you and Duguyan. Maybe she will turn hatred into love. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her eyes bright and shining, as if she was looking forward to the scene. But what followed was a strange dead silence. The smile froze. Ning Rongrong saw that everyone was staring at her, with a lot of question marks on her head. What are you doing? I suddenly feel that what you said makes a lot of sense. Xiao Wu had a blank expression on her face, and silently said +1 in her heart. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have realized these things. Makes sense? Only makes sense? Then why are you reacting so strongly? Ning Rongrong didn't understand, and continued to look at Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing held her blank expression, and responded with a slight part of her red lips, I also think that what Xiao Wu said does make some sense. Ning Rongrong was even more confused, thinking what you are all talking about. Tang San almost couldn't help laughing, Rongrong, you also know Zuqing's personality, it's impossible for her to lie to you. So, I agree with her. Ya Lingling's answer showed a higher EQ, and she said sincerely. I think what you said makes sense. Ning Rongrong? Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks? What are you all talking about? Ning Rongrong was a little mad. Her intuition told her that everyone was making fun of her, but she didn't say anything wrong. Ahem. Su Ming clenched his fist and coughed, saying impartially. Okay, stop teasing Rongrong. Go pack your luggage. We're going to the Xingda Great Forest next. Boom. Chapter 138 Zuqing and Lingling will stay with me. Xingda Great Forest? Why go to Xingda Great Forest? Looking at Su Ming's look that didn't seem to be lying, everyone was confused. On the other hand, Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something. She narrowed her eyes, sucked her pink lips, and looked at Su Ming with ill intentions. You wanted to go there yourself. I didn't drag you there, hehe. You have been practicing in the academy for a while. Whether it is soul power or speed and physical fitness, they have greatly improved compared to before. Although the fighting soul field is a good place to practice, there are few people of the same level who can match you. So, the academy will start a 6-month devilish training for you. Su Ming looked at Zhu Zuqing and said. Zhu Qing is now level 29. It won't take long for her to practice to level 30. We have to go to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt soul rings. It's okay to go there earlier. As for a few people who are still some distance away from being soul masters, they should work hard on their own practice. Don't let a bad apple spoil the whole pot of porridge. Ning Rongrong. Damn it, you might as well report my name. What about bad apples? When Ning Rongrong thought of this name, she felt a chill, her lungs almost cheated, and she glared at Su Ming with deep hatred. If her martial spirit was a knife, she would have rushed over. This was intolerable. Su Ming never liked to drag things out. He only gave everyone an hour to pack up and then set off for the Stardo Great Forest. An hour and a half later, 2 carriages drove out of the south gate of Soto City and rushed towards the Stardo Great Forest. The smoke and dust rolled, and Tang San's face was also grey. What's the big deal? We are here to accompany you. Zhao Wuji patted his shoulder and comforted him. Tang San, what's there to envy about this? Women will only affect the speed of cultivation. Some people are popular with women, but that's a burden to them. Don't learn from them. Besides, you are not bad, are you afraid that no girls like you? Hehe. Tang San's mood did not improve at all, after all, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian were both single. You all share a carriage with me, and you still have the nerve to comfort me? I'm only 12 years old. Looking at the carriage with a bunch of girls in front of him and Su Ming sitting on the roof of the carriage, Tang San was completely exhausted. It was true that those who were thirsty would die of drought and those who were flooded would die of flood. Recalling Xiao Wuan, he was full of envy for Su Ming's little bits and pieces, and the fragments of the two of them often fighting and playing. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He had never experienced the love between brothers and sisters, the love between parents, and the love between men and women. He and Su Ming and Xiao Wu have been together for so many years, so let's just say they are half brothers and sisters. In this life, he has a father, Tang Hao. Although he doesn't know where he went, he is already very satisfied with having relatives. The only thing he has not experienced is love. Life should be interesting if there is someone you like around. Indeed, I'm 12 years old, and I should find someone I like. Thinking of this, Tang San smiled knowingly and said from the bottom of his heart. 12? Find a girlfriend? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San was kicked by Wu King. Then, he lived up to everyone's expectations and was kicked off the carriage. Wuji, why did you kick Tang San down? Did he provoke you? You fat guy deserves a beating, right? You dare to blame others? It was obviously you who did it, but you still have the nerve to wrongly accuse me, you are so shameless. Bah, what do you mean by I blame others? I am a support-type spirit master, how can I have such great strength? Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Haha, good person, bah, then you say me, what evidence do you have? The heated scolding gradually became smaller. The carriage was getting farther and farther away. Tang San stood in the smoke and dust, his expression was hopeless. The lonely figure in the wilderness merged into an excellent picture of sadness. Indeed, he was kicked. But the problem is that he had already dodged the first kick. So, what do you two have to fight for? Sensing that Tang San was kicked off the carriage, Su Ming faintly said, you who have not been beaten by Tang Hao are really arrogant. As for Tang San, if he can trademark T even catch up with the carriage, then all these years of training are in vain. Click. The door of the carriage was opened, and Ning Rongrong stuck her head out. Zuking, you drive. Why? Xiao Wu turned her head in dissatisfaction. She was so good at driving, why did she let Zuking drive? Ning Rongrong trademark's eyes bulged, who knows if you will tease me. I don't trademark T trust Xiao Wu to drive. Xiao Wu. You are not trustworthy? I am still not trustworthy. The car is shaking. My brother will come down and beat me. Here, okay? I don't trademark T want to drive yet. Angrily, she gave the reins to Zhu Zuking, and Xiao Wu plunged into the carriage. It was very comfortable inside. You don't trademark T know how to enjoy it yet. Giving Zhu Zuking a tacit look, seeing the latter nod, Ning Rongrong pulled Yelingling and jumped off the carriage. At the same time, the speed of the carriage slowed down a bit. Next to the carriage, two beautiful women were running like they were suffering. While running, Ning Rongrong also told Yelingling some tips on luck, which she had learned, and some of them were useful. Body training is the most common project in our academy, which is divided into daily running, weighted running, gravity training and body tempering training. When your body adapts to running for a period of time, you can do weight training, then body tempering training, and finally let teacher Zhao add gravity training for you. My daily weight is only 30 kilograms, Xiao Wu and Tang San's weight is about 100 kilograms, we can't compare. Take your time, don't rush, we are auxiliary spirit masters, just keep yourself safe. Although eating dust, Yelingling didn't care, her face was serious and solemn. When she came to the first academy, she realized that her previous training environment was too relaxed. Zhu Zuking who practices speed. Xiao Wu who practices mental power. Tang San who practices comprehensive training and uses hidden weapons. Even Ning Rongrong is strengthening her body and practicing distraction control. It can be said that everyone in the first academy has their own direction of practice. Developing comprehensively on the basis of their own martial spirits, they focus on practicing a little bit and complete the leapfrog battle on this point. With such hard practice, it is not unfair for Tiandu Royal Academy to lose. Noticing Su Ming on the top of the carriage, Yelingling asked curiously. What about Su Ming? Didn't you say he is the best? How much weight is he carrying now? Ning Rongrong's smile fell. Why did she mention that guy? Sitting cross-legged on the roof, two sword chi rotated around Su Ming clockwise and counterclockwise. The third sword chi loomed and was ready to go. Long hair leaked like ink, and the spirit came from the sky. Sword eyebrows hide star eyes, and the devil axe creates a divine peak. Bah! He is so pretty, but he is so mean, what a waste of his face. Ning Rongrong clenched her little tiger teeth, this guy is not a human, I guess even a Soul King can't beat him now. Soul King? I don't think so. Thinking back to that day when Su Ming was covered in blood, Yelingling is still frightened. How many secrets do you have? Looking at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes, Yelingling's eyes lit up and she couldn't help muttering to herself. Knowing that Ning Rongrong and Yelingling were running for exercise, Su Ming didn't call Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuking. Xiao Wu started training her body very early, and she is almost at the critical point of her body. It is useless to train her body now. Unless she obtains a soul ring to break through to the soul sect and open up the limitations of her body. This is the disadvantage of not having a body training method, which cannot be continuously and effectively improved. It's like a pool, filling and draining water at the same time. Even if the water is filled quickly, the pool is so small that it will overflow if it is filled. Xiao Wu and the others are in this situation. So, for example, their physical strength is 100 at the moment. Can't it be improved? No. They can definitely reach 110. But the extra 10 is more than the body can bear, and it belongs to the elastic range. Once they stop high-intensity body training, the physical strength will shrink back to 100. Everyone, including Su Ming, feels that there is a hole in the body, otherwise Su Ming would not need to eat a lot to fill it. And Xiao Wu and the others obviously don't have this method to learn from. Because no matter how much they eat, they won't absorb it all like the berserker body. Otherwise, this time when they go to the Stardo Great Forest, with Xiao Wu and Tang San's King of Scroll attributes, they will definitely run with him like they did last time when they came to Soto City. And they won't enjoy the comfort in the carriage like now. Swish swish swish. The pale golden sword light keeps surrounding the body, like a meteor flying, dragging the sound of arrows. Above Su Ming's head, there is still a shaking sword light hanging. Sword 2 emphasizes the simultaneous attack of sword energy in 2 directions. Sword 3 emphasizes the attack of sword energy in 3 directions at different speeds. To practice Sword 3, one must control the practice to the heart of 3 orifice control. Swish! Suddenly, the sword light above Su Ming's head also began to circle above his head. The speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, completely different from the first 2 swords that were as fast as lightning. Go! Su Ming swung his sword finger fiercely, like a long knife slashing down, golden light. After receiving the order, 3 sword lights shot forward as fast as lightning. A line like a greedy snake. Then, it was divided into 3 rows. Finally, it was in the shape of a Chinese character, like a poisonous dragon vying for the first place, with different speeds. Swish, 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 rotating, and one of them kept acting as the front soldier. The cold light was sharp, and it was unbreakable after thousands of hammers. It tore the ground into 3 fist-sized, bottomless holes with its fierceness and domineering power. The sudden change frightened the horse so much that it neighed and almost ran off the road. Fortunately, Zhu Zuqing was calm and was not affected too much. The distraction control corresponds to the practice of the first 7 levels of Holy Spirit Sword technique, which saves a lot of trouble. Su Ming took a quick glance at the damage caused. The power seemed good, but the practice speed was too slow. It took half a month to practice one style. Su Ming gave Zhu Zuqing a keep on the road look, and then continued to practice with his eyes closed. It seemed that nothing happened. Looking carefully, the sword beams surrounding Su Ming turned into 3. Above his head, 1 ready to go. The Stardo Great Forest is located in the southeast of the Tiandu Empire, and the Barak Kingdom is just in the southeast of the empire. Soto City is just in the southeast of the kingdom, and the distance from the Stardo Great Forest is only 500 miles. Without the load, Yelingling can run more than 100 miles slowly all the way. It's a pity that no matter how slow the carriage is, it can't be that slow. After running less than 50 miles, Yelingling was exhausted and was pulled back to the car by Su Ming's soul power. Xiao Xin was not allowed to use recovery beans. Physical training requires the body to adapt. Quickly eliminating body aches would be counterproductive. It was getting dark, and the group did not stop halfway. It was only a day's journey to the Star Forest. If you set out at noon, you can arrive at midnight, just in time for a night's rest. The bright moon was round, and the sky was full of stars. Under the protection of the night, the 2 carriages drove into a city called Machan. It was less than 100 miles away from the Star Forest. Sigh. The carriage stopped in front of a hotel that was still open and had lights on. Su Ming said, "Everyone rest here tonight. If you have to go out at night, you must have someone to accompany you. Old Xiao, take them to buy everything they need tomorrow, and we will go to Xingda Great Forest the day after tomorrow." Xiao Xin nodded in response. It was not the first time he came to Xingda Great Forest. He knew about this. After handing the carriage to the hotel management, Su Ming and Zhao Wuji and the other 4 walked into the hotel. Xiao Wu and the others had already run into the hotel, more actively than anyone else. 4. I'm sorry, there are only 3 double rooms left in the store. It's hard for the store to accommodate so many of you. If you came earlier, there would probably be vacant rooms. I'm really sorry. Ning Rongrong looked embarrassed. 3 double rooms are not enough for us to share. Boss, money is not a problem. Do you think there is any other way? Xiao Wu and the other 4 stared at the boss indignantly. After a day's journey, they were reluctant to squeeze together. It would be great if everyone had a bed. The manager smiled helplessly. Who doesn't want to make more money? The problem is that there is really no more. Let's open 3 rooms. Su Ming walked over. He had heard the conversation just now. 3 rooms is 3 rooms. Okay, okay. The manager was as if he had been pardoned. The 4 ladies in front of him looked difficult to deal with. He quickly took out 3 keys and asked the waiter to lead the group upstairs. 8 people, 3 rooms? Xiao Wu looked at the 3 keys in her hand with a bitter face. Brother, there are only 3 rooms, how can we divide them? This was also the voice of Ning Rongrong and the others. They also looked at Su Ming. After all, there is a difference between men and women, and they still have to be divided separately. Su Ming said without hesitation, Tang San, you should bring your bedding and live in a room with the 2 teachers. You can just make a bed for someone in the middle. Hearing this, Tang San nodded without objection. I also brought my bedding, Lingling Xiao Wu, you and Rongrong will sleep in the same room. If you have any problems with this arrangement, you can ask. Problems? It's not that there are problems, but big problems. Everyone looked at Su Ming with strange faces. Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian smiled knowingly. Xiao Wu almost jumped up as if she had stepped on her tail, and said angrily, Brother, you let Sister Lingling and Zuking sleep in the same room with you? You are a grown man, how can you be so embarrassed? Men and women are different, this is what you told me before, you don't take it seriously now, right? If you have bad intentions, at least hide it. Let your sister help you forget your sister for a beautiful woman, Ning Rongrong looked at him defensively and said, you let Sister Lingling and Zuking sleep in the same room with you, who knows what you are thinking, it's too shameless and vulgar. Sister Lingling, don't listen to him. This guy is plotting against you. He not only likes long legs, but also big breasts. You better be careful. After hearing what everyone said, Ye Lingling and Zhu Zuking's faces were bright red, and they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. They originally thought it was nothing, but now they felt they had to refuse. Chapter 139 Goodbye, Xiaojin, things are different now. The ancient trees are towering, and the early sun dispels the fog. The forest is filled with a damp air rising from the mist, mixed with the fragrance of various flowers and plants. The Xingde Great Forest welcomed several uninvited guests. Tap, tap, tap. The mist that has not yet dried up falls from the trees on everyone's shoulders from time to time. Su Ming has always been an early riser and will not wait until he wakes up naturally. Even if he tried to cultivate his spiritual power last night, he would not delay getting up early. Before dawn, the group arrived at the Xingde Great Forest. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking and others also came to the Xingde Great Forest for the first time. Only Xiao Wu was relaxed and free, jumping up and down, because this is her home. Su Ming has been emitting spiritual power, investigating the movements within a radius of several hundred meters to ensure that there will be no crisis. Going deeper, Su Ming led them to a lake. There is no spectacular waterfall, nor a gorgeous rainbow. There is only the cold mirror-like lake water and the gorgeous flowers that are about to wither. The lake was formed because of the terrain, and it is full of stagnant water. Since no one has come here for many years, the lake water is clear and not turbid. The dead leaves in it are piled up, like pure ember, spotless, and look a little unreal. You set up camp here, I have something to deal with. The sudden words made everyone stunned. Su Ming looked at Zhao Wuji and said, Old Zhao, you protect them, I will be back later. Are you sure it's okay? Zhao Wuji asked in a daze. I'll be back soon. After leaving these 4 words, Su Ming tapped the ground lightly, and his figure flew away in an instant, stepping on the trees and leaving. Even before Xiao Wu could open her mouth, he disappeared without a trace, and she was so angry that she stamped her feet. With no choice, everyone had to set up camp. On the other side, Su Ming had found a golden beehive. According to his memory, he flew and landed on the open ground. There were bare trees for hundreds of meters, and the stumps of the cut trees had a few new buds. I don't know where the corpse of the soul beast went. It seems that the beast is not so lazy. Those big mountains of earth, collective graves, are the best proof. Shua. The same beehive honey. Same cave entrance. Just like the first time they met, So Ming threw the honey into the cave entrance. Bang, 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 a violent figure ran out quickly. The huge bear head twisted and looked, then held the honey and returned to the cave, not staying outside for a second. The cold face gradually became strange. So Ming was stunned for more than 10 seconds, and he didn't recover. The bear just now didn't seem to be Xiao Jin. It didn't look so fierce, and its claws were not as long as Xiao Jin. The cave is occupied. Could it be that it attracted too much hatred before and was beaten up? With a tight heart, So Ming quickly spread his mental power and investigated the cave situation. After all, they have been friends and pets for 2 years. How can I let outsiders bully my bear? But seeing the situation in the cave, So Ming couldn't help cursing. It's my fault that I was so nervous. You. Boom. The earth-shattering shells were exploding, and a mushroom cloud rose outside the cave. Roar. Being disturbed, fierce roars rioted in the cave. Seeing that the candlelight dinner was interrupted, a figure with a bronze head and iron bones slowly stood up in the cave. Its long dark golden claws were inserted with a large piece of honey. It walked and ate towards the cave entrance, with a mouth full of golden sweetness. A miniature figure followed behind it. Although it was the same as the dark golden, the devil's claw bear is smaller than it, but it is not small. It is nearly 2.5 meters tall, with gourd-shaped solid muscles, especially the muscles on the shoulders, which look like a small hill. The claws on both hands are not as long as Xiao Jin's, but they are also 60 centimeters, which makes people panic. But compared with Xiao Jin's fierce appearance, it is obviously much weaker. Its big eyes are not so fierce, but rather a little delicate and alert. The two bears left the cave in a swagger, one in front and one behind. Suddenly, a man less than 1 meter tall came out. The flooded into the two bears' sight. Xiao Jin's glasses were wide open. A little brat, dare you come to our cave to disturb us? The mother bear behind Xiao Jin roared angrily. Its claws swung and tore the air, and it rushed from behind the former to the front, as if to say that you don't need to do anything. But the next second, it felt as if it was lifted up high. Facing the sky, the sun was shining and the sky was blue. Boom, tremble, the trees in the corners of the eyes swish and retreated crazily. Run! Run away! The mother bear's big eyes were full of confusion, and she didn't understand why her bear companion wanted to run away. The other party was just a little brat. You really disappointed me that you didn't want to see me so much. So Ming sighed, and his figure rushed out as fast as lightning. A few minutes later, Xiao Jin was lying on the ground with his head in his arms, and he kept moaning for mercy. The mother bear stood up straight, as if accepting an inspection, with a solemn expression. Even if her husband was beaten, she didn't react at all. She had to listen to her husband. It's just that her thick legs seemed to be unable to bear her weight and kept shaking. The fat look made her look cute. Sitting on Xiao Jin's back, So Ming slapped her dog head. Xiao Jin, you can do it. Now you live together and run away when you see me. You are getting more and more courageous. Why don't you move? Hey. Ang, give me some face, my wife is still watching. Pa. You let your wife take the honey, giving you face, right? Ang, it took the initiative, it's none of my business. So Ming. You dare to sell your wife? Pa. Pa. Bang. So Ming, who was not satisfied, kicked Xiao Jin's butt. It slid on the ground like a bulldozer for more than 10 meters before it stopped, with its face almost buried in the soil. You are a dark gold bear, right? So Ming looked at the female bear in front of him. The dark gold bear is a branch of the dark gold fear claw bear. The number of dark gold fear claw bears is small, and it is extremely difficult to reproduce. I don't know where Xiao Jin hooked up with a dark gold bear. She learned about So Ming's identity from her husband, and So Ming kicked her husband in the air like a ball. The scenes deeply stimulated the heart of the dark gold bear. Shua shua. With a flattering smile in her eyes, the dark gold mother bear grinned and rubbed So Ming's chest with her head to show her gentleness and friendliness. Xiao Jin hurried back. She was so dusty that she didn't have time to pat the dirt. She stretched out a finger and patted So Ming's shoulder. Buy one get one free. So Ming smiled helplessly, patted the mother bear and then pushed her away. He looked at Xiao Jin, and suddenly became very sincere. I have something to ask you this time. Don't worry, it's not a difficult thing for you. If it is difficult, I won't ask you. You can refuse. I never force you. Really, you have to believe me. Swish. Xiaojin quickly held Su Ming's left hand, and his mouth was pursed into a half-moon arc. We are all brothers. It's okay to ask me if you have something. We are ironclad. That's right. Su Ming stretched out his golden right hand to pat Xiaojin, but the latter seemed to have stepped on his tail, and Swish pulled away at lightning speed, with a look of fear in his eyes. This palm has the power of 10,000 years, I can't bear it. Chapter 140 Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, Attack. Under the blue sky, clouds are blooming. 4 small tents appeared in front of him through the layers of leaves. It seems that the tents are not yet completed and are still being installed. In the jungle, Tang San walked alone. Every few dozen meters, he sprinkled powder on the ground and cut a knife on the tree. From above, Tang San's trajectory was circular, circling the camp for 100 meters. Where are Teacher Zhao and the others? Seeing that Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian were not there, Tang San, who had returned, stared. Xiao Wu looked serious. It seems that something happened to my brother and he needs their help. I don't know what they found, they left in a hurry, and asked us to stay here. Looking around, Xiao Wu's eyes were unusually alert, and she felt something was wrong. Tang San, isn't your martial soul blue-silver grass? I think it's good to use it to set up a tent. It was Ning Rongrong who spoke up. She didn't seem to know how to do it. She just watched Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling doing it and she helped. Tang San didn't answer, and Xiao Wu ignored her. The two of them gathered together expressionlessly, accumulating strength in their limbs, with their legs leaning outward, ready to prevent accidents. You also noticed something was wrong, right? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with a doubtful tone. It's too quiet around. Xiao Wu's eyes kept wandering around. As a soul beast, his instinctive perception told him that there was danger around, otherwise the surroundings would not be so strange. It was so quiet that it was scary. Remind Rongrong and the others to be careful. As he said that, Tang San flew to the uncle and used his wide field of vision to observe the movements around. Seeing Xiao Wu and the other two's mysterious appearance, Ye Lingling and the other two also realized that something was wrong, and they all put down their tools and came to Xiao Wu's side. Ning Rongrong asked in surprise, Xiao Wu, is there anything wrong? Xiao Wu has always been lively, and has never been as serious as she is now. Zhu Zuqing seemed to realize that. What did she think? She looked around. Unfortunately, she didn't find any danger. After all, Xiao Wu had grown up to 100,000 years old, and had avoided countless natural enemies. Her natural perception of danger was unmatched. There should be danger approaching, but it should be far away. I'm not sure if it's coming towards us. Xiao Wu spoke calmly, with anxiety in her eyes. If her perception was correct, that guy seemed to be very powerful. With their current strength, they should not be able to defeat him. At first she thought it was Ming, but she felt something was wrong after thinking about it. Danger is approaching. A cold wind suddenly blew in the woods, and Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling couldn't help but shrink their bodies. Boom! The jade pendant on the waist was shaking, and the leaves were shaking. In the distance, the big trees fell down one by one with a rumble, as if something was coming. Shua! No need to say more, several people came to the top of the big tree like a meteor chasing the moon. Looking at the fallen trees a few hundred meters away, everyone was in a very serious mood. This force! It must be a soul beast, and it looks quite big, otherwise it would not be so brutal. Everyone, pay attention. It is at least a 10,000-year soul beast, and it is a power soul beast. I suggest you avoid it and avoid it. Looking at the soul beast getting closer and closer, Xiao Wu was very anxious. You have your territory, why are you running around? It's because Teacher Zhao is not here, otherwise you are finished. 10,000-year power soul beast? Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling felt nervous. If there was a power or defense soul master in the team, with the help of 2 people, the 5 people could barely fight it. But now, no matter who they are, they can't resist the 10,000-year power soul beast. To put it simply, they can't withstand the collision. Here, there are 2 of them to help. There is no other choice except hiding. Tang San nodded, let's hide until Teacher Zhao and the others come back. He looked at Ye Lingling, Sister Lingling and Rongrong, you haven't learned Qinggong yet, I'll use the blue-silver grass to lead you. Faced with the crisis, Ye Lingling and the others had no objection. But just as they were about to escape, the soul beast in the distance seemed to have discovered something and swung its claws violently. The golden blade moved like thunder, passing through the trees. Even the big tree under Tang San and the others' feet was no exception. It was cut into 3 sections in an instant, and exploded with a bang. Tang San used the blue-silver grass to entangle the 2 girls and took them away from the big tree. Seeing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing also flew to the big tree next to them. Boom! A sense of crisis suddenly emerged. Xiao Wu's legs exerted force, and she flew backwards with her back to see what kind of soul beast it was. But when she saw the 3-meter-tall giant, even she couldn't help but tremble. Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. 5 words, like a bolt from the blue, exploded in Xiao Wu's heart. Go, we are no match for it. Without time to think about how the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear appeared here, Xiao Wu shouted to everyone again, fearing that Tang San and the others would stay to fight. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's speed was at its best. Knowing that it was inconvenient for Tang San to use the blue-silver grass to lead people in the forest, she tacitly took over Ye Lingling. Zhu Zuqing took over Ning Rongrong. Now it's not about hiding, but running away. Tang San also recognized the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, and knowing the opponent's horror, he had no intention of fighting at all. It is rumored that the 100-year-old Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear can fight against the 10,000-year-old Soul Beast. Its strength, defense, and attack are all at the top level, with almost no weaknesses. Meeting such a soul beast is definitely bad luck. What's even more unfortunate is that there is more than one such soul beast. Shua. The feet dragged long scratches on the ground. Looking at the giant bear blocking the way of several people, everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Xiao Wu's forehead also overflowed with cold sweat. Dark Gold Bear, why is it another Dark Gold Bear? I haven't seen many in the forest for so many years. What kind of shit luck did I have today to meet 2 at once? Roar. The fierce roar was like a gas bomb exploding, blowing the 5 people back continuously. Under the pressure of the thick mountain energy, everyone felt a suffocation in their throats. The weaknesses in the neck, assist, control. As long as we can hold on until Teacher Zhao and the others come back, we will be fine. In a hurry, Xiao Wu didn't care about the feelings of the same race and arranged tactics for several people. She couldn't watch several companions die at the hands of the Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear. Swish! Zhu Zuqing quickly brought Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong to the thickest tree, and then attacked the Dark Gold Bear. In the air, brilliant precious light bloomed and fell on Zhu Zuqing. Tang San also used his first soul skill, Blue-Silver Entanglement, but faced with the Dark Gold Terror Claw, he did not last a second. Xiao Wu, find a way to make these 2 soul beasts kill each other, otherwise we can't hold on for long. Okay. Xiao Jin. Chapter 141 Zhao Wuji did not escape. Boom. Amid the explosion, a ghostly figure escaped from the giant palm of the Dark Gold Bear. The airwave blew Tang San's hair up, and it was very urgent. With a crackling sound, the vines wrapped around the Dark Gold Bear's arms were all shattered. The strange thing was that at the same time as the shattering, all the vines reappeared again. Appeared at a high speed, tightly entangled the Dark Gold Bear. It was Tang San's second soul skill, Parasitism. Countless vines almost swallowed the Dark Gold Bear, but still revealed its bloody mouth and its bristly neck. And this was the opportunity Tang San created. Shua. The black figure came in front of the Dark Gold Bear, and its sharp claws were like countless swords and sabers. Zhu Zuqing did not hold back at all, and directly used the strongest single soul skill, the Nether Ghost Claw. Tang San knew that with his blue-silver grass, he could not completely control such a huge monster soul beast, so he could only control it himself and let Zhu Zuqing attack, trying to break the terrifying defense of the Dark Gold Bear. But the next scene shocked Tang San, and he was silent to the extreme. Countless sparks emerged from the neck of the Dark Gold Bear, but there was light and no injury, and it did not cause any damage to the Dark Gold Bear at all. Even the epidermis was not torn. Zhu Zuqing's second soul skill, with Ning Rongrong's strength, is definitely not weaker than Soul Master. But even with such an attack, it couldn't even break the skin of the Dark Gold Bear. This is simply unbelievable. We have to intensify our practice of Xian Gong. Guanyin Tears ignores any defense, and can definitely kill such soul beasts with one blow. Thoughts suddenly pulled back. Tang San didn't dare to think further, because the current battle situation didn't allow him to think anymore. Shua Shua. With countless hidden weapons, the violent storm hit the Dark Gold Bear, and sparks kept coming out. Tang San's attack position was very clever, and he only chose one eye of the dark gold bear. He wanted to anger the dark gold bear, so that when the dark gold terror claw bear behind rushed over, they would stimulate a strong confrontation between the two, and then they could retreat. This move successfully angered the dark gold bear completely. Roaring and roaring, dark gold claws emitted dark gold light all over their bodies. The dark gold light was like countless tiny knives, instantly tearing the vines on its body into powder, leaving no residue. Roar! The dark gold bear ignored the other people and rushed towards Tang San with a ferocious look. The pink air rushed into the dark gold bear's body. Knowing that it was Xiao Wu's mental control, Tang San's eyes turned cold, his arms instantly turned jade-colored, and he jumped up and blasted towards the dark gold bear's head. Bang! All the strength was poured out, even the dark gold bear had its neck bent. But the sunken face flesh returned to normal the next second, and even bounced Tang San away. This defense is so abnormal. Tang San was ashamed. How could this be comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast? This guy could probably tear a 10,000-year soul beast apart alive. Abnormal defense, abnormal strength, and the terrifying dark gold claws, it is simply a terrifying beast with no weaknesses. After being controlled one after another, the dark gold bear's eyes were extremely angry, and its wildness was being stimulated. It slapped Tang San with one claw, and the terrifying power was like an excavator, with flying sand and rocks, making a mess. Tang San used the ghost shadow to fly left and right to avoid, but the dark gold bear's attacks were too fast. Even with the ghost shadow, it was impossible to avoid them all. A sense of crisis came, and Tang San's hair stood on end in an instant. He was very anxious and punched the claw. But under the terrifying force of the dark gold bear, even Tang San's black jade hand was almost broken. Bang! Blood fell from the sky, and Tang San was knocked out. Before he landed, the pink light instantly enveloped him. The bloody and torn arm recovered quickly. Tang San did a backflip and landed on his toes. Gratefully looking at Yelingling, Tang San's face turned pale. This beast was too terrifying. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing landed beside him at the same time. Tactics? No. At this moment, any tactics have no effect on the dark gold bear. This is the horror of absolute attack power. At the same time, the dark gold terror claw bear behind also chased after them. The figures of the two hills sandwiched the three people in the middle. The situation was tense, and at the critical moment, Yelingling and Ning Rongrong, who were hiding in the tree, were extremely anxious. From the previous fight, the attacks of the three could not cause any damage to the dark gold terror claw bear. It is almost impossible to defeat the dark gold bear, not to mention that there are two of them at this moment. A game of life and death. Swish! Two blue-silver grasses sent Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing out. Tang San took out the gun-like tools with both hands. In the dark holes, the sharp arrows with cold light were facing the two bears. As Tang San pressed the button, several crossbow arrows were fired at the faces of the two bears. Ding ding ding! The crossbow arrows were indeed very powerful, but the dark gold bear felt like it was tickled, scratching its face with its teeth bared, and its long teeth were exposed. In the dark, three figures watched all this quietly. One had a calm look, and the other two were full of worry. Su Ming, if we continue like this, nothing will happen, right? Zhao Wuji couldn't help but speak. Although he didn't know where Su Ming got the two dark gold fear claw bears. But facing such a terrifying soul beast, Tang San and his team had no chance of winning. Xiao Xin also stared at Su Ming, and his thoughts were exactly the same as Zhao Wuji's. Don't worry, I'm prepared. There won't be any big problems. Su Ming leaned against the tree trunk, watching the battle below with interest, and said. They have rarely lost and have never encountered any crisis. It is not the best training to improve your character too smoothly. It is not a big problem to lose your fighting spirit once. If there is a problem, I am afraid that I will not be able to get out of it after losing. That is the worst thing. Don't look at Tang San's admiration for me, but even if he loses many times, he still has arrogance in his heart, not to mention other people. Good talents and beautiful jades, if they are not used, they will not be used. It is just right to train their team combat ability. Otherwise, why would I bring them to the Stardow Great Forest? Just as the voice fell, a sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. Who moved? I didn't move. Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin looked at each other, and instantly felt something was wrong, and their eyes suddenly looked towards Su Ming. At some point, there was a figure there. A cloak, fluttering in the wind. The man just stood there, with his hands on his chest, motionless. He stared at the bottom, without any breath in his body, not even breathing. But the dead silence and terrifying aura made Xiao Xian and the others shudder, as if they had fallen into hell. Zhao Wuji swallowed his saliva, and wanted to bypass Tang Hao and ask who Su Ming was. But his feet suddenly stepped on empty air, and he almost fell down. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, a little surprised that Tang Hao appeared, and introduced. "This is the worshipper of our academy, you can greet him, I won't humiliate you." "Worship? The academy still has worship?" Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian looked at each other, their hearts trembled. Just as he was about to salute, Zhao Wuji felt a blackness in front of him, and a faint sound of ice chips rang in his ears. "You like to kick people, right?" Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank suddenly. Bang! A meteor flew out. Su Ming retracted his helpless look and continued to look at the battle below. Knowing that he could not win, Tang San wanted to use the chaos to draw the hatred between the Dark Gold Bear and the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, so that they would kill each other. The idea was good, but unfortunately the other party was a couple. Countless claws scratched and cut the surrounding trees in half. Forced to do so, Tang San and the other 5 could only get down from the tree. 2 giant bears standing shoulder to shoulder, it was like a wonder of the world. It was also like a needle that pierced deeply into the hearts of Tang San and the other 5. "You don't even recognize Sister Xiao Wu. You want to rebel, right?" Xiao Wu's eyes were full of depression. If she revealed her aura, it would indeed scare away the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, but Ming and the others would also sense it. If they rushed over and caused a misunderstanding, and attacked Zhu Qing and the others, it would be worse than now. Xiao Wu turned her head and looked at Zhu Zuqing. "Zhu Qing, take wrong to find teacher Zhao and my brother and the others. Tang San, you retreat too, I'll use my third soul skill to hold them back. When it's safe, I'll find a way to reunite with you." What greeted Xiao Wu was dead silence. Everyone just glanced at her, and then immediately adjusted their battle positions. Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong were at the side. 9 Heart Begonia and 7 Treasures glazed tower in hand. Tang San was at the front, and Zhu Zuqing was at the side. Blue Silver Grass and Nether Spirit Cat. One person dragged 2 Dark Gold Terror Claw Bears? They knew very well how far Xiao Wu's third soul skill was. If they left, Xiao Wu would definitely not be able to escape. Besides, they didn't have the habit of abandoning their partners. "You pig brains!" Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger. "If you left, I would scare these 2 stupid guys away immediately, but you have to stay and get beaten, right? Cat brain!" Zhu Zuqing spit out 3 words coldly, and her sharp claws drew a dark purple line in front of her. It was originally a very funny thing, but at this moment, no one laughed. Blue Silver Grass has no brains. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, and chuckled at the critical moment. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. "What if I run away and encounter a soul beast again? I'm still smart. I won't die." The third soul ring on Ye Lingling's feet lit up instantly. A steady stream of vitality came, healing the remaining injuries on the 3 people. In an instant, Tang San, who was the most seriously injured, also returned to normal. "Xiao Wu. No one is normal." "Take a deep breath." Xiao Wu stared at the 2 big guys in front of her with burning eyes. "If they have any problems, I will make you 2 bear heads into meatballs." At this moment, the Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear made an unexpected move. As if it felt hungry, it circled around and sat down behind the Tang people, took out the honey behind it and ate it in big mouthfuls, and licked it from time to time with its tongue. Crack! Xiao Jinban. The next piece of honey flew over the heads of Tang San and his friends. It was a male bear who knew how to take care of his wife and could share a quarter. The Dark Gold Bear bit it in his mouth with a roar. After swallowing it, it rushed towards Xiao Wu and his friends with its thick legs. This scene made Tang San and his friends stunned. Did the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear not intend to attack them? Contempt? Or let the Dark Gold Bear practice? The 5 people were furious, but they also knew that this was a great opportunity. Because as long as they defeated the Dark Gold Bear, their chances of escape would be greatly increased. The strength of this Dark Gold Bear was obviously lower than that of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. The Blue Silver Grass is useless, I don't know how the other one is. Tang San gave Xiao Wu a look, and Xiao Wu jumped up and headed towards the Dark Gold Head. It was a relatively blind spot in its vision, and it didn't dare to swing its claws wantonly. The martial soul is not bad, but the team is bad. After teaching Zhao Wuji a lesson, Tang Hao returned to the tree again. This is his evaluation. That dark gold terror claw bear is a very good training object, but unfortunately this team has a shortcoming, the pure attack damage is insufficient. Su Ming can make up for it, but unfortunately he is watching the show now, and he also lacks a defensive meat shield. What did you do to the bear? Tang Hao asked with his head tilted. Soul beasts and humans are mortal enemies. The dark gold terror claw bear is even more ferocious. No one has ever seen anyone tame its wildness. What do you mean by what? Isn't it okay to take the bear I feed out for a walk? The long hair on the tip of the ear was blown by the wind. Su Ming was unrestrained and self-assured, and he was indescribably proud of his masterpiece. Tang Hao nodded slightly. It was not difficult to guess that Su Ming had come to the Xingda Great Forest in the 2 years he disappeared. However, this was not the answer he wanted. Tang Hao changed the subject and asked, "Do you have any progress on the domain?" "No. No. I spend all my time refining pills and practicing swords, so I don't have time to think about the illusory realm of the domain." Hearing this, Tang Hao was speechless. The domain is the big deal, do you understand it? Su Ming rolled his eyes and retorted, "You don't even know how the domain is formed, and you come to ask me, how can you be embarrassed?" "Because I don't understand it either." Tang Hao frowned in dismay, without any arrogance, but surprisingly calm. After studying for so long, he still didn't understand how the domain was formed. He was a powerful soul master, and his comprehension was not bad. But in terms of thinking ability, he admitted that he was indeed not as good as Su Ming. "When I have a domain, I guess I can understand the mystery." Su Ming threw out the hook to see if Tang Hao would bite. Tang Hao pondered for a moment and said, "There is a place that is indeed suitable for you to try." He then continued, "That place is also a good place for Xiao San to train. When your strength is improved, you can go and try it." The City of Slaughter. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He was also a little jealous of the effect of the God of Slaughter domain. "My current strength is not enough." Tang San's cultivation level when he went to the City of Slaughter was only Soul King. His current strength could definitely beat him. Tang Hao's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked like a dead man, and he was too lazy to pay attention to him. After thinking for a few seconds, Su Ming couldn't help but stab Tang Hao. "I understand, Tang San is not good enough at the moment, right? Old Zhao, what's the situation?" Seeing Zhao Wuji in tattered clothes and covered in mud, Xiao Xin asked in a low voice, looking at Tang Hao with fear in his eyes. "You know it, but you're asking me." Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes at him resentfully. "He kicked me out like this. Does he need to explain his strength and power? Did I not fly far enough? Or did you not appreciate it carefully just now?" Xiao Xin's pupils shrank suddenly. After being shocked, he felt that this was a good thing. "You deserved this beating." The heavy tone slowly rose, and a hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Xin's eyes. There is no precedent for such a college to have a titled Douluo level worshipper. Fortunately, he and Su Ming reached a cooperation agreement at that time, otherwise he would regret it. Bang! Zhao Wuji's face turned dark, and he kicked Xiao Xin down again. "If I can't beat Tang Hao, I can't beat you, right?" Chapter 142 Azure Bull Python Titan Giant Ape. The dark gold bear has been around for more than 100 years, and its light power is no less than 8,000 kilograms. Only the power-type Soul King of the Extreme Flow can match the power of 8,000 kilograms. With Tang San's soul master strength, even with the mysterious jade hand and forged with blood essence, his physical strength at this moment can only be that of a soul sect, and his arm strength will not exceed 5,000 pounds. Bang, bang, bang. After several fights, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing suffered different degrees of attack. They were not hit directly by the dark gold bear, but by the strong wind it raised. After all, the dark gold claw has the ultimate gold, and the energy it leaks is not something that Tang San and his cultivation can withstand. Fortunately, Ye Lingling kept treating them, otherwise they would have to lie down after a few rounds. Wow! The giant palm is like a mountain. Zhu Qing, retreat quickly. In order to cover Zhu Zuqing from the attack range of the dark gold bear, Xiao Wu did not hesitate to launch the second soul skill charm. Even if her spirit was greatly increased, she still only had 5 seconds to control the dark gold claw bear. Seeing that the dark gold bear was fixed by Xiao Wu's mind control, Tang San's eyes suddenly brightened. Boom! In the void, a circle of dark patterns spread out in the surging thunder and lightning. A hammer appeared in Tang San's hand, and he held it in his hand with a bang. The hammer was black all over, with a 50-centimeter handle and a cylindrical hammer head. On the cylindrical hammer head, there was a circle of faint patterns. With the appearance of the hammer, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing instantly felt a heavy pressure. On the side, Ning Rongrong saw the clear sky hammer in Tang San's hand and almost screamed. How is it possible? How could Tang San have the clear sky hammer? Is he from the clear sky sect? Countless thoughts stirred Ning Rongrong's confusion. Even Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin, who were hiding in the dark, were dumbfounded at this moment, and their teeth were trembling. After immersing themselves in the Soul Master world for so many years, how could they? Maybe he doesn't recognize the hammer. Clear sky hammer. Clear sky sect. Xiao Wu also exclaimed. She knew Tang San had twin martial spirits, but she had never seen him use them. She didn't expect that martial spirit was actually a hammer. Boom! The vast blue energy spread from the clear sky hammer. Tang San gritted his teeth and swung the clear sky hammer. Chaotic cloak hammer technique. Lead the waist with the feet, the shoulders with the waist, and then to the wrist. The terrifying force gathered on the clear sky hammer. Whoosh! In just a few seconds, Tang San had completed the accumulation of 30 hammers. Cold light came from the sky and gathered in his eyes. Tang San jumped up, and under the protection of blue lightning, the clear sky hammer carried the momentum of Mount Tai and smashed the dark gold bear in the face with all his strength. The void was shaking. The air was rippling like water waves. Tang San's eyes were full of fire. This hammer was all his strength, which could definitely cause heavy damage to the dark gold bear. Because he felt the throbbing of power coming from the clear sky hammer. Even if it was the dark gold terror claw bear, it would never be able to resist this power easily. Not to mention, the dark gold bear was in a state of panic at this moment. One hammer down, the dark gold bear's brain would definitely be severely damaged. Roar, boss, help! Seeing that his wife was in danger, the dark gold terror claw bear roared and rushed over to help the dark gold bear resist this blow. But it was squatting on the ground eating honey a second ago. How could it be in time to rescue? Boom! Just when the mighty clear sky hammer was about to hit the dark gold bear, strands of black and light golden light surged out from the ground, quickly turning into a light golden palm. Bang! The light golden energy and blue energy exploded, and countless plants were blown to pieces under the shock wave. The terrifying energy spread out like waves, constantly washing the surrounding space of 100 meters. Even the huge rocks that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were hiding in front of exploded under the bombardment of energy. Feeling that the collision was not right, Tang San's eyes focused and looked carefully, only to see that the dark gold bear had already withdrawn. But the clear sky hammer was fixed in the air, as if it was imprisoned by some force. Tang San could not see the palm, because the palm was obviously smaller than the clear sky hammer and had disappeared in the surging energy waves of the two. But he also knew that someone must be secretly doing something, otherwise this hammer would not have been able to swing in vain. Swish! Thoughts came to him, and Tang San didn't care about what he was thinking, and quickly retreated. Not knowing who was the one who made the move, he had to save the remaining soul power. After all, Rongrong and Sister Lingling did not have the skills to restore soul power. No need to fight. We've been tricked. Xiao Wu stopped Tang San, who looked dangerous, with a straight face. She seemed to have been drained of energy and spoke weakly. Tricked? Tang San's eyes froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Without any hesitation, Tang San immediately put away the clear sky hammer, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. He didn't need to guess who did it. Tang San, your hammer! Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling surrounded him, and the two looked at Tang San in horror, their faces pale. Surname Tang. Clear sky hammer. Twin martial spirits. This is definitely a monster. I don't know either. Tang San shook his head and replied in a deep voice. Dad warned him not to use this hammer easily, but didn't explain why. He didn't even know what martial spirit this hammer was, and didn't associate it with the clear sky hammer at all. You don't know? Ning Rongrong looked at Tang San in astonishment. How could Tang San not know about the clear sky hammer spirit? The above three sects value bloodlines so much that they will never let the direct bloodline flow out. Since Tang San has the clear sky hammer, then... Suddenly, Ning Rongrong seemed to remember something and recalled a scene at Shrek Academy. On the first day at Shrek Academy, So Ming kicked Tang San on the leg in front of her. "What are you afraid of?" One sentence, deeply impressed. Because it was also this sentence that led to everything happening. That's right. Tang San has the clear sky hammer spirit, so he really doesn't need to be afraid of himself. No matter how strong the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is, it can't compare to the clear sky sect. So Ming must know that, so he said that, but he. Ning Rongrong, clown, it's me? Shua. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. A black figure flew out of the woods. It didn't seem like he flew out by himself, but more like he was forced to fly out. That person was So Ming. After sliding on the ground for more than 10 meters, So Ming stepped hard and finally stopped, and urgently stopped Ning Rongrong's questioning. Shua. Teleport. Xiao Wu quickly jumped onto So Ming, and clamped on him like an octopus. You did it on purpose, didn't you? It's not enough that you bully me yourself, but you let the soul beast bully me. How can you bully people like this? Apologize. Hurry up. Two rabbit paws pinched So Ming's ears, and Xiao Wu was furious. Shame. It's too shameful. She could bear to be bullied by So Ming in human society. But when she returned to the Stardow Great Forest, she was bullied by the Dark Gold Bear. She was the big sister of the Stardow Great Forest. How could she have the face to command the soul beasts in the future? So Ming. The Stardow Great Forest gave you some courage. She tried hard to comfort Xiao Wu, but she was quiet. So Ming came and solemnly reminded Tang San and others. Everything you saw today is not allowed to be discussed privately or spread outside. If any adverse consequences are caused, you will bear all the consequences. Hearing the warning in So Ming's words, Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling did not ask any more questions and hid the matter deeply in their hearts. After all, it involved the Haoshan sect, and the consequences were not something they could bear. Tang San did not ask. From his father and So Ming's attitude at this moment, he already knew that his martial spirit was not simple. The temporary exercise finally came to an end. Everyone knew that all this was So Ming's doing, and their eyes showed a little emotion. After all, they almost thought they were going to be killed by the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Seeing that several people were staring at him, So Ming waved his hand, and Xiao Jin and Xiao Yan obediently came over and lined up. So Ming introduced. We have fought each other, you should know each other, I will introduce them to you again. The one on the left is Xiao Jin, the one on the right is the wife of this fool, they will be your training targets in the future. Tang San, you can't use the second martial spirit. When the 5 of you can beat Xiao Yin, this training will be over. As he said, a sinister smile appeared on So Ming's face. I believe you know their strength. If you are beaten into a meat pie by accident, don't worry, I will pick a suitable pit in the Stardow Great Forest to bury you. Hearing this, several people looked at the Dark Gold Bear Xiao Yin. The mountain-like figure stepped on everyone's heart, heavy. Ning Rongrong didn't dare to think about how to win, embarrassedly pouted her lips, and said. This big guy is so perverted, how can the 5 of us beat it? No one can withstand its strength at all. Seeing So Ming staring at her coldly, Ning Rongrong's voice became smaller and smaller. The remaining coquettishness of the past was shattered at this moment, and he dared not continue to be stubborn. Master Great Soul Master, the 3 Soul Masters didn't say a word, but you are the only one who speaks louder, right? You. Grinding teeth sounded. So Ming turned his head to face everyone and shouted. If you can't beat Soul Master, then practice to Soul Sect. Don't make excuses for difficulties, find ways to solve them. Do you understand? Everyone dared not talk back, which was considered to be an acknowledgement of So Ming's order. In this way, Tang San and his companions began their hard training in the Stardow Great Forest. For Tang San and Xiao Wu, this training was to temper their will. But for Zhu Zuqing, she could practice physical training. It was too early for her to practice, and her body was not fully trained. As auxiliary soul masters, Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling also needed to train their bodies. Fighting with the Dark Gold Bear Xiaoan was to train their timing and adaptability. Special training was naturally for everyone. The ones who benefited the most must be Xiao Wu and the other 2 who fought directly with the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. The Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear's energy was full of gold elements, close to the ultimate gold. So Ming had felt in the previous battle that the power could not only nourish the body's strength, but also temper the soul power in the body, which had a subtle benefit to the soul master. Of course, this was useless to him who possessed the ultimate gold. But for Xiao Wu and the other 3 soul masters with the soft attribute, it was a good catalyst. Leaving this place temporarily to Zhao Wuji, Su Ming took Xiao Wu away from the camp on the pretext of having something to do. After more than an hour, the two came to a vast lake. The water surface was white and misty, and it looked like a fairyland on earth. Originally, the grass and trees withered in autumn, but here the flowers and grasses competed for beauty, embellishing the lake, as if hanging countless treasures, giving people a sense of fantasy. The warm airflow made people feel cool and comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Living here for a while is definitely a good choice. Deming, Ming. Sister, I'm back. The long-lost joy of returning home made Xiao Wu burst into joy instantly, and she plunged into the lake with a plop. That cheerful look was just like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. This girl. Heartbroken, Su Ming sat on a rock on the shore and waited quietly. As Xiao Wu released the breath of the soul beast, a pair of huge eyeballs at the bottom of the lake opened instantly, as if a giant dragon was awakened. Countless huge bubbles emerged, and the lake surface also set off huge waves. Not far away, it seemed that some huge monster was running wildly, shaking the earth. Even from a distance, Su Ming had already felt the terrifying energy fluctuations, which filled the space within a radius of dozens of miles like an overwhelming force. Wow! The lake surface broke open, and huge bullhorns arched out of the water. It was a huge head, with a diameter of more than 4 meters. The bullhorns were even more breathtaking, stretching across the lake, as if to break the sky. A bullhead in a snake body, a blue bull python. Under the powerful visual impact, even Su Ming was a little dazed. This was the first time he saw the true form of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. At the same time, a mountain-like figure roared out from the bushes. It was a huge gorilla, all black. It raised its head high and patted its chest, as if celebrating something happy. The surrounding ancient trees were almost level with it. Its huge body was made of steel and iron, and the explosive power was daunting. The lantern-sized eyes flashed with a yellow crystal-like luster, and there were golden cracks on the surface of its body, as if it was a blessing from the earth, protecting it from going anywhere on the earth. A copyright 300,000-year soul beasts, it's a big event. Su Ming looked at them curiously, and at the same time abandoned his thoughts. The essence of a 100,000-year soul beast contains unique blood, like the dragon blood of the azure bull python. If it is taken out, it will definitely affect the foundation. That's all. Just as Su Ming was thinking so, a cry suddenly sounded in the sky. Ming, beat him up for me. Xiao Wu stepped on the top of the azure bull python, pointing her finger here, her pink face filled with deep hatred. 6 years, do you know how I have been through these 6 years? Even if Grandpa Brin comes today, he can't save you. Swish! 2 sharp eyes instantly fixed Su Ming. As a 100,000-year soul beast, they had long sensed Su Ming's existence and thought he was Xiao Wu's friend. Since he was an enemy, the Titan ape rushed over without saying a word, and his fist was like a giant hammer, trying to smash Su Ming to pieces. Bang! The right arm turned into a golden metal arm, and Su Ming's body was faintly bloody. Like a demon from the abyss, his cold eyes stared at the Titan ape. No, I still have to go back. Xiao Wu was anxious and hurriedly called out again. Ming, you can teach him a lesson, but don't hurt him. Titan ape? Azure bull python? Teach him a lesson? No harm? The Titan ape quickly slid down from the air, and looked at Xiao Wu in confusion with his golden eyes. We can just punch this kid and he will be useless, how can I teach him a lesson? Chapter 143. This guy is obviously reliable. The mist was thick, and by the lake, 3 ghostly figures were plotting something. One person had his hands on his waist. A giant ape had his legs crossed. A snake bent out of the water, with its head stretched out. Xiao Wu, why did you recognize a human as your brother? What's so good about humans? They are treacherous and can do anything. Don't be fooled by them. The voice of the azure bull python was low but loud, and his eyes were filled with hostility and rejection of humans. Humans hunt soul beasts, and they are the mortal enemies of soul beasts. Moreover, Xiao Wu's mother was hunted by humans. The azure bull python couldn't understand what Xiao Wu was thinking. I don't want to either. Knowing that Daming was worried about her, Xiao Wu shrugged helplessly, pretending to be embarrassed, and said, I have no relatives or friends in human society, I don't know what to do, like an idiot. But you don't have to worry, Grandpa is very good and kind to me, he really treats me like a granddaughter. And my brother is not bad to me, if it weren't for him, I might have been discovered by the titled Douluo. He also taught me a lot of knowledge and helped me practice. Hehe, you can't believe it, my cultivation level is already 35th level Soul Master. The proud Xiao Wu immediately released her soul ring. 2 yellow and 1 purple, it was Soul Master cultivation. This. The Azure Bull Python was stunned, Xiao Wu, how could you practice so fast? The Titan Giant Ape also opened his mouth wide, unable to believe what he saw. Although it is indeed easy for humans to practice, it is impossible for them to practice so fast. There have been many examples of soul beasts choosing to transform. Xiao Wu's mother is one of them, even though she didn't break through to Soul Master until she was 13 years old. According to their guess, Xiao Wu should have just entered Soul Master at most. What's the big deal? If it weren't for cultivating spiritual power, I would have broken through to Soul Sect long ago. Xiao Wu put her hands on her waist and raised her chin. As your eldest sister, she is so awesome. Just worship her. The sky blue bull python was stunned, an array of green light burst out from his forehead and fell on Xiao Wu. The sky blue bull python was even more shocked, and his whole body was almost pulled out of the water. This Xiao Wu, how can your spiritual power be so strong? Some 10,000-year soul beasts don't have your spiritual power. The sky blue bull python is more intelligent and knows very well what strong spiritual power means. If humans want to cultivate to the title Douluo, they must condense the soul core. And the first soul core, the simplest one, is the spiritual soul core, which uses spiritual power to decompose the soul power of various attributes to activate soul skills. The soul core of soul beasts is different from that of humans. It belongs to the bloodline and will turn into a soul ring once they die. Xiao Wu's current situation will definitely make it easy for her to condense a soul core in the future. Xiao Wu waved her hand and imitated someone else's tone. No, I'm still far from it. What's the use of such mental power? Those 2 idiots, the dark gold terror claw bear, have such strong power in their bodies, but it's useless to them. Xiao Wu pouted indignantly, looking ordinary. Don't be proud. Xiao Wu, you have to be reserved. The excitement of the Azure Bull Python stagnated. Xiao Wu, you have changed. The Titan Giant Ape also roared twice and looked at the Azure Bull Python. Xiao Wu has indeed changed. However, she is indeed more mature and stable. Deming and Ming saw Xiao Wu's changes. Although she lost some of the charm of soul beasts, she is indeed becoming more and more human. The Azure Bull Python glanced in a direction, and its huge eyeballs were filled with blue arcs. He lowered his voice and said, he knows you are a 100,000-year soul beast, so he doesn't have any bad thoughts about you. The Azure Bull Python was referring to Su Ming, who was looking for treasures around. 100,000-year, even a titled Douluo with a soul ring would go crazy, and the temptation of a 100,000-year soul bone was equally irresistible. The Azure Bull Python could not understand why Su Ming was brought here by Xiao Wu, because this was where they lived. There are only 2 explanations at present. 1. Xiao Wu was deceived. 2. Su Ming is really harmless. Knowing that Deming and Ming did not believe it, Xiao Wu had to tell the general content of what happened before. Hearing that Xiao Wu's identity was exposed before she became a sister, the 2 beasts were terrified. Hearing that Su Ming wanted to kill Xiao Wu, the 2 beasts wanted to catch Su Ming and skin him right now. But the more they listened, the more the Azure Bull Python felt that this man seemed to be not bad. Teach Xiao Wu to be a human being. Teach Xiao Wu to practice. Let her practice in human society. At least, he was really good to Xiao Wu. Of course, Xiao Wu naturally could not mention the things that she was beaten up, that would be too embarrassing for the big sister. So, in what the Azure Bull Python heard, Su Ming became Xiao Wu's good brother who cursed but was actually excellent and considerate. By the way, my brother's words are particularly harsh. No matter what he said, you pretended not to hear it. Either refuse, or you will definitely be fooled. Do you understand? You are 100,000-year-old soul beasts. He can't beat you and can't do anything to you. The tone of his voice was as stern as Xiao Wu's face. The feeling of the elder brother to grasp people's hearts is definitely a natural talent. Look at the First Academy, who was not abducted by him. Ahem, they were convinced, even Zhao Wuji is afraid of him now. I have been controlled by him now, and I can't let Deming and Ming fall into it, otherwise it will be a tragedy. So terrible? The Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python nodded like crazy, because they have seen fear in Xiao Wu's eyes. Even Xiao Wu, who is fearless, is like this, and the two of them are still self-aware. Su Ming is Xiao Wu's brother, they can't do it at will, otherwise Xiao Wu will definitely suffer if they leave the Xingda Great Forest. It is for this reason that they let Su Ming find medicinal herbs and treasures nearby. Of course, Su Ming's search for medicinal herbs and treasures is half true and half false. 300,000-year soul beasts reunited, and there were too many things to talk about. He felt that it was not appropriate for him to stay here. In the core area of the Xingda Great Forest, some medicinal herbs can be found, and it is okay to add some materials to the body next time. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, let alone fairy-grade medicinal herbs, even the 9th grade was not seen. There are some in the central area, but I guess not many. Looking at the central area inside the Wanghi Eye, it seems that the shadow of the beast is looming, and Su Ming unconsciously retracts his gaze. One of the 10 great beasts evolved into a beast by eating fairy-grade medicinal herbs. Obviously, this opportunity is rare. But it doesn't make sense that there is not a soul bone. Su Ming turned back and planned to ask the other 200,000-year soul beasts. Soul bones can be decomposed into high-level free fragments, which are quite useful to him at present. There are so many soul beasts that died in the Stardow Great Forest, it is impossible that there are no soul bones. If there are a lot of 10,000-year soul bones, maybe a 100,000-year soul bone can be found in the Stardow Great Forest. Noticing Su Ming coming back, Xiao Wu coughed quickly, "Pay attention, and act according to my eyes later." The hostility in the eyes of the Azure Bull Python has disappeared, but the eyes looking at Su Ming are still cold. "Human, thank you for taking care of Xiao Wu. She should leave the Stardow Great Forest again. You will need to worry more when the time comes. We two brothers cannot leave the Stardow Great Forest and cannot help Xiao Wu. Your kindness, Ming, and I will remember it." The Titan Giant Ape patted his chest with his right arm, indicating that I am the same. Su Ming waved his hand indifferently. Not to mention the relationship with Xiao Wu, the two beasts would not give him the 100,000-year soul ring soul bone he needed. So, they basically could not meet their needs. But just when Su Ming was about to open his mouth, he saw Xiao Wu clasping her hands together and praying to him. "Is my speech so annoying?" Su Ming's face darkened, and he said calmly. "Forget the favor. Xiao Wu is my sister. Helping her is also helping myself. There is no need to raise it to that level. Besides, you can only stay in the Stardow Great Forest. I came to the Stardow Great Forest for either spirit rings or spirit bones. I believe you can't help. Deming and Ming. We can't kill you, but you still want us to help?" The Titan Giant Ape was so angry that his breath was as heavy as cooking smoke and twisted his arms. The Sky Blue Bull Python's eyes flashed with a cold color and shouted. "Human, we will never hunt spirit beasts for you. You'd better give up this idea. I can stand here and talk because of Xiao Wu. I hope you can take care of yourself." Su Ming shrugged. He didn't have this idea at all. Now is not the time to ask about spirit bones. Forget it, let's continue reminiscing. "Brother." Su Ming was about to practice, but was stopped by Xiao Wu. "What's the matter?" Su Ming landed on his heels and looked at her expressionlessly. "How about I treat you to dinner later?" The big watery eyes were full of expectation, and Xiao Wu's trembling eyelashes seemed a little nervous. "Yes." Su Ming did not refuse, nodded, and then flew into the air and landed on the duckweed on one side of the lake. Xiao Wu pursed her lips excitedly and walked on the lake to the wooden house not far away. The dancing figure was like a beautiful butterfly, which made Deming and Ming lose their minds for a while. Xiao Wu is becoming more and more like her mother. The faint voice was a little bit sarcastic, and the Azure Bull Python sank into the lake. The Titan Giant Ape did not leave, and kept guarding the wooden house. Boom! In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color in the area within a few miles. A huge tornado formed above the lake. The river surged, and a lotus flower bloomed. The water lotus lifted Su Ming up and left the lake. Countless energies poured into Su Ming's body from here. The sea of soul power dripped emerald green, and a corner was swayed in the gold. Looking at the noise made by Su Ming's practice, the Titan Giant Ape was stunned. In the central area, several fierce eyes swept across, frightening the Titan Giant Ape's body. This human. At the bottom of the lake, the azure bull python's huge head stared at Su Ming, and the green eyes were gradually replaced by black. Darkness engulfed. Xiao Wu hadn't been back to the Xingde Great Forest for 6 years, and she would not leave in the short term. It just so happened that the life force here was extremely majestic, and it was also suitable for Su Ming to cultivate his soul power. Time flew by. Daytime turned into night. Cooking smoke was replaced by bonfires. Changed. Xiao Wu really changed. Looking at Xiao Wu leaning against Su Ming's back, sleeping peacefully like a human lady, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python could not believe that this was still the mischievous Xiao Wu they knew before. Moreover, Xiao Wu could actually cook. Cooking. De Ming and Er Ming were almost frightened out of their soul rings, which floated above their heads. After sending Xiao Wu back to the cabin, Su Ming left the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python to talk. Do you know what I want to talk to you two about? Su Ming asked in a big brother tone. He and they were related at this level, and although they would never admit it, Xiao Wu couldn't get around it. If you have something to say, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. The azure bull python exhaled a long stream of air from its nostrils, and his tone and eyes were very gentle. After several hours of observation, he had some understanding of Su Ming. Xiao Wu trusted and was very close to him, and had been suppressed by him. Su Ming didn't like nonsense. Act spontaneously and naturally. Humans who don't speak flowery words always make soul beasts feel more at ease. Su Ming stuffed a large bundle of firewood into the campfire and said, I came here because I was curious, so I came here to take a look. Second, I sent Xiao Wu back. Third, I built an academy and currently need a defensive soul master. Su Ming looked at the Titan ape and said bluntly. The Titan ape's attack and defense are beyond doubt. If it can transform, it will definitely be a powerful soul master. As for cultivation, I have a way to improve it. It should be no problem for him to participate in the soul master competition at that time. Wow! The water splashed up into the sky, like a thunderball bursting. The sky blue bull python's eyes were ferocious. In order not to disturb Xiao Wu, he fixed all the water drops. The water drops fell slowly, and the excited voice of the sky blue bull python sounded in the rain. Human, do you know what it means for a soul beast to transform? Once you choose to transform, 100,000 years of cultivation will be burned, and you can only be slaughtered at that time. Er Ming is my brother, I will never allow it to transform. Don't tell Xiao Wu about this, otherwise don't blame me for driving you out of the Xingde Great Forest. The lantern-sized eyes stared at Su Ming, and anger turned into murderous intent. When the Titan ape mentioned the transformation, it was so scared that its eyes were erratic and it could not find its vision at all. Yes, as the king of the forest, it was also afraid. The two beasts couldn't help but think of Xiao Wu's explanation. Sure enough, this person's words were not credible and must be rejected. Su Ming was not angry and continued to roast the eagle. I don't know who he was talking to, only the voice was ringing, but Su Ming's mouth was not seen moving. If 100,000-year soul beast wants to continue to practice, there are two ways, either to experience the heavenly tribulation, or to transform into a human to practice. Not to mention how many times you can experience the heavenly tribulation, I can tell you clearly that soul beasts cannot practice to become gods by themselves. Boom! As soon as these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue in Daming and Erming's minds. Soul beasts cannot become gods? How is this possible? Daming and Erming's heads were buzzing, and they couldn't believe all this. What do you have to rely on? It was not the azure bull python that spoke, but the Titan giant ape that never spoke. The Titan giant ape's voice was very ignorant, buzzing, and the fat boy, who was about 8 or 9 years old, had a childish voice like a banana leaf in the rain, trembling constantly. A look of surprise flashed in the azure bull python's eyes. The Titan giant ape kept staring at Su Ming, forgetting everything. Took the bait. Looking at the Titan giant ape, Su Ming said earnestly. Erming, look at your current wisdom. Not to mention that you can't compare to Daming, even a 5 or 6-year-old human child is smarter than you. God is the endpoint of a soul master, and the foundation required can be imagined. Except for the dragon race, you have only gained wisdom after 10,000 years. You are ignorant and have never actively absorbed the innate energy after birth. From then on, you soul beasts have no chance to become gods. If you cannot understand the way the world works, even if you work hard to practice, it will only be a dream and you will never get over it. Silence. Death silence. Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python were trembling with fear. Sure enough, Sister Xiaowu's words were not to be trusted. This person is obviously reliable. Xiaowu. You two fence-sitters. Chapter 144 A Chance Encounter in the Stardo Great Forest. Soul beasts cannot become gods. One is because of the position of the gods. The other is because of the soul beasts themselves. The saying that the god realm deliberately restricts them cannot be said to be completely correct or completely incorrect. After all, the god of emotions has responded to this question. Only Su Ming can explore the specific situation. However, Su Ming did not lie about one thing, that is, soul beasts can never become gods by practicing on their own in Douluo 1. With the talents of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, even if the azure bull python contains dragon blood, they can never practice to become gods. They may not even be able to survive the 400,000 year catastrophe. Existences like the deep-sea demon whale king cannot break this law. Instead of waiting to die in the Stardo Great Forest, it is better to fight for an opportunity by yourself. Seeing that De Ming and Er Ming were still hesitant, Su Ming said. Perhaps you can indeed live hundreds of thousands of years longer if you don't transform into humans. You are afraid of death, but you are waiting for death step by step. At least in this regard, Xiaowu is indeed braver than you. Xiaowu, she is a girl. Su Ming's words almost slapped them in the face. Roar. The roar exploded in the Stardo Great Forest, like a meteorite impact. After venting, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python lowered their heads together, embarrassed to look at Su Ming's eyes. Indeed, as soul beasts of 100,000 years, they are afraid of transforming. The blue-silver emperor did not return to the Stardo Great Forest, and Xiaowu's mother was also hunted by humans after transforming. The transformation of soul beasts seemed to be a huge curse lingering in their hearts. They really don't have the courage of Xiaowu. Well, it's not impossible to help us after you cultivate into gods. The Titan giant ape sat on the ground, touching the tips of his 2 index fingers. If it hadn't been for the sound, Su Ming would have thought that some coward was farting. We become gods, and then help you? Good fellow, you have predicted the plot of the original novel, right? You are such a coward. Su Ming kicked the Titan ape unhappily, and saw that he was rooted and couldn't be kicked, which made him even more angry. You are the king of the forest, but you are quite thoughtful. Why don't you say that I will pass the throne to you after I become a god, then you will be so comfortable. Spittle flew on his face, and the Titan ape was ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but he thought it was not impossible. However, the Titan ape didn't dare to say this in front of the furious Su Ming. Even the azure bull python was helpless against this guy inside. Er Ming, we soul beasts have to walk our own path. If we really rely on humans, you will never become a god. But the risk of transformation is indeed very high. Starting all over again, we have to avoid human title Douluo level masters. The difficulty is no less than surviving the heavenly tribulation. Su Ming, you are right. In fact, soul beasts are similar to humans. The longer they live, the more afraid they are of death, especially when they can't let go of the power and status they once had. The ashamed face gradually returned to calm, and the azure bull python looked at Su Ming quietly. He admitted that what Su Ming said was indeed right, but he was still reluctant to transform into a human. If they really wanted to transform, they would really transform. It is impossible for Xiaowu to go to human society alone. Sensing the determination of the azure bull python, Su Ming understood and pointed out. It's not that you don't want to transform. In addition to worrying about the risks, on the one hand, you are afraid that if Xiaowu is in danger, you are not strong enough to save her. On the other hand, you can't let go of Er Ming. Although he is the king of the forest, he is not a qualified king of the forest. So, you are the strongest, even if Xiaowu and the Titan giant ape transform, you can't do it, right? Hearing this, the azure bull python lowered his head in silence, and his eyes showed a complex look when his soft spot was touched. Xiaowu is a girl, and Er Ming is ignorant. Rather than saying that Xiaowu is the eldest sister, it is better to say that he is the eldest brother in charge. If they transform and leave together, then the 3 of them will have no strength. What should they do when facing the siege of soul masters? Even Su Ming and his friends can't beat them. Put your fate completely on others? He can't do it. Even in the Xingda Great Forest, they could get some news from the outside world. Once they heard the news that the 100,000-year soul beast was hunted, they could rush out of the Xingda Great Forest to save Xiaowu and take revenge. 3 transformations, a total annihilation. Looking at the azure bull python, even if the titan giant ape didn't understand, he knew at this moment that what Su Ming said was true. De Ming was unwilling to transform for him and Xiaowu. Boom! The titan giant ape felt a pain in his heart and stood up his huge body. He looked at the azure bull python with hesitation, not knowing what to say. The atmosphere was a little lonely, not knowing whether it was cold or warm. After a long while, the azure bull python broke the silence and said, Ming, if you want to transform, go to human society with Xiaowu. I will watch over the Xingda Great Forest for you. If you encounter danger, you can escape back to the Xingda Great Forest at any time. Wow! After saying that, the azure bull python plunged into the lake. The lake water could block the vision, and the coolness could also block the emotions. Roar! The titan giant ape stopped at the riverside. In its eyes, the lake water was hotter than magma, and he dared not touch it. I haven't finished speaking yet, why are you running? One by one, what kind of impatience? Su Ming was speechless and came to the lake. I actually have a way to let you hide your identity and enter human society without exposing your identity. Your worries are basically unnecessary. The huge bullhead emerged from the water in the next second. What did you say? The azure bull python's voice trembled with excitement. Hide your identity and enter human society? The titan giant ape also knew that this was a good thing, so he chose to squat and stand far away from Su Ming. You have 2 choices. The first is to completely transform and practice again. The second is that you transform into human form and enter human society. I can also hide your identity for you. In this way, you can also stay with Xiaowu. Accompany Xiaowu. The titan giant ape was so excited that he pushed Su Ming. He was about to speak when he heard a splash, as if someone fell into the lake. Ding dong dong! Ding dong dong! The water flowed down the hem of his clothes and splashed into the lake. Su Ming floated up from the water with a dark face. Under his wet hair, his eyes looked at the titan ape coldly. Get lost! I regret taking this guy away now. The titan ape scratched his head awkwardly and looked at the sky embarrassedly. The moon tonight is so beautiful, 1, 2, 3 no, it's stars. Ahem. The azure bull python smiled awkwardly, Ming didn't mean it. I apologize to you on his behalf. Don't mind it. Let's talk about hiding our identities. According to what you said, how can we hide our identities and enter human society? De Ming felt like there were ants crawling in his heart. If they could enter human society without being discovered, why would they stay in this Douluo Great Forest and let Xiaowu take risks alone outside? After all, they have more than just a brotherly relationship with Xiaowu. The cost of transforming into a human is relatively small. You need to get me 2 soul bones, or a top-grade medicinal herb. I can hide it for you. As for transforming into a human form, your cultivation seems to be not up to the task. You need a 100,000-year soul bone, and 2 soul bones. Seeing them staring at him with strange faces, Su Ming's face condensed and he said quickly. Don't think I'm greedy for soul bones. This is the price you must pay. Have you seen the means of hiding the identity of a 100,000-year soul beast? It's just a 10,000-year soul bone. I won't install it on myself to weaken my potential. After these words came out, the sky blue bull python was somewhat transparent and chose to believe it. It was indeed as Su Ming said, the soul bone on his body was very good. The 100,000-year dark gold terror claw bear right arm soul bone, the residual energy also made him feel palpitations for a moment. If the terror claw bear was alive, he couldn't beat him. Su Ming could get the 100,000-year soul bone. Maybe there was really a way. Thinking of being able to accompany Xiaowu to the human society, the azure bull python plunged into the lake. The next second, he rushed out again. The water fell with a gurgling sound, and 3 crystal-like soul bones were spit out from the azure bull python's mouth. It turned out to be at the bottom of the lake. Su Ming suddenly realized that the Douluo Great Forest had been in existence for so long, and the 10,000-year soul beasts had killed so many souls, it was impossible that there would be no soul bones left. Especially the soul beasts hunted by the evil demon tiger, they died so miserably, and they didn't drop soul bones? Ming couldn't hide the soul bones for Ming, after all, soul bones are rare. See if these 3 soul bones are enough. The azure bull python stared at Ming with his eyes fixed, his heart in his throat. There was no attachment to the 3 soul bones he had taken out, and he was even a little eager to move. If it really didn't work, he and Ming would go to the dark evil god tiger to fight to the death. Anyway, keeping it would also harm the Star Do Great Forest, and that guy should be able to drop good soul bones. Ming reached out to check the age of the soul bone, about 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 30,000 years. 40,000 high-level free fragments can only hide the identity of the soul beast after transformation like Xiao Wu. A transformation pill that can transform into a human form like a fierce beast already requires more than 30,000 high-level fragments, not to mention the need to hide their soul beast identity. The landlord has no surplus food. After paying 10,000 for Xiao Wu, Ming is not willing to pay for free fragments himself. He only has 10,000 now. Hearing that 3 soul bones are only enough for them to transform into human form and practice again, Ming and Ming are silent. I will stay here for a few days, you guys take your time to think about it. It's better to think clearly whether to transform and rebuild, or to transform into a human form. This is not a joke. Of course, my opinion is that Ming will transform and rebuild, and Ming you transform into a human form. At least 1 soul bone is needed, you guys figure it out. Shua. After speaking, Ming took a step and disappeared. The Titan giant ape and the azure bull python looked at each other. The reflection on the lake surface, the 2 beasts finally got together. The sound of discussion was faintly heard in the forest. The Titan giant ape seemed very angry, but in the end the voice was lowered. The gorgeous sunlight, like a rainbow, sprinkled on the tents and clothes in the camp. By the lakeside, Tang San and Zhu Zuking's figures flew and moved. The 2 were like shadows, and they attacked the dark gold terror claw bear at an amazing speed. Hualala! Zhao Wuji was possessed by the powerful King Kong bear, and his left hand slapped the lake water, like a fan, stirring up large waves, and kept rushing towards Ning Rongrong and Yelingling. Go! Xiao Xin was not idle either, holding a pressure water gun, squeezing soul power nearby, aiming at the faces of Yelingling and Ning Rongrong. The 2 women's clothes were soaked, their hair was like seaweed lying on their faces, and even their vision was blocked. They kept dodging, looking for the right time to assist Tang San and Zhu Zuking, completely disregarding their image. This was a deliberate training for Yelingling and Ning Rongrong, 2 auxiliary soul masters. To protect themselves and assist other soul masters, auxiliary soul masters need not only eyes, but also hearing, smell and mental power. Obviously, no matter their lightness or mental power, they could not fully perceive the battle in such an embarrassing situation. All right. Zhao Wuji shouted to stop the battle, and the dark gold bear also distanced itself from Tang San and the others. Yelingling and Ning Rongrong quickly pulled their hair apart. Looking at the shocking wounds on Tang San and Zhu Zuking, the 2 girls pursed their pink lips, feeling extremely depressed, not knowing what to say. This injury is nothing, Sister Lingling, don't think too much. Zhu Zuking forced a refreshing smile, her thigh seemed to be cut by something, and blood kept gushing out. Zhu Qing is right, fighting with the dark gold terror claw bear is indeed very interesting. It's worth getting hurt, and besides ugh. The smile froze, Tang San suddenly vomited blood, his chest collapsed slightly, probably his ribs were broken. But even though the 2 were seriously injured, their smiles were still sincere, their dark pupils sparkled, and they didn't mean to blame them. They are a team. They practiced the timing of cooperation in order to improve their overall strength. They cooperated in the opposite direction, and their own battle rhythm was interrupted by the broken, which was also a kind of tacit practice. It's not that auxiliary spirit masters simply grasp the timing, and combat spirit masters also need to follow the mind of amplification and assistance. The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. Auxiliary soul masters are in charge of the division, and small-scale command is a good choice. It's just that now, it's a bit messed up. Flying out of the lake, Zhao Wuji didn't say much. His emotions were here, and it was useless for him to say more. If you don't want your partners to get hurt, you should work hard. Just when Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin were about to leave. Who? Zhao Wuji suddenly shuddered and instantly slapped the bushes beside him. Wuji, it's me. Seeing that he couldn't hide, Flanders reminded him and walked out helplessly. Behind him, there were still a few people. Li Yuzong, Yu Xiaogang, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar. F. Flanders. Zhao Wuji withdrew his palm in surprise, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became subtle. Dai Mubai and the other two looked at Ning Rongrong and the others, feeling sad and stuck in their throats, as if they were a century away. Not speaking, a slight smile is the best way to greet. Zhu Zuqing and the others tacitly did not speak. Tang San did not look over there, the relationship was over, only Bing Xin was concerned. Yu Xiaogang looked indifferent, glanced at the dark gold terror claw bear and the others around, and his gloomy face became even colder. Dean Flanders, why did you come to the Stardo Great Forest? Xiao Xin was the first to speak. He had only known Flanders for a short time, and he was fooled, so he had nothing to be embarrassed about betraying. Fatty is level 30. Su Ming was not there, and Flanders replied lazily. Oh. Yet. Good luck to you. The conversation was about to be awkward. Chapter 145 Ming, remember you, Tang San. In the shadows, several figures walked slowly. Boss Dai, I didn't expect Tang San and his friends to use dark gold terror claw bears for training. If we meet them in the future, can we beat them? Ma Hongjun looked embarrassed, and he didn't have the joy of hunting soul beasts at all. Ignorance is sometimes good. After finally catching up with 2.0, others suddenly started 3.0 version. It was a surprise, but now it's completely frightening. Don't talk about the future, we can't beat them now. Dai Mubai replied dejectedly, then patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder excitedly and said. But it's different now. You have successfully forged your body and your strength has been greatly improved. When the time comes, the three of us will succeed in forging our bodies. With our martial spirits, we may not lose in the future. After all, the later the soul master is, the more he pays attention to the quality of martial spirits. Tang San and his martial spirits are inferior to ours. Ma Hongjun finally smiled a little. But Oscar's face still didn't get better. He had a full beard and had returned to his original sloppy appearance. He said in a mature tone. Why the opponent? It would be great if Su Ming and Tang San were still in our academy. A nearly perfect team would definitely shock the continent. Oscar regretted running to hunt soul beasts without stopping. If he was in the academy, maybe he could change something. Wrong is gone, and the comparison target is gone. Teacher Xiao Xin is gone, and the role model for progress is gone. Tang San is gone, and the most serious friend is gone. Oscar is a little confused and decadent, like duckweed on the sea, arbitrary, and without his own opinion. What a pot is not open. Noticing that Yu Xiaogang and Flanders turned their heads, Dai Mubai hurriedly poked with his elbow Oscar. Oscar woke up instantly and shut his mouth tightly. In Shrek Academy, these names are already taboos. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Ma Hongjun hurriedly said. We are now strangers to them. Sooner or later, we will have a confrontation. Now we can also temper our bodies. Sooner or later, we will be able to defeat them openly and carry forward Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai laughed and said a few nice words. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang and Flanders looked better, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Where Flanders and the others could not see, Dai Mubai and the other two's faces froze instantly. The words sounded nice, but they had no confidence in the face of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yes, they had already obtained the method of tempering the body from Tang San. Maybe they had some confidence before, but after what happened just now, they had realized that the distance between the two sides would become larger and larger. Lofty ambitions are just to comfort themselves and others, and not to let a group of people lose their fighting spirit. Everything was silent, with only the creaking sound of footsteps on dead leaves. Surprisingly, there were no 10,000-year-old soul beasts within a radius of dozens of miles, and all soul beasts were dormant. The four of them walked slowly in the woods. Brother, how about you carry me for a while? You haven't carried me for a few years, and I feel like you treat Zuqing better than me, Xiao Wu was angry and surrounded Su Ming, walking sideways like a crab, seeking justice for herself. You still need to be carried when you are so old, isn't it embarrassing for others to see you? Then, you didn't carry me much when I was a child. Angry. When you were a child. I don't even know how old you were when I met you. Then you should call me aunt. Swish. The frustrated Xiao Wu used the same move again, and rushed towards Su Ming's back, intending to force himself on him. But when he fell, Su Ming had already come several meters away. When Xiao Wu landed on her toes, her face darkened immediately. "Xiao Wu, if you are tired, how about I carry you?" A gentle voice sounded. At that time, he was a boy of about 12 years old, and his face was full of expectations. His black hair stood upright, and his right arm was exposed by his slanted chest, which was sturdy and strong. At such a young age, his muscles were not inferior to those of an adult power-type soul master, especially his arms, which were even more sturdy and violent. Although the boy's skin was a little dark, he looked good, with golden crystal eyes, a face as sharp as a knife, sharp edges and corners, and full of hardness, unlike Su Ming who was half soft and half hard. Beside the boy, there was also a 1.9 meter tall adult man, with long green hair like a waterfall draped behind his head, handsome and unrestrained. What was surprising was that his eyes were also green, revealing a deep and calm color. Xiao Wu said indignantly, "Who said I was tired? I can run hundreds of miles now. Then why did you ask Su Ming to carry you?" Ming scratched his head in confusion, not understanding it. "I asked my brother to carry me." "You are my brother, not my brother." With a cold snort, Xiao Wu immediately caught up. Ming's heart suddenly fell, and his whole face was unhappy. De Ming shook his head helplessly. Ming, you are really stupid. It's not without reason that the transformed soul beasts like humans. Humans do have the calm temperament of a leader." Looking at the two figures in front of him, De Ming couldn't help but reveal envy in his calm eyes. Looking down at the disappointed Ming, De Ming patted his shoulder and reminded him. "Ming, you are only at level 18 in spirit power after you turned into a human for more than 10 years. You need to practice diligently. Xiaowu is already level 35, there is a huge gap of 17 levels between you. 12-year-old with level 18 spirit power, even in human society, is considered a medium talent. Entering human society and facing human genius spirit masters, you may be looked down upon." "What? Looked down upon by humans?" Upon hearing this, Ming instantly got angry, his golden pupils were ferocious, and he said angrily. "If they dare to laugh at me, I will smash them all to death with one punch. A mere human dares to provoke me, you are simply courting death." Yes, the two people in human form at this moment are the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python of the Stardo Great Forest. In order to turn into human form and go to human society with Xiaowu, they found a top-grade medicinal herb in the Stardo Great Forest for Su Ming. The two thought about it and decided that Su Ming's proposal was the best choice. When a soul beast transforms, its essence, blood and energy are consumed greatly. Su Ming used the perfect level spirit gathering technique to gather some of the energy scattered between heaven and earth in the final stage of his transformation to nourish this human body. Unfortunately, the Titan Giant Ape is too stupid. If he knew the breathing technique, his soul power at this moment would definitely not be only level 18. As for De Ming, he is strong, and if he transforms into a human form, the First Academy will have one more strong man to guard him. But even if he transforms and recultivates, Ming's personality still looks irritable, which is completely unrelated to not showing emotions on his face. Even more wild than Xiaowu when she was a child. Swish! Before the arrogant head fell, a violent slap bang exploded on Ming's head. Hiss! He took a deep breath, and even Ming, who had a head of copper and iron, could not withstand the force, and he rubbed his head in pain. He looked up and peeked, not at all like the king of the forest, more like a bullied child, with a watery look of grievance, which would break at the slightest touch. Knowing that Ming was thick-skinned, Xiaowu did not show any fear. Instead of sympathizing, he scolded her. Ming, you forgot what my brother said again, didn't you? You are a human now, you can't treat yourself as a soul beast anymore. If you say something wrong and expose us, a group of people will be buried with us. Even if you see humans hunting soul beasts, you have to hold back. Do you understand? Xiaowu twisted her eyebrows, exuding coldness and ferocity, and she was completely different from before. I know. The Titan Giant Ape lowered his head in fear. In front of Xiaowu like this, he had no choice but to be honest. Knowing that Ming was the king of the forest of Xingda Great Forest, he had always been wandering around the core area to protect soul beasts, and De Ming couldn't bear to scold him. But what Xiaowu said was not unreasonable. With Ming's temperament, it is hard to say when he will make a mistake and expose his soul beast identity, which will bring disaster. Daming said earnestly. Erming, Xiaowu is right. You need to learn to hide your soul beast identity when you enter human society. Once you are exposed, humans will spare no effort to hunt you down. Even if we escape back to the Stardo Great Forest, the pursuers will continue to hunt you down and never get tired of it. You don't want Xiaowu and I to fall into a very dangerous situation to save you, right? Boom. Erming nodded heavily, and the 3 words I remember were deeply engraved on his bones. Daming nodded with satisfaction and said, Don't worry, we will definitely settle the account of humans hunting soul beasts in the future. It's not that we don't care about them. The stronger we are, the more soul beasts we can protect from being bullied. Do you understand? Erming nodded like pounding garlic. Don't worry, Daming. For Xiaowu, I will never be exposed. Sooner or later, I will beat those shitty soul masters who hunt soul beasts to pieces. Daming. Yihu didn't say a word. Su Ming heard the conversation between Daming and Erming, but he just shook his head slightly and ignored it. Soul beasts taking revenge on humans, and humans hunting soul beasts, is a dead end. To solve this dead end, he can only rely on him within 10,000 years. With a faint smile, Su Ming quickened his pace, thinking that he finally got 7 people together. Erming's numerical improvement is definitely the most terrifying one. He also wanted to see the horror of the Titan giant ape martial spirit, but it was a pity that it was not the right time. 2 hours later, Su Ming led Xiaowu and the others back to the camp. Zhao Wuji was soaking in the water, leading Tang San and the others to practice. As a teacher, Zhao Wuji was very qualified. No one would ask such a stupid question to the dean of the academy about where Su Ming went, not to mention Zhu Zuqing and Ye Lingling's temperament. But everyone was full of curiosity about Daming and Erming. Su Ming, who are they? Feeling the amazing energy from Daming, Zhao Wuji's heart trembled, and he rushed out of the water to show his respect. But the next second, he immediately set his sights on Erming. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Zhao Wuji felt that all the cells in his body were cheering. As a power-type soul saint, the feeling of the powerful King Kong bear will not lie. He felt the fluctuation of absolute power from Erming. Even, this pure original power fluctuation was above him. There is only one possibility, this guy's martial soul is stronger than the powerful King Kong bear. No, it's stronger than that old immortal powerful gorilla. With a light cough, Zhao Wuji wiped off the water stains on his body. With a straight back and a dignified demeanor, he said to Erming. This little brother, are you willing to worship me as your master? Erming? Poof. Su Ming couldn't help coughing. He admitted that he was shocked. Old Zhao, you know how to offend the strong. Erming bared his teeth, furious. If he was still a 100,000-year-old Titan ape, he would have bitten the human ant to death. Old Zhao! Get lost, don't touch me! Zhao Wuji pressed Su Ming's hand, his fiery eyes wishing he could embed them in Erming. This body! This muscle! This look! Slurp! Su Ming! This is Daming and Erming, Xiaowu's distant cousins. Everyone knows the situation in the clan, so their age difference is a bit big. Erming's martial spirit has a very strong defense, and he will be a member of this team in the future. Xiaowu, you take them to get familiar with this place, you are an old man, you should know what to do. Giving Xiaowu a meaningful look, Su Ming dragged Zhao Wuji's belt from behind. Su Ming, let me go, what are you doing? Zhao Wuji's neck was red with anxiety, what are you doing, don't you see my business? Su Ming was indifferent, dragging Zhao Wuji away like a corpse, leaving 2 chaotic scratches on the ground with his heels. I tell you, Erming is a good seedling, he is born to be my apprentice. Hey, don't think that I dare not fight you just because you are the dean. Damn, are you deaf? Seeing that Su Ming was unmoved, Zhao Wuji was filled with grief and anger, and had to wave at Erming quickly, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Disciple, wait for the teacher to come back, don't run around, wait. Wait. The simple 2 words extended all the way to the depths of the dense forest, and disappeared from everyone's ears after half a minute. Teacher Zhao is really crazy. Xiaowu, how did you happen to be in Xingda Great Forest? Lin met your distant relatives. The words were directed at Xiaowu, but Tang San's eyes were always fixed on Daming. The other party was very strong, stronger than Teacher Zhao. Xiaowu was proud and said. You don't know, Ming's martial soul has some origins with the 100,000-year-old soul beast Titan Giant Ape in the Stardo Great Forest. His martial soul is the Titan Giant Ape, but the martial soul is not inherited, but he accidentally ate something, causing the martial soul to mutate and be born with defects. Now he has only cultivated to the 18th level of soul power. If you can hunt down a Titan Giant Ape that is more than 10,000 years old and absorb it as a soul ring, you can make up for the defects. At that time, there will be almost no rivals in the same level. Hiss! Titan Giant Ape. Including Tang San, everyone's eyes widened. They looked at Ming in disbelief, and even a little envious. Titan Giant Ape martial spirit, a nearly legendary martial spirit, is unique. No wonder teacher Zhao wanted to recruit a disciple so madly just now, so that's why. Titan Giant Apes are rarely seen in the Xingda Great Forest, and there are fewer than the number of dark gold terror claw bears. The Xingda Great Forest is so big, no wonder they all have the smell of the primeval forest. It is estimated that they have been searching for many years. With Xiao Wu's explanation, everyone did not doubt too much. After all, no matter how they thought, they would not guess that Ming was a 100,000-year soul beast. No one was not welcome to Ming's joining. What does it matter if the soul power is the lowest? The 4 words Titan Giant Ape are enough to make up for everything. And Ming looks honest and simple, and very easy to get along with. Tang San extended a friendly hand and said, Ming, welcome to join. Don't worry, when we become stronger in the future, if we encounter a 10,000-year-old Titan Giant Ape, we will definitely help you kill one together. Click. Click. Ming grits his teeth. Seeing that the situation is not right, Xiao Wu's eyes changed slightly, pinching Ming's arm and turning it 180 degrees, angrily said. I told you to eat less sweets, now you know your tooth hurts. Ming. Deming. Chapter 146 Hunting 10,000 Years Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. I say Su Ming, why did you bring me out for no reason? You don't know how perverted Ming's martial soul is. My mighty King Kong bear is already a top beast martial soul, but it's a little eager in front of him. I dare say that the quality of his martial soul is definitely above that of the mighty King Kong bear. Hey, did you hear what I said? Although he sighed and complained, Zhao Wuji was not slow and followed Su Ming closely. With their robes fluttering, the two of them shuttled through the Xingda Great Forest like meteors. Click. After a while, Zhao Wuji was shocked and quickly clamped Su Ming's shoulders to stop him. Su Ming, you don't want to rush into the central area, do you? Looking at the gloomy forest in the distance, Zhao Wuji sweated coldly from his forehead, feeling that Su Ming was absolutely crazy. The core area is already extremely dangerous, and the central area is even more dangerous where even titled Douluo dare not rush in. It can be said to be a dangerous place where one is 9 deaths and 1 life. A soul saint and a soul lord? Zhao Wuji's heart trembled violently, and he was very reluctant. If he didn't explain it clearly, he would never go in, and he would never choose that place even if he wanted to die. If you don't want to go, just go back. Anyway, it's probably a burden to take you with you. He shook his head with a sarcastic tone, and Su Ming slid away to move forward. Zhao Wuji cursed in his heart, and finally rushed to the central area without hesitation. If I am not afraid of soul lords, I am afraid of nothing. Thinking back then, when I was a soul emperor, I fought my way out from under the hands of 12 soul emperors, and I could even fight soul saints above my level, but I am still afraid of these. Zhao Wuji caught up with Su Ming and said sternly, tell me the truth, what are you going to do, so that I can be mentally prepared? Kill a 10,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear. Simple and direct, Su Ming looked ahead, his eyes shining with golden light, and there was no joke at all. Swish! Heart bursting, Zhao Wuji slammed on the brakes. There was no time to lose. Zhao Wuji, who fell to the ground, dug his hands back into the ground, and rolled and crawled back to the original path. Su Ming, I remembered that I still have something to take. Wait for me. I only heard the voice, but I didn't see the person. This probably refers to Zhao Wuji at the moment. Running wildly in the forest, Zhao Wuji wished he had an extra leg. Oh my goodness! Hunting the 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw? You might as well let me hunt the 10,000-year-old Titan Giant Ape, that would be easier. The 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear is as powerful as a titled Douluo, and even an ordinary titled Douluo may not be able to kill it. And in the central area, if you provoke a more powerful soul beast, you will definitely die without a burial place. I won't do this job even if I kill myself. So Ming was not angry when Zhao Wuji ran away. He held his hands and tapped his arms with his fingers, as if he was counting the time. After a while, a figure turned back. The cicadas were crying sadly, and it was late at the pavilion. The man was still in the grass, and the sad air had already come over. Zhao Wuji was like frost, and said weakly, "It's impossible for the two of us to beat the 10,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear, otherwise you should ask the worshipper to do it. Besides, even if the hunt is successful, with your current cultivation, you probably can't absorb it, so why bother?" Zhao Wuji walked out of the darkness, and it was hard to imagine that the word well-behaved would appear on his face. "If you ask me, we can just find an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. I just sensed a powerful King Kong bear. How about we kill him?" 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds later, Zhao Wuji's sincere eyes gradually softened, and he wanted to slap himself. Damn it, when did the 10,000-year-old powerful King Kong bear become an ordinary soul beast? But compared with the dark gold fear claw bear, it is indeed an ordinary soul beast. Just a joke, I, Zhao Wuji, have an ordinary martial soul, the powerful King Kong bear. Swish. Seeing that Su Ming didn't listen to a word and ran away, Zhao Wuji had a splitting headache and hurried to chase him. The two rushed through the core area and stepped into the central area. Just a few minutes after stepping in, Su Ming's mind returned to the figures of several 10,000-year soul beasts. If they didn't have their own territories, the 10,000-year soul beasts here would definitely be infested. Zhao Wuji was cautious and didn't dare to make any noise. He followed Su Ming carefully and even kept his mouth tightly shut. After a while the soul beasts in the perception gradually disappeared, and it seemed that there were no other soul beasts around. This means that the dark gold terror claw bear is not far away. The dark gold terror claw bear does not have the habit of other soul beasts to recruit younger brothers. It is alone. There will definitely be no other powerful soul beasts in its territory. 100-meter-high mountains are sandwiched between them, towering. It is like the door of purgatory, blocking the two of them. The legs are rooted, and the two do not continue to move forward. Su Ming has sensed that there is a great terror ahead. The news that there is a 10,000-year-old dark gold bear here was revealed by Ming, and it seems to be correct. Su Ming turned his head to look at the frightened Zhao Wuji and said, "If it is feasible, we will work together to kill that guy in the shortest time. If the sneak attack fails, you will take the opportunity to attract the attention of the dark gold terror claw bear from a distance. This time you don't need to fight, just cover my retreat." Swish! The soaring bird was pulled down. Su Ming's legs sank into the mud, and Zhao Wuji held him down tightly, his eyes wide open. "Let me cover you, and you attack. Do you know that you are no match for the dark gold terror claw bear? You are courting death." In extreme anger, Zhao Wuji's face turned black. He had no intention of fighting the dark gold terror claw bear himself, let alone letting Su Ming fight. As the dean of the academy, Su Ming must not make any mistakes. Covering the retreat? Yes. But the worshipper must go. That bastard didn't work from head to toe, how could he just sit there and eat for nothing? Su Ming didn't explain or refute, and suddenly a light appeared under his feet. 2 purple and 1 black, 3 soul rings lit up. But strangely, there was no energy fluctuation. If it weren't for the dazzling light, Zhao Wuji wouldn't even notice that Su Ming used martial soul. 10,000-year soul ring. Zhao Wuji's brain was confused, and he looked at Su Ming's arm again. This knife, it seems like. Boom! A thunderbolt rumbled from the blue sky. Yu. Zhao Wuji suddenly became incoherent, and his gums trembled uncontrollably. Kill. Su Ming is kill. Defeat the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul King. The creator of the unprecedented 100 consecutive victories in the Duhun arena. The young generation of Douluo continent, the first demon. Zhao Wuji recovered after a long time, and a painful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Ming, you have kept it from us so hard. Who would have thought that the person who caused the entire Soto city to be shaken and the spirit hall offered a bounty at all costs was right in front of him? Yes. From the beginning to the end, Su Ming had never revealed his spirit. Even though he knew that Su Ming's spirit was a knife, Zhao Wuji didn't think about it at all. especially when Su Ming was practicing swordsmanship in the academy. 1,000 words of swear words omitted here. There was no time to explain these. Su Ming said seriously, remember to act according to the plan just now. If I can't kill him by sneak attack, or can't seriously injure him, we will retreat immediately and don't linger. Are you sure it's okay? Zhao Wuji was still worried and stared at him. Or you go. Silence is golden. Zhao Wuji dared not waste the money of the academy. Swish. The 1,000-year soul ring moved rhythmically and flashed 3 times in a row. Zhao Wuji felt that something seemed to be shaking in front of him, but when he stared, there was no abnormal movement at all. The dry palm-sized land under his feet was re-soaked by the running water without being noticed and soundless. After sending out 3 ethereal bodies, Su Ming did not give up. The golden light on his right arm was like rippling water, revealing a metallic arm. At the same time, the slender fleshy 5 fingers were also covered by claws. The right arm bone and right palm bone of the 100,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear attached to the soul bone. In Su Ming's current situation, using 100,000-year soul bone skill, the soul power in the body will be drained instantly. It stands to reason that he can only use the external soul bone at most. After all, the external soul bone is only 10,000 years old, and he can use it with his soul power. But since the right arm bone and the metacarpal bone are connected together, the abilities of the two have been interoperable, and they are considered to be half-fused together. The benefit of the connection is amplification. The metacarpal bone of the dark gold terror claw has the greatest power among several soul bones, but after all, it comes from the dark gold terror claw bear, and the same level can never reach the power of the dark gold terror claw bear. But with the blessing of the right arm soul bone, it is not said to exceed, but at least not weaker than the sharpness of the claws of the 10,000-year dark gold terror claw bear. Of course, Su Ming's strength is a little worse. Right arm soul bone skill. The functions are as follows. 1. Frenzy, can increase speed, attack and defense, strength, and soul skills by 120%. Currently unavailable. 2. Dark gold claw, originally an active skill, it mutated with the right palm bone soul skill and became a passive skill. It actively absorbs and stores the energy of the right palm bone soul skill dark gold claw, and bursts the power of dark gold claw. In other words, in addition to the huge power increase brought by the soul bone, Su Ming's 2 soul bones actually only have 2 soul skills, frenzy and dark gold claw. Zhao Wuji woke up with a stinging pain in his arm. Looking at the golden arm soul bone, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched. Suddenly, I found that I didn't like genius students very much. Dragging his tired body, Zhao Wuji went to the other side without looking back. Under the dense shade of the trees, his back was covered with the word loneliness. Su Ming ignored him. Seeing that the 3 void bodies were already in place, he also started to move, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already more than 10 meters underground. Then, he disappeared again, farther underground. With the improvement of soul power, the distance of the void body was no longer 100 meters, but now it was a mile away. In other words, Su Ming could move instantly to any position of the void body within 500 meters. With the help of 3 void bodies to complete the 3-stage jump, the distance for Su Ming to quickly launch an attack reached 1,500 meters. In the dry cave, a giant bear was lying inside and snoring. The giant bear was about 8 or 9 meters long. Even if it was lying on the ground, its belly was almost as high as a floor. Its solid fur and sharp long claws were impeccable. With drooling in its mouth, the giant bear seemed to be sleeping soundly, and was not aware of the coming of danger at all. Not only soul beasts, but also humans, they always have the lowest foresight of dangers from underground. In fact, they basically don't guard against threats from underground. In the cave, a shadowless body emerged from the ground, almost invisible to the naked eye, only a few wisps of golden air flow like flames, revealing a faint outline. The first body of nothingness came the fastest and the most urgent. Su Ming was not willing to attack by surprise, but he knew that he couldn't beat the dark gold fear claw bear in a single fight, and a head-on battle was completely asking for trouble. So, he could only resort to this last resort. Gold surged, the gorgeous light bloomed like a lotus, and the dark gold palm bone was mighty. The palm bone overflowed with airflow, the ground was scratched with cracks, and the sword energy was radiating, breaking jade and gold. Roar! Sensing the danger, a pair of ferocious eyes suddenly opened. 1 man and 1 bear looked at each other. At the same time, Su Ming moved. Swish! Golden light swept, and wisps of black gas spread out from the space cracks, and then quickly closed. In an instant, the cave was bright, with dazzling golden light. Boom! A 5-meter-long claw mark burst out from the dark gold terror claw as Su Ming swung it. The sharp blade light, like a huge guillotine, went towards the neck of the dark gold terror claw. The golden light blinded the dark gold terror claw bear's eyes and also engulfed his huge body. The attack had just landed, and the figure had already arrived 3 miles away. Although it was autumn, Su Ming could not feel cold just after launching his soul skills. But surprisingly, a drop of cold sweat fell from his chin, and his eyes looked into the distance, waiting for the final result. Ang! The earth-shaking roar, I don't know what kind of anger it was, it could freeze the heart. Coming from the valley, like a ghost crying, ethereal but full of anger. The ground was shaking, and Su Ming, who was 3 miles away, could hear it clearly. In different directions, towering trees fell. After a while, Zhao Wuji ran over from that direction in a hurry. Before he got there, he was already waving frantically. Go, go, go! I don't want to stay in this damn place for a moment. Driving his martial soul, Zhao Wuji ran towards the core area without stopping. He was not fast to begin with, but now he was already at full speed. The powerful King Kong bear was a grandson in front of the dark gold terror claw bear. It was no big deal for him to be a grandson for once. What a pity! Looking at the mountain, there seemed to be a dragon churning there, rumbling, and thunder rolling. Knowing that it was the dark gold terror claw bear that was wreaking havoc, Su Ming could only sigh and leave. No one knew the state of the dark gold terror claw bear at this time. Su Ming didn't know either. His mental power could not spread so far, nor could it withstand the destruction of the ultimate gold. From the noise, the dark gold terror claw bear's combat power was not theirs. Returned in vain? No. Wait until the right arm bone is fully charged, and then come billion times. As long as the dark gold terror claw bear's recovery speed is not as fast as his own charging speed, Su Ming will grind it to death. It is certain that the dark gold terror claw bear could not withstand that attack of the dark gold terror claw unscathed, and it must be seriously injured. However, it was seriously injured, and it was not something that Su Ming and the others could defeat. Su Ming returned to the camp faster than Zhao Wuji. On the side, Ming was friendly sparring with the dark gold terror claw bear, but it seemed more like Ming's wishful thinking. The dark gold terror claw bear ignored him and was fiddling with something with his wife, shouting loudly, scaring the surrounding soul beasts away. Ming punched the dark gold terror claw bear one by one. The former remained motionless despite the blows from behind, while the latter would hit him twice in the chest when he got angry. Su Ming had no doubt about how powerful this guy's 7 killing fists would be. Chapter 147 Flanders wants to kill Tang San. If De Ming's joining is a reinforcement of the teacher team, then Ming's joining makes the team more comfortable and joyful. Ming's stupidity is very popular with girls, especially since there are 4 girls in the team. Who doesn't want to have an obedient brother who looks cute even when angry? The original team only had Su Ming and Tang San. Tang San is mature and steady, and Su Ming is even more so, with leadership style and his word is his. The school bully always gives people a sense of distance. And this sense of distance is called awe. But Ming is different. He is the youngest and the weakest in cultivation, and is extremely docile under Xiao Wu's jurisdiction. Needless to say, Xiao Wu loved Ming very much. She would beat him with her fists and feet whenever she had nothing to do. She felt pain and joy. Even Ye Lingling, who usually didn't like to speak, took good care of Ming, like an elder sister. Wow! Several bananas were dangling in front of Ming in a fishing style. Ning Rong Rong teased, Ming, if you call me sister, I'll give you these bananas. No. Grinning Xiao Wu smiled and patted Ming's shoulder, that's not bad. Remember, you only have me as your sister. Do you understand? Well, I don't want sister Rong Rong's bananas. Ming, you. Ming is a sincere man. The girl's silver bell-like laughter sounded from time to time, making the training life less boring. Su Ming, who was busy practicing swordsmanship and had no time to take care of other things, made Tang San envious. It was fine that Xiao Wu took care of him, but even Zhu Zuqing did the same, preparing someone's food every day. In this way, the time has come to half a month later. On the branch, Su Ming is comprehending the sword. Below, 6 against 1 against the dark gold fear claw bear. Seeming to have sensed something, Su Ming suddenly stood up and pulled out the long sword stuck in the branch. At the same time, a roar exploded in the sky. Tang San, get out of here! Swish! With a roar like a meteor, a huge owl fell heavily, raising waves of dust. Flender slowly stood up, his body emitting soul power flames, setting the surrounding hay on fire. Raising his head, his face was twisted and crazy, like a demon or a ghost. His bloodshot eyes were like spider webs, staring at Tang San, his eyes full of murderous intent, as if he had completely lost control. Everyone stopped practicing, looking at Flender like this. Everyone was confused. Even Tang San frowned, not understanding what was going on. Flender, what are you doing? Zhao Wuji quickly stood in front of Tang San, trying to sober up Flender with his angry voice. Unfortunately, Flender couldn't hear anything at all at this moment. What am I doing? I want him to die. A cold murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Flender, who was furious, was completely unreasonable. He made a claw with his right hand and rushed straight to Tang San. The azure light whoosh set off a sonic boom. The cat owl is a flying beast martial spirit. Even if it flies close to the ground, its speed is still as fast as lightning. Seeing Flender's furious attack, everyone was shocked and quickly released their martial spirits to prepare for battle. With the giant bear in his body, Zhao Wuji punched Flender's sharp eagle claws with great force, trying to force Flender back. Flender's wings rolled up ripples, like water waves. Swish! He was supposed to collide with Zhao Wuji, but he strangely raised the distance, scratched Zhao Wuji's scalp, and rushed to his back. Zhao Wuji was very anxious. Tang San was behind him. Fifth soul skill, Gravity Squeeze. The black 10,000-year soul ring flickered, and a circular black wave appeared under Zhao Wuji's feet. Swish, swish, swish. The black airflow pulled the surrounding space, and the stones on the ground rolled towards him. It was as if there was a black hole controlling everything around. Flender, who was flying past, was pulled back in an instant. Even Tang San and others slid uncontrollably towards Zhao Wuji, and their faces changed. There was no way. In order to control Flender, Zhao Wuji used all his strength in the fifth soul skill, and the area within 100 meters would be affected. At the critical moment, a cyan light bloomed, protecting everyone. Feeling the pressure disappear, Xiao Wu and the others quickly distanced themselves. The battle at the Soul Saint level was not something they could participate in. Tang San did not leave, confused. It seemed that this matter seemed to be related to him. Pulling Flanders back, Zhao Wuji controlled his neck with his right hand and shouted, "Flanders, wake up and talk nicely." As friends for many years, Zhao Wuji could not bring himself to do it, but Flanders did not care about it. At this moment, he had only one thought, that is, to kill Tang San. Kill. 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 Killing intent kept eroding his brain, and Flanders' eyes were completely red. Teacher's betrayal. Shrek Academy's division. The future of the disciples. In an instant, all the resentment finally broke out at this moment. He turned his hands over, the eagle claws turned golden, and the tips of the claws emitted a dazzling white light like a diamond. No, that was not light, but fire, the flame caused by the friction between metal and air. Teacher Zhao, be careful. Tang San, who discovered all this with the purple demon eye, hurriedly warned. Because Flanders used the sixth soul skill, and it was a single attack skill. Zhao Wuji also discovered this and instantly activated his martial soul. True body. Roar. His muscles swelled wildly, revealing brown fur, and he turned into a giant bear in an instant, a golden 5-meter-tall giant bear. With a sizzling sound, the eagle's claws scratched a spark. But even if Zhao Wuji activated his martial soul true body, he still couldn't completely defend against Flanders' attack, and 3 scarlet claw marks fell on his abdomen. At the same time, Flanders also burst into martial soul possession. Giant bear riding an eagle? No, it's a giant bear training an eagle. Flanders, wake up! Zhao Wuji's right hand tightly twisted the cat owl's neck, and one hand controlled Flanders' right claw. Boom boom boom! Flanders struggled more violently, and his 2 pairs of wings flapped wildly, trying to push Zhao Wuji away. For a moment, the wind blew violently, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The tent that had been set up was torn apart in an instant, and the scene was in a mess. Su Ming's face was gloomy. Although he didn't know what Flanders was crazy about, this was the camp of the first academy. The sword pointed at Huang Huang, and the chi flowed over his fingers, ready to go. Su Ming did not make a move, but waiting for Tang Hao to make a move. He did not like to get involved in trouble, and liked to solve the problem once and for all. But Xiao Xin and Zhao Wuji would never agree to kill Flanders. It was not easy to take down Flanders, as he was not a control-type soul master. I did not let Tang Hao take action on the matter of the dark gold terror claw bear. Now it was about Tang San. As the Academy's worshipper and father, I couldn't let myself, the dean, work so hard. Swish! As if seeing through what Su Ming was thinking, the sound of a whistle came through the bushes. The bushes exploded into a circular passage, and a cold current rushed out from that direction. It was like an ice dragon was flying, and a long white frost mark formed on the ground. A closer look showed that the ice dragon was not a dragon, but just an autumn leaf. And the white frost was not frost, but a white thing. Everyone felt that the thing was very cold, but they were sure that it was not frost. Because frost would melt into water, that thing was more like air. Murderous aura. Colder than frost. A few dozen meters away, Ning Rongrong and others felt that the cold froze their bones, making it impossible for them to resist, and their legs and feet were shaking uncontrollably. When Chu Ye appeared, even Su Ming's body felt a chill of ice and snow, and his eyes were filled with golden light. For the first time, Su Ming knew that the spiritual world could also be cold. Is this the realm of the god of killing? Puff! Chu Ye easily broke through Flan's martial soul body and pierced his chest. The distance was neither shallow nor deep, only half of the leaf was covered, and even blood did not flow out. Boom! In an instant, Flan's body was covered with frost, and he actually broke away from his martial soul body. And Zhao Wuji seemed to have experienced something, his pupils contracted violently, and he quickly distanced himself from Fland. Plop! With his hands on the ground, Flanders gasped heavily. After waking up a little, he remembered that Tang San was the son of that person. Haoshan Douluo. Flanders gritted his teeth tightly, and a sweet taste wafted out of his mouth. He raised his head with resentment, and his red eyes were full of murderous intent. Tang San, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are born extraordinary. Tang Hao, kill me if you have the guts. I tell you, if I don't die, I will kill Tang San one day. Dujuan cried blood, and the low voice seemed to come from the mouth of the devil. Flanders grasped the soil tightly with both hands, as if he couldn't contain his extreme anger, his eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were bleeding. Crazy. Flanders was really crazy. How dare he say he wanted to kill Tang San in front of Tang Hao? Su Ming was surprised and curious about what happened. On the other hand, the audience was shocked at this moment. Zhao Wuji, Xiao Xin, Ning Rongrong, Ye Lingling. Tang Hao. It was Tang Hao who was called just now. The four of them were trembling with fear, opening their mouths like wooden men, with the name constantly repeating in their minds. Could it be that Tang San is Tang Hao's? Boom! Xiao Wu, Ming, Daming, and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. But from the expressions of the crowd, they realized that something was wrong. Especially, after the name Tang Hao came out. Ding dang ding dang! The hidden weapons on the fingertips fell to the ground. Tang San was even more stunned, and his soul power was running uncontrollably. Tang Hao? Tang Hao? Dad? Dad is nearby? Tang San was overjoyed, and his eyes could not help but sweep around, looking eagerly. Alas! A desolate and helpless sigh, like a withering and circling maple leaf, passed by everyone's ears. At some point, a figure appeared on the water. He wore a cloak, had a scruffy beard, messy hair, and a sallow face. He stepped on the water, step by step, and walked towards everyone. Dad! Looking at the face that haunted him, his nose suddenly felt sour, and Tang San rushed towards Tang Hao regardless of everything. At this moment, he only knew that his father was here, and he was not missing. Xiao San. Seeing that Tang San was confused, Tang Hao frowned and roared unhappily. The thunder sound exploded in his mind, and Tang San's footsteps stopped involuntarily. Looking at Tang Hao staring at him with a frown, as if he was dissatisfied, Tang San felt a lump in his heart, and was inexplicably afraid. He stayed in his original position. At a loss, he dared not move. Looking at Tang Hao approaching step by step, Tang San finally couldn't help but burst into tears. As a father, Tang Hao hated tears. In his opinion, tears were too cheap and were the behavior of weak and incompetent people. But when facing Tang San, his heart as hard as stone was uncontrollably shaken. Pressing Tang San's shoulders, Tang Hao's voice softened and said, "Remember, at any time, no matter what happens, you must be calm and keep yourself sober. Being overwhelmed will only make your judgment inaccurate." Knowing that his father Tang Hao hated tears, Tang San quickly wiped away his tears. I know." After wiping away his tears, Tang San's eyes suddenly overflowed with surprise, like a carefully polished crystal, dazzling. Tang Hao nodded with satisfaction and walked towards Flanders. Under his expressionless face, he exuded an unmatched sense of oppression. "Greetings to His Majesty Haoshan, Senior." Zhao Wuji and others hurriedly saluted, and even Ning Rongrong, who was of noble status, did not dare to neglect it, and performed the etiquette of the juniors with great respect. Everyone's voice was loud and clear, and they were pious and meticulous. Tang Hao glanced at Zhao Wuji, and then retracted his majestic gaze, but even with just a glance, Zhao Wuji was flattered and overjoyed. The endpoint of the power-type soul master is Tang Hao, who is his idol. Half a month ago, he seemed to have been beaten up. Hiss. This matter is enough for me to brag about for several years. Tang Hao looked at Ning Rongrong and others, and said, "Since you are Xiao San's partner, you can call me uncle in the future. There is a sequence in learning, and there are specialties in skills. I am only a few dozen years older than you. The future belongs to you young people." Ning Rongrong and others were overjoyed. "It is said that Haoshan Douluo has unparalleled talent, but I didn't expect him to be so approachable. It's really unexpected. Moreover, he is actually Tang San's father. Is it really okay for you to plagiarize so blatantly?" Su Ming glared at Tang Hao, but the latter ignored him and was surprisingly thick-skinned at this moment. Tang Hao came to the kneeling Flanders and stared at him from above. The muscles on the latter's face trembled. He no longer had the courage he had just now, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. "You are not going to talk about right and wrong." Tang Hao's voice was chilling. Flanders choked, and the terrifying killing intent came overwhelming. Just now he remembered that the person in front of him was still a great killing god. How can he be a teacher if he doesn't avenge his disciple? Flanders looked at Tang San with hatred and said, "Tang San, you are so cruel. Even if Shrek Academy treated you badly, what did Fatty and the others do wrong? Why did you scheme against them like this? If you want to take revenge on Shrek Academy, come after me. What does it have to do with them?" Everyone's face changed drastically. Even Tang Hao frowned. How could Tang San scheme against Ma Hongjun and the others? Tang San, who cherished his reputation, walked over quickly and asked in confusion. "Dean Flanders, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word you say? Although I do have some complaints about Shrek Academy, I was once a student of Shrek Academy after all. How could I bear grudges and seek revenge? Also, what happened to Fatty and the others? What happened?" With veins throbbing on his forehead, Flanders grinned. "My disciple Ma Hongjun has lost all his soul power and become a cripple. All this is thanks to you. You are so young, but you are so sinister. You use the method of body forging to harm your former classmates. You are worse than pigs and dogs." Boom! As soon as these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue exploding in everyone's mind. Ma Hongjun's soul power was gone and he became a cripple? How is this possible? Half a month ago, he was still fine. Tang Hao and Su Ming were also surprised. They didn't expect that Flanders would kill Tang San because of this matter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang San shook his head frantically, unable to believe what Flanders said. As for the method of bodybuilding, he used the first 3 levels of Xiantian Gong. With the fat man's cultivation, there is absolutely no problem in bodybuilding. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he cried out. You didn't open up his meridians for him, did you?" Chapter 148 Yu Xiaogang was beaten. Ma Hongjun was disabled? Su Ming didn't feel any sadness for such a result. When he was in Shrek Academy, he didn't have much contact with Ma Hongjun, and he was even stranger than Dai Mubai. What's more, Ma Hongjun was Flanders' disciple. From then on, they were strangers in the world, and it was useless. Su Ming didn't plan to take care of this matter. "Do as you like. If you want to go and see the situation, you can go by yourself. If you don't want to, continue to practice. After saying that, Su Ming sat down cross-legged. His attitude was very obvious. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were only slightly shocked. Go to see that bad guy Ma Hongzhen? They don't have so much free time. After all, they were students for several years. Zhao Wuji couldn't bear it, and hesitated. Tang San, let's go over and see if we can help. Yes. This was exactly what Tang San wanted. It was reasonable for him to go over and take a look. Tang San, don't be so hypocritical. Flanders raised his neck. He was in great pain from being suppressed by Tang Hao, and his face was full of blue veins due to anger. If it weren't for you, how could Fatty end up like this? Now that he has lost all his soul power, are you satisfied now? Hey! There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Tang San sighed. Dean Flanders, this is the last time I call you Dean. I can swear that I have never thought of taking revenge on Shrek, let alone harming Fatty and the others. There is nothing wrong with the technique I left behind, but if you temper your body according to that technique, it would be absolutely wrong. Because that technique is used to connect the meridians, if you want to temper your body, you must practice that technique to the third level. If you temper your body without connecting the meridians, no one's meridians can withstand the terrifying energy of the 1,000-year soul beast's blood. You should see clearly what it is saying. I thought you should understand such a simple truth. Tang San's disappointed face could not help but reveal a look of pain. He had never thought of revenge in his heart. He handed over the first 3 levels of Xiantian Gong. At that time, he was suffering from betrayal of Tang sect, so he had no time to care about these details. He left Shrek Academy alone after leaving the technique. The Xiantian Gong obviously did not belong to the body tempering method. Even after leaving, he still felt that there was no problem. In his opinion, Ma Hongzhen and the others only needed to spend time studying it. After all, the Taoist cultivation theory did not exist in this world. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. You who claim to be the best in theory, didn't you find the problem with this technique? Thinking of Yu Xiaogang, Tang San had nothing to say. Looking at Tang San's sincere look, Flanders fell into self-doubt. Did Tang San really not do anything secretly? Is there really no problem with the bodybuilding method? Did we really rush it? No. Impossible, absolutely not. Flanders was suddenly a little panicked, he couldn't accept such a truth. Flanders staggered to his feet and almost fell down again. Looking at Tang San, his eyes suddenly turned red. Ma Hongzhen was his only disciple. He had devoted too much effort to him. Could it be that he really had to send his son away? Tang San, I beg you, if possible, can you save Fatty? Fearing that Tang San would not agree, Flanders continued. You also know Fatty's talent. He is a top-level beast martial spirit. If he can get rid of the evil fire, he will definitely become a powerful spirit master in the future. Now that his soul power has been completely dispersed, this blow is more painful than killing him. Although you and Fatty have only known each other for a short time, you were classmates after all. A sour feeling exploded in his abdomen. Flanders rubbed his eyes and continued to speak without being able to suppress it. Okay, I'll do my best. Tang San smiled bitterly. He knew that whether he succeeded or not, he would offend Shrek Academy. Even if Fatty was rescued, the entanglement here could not be sorted out. To rescue or not is just a matter of the depth of hatred. There will always be people who say that it was because they did not explain clearly that such a disaster occurred. It is difficult for people to blame themselves. Tang San and Zhao Wuji left here with Flanders. With Tang Hao following, there is no need to worry about their safety. In the forest, a few white mists moved towards the center of the camp. There, a human-sized metal pagoda was emitting light. And on the side, there were several lotus bases. Pink, crystal green, deep purple, dark black. 5 teardrop-shaped rays of light protruded from Xiaowu and others. As the energy from the metal pagoda poured into the bodies of the 5 people, it was faintly visible. On the other side, Tang San and Zhao Wuji were chasing the moon like a meteor, and they quickly joined Flender and Dai Mubai and others. After a while, they arrived at the scene of the incident. There was no camp around, only a brightly colored bird corpse, which seemed to be a soul beast with fire attribute, because there were traces of burning around it. Ma Hongzhen was lying next to the soul beast, lying motionless on the ground. Flame bird. Tang San remembered it instantly in his mind, and judged what happened from the surrounding situation. It seemed that Ma Hongzhen had some kind of accident when absorbing the soul ring of the flame bird. Moreover, it was a flame bird that was about to reach 2,000 years old. Dean Flender, Dai Mubai and Oscar came over, but their eyes were on Tang San. Oscar's helplessness, Dai Mubai's grief and anger. Neither of them spoke, but their eyes said it all. Although they knew that Tang San was not a sinister villain, he was ultimately to blame for what happened. Tang San smiled but didn't smile, as if he had known that the two would do this. Flanders, who was in a terrible state, ignored them and led Tang San to the body of the flame bird. Humph! With eyes that were about to spit fire, Yu Xiaogang loosened his clenched right fist and walked aside coldly, unwilling to stay with Tang San, the evil disciple who betrayed his master. If Tang Hao had not been there, it would not be so simple. Ignoring Yu Xiaogang, Tang San set his sights on Ma Hongzhen. At first glance, the word bad flashed through Tang San's mind. Ma Hongzhen was completely unconscious and could not feel any pain. He had the smell of burnt meat on his body, and the land around him was exposed, and even the roots of plants were burned without a trace. The ground was hot, and the blood on his body was black and coagulated, sticking to him like a blood scar. Ma Hongzhen's body looked very scary. Take a deep breath, and Tang San grabbed Ma Hongzhen's wrist, which still had some good skin left. I thought the external situation was bad enough, but the internal situation made Tang San frown. Tang San, how is it? Noticing that Tang San's face suddenly became serious, Flanders' heart trembled, and he immediately asked with a bad feeling. Fatty's situation is terrible. Tang San twisted his face. Knowing that Flanders definitely knew Ma Hongzhen's situation, the more so, the angrier he was. Flanders, without knowing the student's physical condition clearly, you rashly let him absorb the 2,000-year spirit ring. Is this how you are a teacher? Do you know that this will kill Fatty? At the end, Tang San couldn't help but roar. He could understand mistakes, but he couldn't tolerate stupidity. The indignant look made Flanders lower his head in guilt. After getting the method of body forging, everyone was overwhelmed by joy. Especially after witnessing the improvement of Fatty's strength, they felt that the bodybuilding method had been successful. Finally, he followed Yu Xiaogang's suggestion and found a nearly 2,000-year-old firebird for Ma Hongzhen. Who would have known that such a serious change would happen? Flender glanced at Yu Xiaogang subconsciously, and then closed his eyes in pain. Rather than complaining about the latter, he was more annoyed that he was not more cautious at this moment. As a teacher, he hoped that his students could prove a way. He was gambling. Gambling with his disciples' future. But he didn't expect that he couldn't bear the result of losing the bet. Seeing Tang San making indirect accusations, Yu Xiaogang was furious and scolded him. Tang San, what qualifications do you have to talk nonsense here, and you want to blame others? If the bodybuilding method you gave was not flawed, how could Ma Hongzhen be like this? You are the culprit. The heartbroken roar was like a volcanic eruption. Anger made Yu Xiaogang's face purple and blue, and the nails of his clenched fists dug deep into his flesh. Only pain can make you remember. He trained a traitor who betrayed his master and ancestors. As a teacher, what's wrong with taking something from you? Is my 6 years of teaching not worth a bodybuilding method? And you actually used the incomplete bodybuilding method to trap me in injustice. Yu Xiaogang always gave Tang San the feeling that he was well prepared, elegant, and cultured, but his ferocious appearance at this moment made Tang San feel completely unfamiliar. Flaws in the skills? Haha, with a sneer full of sadness, Tang San shook his head in despair. Until now, don't you have any regrets, teacher? For so many years, I have always wanted to ask you something. Tang San's eyes were very calm, and no emotion could be seen. When you accepted me as your disciple, did you cherish my talent or did you want to use me to prove your so-called theory? There is nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. At this moment, Tang San only had a few fantasies. He stared at Yu Xiaogang. He wanted to know the answer, even though the answer was cruel now. Accepting you as my disciple is the biggest mistake of my life. Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists tightly, without any hesitation, and his words exploded like a gunpowder barrel. I thought you were extremely talented, but I never thought you were so bad, you. Pa. Before he finished speaking, a crisp sound hit Yu Xiaogang's face. He flew out like a cannonball, and his right face was pulled open by a huge force and bleeding. With a loud bang, Yu Xiaogang fell into the grass and was motionless. My son, when will it be your turn to speak? Tang Hao withdrew his palm domineeringly. Facing the angry Flanders, he had no ripples in his heart. If it weren't for the previous relationship, he would have been a dead man long ago. He was already enduring to spare his life. A warm feeling suddenly emerged in his sad heart. Tang San already knew Yu Xiaogong's answer. He had asked for it. Someone had reminded him not to worship Yu Xiaogang as his master, but he didn't listen. After calming down, Tang San looked at Flanders. There seemed to be an iceberg in his eyes, and he said without emotion. I just checked the fat man's condition. There is something wrong with his meridians. It's not caused by absorbing the spirit ring. It should be that when he was tempering his body, the energy was too concentrated in the limited meridians. Although he survived the hardship of tempering his body, his meridians are more fragile than before. A 2,000-year spirit ring is not something he can bear at all. After a pause, Tang San couldn't bear to see the fat man suffer in the second half of his life. If you let Fatty practice that technique first and expand the meridians in his body, there won't be any big problems, but now. Unfortunately, there is no if. Flender grabbed Tang San's shoulders tightly and said anxiously. Tang San, you must have another way, right? Ma Hongjun is only 12 years old, he is still a child, he still has a bright future, what did he do wrong? It's me, it's me. As long as you can save him and let him recover, I will be your slave and kowtow to apologize. With tears in his eyes, Flender was about to kneel down to Tang San, but was stopped by the latter. Tang San, if there is a way, help Fatty. Yes, hope is always better than despair. Daimyo Bai and Oska looked at him eagerly, tears welling up in his eyes. They really couldn't bear it. Tang San was touched and envious of the three people's deep friendship for Ma Hongjun. But he really had no choice but to sigh and reply. It's not that I don't want to save him, but the situation inside his body is too bad. Now, half of his meridians are destroyed and half are completely blocked. His internal organs are burned and inactivated. It's a blessing in disguise that he can save his life now. It's probably difficult for his Meridian Auxiliary Spirit Master to do anything about it. He must use natural treasures, not to mention his Danshan. Tang San didn't continue. Danshan exploded, spirit power exploded. It's a miracle that he can still survive in such a situation. It's probably the effect of using the third level of Shen Tiangong to forge his body. Nine-Heart Begonia, the strongest healing spirit, he knew that Sister Lingling couldn't cure this situation. He understood, and Flanders actually understood it too, but he couldn't accept that a genius disciple was ruined by himself. Plop. Flanders, who looked a dozen years older in an instant, knelt down with a hollow, desperate look in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. He was sobbing and tearing, tears covered his entire face. Flanders banged his head on the ground, as if the physical pain could alleviate the pain in his heart. Tang San did not stop him. Swish. Tearing off a piece of cloth, Tang San bit his fingertips and wrote on it with blood. Then, he put the things in front of Flanders. If you can find the things on it, maybe you can make Fatty recover. But the chance is very slim, and this is the only way now. Like grabbing a life-saving straw, Flanders held the white cloth tightly, and even the two words thank you were trembling and sobbing. Tang San forced a smile and took out all the things from 20 Bridges Moonlight Night. The things were packed. The belt was folded and intact. Tang San handed it to Flanders. Tell Yu Xiaogang that I have paid back everything I owe you. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Gritting his teeth, Tang San left with a bag full of hidden weapons on his back. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to Gaijianku. The sky was dark, with lightning and thunder. The air was filled with the unique smell of Tang sect. The smell of metal. Chapter 149, Create Your Own Domain. Ma Hongjun's accident was just a simple episode and did not affect everyone's practice. Tang San did not mention a word about this and was unwilling to say more. Zhao Wuji explained the matter clearly. He also felt a little sorry for Ma Hongjun. Shrek Academy has been opened for so many years, but very few people have been able to graduate, and the mortality rate is ridiculously high. Now, another monster has fallen. As for Tang Hao, for Tang San's safety, he strictly forbade everyone to reveal his existence, especially Ning Rongrong. Faced with the threat from Haoshan Douluo, Ning Rongrong did not dare to act rashly, because he had heard from his father that even if he assisted Grandpa Jian, he would not be a match for Tang Hao of the same level. Even Grandpa Jian, who was the only one in the sword art, did not refute this, which shows how outstanding Tang Hao's talent and strength are. Knowing that Tang Hao was nearby, Tang San was happy for several days. It seemed that he learned something from Tang Hao, and he practiced harder. According to Su Ming's guess, it was probably those things. Time passed quickly, and spring came in the blink of an eye. All things revived, and vitality burst out. In the forest, hey, hey, ha, the sound of flesh hitting each other was dull and powerful. Bang, 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 as if hitting a steel plate. It was still the 6 people, training with the dark gold terror claw. Whether it was Zhu Zuqing or Ning Rongrong, both of them had become soul masters. Even Ming had become a great soul master. The Titan giant ape martial soul, with the blessing of 30% of the power of the 7 treasures glazed tower, activated the first amplification type soul skill, and was able to deal with the dark gold terror claw bear. Although Ming was repelled by the dark gold terror claw bear every time, the miraculous thing was that he was not seriously injured. Among the beast martial souls, there are top-level martial souls such as the white tiger and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. And the Titan giant ape is a super top martial soul. With the same age, who will win or lose between the Titan giant ape and the dark gold terror claw bear is a matter of opinion. You know, the dark gold mother bear has a strength of 8,000 kilograms. Ming can fight it like this, and the power given by the martial soul can be imagined. On the field, a 2-meter-tall giant chimpanzee and a 22.5-meter-tall dark gold terror claw bear are colliding fiercely. The aftermath of the collision roared, as if countless shells were exploding in the ears, rumbling, rumbling, as if the entire camp was going to be overturned. Taishan giant strength. The second soul ring lit up, and Ming's right shoulder suddenly emitted golden light, and the whole arm swelled up, especially the muscles of the shoulder and arm were even more fascinating. Puffing up his right arm, Ming rushed towards the unconscious dark gold bear with unstoppable force. Just as his name suggests, Ming was like a mountain at this moment. One step at a time. As his body tilted forward, all the strength of his body burst out in an instant. Bang! Enough power to split mountains and rocks, the collision made a sound of energy explosion. Under Ming's full strength attack, the dark gold fear claw bear retreated backwards, staggering backwards, and seemed to be about to fall down. The dark gold mother bear kept sliding her arms, trying to control herself from falling, and she did not fall. Purple black blue silver grass emerged from the ground, tightly binding her arms and feet. Ming. The glasses emitted pink airflow. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly, her charming appearance was like 100 flowers blooming, and she once again controlled the dark gold terror claw bear's desire to break free. Swish! Ming was not stupid either. After fighting with the dark gold terror claw bear for so long, they were already at the end of their strength, but they had been creating opportunities for themselves. Ming stepped on his feet and instantly jumped to the back of the dark gold bear, stepped on her lower back, and tightly grasped the dark gold terror claw bear's elbow. The power of the blue silver grass and the Titan giant ape successfully controlled the dark gold bear. No matter how she struggled, Ming was gritting her teeth tightly, she refused to let go. Finding the right moment, Zhu Zuqing instantly arrived in front of the dark gold terror claw bear. She clasped her hands together above her head, and the claw blades on her 10 fingers quickly merged. Close range single attack skill, 1000-year soul skill, netherworld slash. Swish! The clasped palms shone with purple light, as if they had turned into a sharp blade that could cut through iron like mud. Roar! The dark gold mother bear was terrified, but her whole body strength was taken away by the two due to the limitation of Ming. She could only hold her belly and tilt her neck. Lend your neck to be killed. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked pale, as if they had just recovered from a serious illness. The two of them needed to launch mental attacks and Ming's assistance, and the consumption was self-evident. But at this moment, they all smiled at the same time. Win! They won! The nether slash chopped the dark gold mother bear's neck and blood came out. Just a simple injury? No, it was Zhu Zuqing who was controlling the force, otherwise if she chopped it down with all her strength, the dark gold mother bear would definitely be seriously injured. Once the dark gold mother bear is seriously injured, victory will definitely belong to them. Seeing the dark gold mother bear injured, Xiao Jin was so distressed that he immediately ran over and kicked Ming away. Swish, 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 the dark gold claws cut off all the vines, and Xiao Jin kept shouting at everyone, as if to express his dissatisfaction. After being together for so long, everyone didn't understand what this meant. The way Xiaojin hugged the dark gold mother bear was a complete wife-protecting madman. Tang San ridiculed, "Xiaojin, you only allow your wife to hit us, but you don't allow us to hurt her, right?" Roar. Seeing Xiaojin roaring at Ye Lingling, everyone laughed out loud. This injury will really heal if it is not treated. Ye Lingling shook her head helplessly and could only use the nine-hearted begonia to treat the dark gold mother bear Xiaoan. Ning Rongrong pulled away the cloth covering her eyes and stretched happily, "I have been beaten for so long, and I finally won this time. I am so depressed." Xiao Wu immediately rolled her eyes, "Wrong, I should be the one saying this, you didn't get beaten. What do you care about me?" Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue mischievously, not afraid of Xiao Wu at all. "Okay, you have become more capable, right?" Xiao Wu rushed over angrily, and instantly quarreled with Ning Rongrong. As if they had just experienced a brutal battle, the two of them were still full of energy. Seeing this, Tang San and the others couldn't help laughing, secretly thinking that the two little girls were so childish. However, after fighting for several months, the 5 soul masters plus the titan giant ape Wuhan Erming finally defeated the 100-year dark gold terror claw bear, which was indeed worth celebrating. Ahem. A mixed cough sounded, and everyone immediately recovered and stood in front of Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji said expressionlessly, "Don't think that you can be complacent after defeating the 100-year dark gold terror claw bear. You should all know that without Erming, none of you can beat the 100-year dark gold terror claw bear. A team is indeed a whole, which requires division of labor and cooperation, and requires everyone's efforts. But in this battle, Erming is definitely the one who contributed the most." Looking at Erming, Zhao Wuji was overjoyed. "Erming, well done." The serious look immediately broke, Zhao Wuji clapped his hands in approval. "Everyone! You've been licking for several months, it's time to give up." Even Erming couldn't bear to look directly at it, and had no choice but to look away. That look was similar to that of a female gorilla. This human must have reached the estrus period, and it's not normal. Dispersed. With a disdainful sound, several people waved their hands in silence, too lazy to pay attention to Zhao Wuji, and each prepared to do their own thing. At this time, a golden sound sounded in the camp, forcibly pulling everyone's steps. Everyone looked up and fixed their eyes on the rock wall. There, a figure was sitting cross-legged, moving. ZZ. It seemed that something had happened, and golden sparks appeared 2 feet away from Su Ming's body. It looked like a fairy wand burning during the new year, and it looked like a bunch of fire lotus. What is this? Such a wonderful scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. Zhao Wuji didn't understand what happened. But judging from the surrounding situation, it seemed particularly dangerous. Because the rock wall where he sat cross-legged had already appeared with cuts, not just one crack, but small pieces, some were only a few centimeters, and the longest was no more than 50 centimeters, slowly spreading downwards. There was no sound, no cutting. Just out of thin air, as if bitten by the surrounding air. Hiss. Tang San covered his eyes with severe pain and reminded. "Don't look closely, otherwise it will hurt your eyes. Don't use mental power to explore Su Ming's current situation, let's wait a little longer." "What's the situation, brother? Is it possible that I won't watch?" Xiao Wu pursed her lips and ignored Tang San's reminder. Zhu Zuqing was also worried about Su Ming's safety, so she didn't care about these. After eating Xiao Xian's candy beans, Ye Lingling replenished her soul power. She rationally used the 9-heart begonia to expand the treatment range for everyone to prevent everyone's injuries from being irreversible. Erming scratched his head and felt that the movements on Su Ming's body were very familiar, but he was even more confused. How could humans know the methods of their soul beasts? Swish! Swish! 2 figures appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Tang Hao, a handsome face in a brand new black and white robe. Deming, a handsome and charming man in plain clothes and green hair. The two looked at Su Ming with incredible eyes. From ancient times to the present, I'm afraid no one can walk ahead of him. Tang Hao took a deep breath. He was very pleased in his heart, so pleased that he almost burst into swearing. Erming nodded in agreement, and was surprised in his heart. Xiao Wu, your brother is really beyond common sense. The potential of human talent seems to be more terrifying than the blood of soul beasts. Dad, what is Su Ming doing? Tang San stared at Su Ming. From the test just now, he knew that Su Ming was doing something very terrifying. That unmatched destructive force seemed to devour everything that came close. The surroundings were the world he controlled. In just a few breaths, the rock wall around Suming had been cut and scarred, just like the rock wall behind the nodding city. Even the clothes on Suming were torn. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Tang Hao was not stingy to tell these juniors. A soul master with outstanding talent can create his own soul skills. I believe you have all heard of it, right? Ning Rongrong retorted, Uncle Tang, he should not be creating his own soul skills. Soul skills are all offensive. It is impossible. The voice stopped abruptly. Ning Rongrong wanted to say that Suming did not attack because they were surrounding him. He. But she seemed to think of something, and suddenly felt like she was struck by lightning. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and felt that the hairs on her body were about to fly out. Tang Hao nodded slightly, his voice was meticulous, but he couldn't hide his amazement. He did not create his own soul skills, but he was also creating his own skills. When a soul master breaks through to the titled Douluo, there is a small chance that a domain will be born. You can understand the domain as an aura, but it is definitely not as simple as an aura. Within its coverage, it will greatly weaken the enemy. A titled Douluo does not necessarily have a domain, but any powerful titled Douluo will definitely have a domain, and there are very few soul masters who have a domain. Boom! When these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. Domain. Although Zhu Zuqing and the others didn't quite know what a domain was. But Tang Hao's words were clear as could not be clearer. When 100,000-year soul beast dies, it will have 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. When a soul master cultivates to the title Douluo, he will have a domain, and it is possible. Possible. Doesn't it mean that the domain is even rarer than the 100,000-year soul ring? Xiao Wu and Er Ming suddenly realized that it was no wonder they felt familiar, it turned out to be a domain. Ning Rongrong was numb, her watery eyes looked at someone in grief and anger, thinking that she would never be able to turn over in this life. Ye Lingling and Zhu Zuqing were surprised and admired in their hearts. They had never heard of anyone who could create a domain by himself. This guy. Tang San smiled helplessly, and was also quite shocked in his heart. He didn't expect there was such a thing as a domain. Tang San looked at Tang Hao, Dad, you also have a domain, right? Tang Hao said frankly. The domain I obtained is called the God of Death domain. In this domain, the enemy's strength will be reduced by 10%, and the user can exert 110% of his strength. This is the most basic value. As the martial spirit grows, the domain will also grow. Tang Hao moved his lips again and told the rest of the words to Tang San, who was even more shocked, thinking that the reduction was so great. It seems that he also has to. Tang San seemed to realize something and asked in surprise. Dad, you mean, your domain is obtained? Not self-created. After speaking, Tang Hao focused his attention on Suming. If he could not know the mystery of the domain, he would not rest in peace even if he died. Black clouds pressed down on the city and the city was about to be destroyed, and the armor shone towards the sun and the golden scales opened. Just 4 words once again made everyone speechless. Haoshan Douluo can't create a domain by himself? This. Suming could no longer hear what everyone was saying or thinking. At this moment, he was fully immersed in enlightenment. In his consciousness, it seemed that countless 3-color petals were floating. One petal was white, ethereal and hard. One petal was gold, gorgeous and sharp. One petal was grey, deep and inclusive. Although the 3 were put together, they were colliding all the time. You are in me, and I am in you. Grey and white continued to erode the golden energy, but they were still somewhat defeated. If it weren't for the grey and white energies reducing the collision with each other and resisting the golden energy with all their strength, I'm afraid they would have been defeated long ago. Damn it! The ultimate gold has been so scattered, is it going to be a waste? Seeing the 3 colliding constantly, Suming couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Such a huge consumption, I'm afraid it won't be necessary how long, he will be worn out to death. That's it. Melt another one. Suming's heart was ruthless. If the most perfect one didn't work, he would take a step back. In the sea of soul power, the emerald soul power suddenly soared into the sky and turned into the 4th color, competing with the golden energy again. The pressure of the white and grey energies dropped suddenly, and the 3 formed a relative balance, counterattacking the golden energy. I don't know how long it took. Boom! Suddenly, a silver full moon illuminated everything, turned into a meteor and disappeared. Chapter 150 Tang Hao becomes a prophet. Bang! Bang! The iron tree bloomed, and 4 colors exploded around Su Ming. The fireworks dissipated, replaced by a fragmented silver. This silver was very strange. It was not a thorough silver light, but a dark silver color, dark and bright. As the light spread, the surface of the surrounding grass, trees, and rocks were flashing with fragmented silver light spots. The silver color didn't seem to be a virtual entity. It seemed to carry a little weight, which made the leaves bend. The silver color spread out more than 10 meters around Su Ming and then stopped. Shua! Tang Hao stepped out and stepped into the silver area. The originally windless forest suddenly stirred up wind and waves. Tang Hao's white cloak rustled and silver fragments condensed on his body. But surprisingly, the people outside didn't feel the slightest movement of the wind. Tang Hao lowered his head slightly and saw that the metal buttons on his clothes were shaking constantly. Metal control. Tang Hao stretched his hand back, and Tang San's sleeve arrows shot out 3 sword crossbows uncontrollably, which he caught in his giant palm. Then, he released the crossbow arrows. As the crossbow arrows broke free from the restraints, the 3 crossbow arrows swooshed and flew freely in the silver space. Originally, the speed of the crossbow arrows was not fast, but as time went on, the speed became faster and faster. In just 1 minute, the shadow was completely gone, leaving only wisps of silver light and the rustling sound of breaking through the air. Ka! Tang Hao stretched out his hand again. His movement was not fast, and it didn't seem like he was prepared at all. He just stretched out his hand. Then, a crossbow arrow as fast as lightning was held in his hand again. The crossbow arrow, which was originally 20 centimeters black, now turned silver, short and thin, less than 10 centimeters, with a cold light on the arrowhead, as if it had been recast. At the same time, a figure also stepped into the area. The air was thick, as if he had inhaled a large amount of smoke and dust, and Tang San felt uncomfortable. Especially the sharp coldness in the air, as if rushing into a reed marsh and being scraped by countless sharp leaves, making people want to shrink and curl up. Tang San could clearly feel that the soul power in his body was blocked by a force of energy. Even if he operated the Xiantian Gong, he still couldn't break through the restraint of this energy. It was like a sluice gate of flowing water, suddenly blocked by a piece of iron plate. Swish! A subtle sound rang out. Tang San was shocked and quickly left the area. Tang San, you! Xiao Wu and the others were horrified when they noticed that Tang San's white clothes on his chest were stained red. In just a few breaths, Tang San's chest had been slashed. Could it be that this is the horror of the domain? Looking at Su Ming, Tang San said with some emotion. If I guess correctly, Su Ming's domain can block mental detection and reduce the defense of the entrant by 10% to 20%. In addition, it can also form a range attack inside. As long as you are in this domain, you will be attacked. Moreover, it seems to have the effect of blocking the operation of soul power. Tang San was envious. Although the effect of the domain does not seem to be particularly strong, being able to create a domain by yourself is something that even a titled Douluo cannot do. So strong? Ning Rong Rong and the others could not help but feel a wave of emotion in their hearts. Their beautiful eyes flashed with sincere admiration. This guy is really amazing. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ming opened his eyes. The golden pupils were now shining with silver light. Countless blades swept past, making people feel pain and trembling. Finally it's done. Looking at the silver world in front of him, Su Ming's eyes were filled with joy. What was in front of him was just the simplest domain. He could feel that it was not as good as the god of killing domain, but the problem was that it was just a prototype. With the improvement of martial soul and soul power, the domain could be improved step by step. Especially the ultimate gold, which could definitely bring qualitative changes to the domain. Su Ming could see for himself that although the domain was silver, there was a hint of gold in the silver, so it looked like a dark silver color. Old Zhao, come here and practice with me. Su Ming looked at Zhao Wuji, slowly stood up, and then polished this domain. As Su Ming stood up, his clothes instantly turned into strips of cloth and dissipated with the wind. Ah! Xiao Wu and the other 5 screamed immediately, and Zhu Zuking's eyes also moved to the side. The scene just now lingered in his heart for a long time and could not be erased. Su Ming? He felt tight inside, and Su Ming quickly changed his clothes. Ahem! Su Ming just coughed twice, and then his figure flew towards the woods behind. You asked me to be beaten, right? Zhao Wuji secretly spit twice, and could only obey and follow. Seeing this, Tang Hao also followed. Only Tang San and others were left looking at each other, shrugging helplessly. Ning Rongrong pushed Xiao Wu's shoulder and said with a sly smile. Xiao Wu, I didn't expect your brother to have a good figure. Well. Tell me the truth, have you cheated before? Cheat? Seeing that Sister Lingling and Zuking were staring at her, Xiao Wu's face turned red. Wrong, you are vulgar, I think you want to cheat. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, I didn't say anything about you, I just said whether you have seen it or not. Why are you in a hurry? Zuking, do you think I am right? The yin and yang tone pierced someone's heart. Zhu Zuking spit out the word boring, and then left here quickly. From behind, her ears under her bun were crystal red. Wonderful. You are not in a hurry, right? Xiao gritted her teeth and said, okay, I will tie you up in my brother's tent tonight, so that you can experience what is anxious. Pooh. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but spit secretly. How could Xiao Wu say anything nonsense? Two blushes appeared on her fair face, and Ning Rongrong was so ashamed. Xiao Wu stood proudly with her waist raised, as if to say, come on, hurt each other. Just like the explosive 8-section throw, facing Xiao Wu's sudden big move, no one was her opponent and could only retreat. On the other side, Su Ming and Zhao Wuji had already started the competition. The two did not have any contact, just standing there. A pale golden light emerged from Zhao Wuji's body, and the solid texture was like a golden Buddha, which was his Akala body. Shua! Shua! There was a constant cutting sound on his body, like cutting noodles with a knife, and the silver light in the field kept washing Zhao Wuji. From a distance, countless silver ribbons, light and floating, alternating between silver light and dark, like deep-sea hairtail, it dragged its long tail and kept spinning around him. Sizzle! A blood mark appeared under his right armpit. Zhao Wuji was shocked when he noticed that the blood mark was getting bigger, and he quickly activated his martial soul. The 5-meter-tall golden giant bear stood still like a mountain. The silver blades kept colliding, but they couldn't do anything to him. Seeing this, Su Ming took out a lot of metal from his space ring. As soon as the metal landed, it was like being wrapped in liquid nitrogen, quickly decaying into various colors of light and rushing into the silver belt. The silver ribbon, which was less than the width of a knuckle, was like a big hacksaw at this moment, rubbing against Zhao Wuji's body, and a large number of sparks came out. Tang Hao reminded. At the beginning of the domain, it is generally a range of damage. Your domain is different. You can attack individuals. This is a very good method. But no matter how strong the metal is, it won't have much effect on a high-level soul master. Your soul power determines the power of the domain. You can try to transform the domain into a single attack, which may produce very good results. As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, all the silver in Su Ming's domain began to gather and transform into a silver blade as wide as an arm. The air seemed unable to stop it, and turned into airflow, flowing backwards at a high speed. The knife did not move, but the air was already in chaos. Wow! The golden airflow overflowed from Su Ming's palm, rendering the silver blade dark gold. It was not just the change in color, the void seemed to be shaking. The original white airflow was now broken like thin paper. Instead, a golden thin snake rushed up, surrounding the knife. It rotates at high speed like a turbine. Not only will it chew up the body, but even the soul will disappear in the next second. Tang Hao, your grandpa. Feeling the horror of the golden knife, Zhao Wuji's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he immediately cursed in his heart, if you have the guts, let Tang San try the knife. Boom! Looking at the golden knife rushing and tearing the space in half, Zhao Wuji opened the body of Akala again without any hesitation. Before launching the soul skill, Zhao Wuji's huge bear paw was propped forward. Facing such a terrifying attack, he was a little nervous in his heart, not knowing can I resist it. His right cheek was burning. Tang Hao was speechless, thinking it was best not to say anything. Bang! The golden knife collided with the huge bear paw, and as soon as they came into contact, Zhao Wuji's heart suddenly turned cold. Sure enough. It was only a stalemate of 3 seconds, and the terrifying edge contained in the golden knife tore the giant paw of the martial soul apart, and his arm was bloody and horrible. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Wuji immediately withdrew from the martial soul. Shua! The golden knife scraped past, and the remaining edge around passed by his hair, and countless tiny needles were cut. Zhao Wuji's back was instantly wet, and he couldn't help but gasp, thinking that it was a close call. I almost fell down. The martial soul and the body are closely connected. Once the martial soul is severely damaged, the soul master will also be seriously injured. Under the martial soul of the powerful King Kong bear, Zhao Wuji was almost 5 meters tall, a typical living target. At the first moment, Zhao Wuji chose to give up the martial soul. Perhaps, this is the advantage of being short. Seeing Su Ming indifferent, Zhao Wuji's mentality exploded and he roared. Su Ming, you want my life, right? How can you test the domain like this? You call this a test? Zhao Wuji was furious. If I couldn't beat you now, the worshipper is here. You are the dignified Akala, and you were able to kill more than a dozen soul emperors in the martial soul hall back then. Ask yourself, who in the current soul master world can predict danger better than you? I asked you to try the domain, but I didn't let him try. Don't you see the reason behind it? Su Ming sighed deeply, feeling a little distressed. You are really ignorant. Hey! Zhao Wuji blinked and looked at Tang Hao. Yes, Tang Hao is here, why not let him? Ahem. Zhao Wuji waved his hand helplessly. Forget it, if it weren't for you being the dean, I would definitely ask you to pay for the medical expenses. His eyes were raised with pride. If someone else said this, he would definitely think that they were talking down to him. But when the Dean Su Ming said this, he had reason to believe that it was true. Compared to Tang Hao, he still has his strengths. Rounding off, Tang Hao is sometimes not as good as me. Tang Hao, you are deeply poisoned. Ignoring the conceited Zhao Wuji, Tang Hao said in surprise. The attack you just made should contain the ultimate power. If I am not mistaken, it should be the ultimate gold, which can break through the extremely strong defense. Almost. Su Ming nodded and said, unfortunately, there are not many defenses that can be broken against the Soul Saint. Even if I hit him just now, I couldn't penetrate it. I could only cause some serious injuries. If I face Soul Douluo and Title Douluo, I am afraid it is too difficult, and it may not even help at all. Tang Hao. Listen to what you said, is this human language? Zhao Wuji. You take Soul Saint as a little karami, right? Cuckoo. With his knuckles clacking, Tang Hao rushed forward with a stern face. I haven't fought for a long time, and I'm itching to have a fight. How about a fight? Su Ming's mouth twitched. Why is the human heart like this? You just want to beat me, right? You're right. Amid the thunder, Tang Hao charged towards Su Ming. What bullying the weak and the strong? I have endured it for several years. Today, I can no longer endure it. Seeing Tang Hao take action, Zhao Wuji immediately became excited. The vice president was beaten by the offerings, so there is no reason for the president not to be beaten. I didn't expect Tang Hao to take action. Su Ming's attention was instantly raised to the peak, and his right arm instantly turned into a golden dark gold claw. Shame on you, wait until I break through to Contra if you have the guts. I won half. Do you mean that I am only worthy of fighting with you, a Contra? If I break through to Contra, it's not certain who will win or lose. How courageous! Boom! Tang Hao did not use the clear sky hammer, but only used pure physical strength, just like the last time Su Ming and Zhao Wuji fought. However, the power of Tang Hao's punch was not something Su Ming could contend with. But, just do your best. Domain, open. Soul Bone Skill Madness, open. First level of Mad Fighting Body, open. Except for the martial soul and the means of harming the body's origin, Su Ming used all of them. However, the physical differences between the two were still too big. Boom! 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 In the forest, it seemed as if a landmine was exploding. Hey! Zhao Wuji shook his head, with the word pain written in his eyes. Hiss, it's useless. Zhao Wuji covered his eyes, unable to bear to look directly. Dean, I'll look at ye again. Eyes. With big gaps between his fingers and big eyes, Zhao Wuji politely cheered Su Ming up. Dean, you can do it, you can take another punch. Bang! The fireworks exploded, without colorful colors, only a grey area. Looking from above, a deep pit nearly 20 meters long appeared on the ground. Smoke with a burning smell rose, and Su Ming lay in the pit, with muscles cramping all over his body. There was no injury on the surface, but he was exhausted and in great pain, as if he had been attacked. "What's the matter?" He supported his elbows, feeling that all the strength in his body had been drained, and he couldn't muster any strength. Bang! Su Ming sat down again, secretly thinking that jealousy would really make a person's body split apart. He was already in his 40s, but he was still so impulsive like a teenager.